9 Sun God King Chapter 1634 to Chapter 1686. The king of divine fruits. When Xianxia and Xianxia heard that Qin Yin wanted to bring them into Five-Star City, they were very alarmed. This was because those who could enter a Five-Star City had accumulated a lot of contribution points. They were either the elites of the Divine Tree Palace or the elites of the 3 palaces and 6 sects. But they didn't have any contribution points now, so it was impossible for them to enter a 5-star city. However, since Qin Yin said that he would bring them in, it meant that they would definitely be able to enter. They knew that Qin Yin had made a deal with the Divine Tree Palatial Lord. He definitely had a special way to enter. Little Qin, when are we setting off? Xianxia asked excitedly as she shook Qin Yin's arm. Let's wait for your grandfather to come back first, he should be back soon. Qin Yin said with a smile, I will go to 5-star city after discussing with your Yao family. Qin Yin does not know where Xiaoyuemei is now. According to the soul-chasing talisman's probing direction, Xiaoyuemei is not in the direction of the 5-star cities or 4-star cities. After Qin Yin waited for 2 days, Yao Daxiong returned from Yao family. The Yao family's old ancestor agreed to give Qin Yin a large amount of sacred mystic silver crystals as long as the entire Yao family can migrate to the immortal desolate. In the ancient garden, one could not enter the starry sky, nor could one go to the immortal desolate. Furthermore, one's power was always restricted to the heavenly immortal realm. It was like a cage. As long as they could leave this place, a large family like the Yao family would definitely be willing to pay a large amount of profound saint silver crystals. Qin Yin doesn't want too many sacred mystic silver crystals, he only wants 200 million. Yao family must have stored a lot of sacred mysterious silver crystals, but when they go to immortal desolate in the future, they will need a lot of them because there are no more sacred mysterious silver crystals in immortal desolate. Yao Daxiong felt that 200 million was not too much, so he readily agreed. Now, he was waiting for Qin Yin to refine those storage magic treasures for them. He wasn't in a hurry, so Qin Yin didn't refine it. Instead, he brought Xianxia and Liangqin to 5-star city. The flowers in the 5-star city were blooming more and more, bigger and bigger. Yao Daxiong and He Shouji had said that after 7 days of blooming, some of the petals would start to fall, and after another 7 days, they would start to bear fruit, and after 7 days, they would mature. Furthermore, there weren't a lot of god fruits, and not all god fruits were the same. However, it would bear the king of the divine fruit, and the king was the most important divine fruit. He Shouji also said that although the fruit king had appeared many times over the years, the number of people who had obtained it was very few. This was because the divine tree was huge and the fruit king was hidden very well. If they couldn't find the fruit king in a short period of time, the fruit king would be absorbed by the divine tree. Although someone had obtained the king of god fruits before, that person did not describe what the king of god fruits looked like. Qin Yin also wants to find the divine fruit king, so he needs to understand more about it. Therefore, he decided to have a chat with the Divine Tree Palace Lord again. Qin Yin and Liangqin sat in Xiaoxia's boat and flew towards 5-star city. Little Qin, can we really enter the 5-star city? Xiaoxia still couldn't believe it, and her delicate and pretty face was full of anticipation. Cici, we can definitely go in. Who is little Qin? How could his words be false? Liangqin looked at Xiaoxia's charming face and couldn't help but lean over to kiss her cheek. Xiaoxia said with charming smile, that's great, the divine tree just happened to bloom and we can enter 5-star city. When the time comes, I must pick up a lot of flower petals. Xiaoxia is a woman who loves flowers very much. The flowers in Yao Daxiong's courtyard and He Shouji's tall building were all planted by Xiaoxia. After her earth martial spirit was carved with flower totem and tree totem by Qin Yin, she became very happy. Because it allowed her to release flower immortal power and tree immortal power, it allowed her to better plant flowers and trees. 14 hours later, Xiaoxia's boat finally arrived in front of 5-star city's gate. 5-star city is not a 3 or 2-star city. The entire 5-star city is very large, the city walls are very tall and sturdy, moreover it is also protected by a very powerful barrier. It is said that the divine tree's huge crown forms a natural barrier that can protect 5-star city. It also produces a kind of power that makes it difficult for the people inside the city to fly high. Entering 5-star city is very strict, especially at this stage. The matter of the divine tree blooming will definitely spread throughout the entire ancient garden. Those from the 3 palaces and 6 sects who are qualified to enter 5-star city will all gather here, waiting for the flower to bloom and bear fruit. And at this time, 5-star city also charges a high entrance fee, 1 million silver crystal coins per person. Xianxia suddenly felt that the divine tree palace would definitely be able to make a lot of silver crystal coins. He secretly blamed himself. He should have asked the divine tree palace master to give him more sacred profound silver crystals. Now there are many people entering 5-star city, waiting in line for the examination. When Xianxia and company lined up, they discovered that the people entering the city have extremely high cultivation levels. Most of them are at the 8th or 9th level of the Golden Immortal Realm, the rest are Heaven Immortals. They are all elite experts from the various large sects of the ancient garden. One must know that the people lining up here not only have high cultivation levels, they also have a special jade token in their hands, on which their contribution points are recorded. Xianxia and Xianxia are a little nervous because their cultivation is only at the 7th level of the Golden Immortal Realm, and they are still very young, so they don't have any contribution points. Xianxia and Xianxia are both wearing the War Immortal Academy's white tight-fitting battle attire, their faces are covered with masks. Xianxia has changed his appearance, he looks like a bearded middle-aged man, his eyebrows are very thick, and he is wearing black beast skin clothes. He also deliberately made a big belly. When it is almost their turn, when they are about to enter the city, a Heaven Immortal guard shouted coldly, "All of you, take off your masks." Many people hurriedly took off their masks. After Xianxia and Xianxia took off their masks, their delicate and young extremely beautiful faces were revealed. It also attracted many people's attention. They look very young and their cultivation levels are not high, but they are lining up to enter the city. This immediately attracted many people's disdain. They are from the War Immortal Academy, right? Yes, they are from the War Immortal Academy, I can recognize their battle attire. They are just students of the War Immortal Academy, they can enter 5-star city? Don't tell me they want to sneak in. How can it be so easy? Could it be that they are disciples of some large family? Even if they are disciples of large family, they can't break the rules. Who doesn't know that many disciples of large family have to obediently earn contribution points outside? Only after they earn enough can they enter 5-star city. Xianxia has the Divine Tree command, he can only enter Divine Tree Palace's 5-star city, he can't go to other sects' 5-star city. Hearing these people's words, he is very clear that it is indeed very difficult to enter 5-star city. For example, Willow Yugufei cannot enter 5-star city. Isn't that girl Xianxia? Yao Daxiong's granddaughter. A guard said. The guards here were all experts with extremely high cultivation. Some of them were even professional spies. It is not strange that some of them know Xianxia. Xianxia can actually enter 5-star city? A guard said doubtfully, it seems like she has not become a core disciple of Divine Tree Palace, her contribution points are definitely not many. Xianxia suddenly became very nervous but she saw that Xianxia is very calm and relaxed, she secretly relaxed. Liangqin's face is cold, she did not show any good expression to the people nearby. Suddenly someone shouted, Elder Su is here. Elder Su is one of the elders of Divine Tree Palace and his reputation is not small. Especially after his grandson was killed by Xianxia, the Su family placed a bounty of 50 million silver crystal coins on Xianxia and then increased it to 100 million. This matter caused a great commotion. Elder Su also wants to enter the city. He walked down from the large ship and stopped it under the city wall outside and directly walked towards the gate. He has to go through the gate to enter the city and like everyone else, he has to show the special jade token. Of course, he directly cut the line. After all, he is an elder of Divine Tree Palace, no one would dare to say anything about cutting the line. Elder Su's old face is full of wrinkles, he looks gloomy and he has a sullen expression. At this moment, Xianxia is also under the huge city gate. After entering the city gate, he can sense a very powerful aura. Among the people guarding the gate, there are big men and old men. All of them are incorruptible and their auras are extremely strong. Even when facing Elder Su, they did not reveal the slightest smile. After Elder Su walked over, he saw Xianxia and said with a frown, Is this Xiao Daxiong's little girl? I heard that your father and brother were killed and it was Xianxia who killed them, right? Humph, who doesn't know that they are traitors who colluded with the Liu clan to assassinate me? Yao Sisi coldly snorted. This matter is indeed known by many people. Elder Su did not recognize Qin Yun because he never thought that Qin Yun could enter Five-Star City. Elder Su carefully looked at Yao Sisi and said with some surprise, I remember that you were only in the 3rd level of Golden Immortal stage before. Not long after, you are already in the 7th level of Golden Immortal stage? I have extraordinary talent and break through very quickly, is that not enough? Yao Sisi is very disgusted with this Elder Su because she knows that the Su family wants to obtain Liang Qin's immortal martial spirit. Little girl, you definitely know where Qin Yun is. As long as you tell me where Qin Yun is, I will give you 50 million silver crystal coins. Elder Su chuckled and said. He was only joking. He is also very puzzled in his heart why Yao Sisi is qualified to enter Five-Star City. Everyone is immediately shocked and looked at Yao Sisi. Everyone knows that Qin Yun has a bounty on his head and it is very likely that he is hiding in War Immortal Academy. Yao Sisi is from War Immortal Academy. Qin Yun promptly sent a sound transmission to Yao Sisi, telling her to agree to Elder Su's request. Yao Sisi promptly replied, alright, let's sign a soul contract first. If you agree to give me 50 million silver crystal coins, I will tell you where Qin Yun is. I am often together with him. Really? Elder Su is somewhat surprised, you want to betray him? Could it be that he is really in War Immortal Academy? If he is in War Immortal Academy, even if I know, it will be useless. He is not in War Immortal Academy. Yao Sisi said, as long as you give me 50 million silver crystal coins, I will immediately tell you. Everyone and Elder Su believe that Yao Sisi's eyes have been opened by wealth and that is why she betrayed Qin Yun. After all, 50 million silver crystal coins is a very large amount of wealth for a little girl. Alright, then let's sign the soul contract. Elder Su is very excited and promptly signed a soul contract with Yao Sisi. Because he does not have 50 million silver crystal coins, he temporarily did not give it to her and promised to give it to her within 3 days. Yao Sisi pointed at Qin Yun who was in front of her and said with smile, Elder Su, Qin Yun is in front of me. Five-Star City Elder Su looked at the bearded middle-aged man in front of Yao Sisi. Hearing that familiar voice, he immediately knew that it is Qin Yun. Qin Yun is actually lining up here. This immediately caused a large group of people to scatter, because wherever Qin Yun is, there might be a great battle. You. After Elder Su recognized Qin Yun, he became so angry that his old face wrinkled and trembled. His pair of gloomy old eyes are filled with ruthlessness and killing intent. Elder Su's immortal power suddenly burst out. Just as he was about to attack, he heard a middle-aged man shout coldly, fighting is not allowed at Five-Star City's city gate. Elder Su, you should be clearer than us about the strict rules of Five-Star City, don't make things difficult for us. These city gate guards are all very strong celestial immortals. Their rewards are also very high, they have contribution points and other things. In order to get this job, they signed a soul contract and will strictly follow the rules. Qin Yun also dared to come here because he saw Five-Star City Gate. This way, Yao Sisi will be able to get 50 million silver crystal coins from Elder Su. Qin Yun, my grandson was not beaten to a pulp, he was burned to death. Elder Su furiously said. Oh. Then I remembered wrongly. I killed a lot of people recently, that's why I remembered wrongly. Qin Yun said with a smile on his face. The people who want to enter Five-Star City are all elites from various big Five-Star cities. They just arrived near Divine Tree Palace and heard about Qin Yun's matter. At that time, they only sighed at Qin Yun's ability to cause trouble. Now that they see that Qin Yun's cultivation is not high but he dares to be so calm in front of Elder Su, many people are filled with admiration. Elder Su is so angry that he can't stop gasping for breath. He tightly clenched his fists, immortal power burst out and gave rise to a gale that blew all around. You can also enter the city? Elder Su gritted his teeth and said in deep voice, you just entered the ancient garden not long ago, how can you obtain so many contribution points? After he finished speaking, he looked at the few old men guarding the gate and said again, if Qin Yun can't enter the city, what will happen? He can't enter the city, we will naturally keep him away from the city gate. A big man said coldly, if he deliberately came here to cause trouble, we will not let him go. Elder Su, you have wasted a lot of our time. Many people are waiting to enter the city. Qin Yan urged, don't cause trouble here, hurry up and leave. Elder Su said coldly, I'm not leaving. I want to see how you're going to enter the city. As he spoke, he walked to the side. Originally, there were 2 or 3 people lined up in front of Qin Yan, but after they knew his identity, they immediately dispersed. They were worried that they would be affected by the battle. The burly man in charge of entering the city shouted to Qin Yan, it's your turn. Qin Yan whispered to Yao Cixi and Liang Qin behind him, follow me. Yao Cixi and Liang Qin were very calm because they were very confident in Qin Yan. After Qin Yan walked over, he took out the divine tree token. Seeing the token in his hand, many people laughed. A wooden plate, ha ha ha, this guy really doesn't have a jade token to enter the city. What nonsense. He's dead for sure. Elder Su will definitely kill him, right? Great, we can actually witness Qin Yan being killed by Elder Su with our own eyes. Everyone burst into laughter. Because the tokens to enter the 5-star city were all jade tokens, it was easy to tell whether it was real or fake. Elder Su laughed sinisterly, Qin Yan, you've been causing trouble for so long, you must be very tired, right? I will let you sleep forever. The immortal power on his body emitted a sinister and vicious aura, causing the hair of the surrounding people to stand on end. The burly man guarding the gate frowned. At this moment, the other burly men and old men all walked over. It's divine tree token. An old man shouted in shock and then looked at Qin Yan, dumbstruck. That's right, this is the divine tree token. Qin Yan smiled and said, I have the divine tree token, can I bring my friends in? Of course you can. The old man was still very shocked and quickly said. The expressions of the other middle-aged men also eased up a lot. When they looked at Qin Yan, they all had a bit of respect on their faces. Elder Su was stunned, of course he knew what the divine tree token was, but he never expected Qin Yan to have it. The divine tree token is the supreme token of the divine tree palace master. Those who possess this token can freely enter and exit 5-star cities and 4-star cities. Someone in the crowd said in shock. There's only one divine tree token, why is it in your hands? Elder Su shouted loudly, that must be a fake divine tree token. The old man guarding the gate shook his head and said, it's true. When we signed the soul contract, a wisp of our soul was inside the divine tree token. The middle-aged man held the divine tree token with both hands and respectfully handed it over to Qin Yan. Furthermore, he opened up a path for Qin Yan to enter the city. Qin Yan took the divine tree token, glanced at Elder Su and snorted coldly. Then, he pulled Liang Qin and Yao Cixi and swaggered into the city gate. This caused everyone to be extremely jealous because many people desperately completed missions to accumulate contribution points. It took them many years of hard work to accumulate enough contribution points to enter a 5-star city. And with the divine tree token in Qin Yan's hands, he could easily bring the 2 beauties into the city. The divine tree palace master's divine tree token has great privileges. Bringing a few people is a small matter. Those so-called strict rules were only for others and could not restrict the master of the divine tree palace. Elder Su was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He thought that he would be able to kill Qin Yan today. Elder Su, you owe me 50 million silver crystal coins. Send it to me within 3 days. Yao Cixi said with a charming smile, I will wait for you at the Heaven Gathering Pavilion in the 5-star city. There is a very famous Heaven Gathering Pavilion in the Divine Tree Palace. Although Yao Cixi has never been there, she has heard of it. Humph. Elder Su angrily stomped his feet and entered the 5-star city. After entering, he didn't dare to act recklessly or he would die. The divine tree token in Qin Yan's hands must have been given to him by the divine tree palace master. If Elder Su killed Qin Yan here, his entire Su family would be wiped out. This 5-star city is indeed different from the masses. After Qin Yan entered, he indeed sensed a strange divine power, but it was very weak. That divine tree made him even more curious. Not long after, with Yao Cixi asking for directions, they quickly arrived at the Heaven Gathering Pavilion and asked for a luxurious suite. The Heaven Gathering Pavilion has several hundred floors. It is very tall and each floor is very large. The entire building is white, shaped like a white jade spear pointing towards the sky. The Heaven Gathering Pavilion is the tallest building in the five-star city. Compared to the towering tree, it seems incomparably small. Qin Yan and Company's suite is on the 100th floor. There is a balcony outside the small hall that allows one to directly see the roots of the towering tree. Looking over, the roots of the tree are like an incomparably huge mountain. The surface of the tree is covered with many green trees. Looking up, one can see that the surface of the incomparably thick tree trunk is covered with a layer of frost. It is unknown whether it is very cold or not. This is the divine tree of the Divine Tree Palace. It's so big. Yao Cixi came to Qin Yan's side and looked at the huge tree trunk. She said, "It will definitely take a long time to go around the tree trunk." Liang Qin propped up her fragrant cheeks and leaned on the balcony. She opened her beautiful eyes wide and looked at the divine tree. She said, "It is daytime now. If it was night time, we would be able to see a very bright light. At night, the divine tree would release a cold white light. Sometimes it would also change into other colors of light. We can't fly in the five-star city." Yao Cixi sighed and said, "In that case, we can only wait for the petals to fall down and then snatch them. We can't fight in the city. If the petals and divine fruits fall down, wouldn't there be a fight?" Liang Qin doubtfully looked at Yao Cixi and asked, "When the time comes, how will we get the petals?" Yao Cixi said, "My grandfather and grandmother said that it all depends on luck. If you can pick it up, it will be yours. If you fight in the five-star city, a lot of contribution points will be deducted." They tried it on the balcony but they can't fly. Qin Yan has seen this kind of flying restriction power many times. This made him think of those divine mountains and holy lands in the Immortal Desolate. They all restricted flying. The power released by the divine tree is similar to those divine mountains and holy lands. Could it be that this divine tree is a type of sun divine stone? Qin Yan thought. "Xiao Yun, go and try using the floating rune ability." Ling Yaner said with a smile, "If you can fly up and get those petals." Qin Yan secretly gave it a try and felt that his body could float. This meant that his flight was not restricted. "Great, wait a bit, I'll fly up and take a look." Qin Yan felt that the petals only fell when they withered. Even if the petals were useful, the energy contained inside would definitely not be as much as it is now. In just a short half a day, many people knew that Qin Yan had come to the five-star city. Furthermore, he held a divine tree token and brought two beauties with him. This matter also caused a great sensation in the five-star city because very few people had the privilege to enter the five-star city. The divine tree token could only enter the Divine Tree Palace's five-star city, so people from other five-star cities could not say anything. They also knew that Qin Yun was in the Heaven Gathering Pavilion but no one dared to act recklessly in the Heaven Gathering Pavilion. It is said that the Heaven Gathering Pavilion belongs to the Divine Tree Palace Master. "Let's go back to our room and rest first. Elder Su should be delivering the silver crystal coins soon," Qin Yan said with a smile. "I want to look at those flowers here." Yao Cixi took out a recliner and lied down on the balcony. She can directly see the flowers on the huge branches high in the sky. "I want to accompany Cixi to look at the flowers," Liang Qin said with a smile. Then, she squeezed onto Yao Cixi's recliner. The two of them playfully hugged each other and admired the flowers of the divine tree together. Qin Yan returned to his room and took out the communication talisman to contact Bingxing. "Sister Bingxing, I'm in the five-star city." Qin Yan said, "I'm right under the divine tree. Is it convenient for you to come down?" Because he is currently contacting Bingxing at a close distance, the consumption of communication talisman is not that great. "It's not convenient for me to go down now. I can't leave the divine tree," Bingxing said. "Why?" Qin Yan asked. Divine Beehive Chapter 1636. Divine Beehive. Qin Yan is secretly amazed and asked again, "Is there any benefit in that place?" "Yes, I can absorb a large amount of divine power." Bingxing said, "Also, I can absorb the power of the golden moon. In short, it's very strange, it can make me stronger." "Then can you let Divine Tree Palace Master find me?" "I'm in the Heaven Gathering Pavilion," Qin Yan asked. "Of course I can. Only Divine Tree Palace Master is nearby. I can call her," Bingxing said. Qin Yan patiently waited for a while. Bing Xing contacted Qin Yun with a communication talisman and said that Divine Tree Palace Master would go to the Heaven Gathering Pavilion to find him. Qin Yun told Bing Xing to cultivate in peace. She must seize the opportunity to become stronger. After leaving the ancient garden, she would not need to fear the evil powers of the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. What surprised him is that Divine Tree Palace Master arrived very quickly. Half an hour after he finished contacting Bing Xing, he heard someone knocking on the door. After he opened the door, he saw Divine Tree Palace Master standing outside with a benevolent smile. "Palace Master Granny, you came so quickly." Qin Yun chuckled. Divine Tree Palace Master said with a smile, "You brat, you came to 5-star City so quickly. When you entered the city, you even made Elder Su look so bad." "Greetings Palace Master." Yao Cici and Liang Qin promptly walked from the balcony to the living room and greeted politely. "Greetings young ladies." Divine Tree Palace Master said with a smile. After greeting, they tactfully entered the room and did not disturb the conversation between Qin Yun and Divine Tree Palace Master. "Palace Master Granny, I heard that the Divine Tree can bear that Divine Fruit King. How can I find this thing?" Qin Yun asked. "Brat, why are you so impatient? It has only just bloomed. Whether or not it will go smoothly is still unknown." Divine Tree Palace Master shook his head and said with a smile. "What if it goes smoothly?" Qin Yun asked. "Even if it goes smoothly, I don't know where the Divine Fruit King is. This is a mystery. If I knew, the Divine Fruit King would have fallen into my hands many times over the years." Divine Tree Palace Master shook his head. Qin Yun can also see that this Divine Tree Palace Master truly doesn't know. "Little Qin, there's no result. This matter hasn't been decided yet." The Divine Tree Palace Master said, "Don't look forward to it too much." "Why wouldn't there be any results?" asked Qin Yun. "If the Divine Bee doesn't appear to pollinate, there won't be any fruit." The Divine Tree Palace Master walked to the balcony and looked at the flowers in the sky. He said, "This tree is very different. It needs the cooperation of the Divine Bee to bear fruit." Qin Yun was looking forward to the taste of the divine fruit. If he could collect some for Momo to eat, she would definitely be very happy. "What's a Divine Bee? Was it very powerful? How can I appear?" Qin Yun also walked to the balcony and asked. "The Divine Bee is hiding in the Divine Tree. In the higher parts of the Divine Tree, there are some tree holes, which are the residences of the Divine Bees. However, I haven't seen any Divine Bees in all these years." The Divine Tree Palace Master shook his head and sighed. "This time, there might not be any results." Qin Yun said, "Then I'll go look for the Divine Bee. Can I take a stroll on the Divine Tree?" "Of course. Do you want me to bring you there, or do you want to climb up yourself?" said the Divine Tree Palace Lord with a smile. "How about this, you bring Sister Qin and Cici up for a walk, I'll go up myself," Qin Yun said. "All right. If you find the Divine Bee, remember to let Bing Xing tell me," the Divine Tree Palace Master said with a smile. "Palace Master Grandma, this is for you." Qin Yun took out a communication talisman and handed it over to the Divine Tree Palace Master. In Qin Yun's eyes, the Divine Tree Palace Master is the kind of rich that overflows with oil. If he could maintain contact with her, he would be able to fish out a lot of sacred Xian silver crystals from her in the future. Good, 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 the Divine Tree Palace Master is very fond of this kind of space-type things, he very happily laughed and said. "Palace Master Grandma, when I have time, I'll help you refine some good storage magic tools. The space inside will be even bigger, it can store a mountain," Qin Yun said with a smile. Good, good, good. The Divine Tree Palace Master is grinning from ear to ear and said, "Sacred Xian silver crystals are easy to deal with. I don't have much of anything but sacred Xian silver crystals." Qin Yun smiled and nodded, then knocked on the door to let Yao Cici and Liang Qin come out. Knowing that they can follow the Divine Tree Palace Master to the top of the Divine Tree, Yao Cici and Liang Qin are extremely happy. Especially Yao Cici, she almost forgot about Elder Su's 50 million silver crystal coins. The Divine Tree Palace Master said that she would send Elder Su to her place with the silver crystal coins. Just like this, Yao Cici and Liang Qin followed the Divine Tree Palace Master up. And Qin Yan plans to fly up again to investigate at night. Because only at night, the entire divine tree comes to life. At that time, it can sense even more. As long as the people in the 5-star city have time, they will lie on a couch outside and look at the flowers in the sky. Everyone is waiting for the petals to fall because according to legend, as long as one picks up a petal and absorbs it, they can immediately break through several realms. The petal is very large, 1 to 2 meters long. Moreover, it is crystal and very heavy. It is said that when the petal fell, it smashed people to death. No one knows if this is true or not, but it is true that many houses have been smashed. Finally, it is night. After nightfall, the city became even more lively. Many people are on the roofs, in the open space or sticking their heads out of the window, looking at the pink flowers on the huge tree crown. The crown of the divine tree is like a huge umbrella that covers the sky. The dense and huge branches and leaves release a cold white light. The pink flowers flickering with light are especially dazzling. Below the 5-star city, the golden moon cannot be seen. Because the golden moon seems to always be at the top of the tree, constantly sending energy to the tree. It's time to go up and take a look. Qin Yan used invisibility technique to make himself invisible. Then, he used floating rune ability to make his body float up. As he floated up, Qin Yan felt very relaxed. He did not feel strenuous at all. This means that he can properly study the entire divine tree. It is very difficult to fly under the divine tree. Even some birds and beasts that can fly are unable to fly here. Qin Yan guessed that this is the power of the divine tree. It is to protect the divine tree from being disturbed when it blooms. Only the divine bee that the divine tree palace master mentioned can fly. The divine tree palace is built on the top of the tree. Only the palace master can be on it. The other people of the divine tree palace can only move around at the bottom of the divine tree. They do not have the qualifications to enter the top. In other words, the palace master has great authority in the divine tree palace. Usually, he is too lazy to care about the internal strife of the elders. The blossoming of the divine tree means that this will be a grand meeting of the ancient garden. Normally, it is very difficult for the 3 palaces and 6 sects to gather together. However, every time the divine tree blooms, they will gather in 5-star cities. Those who cannot enter the 5-star cities will also wander around the vicinity of the 5-star cities. I wonder if Grandpa Wei and the others will come. When Qin Yan flew up, he also hoped that Wei Zhongxing and the others would come. At that time, he will have a very strong helper. It won't be a problem for him to fight against the Liu clan. Of course, he also has many enemies. For example, the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate and Immortal Family. They have all smoothly entered the ancient garden, but they still hate Qin Yan. After flying for a while, Qin Yan finally approached a flower. He was standing on a branch so thick that it would be a problem to build a house on it. Although the flower has just bloomed, it is more than half a meter wide. It is emitting pink light and emitting a very enchanting flower fragrance. So fragrant! Qin Yan exclaimed in admiration. There is no one around and no one can come up here. If they discover someone climbing up the tree, they will be killed. Qin Yan let Momo come out. Momo is a little fairy, she loves these flowers the most. After she came out, she saw such beautiful flowers and exclaimed in admiration, so big, so beautiful and fragrant. She very happily giggled and flew into the heart of the flower. She is very small, flying around in the heart of the flower, she looks like a flower fairy. Momo, can you communicate with these flowers? Qin Yan asked. Of course I can. Momo said with smile. Just as she finished speaking, the flowers moved, apparently they are very welcoming of this little fairy. Then ask Hua Er, where is the divine bee? Will it come? Qin Yan said. Momo nodded and then closed her eyes. After a while, Momo opened her eyes and flew to Qin Yan's shoulder. Her petite body is still emitting a fragrant pink light. Hua Er said that the divine bee nest has been sealed, the divine bee can't come out. Momo said. What? Sealed? Who sealed it? Qin Yan asked again. Hua Er also don't know. They only know that the divine bee nest is inside the tree trunk and they will guide you there. Momo said in delicate voice, I told Hua Er, Big Brother is a good person, worthy of trust, you can definitely save the divine bee. Xianxia nodded and said, I will definitely do it. Mo said with smile, Big Brother, bring a few flowers in, they are willing to be with me. All right. Xianxia laughed, then plucked a pink flower and placed it inside the 9-sun divine soul. Soon after, Xianxia plucked a few more flowers and placed them inside the 9-sun divine soul for Mo. The flowers are a whole body. When Xianxia walked past them, the petals trembled and guided Xianxia towards the divine bee nest. Xianxia has the tree totem inside his body. Back then, he obtained the approval of the tree totem, therefore the tree totem entered his body. It is also because of the tree totem that the flowers approved of him. Such a huge divine tree must have a spirit. And the divine bee can make the divine tree bear fruit, now it is sealed inside the divine tree. It is very likely that the divine tree spirit is also sealed. Who sealed the divine bee? Could it be the divine tree palace master? Xianxia said in his heart. Only the divine tree palace master can walk on the divine tree. Xianxia entered the divine tree's lush canopy, guided by the flowers, he found a very small tree hole. This tree hole is very well hidden, its surface is covered by a layer of tree bark. The tree hole is only half a person tall, compared to the sky-supporting pillar-like tree trunk, it is indeed a very small tree hole. If a person wants to enter the tree hole, they can only go in. Xianxia did not go in, instead he used mysterious penetration divine ability to pass through the tree hole. There is a very spacious passage inside. Divine tree heart Xianxia also wants to see what those divine bees are like. He saw that the passage here is very big and suddenly felt that the divine bees must also be very big. Has the divine bee nest been sealed? I came in very easily just now. Xianxia looked behind him. The entrance is very small. He didn't want to crawl like a dog for a long time, so he directly used mysterious penetration divine ability to enter. When he came in, he didn't encounter any barrier. Maybe it is sealed inside. Ling Yin'er said, quickly go in and take a look. The divine bee nest is inside the divine tree and the inside of the divine tree is also shining, emitting cold white light. He touched the wall, it is the wooden wall of the divine tree, it is very strong. Even if it is an ordinary immortal weapon, it would not be easy to pierce the divine tree. He took out a top-quality immortal sword and vigorously stabbed the wall. Unexpectedly, he couldn't pierce it. What surprised him is that when he vigorously stabbed the wall, it actually trembled, as if it is elastic. Mysterious, truly mysterious. Xianxia put away his weapon and walked forward. After walking for a while, many holes appeared on both sides of the passage, all leading to other places. After all, this is the divine bee nest, the passages inside must be intricate and complicated. It seems like the divine bees haven't been active for a long time. Xianxia released formidable mental power to sense the aura here. He didn't sense the aura of other living beings, the aura here all came from the flickering white wooden walls. Xiaoyun, the divine bee should be considered a beast. You can use the beast tracking runes to make a talisman and give it a try. Ling Yin'er said. Xianxia also planned to do so but he didn't immediately do it. Instead, he let Mo come out. After Mo came out, she flew around a few times but didn't sense the aura of the divine bee. In desperation, Xianxia can only begin refining a talisman, it is specially used to detect beast spirit fluctuations and all kinds of soul fluctuations. It can also be considered as a kind of soul-chasing talisman. After tossing and turning for more than an hour, he finally finished refining it. Xianxia activated the soul-chasing talisman. The soul-chasing talisman immediately reacted, it constantly flickered with light towards one direction. It really works, he grabbed the talisman and used mysterious penetration divine ability to pass through that direction. There were many passageways here, and the soul-chasing talisman had sensed soul fluctuations ahead. They could only find it if they walked in a straight line. When Xianxia used his penetration divine ability, he could quickly pass through many passageways. He did not need to go around in circles. Before long, he arrived at a passageway. The passageway was very narrow. It was only a meter high, and only one person could walk through it. Xianxia is currently squatting. He can sense that there is something in one of the walls of the passageway. He rested for a while. After turning invisible, he used the penetration divine art and passed through the wall. After passing through, he suddenly felt extremely cold. He came to a very spacious hall. There were many blocks of ice here, and within the blocks of ice, there were snow-white divine bees. Those god bees were pure white and looked like ordinary bees. Also, they were as big as cows. It really has been sealed. Xianxia also felt incomparably cold. He felt that even if he stayed here for a long time, he would still be frozen. Who sealed these divine bees in ice? Xianxia walked in the cold hall and suddenly sensed something. In the middle of the hall, there is a very big block of ice. This block of ice is as big as a small house. It is completely white and emitted a cold white light. It is impossible to see what is inside. This hall is very spacious, it is like the inside space of the divine tree. There are many frozen divine bees piled up. Xianxia arrived at the center and used Extinction Spirit Eye to look at the huge block of ice. He discovered that there is a very big heart inside. And beside the heart, there is a person. This gave him a fright. Who are you? Suddenly a voice transmitted into Xianxia's mind. It is a very strong mental intent. It is a man's voice. I am Xianxia. Xianxia closed his eyes and followed the mental intent to reply. He asked again, and who are you? I am Divine Bee King. Human, are you from the Willow Moon clan? Divine Bee King's voice is filled with anger. I am not from the Willow Moon clan, I am just an ordinary person. I heard from the Divine Tree Palace Master that the divine bees disappeared for a period of time. Then I came to the divine tree to take a look. Those flowers told me that you have been sealed. Divine Bee King said in amazement. The divine tree blossomed? Or did the flowers tell you that we have been sealed? They did not tell me, they told my friends. How can I help you unseal them? Xianxia said. Xianxia secretly guessed that it is very likely that the Willow Moon clan sealed these divine bees. As for how they sealed them, he doesn't know. We need very strong flame. As long as we can melt this block of ice and awaken the divine tree's heart, it will be fine. Divine Bee King said. Divine tree's heart? Why are you and the divine tree's heart sealed in ice? Xianxia said in amazement. It was done by those scoundrels from the Willow Moon clan. The divine tree has been absorbing the power of the golden moon all this time. And the Willow Moon clan is playing tricks in the dark. They controlled the golden moon to release a very cold power for the divine tree to absorb. Xianxia took out the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon and asked, what are they doing with the frozen divine tree's heart? They want to destroy the divine tree. Divine Bee King said again. Ah. Then why do they want to destroy the divine tree? Xianxia asked again. He wants to use the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon to release sacred flame to melt the block of ice. Because the divine tree wants to evolve. Once it evolves, it can transform into spirit and enter divine desolate. Willow Moon clan wants to control the divine tree and absorb its divine power. If you can save us, we will be very grateful to you. Divine Bee King said. Xianxia controlled the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon to absorb the sacred oil inside the small black bottle. Then he controlled the sacred flame totem to condense sacred flame and ignite the sacred oil. After the sacred oil was ignited, it started burning fiercely. Xianxia took out a wind talisman and placed it into the cannon barrel. It produced a very strong wind and blew the flame towards the ice block. The ice started melting, but the melting speed is very slow. What kind of ice is this? Xianxia said with frown. Sacred flame is burning so fiercely, but it can't melt so quickly. This is the sacred ice power condensed by the Willow Moon sacred power. Your sacred flame is not the strongest, so the melting speed is not very fast. Divine Bee King is also very pleasantly surprised and said, but if you continue, you will definitely succeed. Divine Bee King, how much do you know about this ancient garden? Xianxia asked. Divine Bee King knows that the divine tree wants to evolve and ascend to divine desolate. It must have a great background. The divine tree can ascend. This is also an inconceivable matter. Ask me whatever you want to know. I will definitely tell you what I know. Divine Bee King feels that Xianxia is very interesting because an ordinary human can release so many flames. I want to obtain Sun Spirit. How much do you know about Sun Spirit? Xianxia said. The Sun Spirit has split into 2 parts. One part is running around in the ancient garden and the other part is inside the golden moon. Divine Bee King said. This is indeed the same as a legend, there is indeed a part of sun spirit inside the golden moon. How can I obtain it? I have a stone that can sense the half-sun spirit that is running around. Xianxia asked hurriedly. The divine tree can lure that half-sun spirit over, but whether or not you can obtain it will depend on you. Divine Bee King said, this can be considered as the divine tree's repayment to you. When can it be done? Xianxia is secretly excited. The divine tree can only lure the sun spirit here. As for when to proceed, we will have to wait for the divine tree to recover. Divine Bee King said with a smile, you don't have to worry. If it's yours, it will definitely be yours. Xianxia said worriedly, I heard that many people have stones that can sense the sun spirit. If they come over to snatch it, then my chances are slim. The sun spirit does not belong to them. Among them, there were people who came into contact with the sun spirit but failed and even caused the sun spirit to split into two. Divine Bee King said. So it's like that. Xianxia revealed a happy smile. He had the 9 sun divine spirit in his hands and had successfully subdued 2 sun spirits. The sun spirit of this ancient garden would definitely be subdued by him. Oh right, Divine Bee King, what's your relationship with the divine tree? Xianxia asked. I can be considered a servant of the divine tree. Divine Bee King said, we also protect the divine tree. Protect the divine tree? Then what are those people from the divine tree palace? Xianxia said with a frown. They are just vermin. Divine Bee King said, the divine tree palace used to be fine, but later on, they only wanted the divine tree to pay and didn't want to repay. Otherwise, the Luyu clan wouldn't have succeeded. Xianxia understood. The divine tree had once sent people from the divine tree palace to deal with the Luyu clan, but the people from the divine tree palace didn't do anything. It's about to bloom and bear fruit. At that time, the people from the divine tree palace will definitely be able to get the most. Xianxia curled his lips and said. They can forget about it. The divine tree is very angry this time and won't be as merciful as before. Divine Bee King said angrily. Heh, give me that fruit, King. Xianxia said with a smile. I'll give you all the divine fruits. Divine Bee King said, however, you have to agree to one condition of the divine tree. Xianxia is extremely delighted and said with a smile, speak, let me see if I can do it or not. Eliminate the Luyu clan. Divine Bee King said, the divine tree will make you stronger. After you obtain the divine fruit, give it to your friends and make them stronger. Then they will follow you to deal with the Luyu clan. No problem, even if the divine tree didn't say it, he would still go and eliminate the Luyu clan. The barrel of the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon is very hot. Fortunately, there is a lot of sacred ice here. Xianxia moved the ice water and all kinds of sacred ice over to cool down the barrel. Bang bang, Xianxia suddenly heard some sound, it seems like something is knocking on the wall. What's going on? Xianxia looked at the wall covered in ice. He used Extinction Spirit Eye and discovered that there are people outside the wall. More than 10 people, don't tell me they are from the Luyu clan? Xianxia said in alarm. That's the entrance door, they are about to open the door, quickly hide. Divine Bee King is very angry and furious, she sent voice transmission to Xianxia, those bastards from the Luyu clan want to destroy the heart. Deja vu. The divine beehive was very high up in the divine tree, so the divine tree palace had to guard this place and not allow others to come to this height. But now, the Willow Moon clan had come, and there were quite a few of them. In the divine tree palace, there was Elder Luyu. Xianxia suspected that it was very likely that Elder Luyu had brought people over. He scolded the divine tree palace for being useless because the divine tree palace lord knew that Elder Luyu had ill intentions but did not restrain her. Otherwise, Elder Luyu would not have done as she pleased and come to the height of the divine tree. The divine tree palace master has always wanted to leave the ancient garden. How could she have the mood to protect the divine tree? Ling Yin'er lightly snorted, in the entire divine tree palace, not many people want to protect the divine tree. Just as Xianxia hid behind a large pile of ice and used invisibility to conceal himself, the door was about to open. Ka ka ka, the door outside slowly opened. The door was sealed in ice, and the people outside had used a very powerful force to push open the door. After the door was opened, many large chunks of ice fell down. Next, an aura of a heavenly immortal surged in. The people who pushed the door open earlier were all very strong heaven immortals. Moreover, they all used very strong heaven immortal power to push it open. Qin Yan stuck his head out and looked outside. After he became invisible, it was difficult for others to see him. In addition, this place was filled with a large amount of sky immortal energy. Even if he did not conceal his aura well, it would still be difficult to sense him. 15 people entered, 10 of whom were middle-aged men and patriarchs, while the other 5 were women. There were 2 middle-aged women and 1 old woman, and 1 young and beautiful woman. When Qin Yan saw the woman, he was alarmed. It was because that white-clothed woman was extremely beautiful. She had an exceptionally beautiful and dreamlike appearance. It was precisely Luyu Shuyan. Why is Shuyan here? Qin Yan was alarmed. Previously, Luyu Shuyan had mysteriously flown up to the Gold Moon. She only said that she had some matters to settle in the Gold Moon, but now, she had come down. Those people should be Luyu clansmen of the Golden Moon. Those guys must be very strong. Ling Yin'er said. Why is Shuyan with them? Qin Yan was worried that Luyu and Shuyan would be led astray. Damned girl, run. An ordinary-looking middle-aged woman wearing a set of brown armor pushed Luyu Shuyan with all her might. Luyu Shuyan's face was filled with disgust, she rolled her eyes and could only follow. Qin Yan can also see that Luyu Shuyan is being controlled by someone. An old man approached the large block of ice in the middle and said with a frown, "What's going on?" "A very strong flame has appeared here." "It's the sacred flame?" Another elder exclaimed. "Someone is burning ice here?" The Willow Moon clansmen looked at each other, then at their surroundings. Although there was not much of the remnant sacred flame aura here, coupled with the fact that it was very cold here, it was not easy to sense it. However, the Willow Moon clan members could sense it. Qin Yan is very calm because even if the Luyu clansmen discover him, they can't do anything to him. Who exactly released the sacred flame? An elder was extremely vigilant as he looked all around. That guy must still be here. An old woman took out a long sword and looked around the lobby. At that moment, Qin Yan was certain of the strength of these people. They were all at the Sky Immortal realm, but not very strong. Qin Yan did not dare to send a voice transmission to Luyu Shuyan, afraid that he would expose his position. He is thinking of a way to save Luyu Shuyan. What puzzled him is that Luyu Shuyan should not have the qualifications to enter a 5-star city, yet she can come here. Then there is only one possibility. Those people used a storage magic tool to bring Luyu Shuyan in. If she is discovered, the consequences will be very serious. Qin Yan secretly took out the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon, loaded it with holy oil cannonball and shot it at the nearby door. Boom! After the holy oil cannonball was shot, it immediately ignited with intense flame. Flame wave rushed out in all directions, the entire lobby was filled with scorching heat. Wave. Over there, someone shouted while looking at the door. A few middle-aged and old men immediately flew over. At this moment, Qin Yan took advantage of the chaotic aura and quietly arrived beside Luyu Shuyan. He suddenly grabbed Luyu Shuyan's lily-white hand and made her invisible. Luyu Shuyan was shocked to suddenly have her hand grabbed by someone. She wanted to shake it off, but she felt that the feeling is very familiar. She immediately realized that it is Qin Yan. Qin Yan pulled her and quietly walked to a corner. "Ah, where is that girl?" a middle-aged woman suddenly shouted. Earlier, Luyu clan people were looking at the flame on the door. They were only slightly distracted for a moment and Luyu Shuyan disappeared. Luyu Shuyan's heart is palpitating, she is extremely nervous. When she saw the sacred flame earlier, she guessed that it was Qin Yan's doing. Because everyone knows that when Qin Yan got rid of Luyu Gufei's bandit nest, he produced many sacred flame. Later on, he also used sacred flame to burn down Black Xiong town. Everyone knows that Qin Yan came to 5-star city with divine tree command. On the way here, Luyu Shuyan heard those people talking about Qin Yan. She did not expect that Qin Yan would be here. Qin Yan carried the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon on his shoulder, controlled a storage bottle, released the cannon arrows and loaded them into the cannon barrel. 8 cannon arrows suddenly appeared in the cannon barrel, so, Qin Yan activated the sacred mysterious silver crystal's sacred power inside the storage bottle. He suddenly activated the cannon arrows and shot them out. The pushing force is extremely strong, the entire cannon barrel became extremely hot in an instant. Qin Yan used one thought Imperial Heaven Art to control the direction of the 8 cannon arrows and aimed at 8 people. Controlling 8 cannon bolts was his limit. The dragon tooth arrowheads are extremely sharp, they are being pushed by the powerful sacred power and shot out like light beams towards the 8 people. Among them, 2 women, 6 middle-aged men and 1 old man were all hit by the cannon arrows. 2 middle-aged men reacted quickly, only their bodies were pierced, the others were pierced in the head. Out of the 14 Liu clan people, 6 were killed in a short while, 2 were heavily injured, only 6 can fight. And those 6 people are furiously cursing, they became extremely vigilant. "Scoundrel, quickly come out," a middle-aged man furiously shouted. Qin Yan controlled the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon and shot out more than 10 cannonballs, igniting intense sacred flame that covered the entire hall. His 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon is too hot, it can't keep shooting powerful cannon arrows, otherwise it will be destroyed. After shooting the cannonballs, the 6 Liu clan people and the 2 injured left the hall due to the heat. They can't endure the sacred flame, they can only rush out of the large door. Qin Yan released a barrier to protect himself and Liu Shuyan, then closed the door. After closing the door, he took out the floating cloud rod and made it bigger to support the door. This way, it will be very difficult to open the door from the outside. The sacred flame quickly extinguished, the place is filled with sacred ice and the temperature dropped down. What made him depressed is that the sacred ice did not melt much. "Xiaoyun, why are you here?" Liu Shuyan, very pleasantly surprised, looked at Qin Yan and said with smile, "We are truly fated." "Shuyan, what happened to you back then? Why did you suddenly float up to Golden Moon?" Qin Yan asked. "It was Golden Moon that sucked me up, it wanted me to do something." Liu Shuyan's eyes flickered with ripples, she lightly sighed and said, "I didn't expect that not long after I went up, I would be controlled by those guys. Those bastards on Golden Moon are truly capable. Look at this place, it was done by them." Qin Yan curled his lips and said. Liu Shuyan nodded her head, "They sent me here to control this divine tree." Qin Yan carved flower and moon totems on Liu Shuyan, allowing her to transform. Her cultivation also became very high, she is now 8th level Golden Immortal Realm. "Shuyan, why did Golden Moon send you up?" Qin Yan asked. "Golden Moon gave me a mission, it is also because I have Moon Totem." Liu Shuyan faintly sighed and said, "I still haven't finished it." "What mission?" Qin Yan asked. It is to destroy Golden Moon. I also don't know why." Liu Shuyan said in low voice. "Destroy Golden Moon?" Qin Yan is very shocked. I can communicate with the Golden Moon Spirit. The Golden Moon Spirit said that it wants me to destroy the entire Golden Moon. As for why, the Golden Moon Spirit didn't tell me." Liu Shuyan shook her head. Qin Yan placed the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon on a block of ice to cool it down. He tried to use mysterious penetration divine ability to get the divine King out, but he didn't succeed. The interior of that huge piece of holy ice contained a very strong power that could block the power of divine abilities. "Shuyan, I suddenly feel that you are giving me a very familiar feeling. Could it be that we knew each other before?" After Qin Yan cooled down the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon, he continued releasing sacred flame to melt the ice. "Then which beauty do you think I look like?" Liu Shuyan smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes are as tender as water, filled with affection and charm, very alluring and flirtatious. Her beautiful eyes almost made Qin Yan's soul fly out of his body. Qin Yan cursed this seductress a few times in his heart, then turned his head with great difficulty and began seriously burning the ice. "I don't know." Qin Yan is also very vexed. He asked Ling Yan'er to help him think whether or not this Liu Shuyan is someone he knows. "Humph." Liu Shuyan lightly groaned. "Shuyan, don't tell me you really know me?" Qin Yan said in shock. We know each other and our relationship is very good. You actually didn't think of me." Liu Shuyan coquettishly pouted. Who are you?" Qin Yan pondered with frown and then looked at Liu Shuyan. When Liu Shuyan saw Qin Yun looking at her, her dreamy face showed a charming smile. This made Qin Yun immediately turn his head away. Qin Yun suddenly felt that he has no resistance against this mysterious woman. He is a person who has tempered himself for a long time, his willpower is extremely firm. It is very rare for a woman to make him so restless. Queen Bee's fury, Xiao Yun, we know each other, you actually don't know who I am, you are truly hateful. Liu Shuyan pouted coquettishly, but her face is filled with an enchanting and charming smile. Her voice is very soft and tender. Qin Yun cursed Liu Shuyan in his heart and earnestly thought about the woman he is familiar with. But he cannot remember who this Liu Shuyan looks like. He knew quite a number of charming beauties, but none of them could bewitch him like Liu Shuyan. Shuyan, we don't even know each other, you must be deliberately saying this to tease me, don't be naughty. Qin Yun said with smile. Xiao Yun, the third part of your floating cloud heavenly seal is in the heavenly province. You are looking for the third part of the floating cloud heavenly seal, right? Liu Shuyan covered her mouth and said with charming smile, do you still think that I am deliberately teasing you? Qin Yun immediately opened his eyes wide, his face is filled with shock as he looked at Liu Shuyan. Liu Shuyan knows about the floating cloud heavenly seal, she must be a woman who has very good relationship with him. And there are not many of these women, none of them look like Liu Shuyan. I carved a moon totem for you and you suddenly have memories? Qin Yun said with frown, his expression is very solemn. He feels that Liu Shuyan must be someone's clone. No, after I went to Golden Moon, I gradually have memories of the immortal desolate clone. Liu Shuyan smiled. She leaned close to Qin Yun's ear and gently blew on his orchid fragrance. Her voice is filled with soul-captivating charm as she softly said, Xiao Yun, you really can't remember who I am? You heartless man. Ling Yuner lightly shouted from within Qin Yun's illusory mental space, Xiao Yun, quickly turn around, kiss her, kiss her, kiss her, kiss her, everything will be fine. Qin Yun is holding the Nine Heavens Dragon Lion cannon, he is currently in a dilemma, whether he should kiss Liu Shuyan or not. If it was any other woman, he would not be in such a dilemma, he would directly ignore them. But Liu Shuyan made him hesitate. Liu Shuyan giggled, then gently kissed Qin Yun's handsome face and said with charming smile, little fool, if you can't remember who I am, I will never tell you. Cough cough, little brother, be serious. A voice suddenly came from the block of ice. It was the voice of the Divine Bee King. Divine Bee King, can I destroy this block of ice? Qin Yun came back to his senses and asked. Don't act recklessly, the Divine Bee King said anxiously. Liu Shuyan is beside Qin Yun. She is blinking her beautiful and moving eyes. She is looking at Qin Yun with tenderness, causing Qin Yun to feel uneasy. Qin Yun doesn't dare to look at Liu Shuyan's eyes because he has never seen such a beautiful pair of eyes filled with such deep emotions. This made him somewhat unable to control himself. Because of this, he couldn't figure out who these eyes belonged to. He and Ling Yuner had thought of many women, but there was no answer. Among the women he knew, there were a few who had deep feelings for him. When they revealed their emotions, their eyes were not like this. They would more or less restrain themselves. And when Liu revealed her emotions, it could be said that she did not hide it at all, it was completely exposed. From her eyes that are filled with deep affection, one can see how much she likes Qin Yun. Eyes are the window to the soul. She revealed her feelings for Qin Yun completely through her beautiful eyes. Who the hell are you? Qin Yun asked. I won't tell you. Liu Shuyan giggled and then kissed Qin Yun's cheek, my Xiao Yun is so beautiful. Especially your anxious appearance, you are so cute. Qin Yun somewhat regretted helping Liu Shuyan carve the moon totem. She actually gave him such a big puzzle. Yuelan, you are Yuelan. Qin Yun suddenly said. Wrong, actually I am Yuma. Liu Shuyan giggled and said, don't you recognize me? You are not Yuma. Qin Yun's head is about to explode. He suddenly realized that this Liu Shuyan is even more mischievous than Xiao Yuma. Liu Shuyan said with charming smile, then who am I? Xiao Yun, tell me who I am. You are my great aunt, okay? Qin Yun helplessly shouted and stopped thinking about it. This is even more headache than carving runes. Bang bang bang, the remaining people of the Willow Moon clan were banging on the door and cursing non-stop. If they knew that Qin Yun and Liu Shuyan are flirting inside, their liver would explode in anger. Humph, you are Yuan. I did not expect that you would have a clone inside. Qin Yun said. Xiao Yuan has a tender and charming side, she also has a cold and emotionless side filled with killing intent. Sometimes she is also very mischievous. Moreover, Xiao Yuan also has deep affection for him. After all, they have experienced 2 lifetimes, this kind of affection is very rare. I am not Yuan. Liu Shuyan mischievously stuck out her tongue and then kissed Qin Yun's cheek. Different clones could have different appearances as well. For example, Xian Rujing's clone Xian Lingshui has different appearance. And most of the time it is the same. For example, Star God's clone Yu Shadian and Xia Qiru's clone Xian Yinyun look exactly the same. Big sister Star God, it must be you. Qin Yun suddenly thought of Star God and said with smile, ha ha ha. I guessed correctly, right? Wrong, I am not Star God. Liu Shuyan giggled and said, Xiao Yun, don't tell me you want to call out the names of all the women you know one by one? That won't do. Qin Yun truly planned to do so. You can only guess 5 people. Yuan, Uma, Star God, you have guessed them all, you still have 2 chances left. Liu Shuyan said again. You are Shui Tianzi, water fairy. You must be her, I guessed correctly, right? Qin Yun said with smile. Wrong. Liu Shuyan said with charming smile. I won't guess anymore, I want to save Divine Be King. Qin Yun said with firm expression. Divine Be King said with bitter smile, Big brother, you finally remembered me. You should quickly get down to business, Liu clan people are still outside. Qin Yun closed his eyes and recalled Liu Shuyan's eyes. But because she is too dreamy, it is very hard to compare. It is a very wonderful feeling. What made him depressed is that he feels that the eyes of many women he knows are somewhat similar to Liu Shuyan. It seems like Liu Shuyan is born with a strange ability. Liu Shuyan is such a dreamy and blurred woman. When looking at her, he always feels that her beautiful face is very similar to all kinds of beautiful women. Liu Shuyan's lily-white hand suddenly reached inside Qin Yun's clothes and gently caressed his heart. She said with smile and charming voice, Xiao Yun, is your heart itching to know who I am? N. Qin Yun nodded and said. Then I will help you scratch it. Liu Shuyan's lily-white hand is soft as if it has no bones, it is very comfortable and soft, it is gently caressing Qin Yun's heart. Qin Yun suddenly feels like he has fallen into a quagmire, it is very difficult for him to struggle out. Liu Shuyan is like a quagmire, causing his heart to sink very, very deep. Fortunately he is also a person who has seen wind and waves, he is still very calm as he burns the ice. Divine Be King, if you come out, can you deal with those guys outside? Qin Yun asked. No problem. Divine Be King said, Big brother, do you know why your girlfriend wants to destroy the golden moon? Liu Shuyan is also very curious and asked, why? I also want to know, the golden moon has never told me. Divine Be King said, the golden moon will not be completely destroyed, it will be reborn from nirvana. There is a sun spirit inside the golden moon. After being affected by the sun spirit and 9 suns for many years, it is time for it to break through. If the golden moon is destroyed by you, it can be reborn in another place. My guess is that it will be reborn in the divine desolate. Destroy the golden moon and you can obtain the sun spirit inside. Liu Shuyan said, Xiao Yun, I will definitely get that half-sun spirit for you. Shuyan, thank you, you are so good to me. Qin Yun said with smile. Who asked me to be your girlfriend? Liu Shuyan said with light smile, Xiao Yun, although you can't remember who I am, you will always be my man. Divine Be King coughed dryly and said, once the ancient garden doesn't have sun spirit and golden moon, it won't use a large amount of sacred Xian silver crystals anymore. The reason why the sacred Xian silver crystals can be reborn so many times is also because of the golden moon. The sacred power released by the golden moon is very strong. More than half of the ice has melted and now the Divine Be King can be seen. He is as tall as a human. His body is like a human but he has a bee head and a pair of large bee wings. Divine Be King, don't you have a butt? Where's your big butt? Qin Yun looked at the back of the Divine Be King, there is no bee butt. Liu Shuyan giggled and said, Xiao Yun, the divine bee king has transformed into a human, there is no bee but. Then why does he have a bee head? Qin Yan curled his lips and said, it looks like a fly's head. Divine bee king is speechless and said, this is not my head, it is just a helmet, it can be taken off. So it's like that. Qin Yan said with smile, will my sacred flame burn you? It won't. Divine bee king said. The sacred flame is very strong but it can't burn the divine tree's heart. The ice on the divine bee king's stiff body has finally melted and he can now move. He can indeed take off the bee head, it is truly a helmet. Under the helmet is a middle-aged man with a face full of beard. He has no eyebrows, his eyes are bright and watery, moreover he is bald, his appearance is very comical. He fiddled with his bee head helmet and then put it on. Qin Yan is now melting the ice on the surface of the divine tree's heart. The heart is originally only as tall as a person, it has a very shriveled appearance and is dark brown in color. When it is almost completely melted, the divine tree's heart suddenly started throbbing and expanded very much. It is now 3 to 4 meters tall and golden light even appeared on its surface. In just a short while, the divine tree's heart recovered. It now looks like a huge crystal heart. When a throbbing, golden light flickered, it is very beautiful. Along with the throbbing of the heart, the ice in the lobby also quickly melted. Many cow-sized divine bees let out buzzing sound and flew up. Prepare to attack. Divine bee king looked at the door and coldly shouted. Don't be scared, Qin Yan saw the divine bees just thawed and worriedly said, Divine bee king, how are you guys recovering? Isn't it not good to fight like this? We have divine tree's help, it will be fine. Divine bee king said with smile, move that thing away and let those guys come in. Divine tree's heart is indeed releasing very strong energy, it is mobilizing the entire tree's energy, condensing it and shining it on the divine bees' bodies. The divine bees that just woke up from their frozen state suddenly became lively and vigorous after being shone on by the divine tree's heart. Each divine bee is brimming with vitality, their bodies are overflowing with immortal power and saint power aura. It can be seen that these divine bees have been absorbing large amount of saint power to cultivate all year round. Qin Yan and Liu Shuyan sense the divine bee swarm's power and are secretly apprehensive. This is a very strong power. Even if many powerful celestial immortal groups fought against the divine bee swarm, they wouldn't dare to guarantee that they could defeat them. Qin Yan controlled the floating cloud staff to shrink and then took it back. Suddenly, the door was blasted open by people outside. There are 6 Willow Moon celestial immortals standing outside the door. 2 of them are heavily injured but they still have weapons in their hands and can still fight. They finally blasted open the door but what they saw left them dumbfounded. Because the frozen divine bees and divine tree's heart have been unsealed, seeing the furious divine bee swarm and divine bee king, the Willow Moon celestial immortals know that they are dead for sure. Kill! Divine bee king furiously shouted. Several thousand divine bees as big as cows, their stingers suddenly flickered with golden light and shot towards the door like lightning. There is a passage outside the door, it is also the passage for the divine bees. The Willow Moon celestial immortals saw that the situation is not good and wanted to escape. But they discovered that there is a large net made of tree vines blocking their way. A large number of divine bee stingers rushed out of the door like tide and entered the passage. The Willow Moon celestial immortals were immediately enveloped by several thousand stingers. Their bodies were pierced by the stingers and turned into pieces in the blink of an eye. Qin Yan and Liu Shuyan glanced at each other in shock. These divine bees were much stronger than they had expected. When they joined forces, they could actually kill a few celestial immortals. Divine bee king, are there only these divine bees? Asked Qin Yan. No, this is the main nest. We also have a few other hives, the divine bee king said, the divine bees here are the strongest. They are mainly responsible for combat, while the other hives are responsible for collecting honey or nurturing young bees. Qin Yan said with a smile, then do you have honey? The divine bee's honey was definitely delicious. There used to be, but not now. But since the divine tree has bloomed, we will soon be able to gather nectar to brew. Divine bee king laughed, I will give you some when the time comes. The little cutie Momo loves to eat these things the most. Qin Yan wanted the god honey mainly for Momo to eat. All right. Qin Yan nodded and said with a smile, oh right, when will the petals of those flowers start falling? Soon. When the time comes, we will collect the petals and use them to make a large amount of god honey or god honey crystals. Just thinking about it makes it very delicious. Qinyan said with smile. When the fruit is finished, we will collect the divine fruits and give them to you. The divine bee king said with smile, this is the last time the divine tree will bloom and bear fruit in an ancient garden. It is also because of your help that we and the divine tree can be reborn, otherwise we would have been controlled by Luyu clan. Therefore, the last time the divine tree blooms and bears fruit, it will be the most flourishing, the largest scale. Liu Shuyan pulled Qinyan's hand and said with light smile, Xiaoyun, this is your reward for doing good deeds. You are indeed worthy of being my good Xiaoyun, you often help these evil people. Qinyan lightly groaned and said, Shuyan, why don't you tell good Xiaoyun who you are? I won't say. Liu mischievously stuck out her tongue at Qinyan and said with charming smile. You are big sister Yang Shuriwei. Qinyan laughed loudly and said, yes, you must be her. No, you guessed wrong. Liu Shuyan lightly scratched Qinyan's tall nose and charmingly smiled, you won't have a chance. Qinyan helplessly looked at the divine bee king. The divine bee king shrugged his shoulders, he is also very speechless. I want to return to Golden Moon. Liu Shuyan said in low voice, Xiaoyun, I want to destroy Golden Moon, I want to temporarily separate from you. I will go with you. Qinyan pulled her lily-white hand and did not let her go. No, you can't go to Golden Moon now. Also, I still haven't figured out the situation there. I won't be captured by them again this time. Liu Shuyan said. Qinyan took out 2 teleportation talismans and 1 communication talisman, stuffed them into her hand and said, Teleportation talisman can let you escape quickly, communication talisman can let you contact me. Thank you Xiaoyun, you are truly my good Xiaoyun, you can refine such awesome things here. Liu Shuyan warmly smiled and then kissed Qinyan's cheek. Her beautiful eyes are filled with deep love. I will let the divine tree send you to the top of the tree, you can fly to Golden Moon from the top of the tree, the divine bee king said. Alright, thank you divine bee king and divine tree. Liu Shuyan nodded and said with smile. In the middle of the lobby, a beam of light suddenly appeared. This beam of light can reach the top of the tree. Qinyan hastily took out the Gemini treasure mirror. Xiaoyun, what are you doing? When Liu Shuyan walked over, she saw Qinyan holding the Gemini treasure mirror and asked with slight frown. I want to take a picture of your beautiful face so that I can see you more often. Qinyan said with smile. Not giving. Liu Shuyan giggled, she covered her dreamy and beautiful face with her hands and then flew to the beam of light. At this moment, the beam of light also brought Liu Shuyan up, then passed through the trunk of the tree and sent her away in a short while. Qinyan wants to take a picture of Liu Shuyan's face and ask Bingxing later. Liu Shuyan seems to know that he wants to do this, so she deliberately blocked her face. And Liu Shuyan's beautiful face has a kind of mystical charm, it is very difficult to describe it according to memory. My heart is stifled. Qinyan shook his head and sighed, then put away the Gemini treasure mirror. Big brother, do you still have communication talisman? Divine Bee King asked. I do. Qinyan took out one, handed it over and said with smile, we can contact you at any time. Oh that's right, where did you get your storage magic tool? Is the space big? Divine Bee King asked again. It's not small, you want it? Qinyan's eyes lit up because business is here. We want to bring some things to Divine Desolate with the Divine Tree. It will be safer to put them in the storage magic tool. Divine Bee King said with smile. How big? Qinyan asked. It would be best if it can fit a big mountain. If one is not enough, then we can add up many. Divine Bee King can also see that Qinyan can refine storage magic tool. Refining a storage magic tool with such a big space requires a lot of resources. Qinyan frowned and sighed, I'm afraid I can't make one that big. What resources? That's easy. Divine Bee King said with smile. Large amount of sacred Xian silver crystals and instant space immortal iron. Qinyan said. 500 million genes of sacred Xian silver crystals and 50,000 genes of instant space immortal iron, how about it? Divine Be King said with smile, these things will be useless in Divine Desolate later, you can have them all. Qin Yan is very happy in his heart, this Divine Be King is truly generous. No problem. Qin Yan said with smile, Divine Be King, what kind of things do you want to bring to Divine Desolate? Some special wood. Divine Be King said, in short, it is very important to the Divine Tree, it is what the Divine Desolate Tree God wants. Oh. Qin Yan said, I will refine storage magic tool, it can be used even in Divine Desolate, don't worry. The Divine Tree just told me that the space runes and totems on your communication talisman can adapt to many kinds of space. Divine Be King said with smile. At this time other divine bees have already left the passage, they must be busy harvesting honey. Qin Yan originally wanted to take a stroll inside the Divine Tree but he suddenly sensed a soul-chasing talisman. It is the soul-chasing talisman used to track Xiaoyuemei. Xiaoyuemei is nearby. This little girl, she said she would sneak into 4-star and 5-star cities, why is she only here now? Qin Yan secretly despised her in his heart. What caused him to be puzzled is that Xiaoyuemei left the Divine Tree on the way, he doesn't know where she went. Divine Be King, I want to meet a friend, I will be back very soon. Qin Yan said with smile. Alright, if you encounter any trouble, you must find me. Divine Be King patted Qin Yan's shoulder. Qin Yan arrived in front of a light beam and was pushed out of the Divine Tree's bark by a power. It is already daybreak outside. After he concealed himself, he followed the soul-chasing talisman's guidance and flew towards a building not far away. Heaven Gathering Building? That little girl Yuemei is in Heaven Gathering Building? Qin Yan is somewhat amazed, he thought Xiaoyuemei was outside the city, he did not expect that she would actually sneak into 5-star city. He also wants to find Xiaoyuemei and ask her who she is. Qin Yan very quickly arrived at Heaven Gathering Building and arrived at the lobby of the first floor. He saw the pretty Xiaoyuemei who is wearing a red skirt and has a pair of ponytails. There are several formidable heavenly immortals surrounding Xiaoyuemei, they are all people of Heaven Gathering Pavilion. In front of Xiaoyuemei, there is a man wearing golden clothes. His nose is caved in and bleeding a lot, it is clear that he was beaten by Xiaoyuemei. Wretched girl, you dare to hit my nose. My nose is the most beautiful part of my face, that golden-clothed man held in grief and anger. Is that so? I think it is very ugly, it looks like a pig's nose. If I smash it, it will look a bit better. Xiaoyuemei lightly groaned and said. Heaven Gathering Building shopkeeper, are you not going to take care of this matter? This little girl injured me, Liu Jieting, in your territory, why are you still not arresting her? Liu Jieting furiously shouted, I am telling you, my father is Elder Liu. Although I, Liu Jieting, am not a heavenly immortal, I am my father's most beloved son. Xiaoyuemei placed her hands on her waist, her charming face is filled with might. She said with sneer, then do you know who I am? You. Who are you? Liu Jieting is also scared by Xiaoyuemei's imposing manner. Hold me properly, stand firm, don't be scared by me. Xiaoyuemei said. Everyone around moved away a bit. Falling Moon Palace Master Qin Yan is wearing a straw hat and a mask. He blended into the crowd and looked at Xiaoyuemei. He is not in a hurry to attack, he knows Xiaoyuemei's strength, it is more than enough to deal with those silk pants. You, tell me, who are you? Seeing that Xiaoyuemei is not afraid of him, Liu Jieting lost confidence in his heart. He raised his voice and shouted, I, Liu Jieting, come from Liu clan, my father is Divine Tree Palace's Liu Elder, who do you think you are? Even if your father Elder Liu came, he wouldn't dare do anything to me. Xiaoyuemei's face is filled with disdain, who does your father think he is? Not to mention your father, even if clan leader Liu was here, I wouldn't be afraid of him. Everyone found it hard to believe, because this young and beautiful girl could not possibly have such a high status. No one can see Xiaoyuemei's cultivation, they can only feel that her aura is very strong. Qin Yan is also looking at Xiaoyuemei from the crowd. He wants to see what her cultivation level is but he can't tell. Qin Yan is not surprised that Xiaoyuemei's aura is very strong. Because Xiaoyuemei's mental power is very strong, her mirror also has nether moon martial spirit and all kinds of totem runes. She could rely on many martial spirits to cultivate a very frightening aura. Quickly tell me who you are, or else. I'm going to make a move. Luyu Jiating snorted coldly. I am Falling Moon Palace's palace master. Falling Moon Palace master is me. Xiao Yuemei said coldly, you brat, do you know who I am? Falling Moon Palace master. The Falling Moon Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 sects, was also very powerful. The Falling Moon Palace and the Willow Moon clan also had some history. It was said that the Willow Moon clan was quite wary of the Falling Moon Palace. It was rumored that many years ago, the Willow Moon clan had been utterly defeated by the Falling Moon Palace. The Willow Moon clan and the Falling Moon Palace had clashed many times, and each time, the Willow Moon clan had suffered a loss. Everyone saw a young lady claiming to be the Falling Moon Palace master. This was inconceivable. There were not many people who had seen the Falling Moon Palace master, and no one dared to say whether or not she was the Falling Moon Palace master. You are really Falling Moon Palace master? Luyu Jiating looked at Xiao Yuemei, his face is filled with disbelief, his eyes are filled with disdain. Xiao Yuemei said with sneer, Luyu clan bastard, if you don't believe me, come and deal with me. Luyu Jia couldn't beat Xiao Yuemei, otherwise, he wouldn't have had his beautiful nose smashed. Due to the blossoming of the divine tree, it was normal for all the big shots of the major sects to gather in the divine tree 5-star city. Jutian Pavilion was opened by the divine tree palatial lord, and the divine tree palatial lord and the Falling Moon palatial lord might have a good relationship. Just you wait. Luyu Jiating is afraid. Just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Xiao Yuemei. You want to leave? Xiao Yuemei said with sneer, just now you used words to tease me and even threatened me. You said you would capture me and make me your maid. I, the dignified Fallen Moon Palace master, was insulted by you like this, and you want to leave just like this? As she spoke, a thick red moonlight power surged out of her body. The most shocking thing was that there was a red moon floating above her head. Bright red like blood, it has a kind of cold demonic aura, causing people to feel their blood run cold. The first floor of the Heaven Gathering restaurant suddenly became very cold. That bright red like blood red moon emitted cold light, it is filled with endless ice-cold killing intent, causing people to feel as if they are in the 9 underworld. Blood. Blood moon. Fallen Moon Palace Master's blood moon. Luyu Jiating involuntarily cried out in fear. Plop, Luyu Jiating suddenly knelt on the ground and said with trembling voice, Great Aunt, Junior knows his mistake, please spare Junior's dog life. Everyone saw Luyu Jiating begging for mercy. They didn't find it funny at all. Because that dreadful red moon gives people an incomparably uncomfortable feeling of oppression. Luyu Jiating teased Fallen Moon Palace Master, even if he was killed, Divine Tree Palace would not say anything. The rules of 5-star cities only restrict ordinary people. It is useless against big shots like Fallen Moon Palace Master. Everyone felt that even if Fallen Moon Palace Master killed Luyu Jiating, Elder Luyu might personally come to apologize. This is the benefit of controlling formidable strength, so what if he has the backing of Luyu clan and Divine Tree Palace? Offending the formidable Fallen Moon Palace Master, this kind of small fry can only die. I can spare your life, but how many silver crystal coins do you plan to use to redeem your dog life? Xiao Yuemei coldly snorted, put away the red moon and took out a red half-round scimitar. Seeing her scimitar, everyone can't help but tremble. Because the blade of the scimitar seems to have some kind of magic power. Many people present, seeing that beautiful red scimitar, have the urge to use it to cut their own throats. Some people are already unable to control themselves, their bodies started twitching. Fortunately, they were slapped awake in time, otherwise they would have been confused by the scimitar. Qin Yun is secretly astonished. How did Xiao Yuemei suddenly become Fallen Moon Palace Master? He knows that Xiao Yuemei is fooling people, but this is just too real. If he didn't know Xiao Yuemei, he would definitely think that this little girl is that Fallen Moon Palace Master. Great Aunt, how much do you want? Seeing the scimitar, Luyu Jiating is scared out of his wits, he almost cried out. He really did not expect that the legendary Fallen Moon Palace Master, who caused people to tremble in fear, would actually be such a delicate and pretty little girl. If he knew, even if he had enormous dog guts, he wouldn't have dared to take liberties with her. Then how much do you think your dog life is worth? Xiao Yuemei gently caressed the blood-red saber's blade, her face has a bewitching smile filled with killing intent. Everyone can see that her smile is filled with austere killing intent. It is a very callous smile, giving people the feeling that she wants to kill people for fun. Even Qin Yan is shocked by Xiao Yuemei's performance. 100 million silver crystal coins. Liu Jiating shouted, I can only get this much. Sign a soul contract with me, within 12 hours, give me 200 million silver crystal coins, if you can't get it, then die. Xiao Yuemei said coldly. 200 million, fine. Liu Jiating clenched his teeth and said, then signed a soul contract with Xiao Yuemei. Scram, after Xiao Yuemei finished speaking, she walked towards a special VIP passage to enter the Heaven Gathering Pavilion. Qin Yan also followed, he is also a VIP of the Heaven Gathering Pavilion. Xiao Yuemei did not realize that the person behind her is Qin Yan because he is wearing a mask. After walking for a while, Xiao Yuemei turned her head and looked at Qin Yan. Friend, are you also a VIP of the Heaven Gathering Pavilion? Which floor do you live on? Xiao Yuemei said coldly. Qin Yan also wants to test himself to see if he can hide it from Xiao Yuemei. I live on the same floor as you. Qin Yan replied, his voice is very hoarse, it is very different from his original voice. You want to cause trouble, right? I am the Fallen Moon Palace Master. Just now, I taught that Liu clan brat a lesson so miserably, didn't you see? Xiao Yuemei snorted, don't follow me anymore. Your saber is fake. Qin Yan said. Xiao Yuemei said with sneer, fake? Then do you dare to use your neck to test whether it is real or fake? You are not the Fallen Moon Palace Master. Qin Yan said again. I am not, you are? Xiao Yuemei took out the very frightening blood-colored scimitar from earlier. I can sense the aura of a mortal desolate from your body, you are not someone born and raised in ancient times garden. Qin Yan said again. Actually, he is just making things up. Xiao Yuemei is secretly alarmed in her heart but her expression did not change. She shouted, you are spouting nonsense, are you courting death? Suddenly, she thought of something and took out a soul-chasing talisman. She saw that the soul-chasing talisman has a great reaction and is shining. Humph. Xiao Yuemei grumbled with hidden bitterness because she knows that the person before her is Qin Yan. You didn't recognize me. Qin Yan said with mischievous smile. Who knew you would suddenly appear here? Xiao Yuemei pulled Qin Yan's hand and hastily ran up the stairs. She brought Qin Yan into a very luxurious room. Qin Yan also took off his mask and said with smile, Falling Moon Palace Master, where have you been these past few days? Brother, I originally thought that I would be able to reach 5-star city before you. I did not expect that as soon as I entered the city, I would hear that you are in the Heaven Gathering Pavilion. Xiao Yuemei feels a sense of defeat, she puffed up her cheeks and said with some vexation. She puffed up her cheeks and pouted, her appearance is extremely adorable. Qin Yan cannot help but reach out his hand to touch it. How can you impersonate Falling Moon Palace Master? Qin Yan asked. Because I met the real Falling Moon Palace Master outside the city. She even ran with me for a while. Xiao Yuemei said with smile. The real Falling Moon Palace Master? Qin Yan is somewhat amazed. He now understands why Xiao Yuemei suddenly left the divine tree. She is an old granny but no one has seen her for many years, so I can impersonate her very successfully. Xiao Yuemei said with smile. Is she still in this 5-star city? Qin Yan asked. No, she wants to go to Falling Moon Palace. She knows that I am from Immortal Desolate. Moreover, I told her many interesting stories about Immortal Desolate. I even gave her a pass. Xiao Yuemei said. She took out the blood-colored scimitar and said with smile. Brother, this scimitar of mine is the real Falling Moon blood blade. Grandma Luo, you gave it to me. It is also a symbol of status. Did she send you into 5-star city? Qin Yan asked. Xiao Yuemei nodded and said with smile, she told me that if I meet Liu clan people, I can feel at ease and beat them up. If anything happens, she will take care of it for me. Qin Yan is somewhat curious about Falling Moon Palace. After all, it is a sect that dares to fight against Liu clan. In the future, he will fight against Liu clan. If possible, he can ally with Falling Moon Palace. This way, he will have more helpers. Liu clan's strongest people are on Golden Moon. Qin Yan promised Divine Be King that he would exterminate these Liu clan people. I contacted Sister Bingxing. Qin Yan said. N. Xiao Yuemei puffed up her cheeks and nodded. She said in low voice, brother, I am really useless. You are still more awesome than me. You entered 5-star city earlier, had divine tree command and even contacted Sister Bingxing. Qin Yan kissed her forehead, pinched her cheeks and said with smile, Yuemei, you are also very capable. You managed to contact Falling Moon Palace Master. I need you to help me find her. I want to discuss something with her, something very important. 1642 Chapter 1642 Confusing Qin Yan pulled her delicate lily-white hand and then told her about his encounter with the divine bee king inside the divine tree. Xiao Yuemei has already heard about his recent encounter. Although she knows that nothing will happen to Qin Yan, she is still very worried. Xiao Yuemei realized that Qin Yan wants to exterminate Liu clan, so she is very happy to help contact Falling Moon Palace Master. Brother, I can contact Falling Moon Palace Master through Jinyue. Tonight, I will send her a message and ask her to come to 5-star city. Xiao Yuemei said. Alright. Qin Yan said with smile, Yuemei is really awesome, she helped me find a very awesome helper. Of course. Xiao Yuemei very happily laughed. Yuemei, you should have heard about Liu Shuyan, right? Qin Yan asked. N. Are you together with her? Xiao Yuemei asked. It's hard to say. Qin Yan shook his head with frown, I think she is the clone of someone we know. Soon after, he explained the matter of Liu Shuyan to Xiao Yuemei in detail. After Xiao Yuemei finished listening, she is also thinking who it is. Yuemei, do you think it is? Does Yuelan have this kind of clone? Qin Yan asked. Definitely not big sister. Xiao Yuemei shook her head and said, her feelings for you are very deep but it is definitely not like this. I feel that Liu Shuyan definitely knew your past life's immortal King Fu Yun, and even interacted with him for a period of time. Could she be Sister Bingxing's clone? Qin Yan said in amazement. No, Sister Bingxing is very cold inside, she would never brazenly reveal her feelings for you. Moreover, she does not have such a flirtatious side. When she first met you in your past life, she was still a very pure and innocent little girl. Xiao Yuemei shook her head. Then what about Big Sister Yang? Qin Yan asked again. She denied that she is not Big Sister Yang, so it is definitely not her. Although Big Sister Yang is not cold inside, she is definitely not like Liu Shuyan. Xiao Yuemei said with smile. Is it little Malian? Qin Yan said again. No, little Malian has always been very pure and innocent. Xiao Yuemei shook her head and said. I know who it is, Aunt Xiao Xianqin. Qin Yan said with a smile, it must be her. Xiao Yuemei rolled her eyes and said, that's even more impossible. Aunt doesn't dare to admit that she has feelings for you but she secretly cares about you very much. Previously, Big Sister said that she was very concerned about little Yun. Then I told her that Auntie liked little Yun and that she had spent some time with little Yun. She was very angry at that time and kept pinching my face. After that, she ignored me. Qin Yan said with a frown, could that be Yu? Xiao Yuemei curled her lips and said, Yu is a very overbearing kind of person. She will definitely use a very overbearing way to love you. She will definitely not be that gentle and even less charming. Qin Yan suddenly thought of someone and could not help but let out a strange cry. However, he did not dare to confirm that it was her. Brother, who did you think of? Xiao Yuemei asked anxiously. It can't be her but it can only be her. Qin Yan said with a frown. Who? Xiao Yuemei is also very curious. Qin Yan shook his head again and again, impossible, impossible. Xiao Yuemei became anxious, she pinched Qin Yan's face and urged, brother, quickly tell me who it is. Sister Yao Feng. Qin Yan said, it's your master elder sister, Feng Yueyao. Qin Yan has never seen Yao Feng's appearance. Yao Feng used to be very beautiful but later on she was cursed by Devil Immortal Great Emperor and became very ugly. But later on, she came to Immortal Desolate and removed the curse. Yao Feng restored her appearance but she did not show it to Qin Yan. When she saw Qin Yan before, she was wearing a mask. Master elder sister has this kind of feeling for you? Xiao Yuemei slightly shook her head, is this true? It's not very possible. Of course, not many people know about the matter between you two. Because it happened a long time ago. Yume, draw your master elder sister for me to see. Qin Yan took out a piece of paper. I can't draw it. Xiao Yume took the paper and immediately became startled. Qin Yan said in amazement, what? You can't even remember your master elder sister's appearance? I suddenly don't have any memory of her appearance. It is very strange, I only know that she is very beautiful. I can't even remember her voice. Xiao Yume's small mouth is slightly open. Liu Shuyan is actually Sister Yao Feng's avatar? Qin Yan said in amazement, what is Sister Yao Feng's origin? Why does she have an avatar? Generally speaking, only those formidable gods can leave behind this kind of avatar. In other words, Yao Feng used to be a god. Yao Feng is very mysterious, moreover, her relationship with Xiaqiru is very good. Moreover, Yao Feng was found inside the nine-sun divine soul. Xiaqiru is moon god, Yao Feng might also have been a god. What Qin Yan finds most inconceivable is that Yao Feng actually has such deep feelings for him. Yao Feng also spent some time with Qin Yan inside the nine-sun divine soul. Both of them had a great conflict, but later the conflict was resolved. Yao Feng even obtained nine-sun world extermination scripture. Who is she? Yao Feng? Feng Yueyao? Liu Shuyan? Qin Yan shook his head and sighed. Who cares so much, let nature take its course. Xiao Yueme said with charming smile, maybe the one who loves you is Liu Shuyan and not Master Sister? Qin Yan suddenly thought of something and said, Yueme, I remember that you also have a very bloodthirsty side. Yuelan is also the same and you are Sister Yao Feng's disciples. Why is that? Brother, can I not say it? Xiao Yueme said coquettishly, this is my little secret, I promised Master Sister I would not say it. Of course you can. Qin Yan said with smile and rubbed Xiao Yueme's face. Brother, wait for that bastard Liu clan to give me silver crystal coins, then take me to the top of the divine tree for a stroll. Xiao Yueme said with smile, I can't wait to go up and take a look. There is also divine honey, ha 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 ha. Don't be greedy, leave some for little Momo. Qin Yan said. I know. Momo is so cute, I have also collected many delicious things for her. Xiao Yueme said with smile. Suddenly someone knocked on the door. Falling Moon Palace Master, I am shopkeeper who of Heaven Gathering Building, Elder Liu has arrived, shopkeeper who said. I will go. Down now. Xiao Yueme took out a mask and said to Qin Yan, brother, come with me. Qin Yan said with smile, alright, let's go. He also put on a black mask and followed Xiao Yueme down. The lobby of Heaven Gathering Building's first floor is already filled with many people. Elder Liu has arrived, she is wearing luxurious blue robe, there are more than 10 Liu clan people behind her, they are also wearing luxurious clothes, they are all heavenly immortal middle-aged people. Xiao Yueme appeared with Qin Yan, her imposing manner is very strong. Moreover, while walking, she is playing with the falling moon blood blade filled with devil power. Qin Yan is following behind her, he is doing his utmost to urge heavenly might Dao techniques vast and mighty heavenly might, making his body release heavenly might power. This way, Xiao Yueme will appear even more imposing. 200 million silver crystal coins, did you bring it? Xiao Yueme looked at Lu Yu and Jia Ting and said in cold voice. Her voice is also deliberately disguised, it truly sounds like Falling Moon Palace Master. Lu Yu Jia Ting is Elder Lu Yu's most beloved son, moreover he has already signed a contract with Xiao Yueme, if he does not hand over 200 million silver crystal coins to Xiao Yueme, he will die. I brought it, I am afraid you won't be able to keep it, Elder Lu Yu coldly groaned and said, Falling Moon Palace Master, long time no see, you are actually so poor. Oh ho, I gave your little bastard a way out, gave you the opportunity to buy his dog life and you actually said I am poor? Xiao Yueme said in cold voice, how about this, I don't want the 200 million silver crystal coins, I will take this little bastard's dog life, how about it? How can that be? My youngest son's life is very precious, not to mention 200 million, I would even buy it for 2 billion. Elder Lu Yu chuckled and said, Falling Moon Palace Master, I used 200 million to buy back my son's life, I earned big and you lost big. Xiao Yuemei knows that Elder Luyu is angering her, but she is still very unhappy in her heart. Take out the silver crystal coins. Xiao Yuemei shouted. Falling Moon Palace Master, you usually don't show your face, why did you appear here in such a high-profile manner? Elder Luyu asked. Because I have a passage pass. I will soon leave this damned place, of course I want to travel around and find old friends to reminisce. Xiao Yuemei spoke, took out a passage pass and shook it. Ancient Garden Passage Pass, with this passage pass, it means that one can leave the ancient garden and go to the vast immortal desolate. Immediately, several gazes filled with envy and jealousy stared at the passage pass. Many people have the thought of snatching it but they don't dare. This is a 5-star city and the other party is Falling Moon Palace Master, who would dare? Xiao Yuemei put away the passage pass and said with sneer, Luyu clan bastards, I will go to Immortal Desolate soon, I don't need to bother with you guys anymore. Elder Luyu's eyes are filled with jealousy and hatred. Leaving the ancient garden is also the dream of their Luyu clan's upper echelons. Elder Luyu's expression is cold, she took out a large disc of silver crystal coins, each of them is 1,000,000 jin. Xiao Yuemei has a storage magic tool but it is very small, it can't store that much. Qin Yan has a very large storage magic tool, he can store it all. Qin Yan received all the silver crystal coins from the side. A storage magic tool that can store so many silver crystal coins, moreover it is on the body of a follower, this is very shocking. 200 million, that's enough. Qin Yan said in low voice. Alright, let's go. Let's go stroll around the divine tree. Xiao Yuemei clapped her hands, then walked out of the Heaven Gathering restaurant with her hands behind her back. Humph, even if it's you, it won't be that easy to climb the divine tree. You have to go through the entrance at the root, Elder Luyu said with sneer, and I am the person in charge of the entrance. After Xiao Yuemei walked out, Qin Yan pulled her hand and activated floating immortal rune ability to envelop Xiao Yuemei. Then he soared into the sky and quickly flew towards the divine tree. They are flying, the people below are immediately shocked, there are actually people who can fly under the divine tree. Elder Luyu's mouth is also wide open, she looked at the two figures quickly flying high up in the sky. Qin Yan wants to bring Xiao Yuemei up and then find Liang Qin and Yao Sisi to cultivate Sun and Moon Heart Sutra together. If the divine tree reaches the stage of bearing fruit, it is very likely that many things will happen. Storm outside the city. Qin Yan brought Xiao Yuemei to the top of the divine tree to admire the flowers and watch the divine bees gather honey. Xiao Yuemei is very mischievous, she is riding those large divine bees and running all over the place. It is also because of Qin Yan's good relationship with the divine bee king that he allowed Xiao Yuemei to ride the combat-type divine bee. Qin Yan is standing on a tree branch, divine bee king is also beside him. He chuckled and said, this little girl is truly naughty, she is not like a girl at all. Xiao Yuemei is riding on the great divine bee and smiling charmingly, she looks very happy. Divine bee king, so many Willow Moon clan people have been killed, they will surely come again. Qin Yan said. We won't be afraid of them anymore. We were careless before, so we were frozen by them. The divine bee king was furious at the mention of this matter. By the way, there must be a traitor in the divine tree palace, right? Qin Yan suddenly recalled Elder Luyu. Elder Luyu was guarding the entrance to the divine tree. The traitor was him. There must be. Otherwise, those fellows wouldn't have been able to enter our hive so easily. The divine bee king frowned and said, I must find out who it is. Aren't you going to talk to Palatial Lord Divine Tree? Asked Qin Yan. I don't want to go. That old woman is sick. She doesn't care about anything. The divine bee king snorted. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been frozen. Qin Yan only knew that the divine tree palatial lord rarely cared about the elder's internal strife. However, the sacred bee and the sacred tree's heart were extremely important to the sacred tree. He took out the communication talisman and sent a message to the divine tree palace master. Palace master, divine bee king is looking for you. Divine bee king? Little Qin, did you make the divine bee appear again? Asked the divine tree palace lord. It's a long story. Qin Yan replied, come down and take a look. Bring Sisi and sister Qin down too. Not long after, the palace lord brought Yao Sisi and Liang Qin down. Only the palace master of the divine tree had a magic treasure that could fly under the divine tree. When she came down, she was surprised to see the Divine Bee King. Divine Bee King, what happened to you earlier? Why didn't he appear? The Divine Tree Palace Lord exclaimed. Don't talk about it. It's all because of the Willow Moon clan. The Divine Bee King snorted. Your Divine Tree Palace is too much. You let so many Willow Moon clan people enter the main hive and almost destroyed the heart of the Divine Tree. There's such a thing. Divine Tree Palace Master is very alarmed as he looked at Xianxia. Let's talk inside. The Divine Bee King walked towards a large tree hole. The Divine Tree Palatial Lord gave Xianxia 50,000 kilograms of instant void immortal metal before following the Divine Bee King in. Yuemei, come meet your new friend. Xianxia shouted at Xiao Yuemei. Xiao Yuemei is riding on a large divine bee. She quickly flew over and beautifully jumped down from the divine bee's back. Xiao Yuemei saw Yao Cici and Liang Qin and said with smile, I know who they are. She pointed at Liang Qin and smiled. That must be Yao Cici. Then he pointed at Yao Cici and said, this is Sister Qin. Liang Qin and Yao Cici couldn't help but laugh. Xianxia pinched her face and said with a smile, you got it wrong. Xiao Yuemei stuck out her tongue. This is my little sister, Xiao Yuemei. Xianxia said with smile, she also came from Immortal Desolate. Xiao Yuemei immediately pulled Liang Qin and Yao Cici, then called over 3 great divine bees. She rode on the back of the great divine bee and flew around to play. Then they competed to see who is faster. Moreover, they also made the great divine bee roll around in the air. Liang Qin and Yao Cici very quickly became Xiao Yuemei's playmates. Yao Cici and Liang Qin are the kind of people who love to play. Moreover, they are riding large divine bees and flying through the divine tree's crown. They are in close contact with many beautiful flowers. It is a very cool thing for them. Not long after, Divine Tree Palace Master and Divine Bee King came out. Their expression is very relaxed. It can be seen that their discussion is very good. Xianxia asked the Divine Tree Palace Master to help him exchange Elder Lu Yu's 200 million silver crystal coins for 400 million sacred Xian silver crystals. The Divine Tree Palace Master is very happy to help Xianxia because Xianxia promised her that he would refine a very large storage magic tool for her. Xianxia also plans to stay at the Divine Bee King's place and wait for the Divine Tree to blossom and bear fruit. He asked Xiao Yuemei to follow the Divine Tree Palace Master to call over Lan Fengjin, Jian Linglong, and Xiangyalin. Xianxia wants to refine many things next. He needs many instant space sacred pearls. Lan Fengjin, Jian Linglong, and Xiangyalin are all very good inscription masters. Xianxia taught them how to use pill transformation heavenly furnace and use sacred Xian silver crystals to refine instant space sacred pearls. When Yao Cici entered the city, she obtained 50 million silver crystal coins from Elder Lu Yu. She asked the Divine Tree Palace Master to exchange them for 100 million sacred Xian silver crystals. Xianxia, Jian Linglong, Yao Cici, and other women are cultivating together inside the secret room. They are absorbing a great amount of sacred Xian silver crystals and also have the power provided by the Divine Tree's heart. Even so, their cultivation speed is very slow. If not for many women joining in, their cultivation speed would be even slower. Luckily he has enough sacred Xian silver crystals. After a few days, he finally broke through to 9th level Golden Immortal Realm. This also consumed more than 100 million sacred Xian silver crystals. His and Yao Cici's sacred Xian silver crystals are almost completely consumed. Xianxia looked at the small divine hammer that is revolving around the nether sun. The nether sun totem on it has already become very complete. Little heavenly lion with heavenly Tao ferocious power and little divine hammer with heavenly Tao flame violent power have both reached perfection in one stage. And next is the little dragon who cultivates heavenly Tao proud power. It needs to go through heavenly immortal realm and immortal king realm to reach perfection. What caused Xianxia to be somewhat surprised is that the little divine hammer has become tool spirit and attached itself to other forging hammers. It can actually display very good might. This would allow him to release an even stronger flame power when he was forging materials. Xianxia doesn't have any more sacred Xian silver crystals. Luckily he refined many instant space sacred pearls before and they are all of very high quality. He wants to refine 10 storage magic tools with very large space and hand them over to Yao family in exchange for 200 million sacred Xian silver crystals. Xiao Yun, continue using sacred Xian silver crystals to cultivate, the consumption is too great. Let's wait for the divine fruit, otherwise it will be a waste of sacred Xian silver crystals. Jian Linglong said. Qin Yan nodded and said, we can only wait for the divine fruit. Jian Linglong's cultivation is the highest among them, she has been a great help to Qin Yan during joint cultivation. Qin Yan went to find Divine Be King and asked for 500 million sacred Xian silver crystals and 50,000 gene of instant space immortal iron. Then he continued to refine storage magic tools with Jian Linglong and others. After forging 10 storage artifacts, they sent Xianxia to look for Elder Yao of the Celestial Tree Palace to trade. And Divine Be King also used up a lot of sacred Xian silver crystals and instant space immortal iron to refine high-quality instant space sacred pearls with Dan Transformation Heavenly Furnace. Using over 100 million profound Saint silver crystals and 50,000 kilograms of instant space immortal iron, the pill-melting Heavenly Furnace was able to refine a super high-quality instant space Saint pearl. Divine Be King is very satisfied with Qin Yan's storage magic tools. He repeatedly praised Qin Yan and called him Heavenly Master. Sacred Xian silver crystals are used up really quickly, only 400 million. Qin Yan sighed endlessly. The more you have, the faster you use them. Lan Fengjin said with smile, Master, you also earn very quickly. This is indeed the case, sacred Xian silver crystals can be regenerated and many have been accumulated in the ancient garden for many years. When Qin Yan complained about using up sacred Xian silver crystals very quickly, Divine Tree Palace Master contacted him and said that he has finished exchanging for sacred Xian silver crystals. Elder Lu, you gave 200 million to Xiao Yuemei, only Divine Tree Palace Master can exchange so many silver crystal coins for sacred Xian silver crystals so quickly. Elder Lu, you gave 200 million silver crystal coins to Xiao Yuemei. Only Divine Tree Palace Master can exchange so many silver crystal coins for sacred Xian silver crystals. Although this kind of thing was forbidden, it had no control over the Divine Tree Palace Master. And Liang family also used 100 million sacred Xian silver crystals to buy entry pass and storage space from Qin Yan through Liang Qin. Through Liang Qin, the Liang family used 100 million sacred profound silver crystals to purchase entry tokens and storage space from Qin Yan, allowing the entire Liang family to leave. The Yao family's 200 million profound Saint silver crystals were also brought to Xianxia. Qin Yan now has more than 1 billion sacred Xian silver crystals. But he feels that it is still not enough, it is still too little. Later when he goes to Immortal Desolate, sacred Xian silver crystals will be very useful. After eating divine trees' divine fruits, I will become a very powerful heavenly immortal and then immortal king. Maybe in less than 10 years, I will become immortal emperor. Entering Sacred Desolate will be a matter of time. Qin Yan wants to hoard some sacred Xian silver crystals before entering Sacred Desolate. While Qin Yan is thinking about how to get more sacred Xian silver crystals, he suddenly received a message from Divine Tree Palace Master. Xiao Qin, many powerful factions from Ancient Garden have gathered outside 5-star city. 3 palaces and 6 sects as well as some powerful families have gathered outside. Moreover, many factions from Immortal Desolate have also gathered outside. Divine Tree Palace Master said. Now Divine Tree's flowers have bloomed very big, divine bees have collected a lot of nectar and are bearing fruit faster and faster. Because Divine Tree wants to bear even better divine fruits this time, the blooming period has also become longer. Originally it was 7 days but now it has been increased to 1 month. In the past few days, Qin Yan had been cultivating and refining those things. It took him almost a month's time. They are all here? Qin Yan's eyes lit up, he feels that he can take this opportunity to sell his entry passes. Refining an ancient era's garden passage token was much easier than refining a storage magic treasure. Indeed, now many people know that you have many ancient garden entry passes. Divine Tree Palace Master chuckled and said, Xiao Qin, how many entry passes do you have? Not many. Qin Yan said. Now everyone knows how awesome Qin Yan is in Immortal Desolate. Not only does he have many entry passes, he has also provoked many powerful factions. It is the same for him inside Ancient Garden, those powerful factions are helpless against him. How many exactly? Divine Tree Palace Master asked again. 30. Qin Yin casually said a number and said again, Palace Master Granny, don't randomly sell the entry passes in your hands. Indeed not many. Don't worry, I won't randomly sell them. They are good things for me to form a faction. Divine Tree Palace Master said with mischievous smile. Qin Yin decided to let Divine Tree Palace Master bring them out later. He wants to see if Wei Zhongxing and others have arrived or not. If he has Wei Zhongxing's nether sect, Shiman family and Li Xingqi's protection, he will be a lot safer. I want a lot of sacred Xian silver crystals. Qin Yin laughed mischievously in his heart and then began tidying up his clothes. Xiao Yuemei and Liang Qin are playing outside, Yao Cixi is meeting up with Yao family people. There are many powerful aristocratic families gathered outside 5-star city. They are all staring at the crown of Divine Tree, waiting for the petals to fall. Only Qin Yin knows that after those petals fall, they will be collected by divine bees and used to make honey. Flower Fall Qin Yin is standing on a tree branch, looking at the gradually darkening sky outside. After the sky darkened, the ancient garden welcomed a gorgeous multicolored night. Divine Tree's flower leaves and tree trunk are also gradually emitting cold light. The pink-red flower has become very big, each petal is several meters long, emitting pink light in the night. It is very beautiful. Yuemei, Sister Qin, prepare to leave the city. Qin Yin yelled. Why are we leaving the city? Xiao Yuemei is riding on a very large divine bee and is flying over. This divine bee is more than twice the size of the previous one, it is unknown why. I want to go out of the city to fish up some sacred Xian silver crystals. Qin Yin said with smile, there are many big shots outside the city, I want to do business. Liang Qin jumped down from the divine bee's back and said with smile, Xiao Qin, I won't go, I want to stay here and play. I also don't want to go. I will wait for Grandma Luoyue to come, Sister Qin, and I will go out. Xiao Yuemei said with smile. Alright, do as you wish. Qin Yin shook his head and smiled, then took out a communication talisman and contacted Divine Tree Palace Master. Divine Tree Palace Master is also about to go out. She realized that Qin Yin wants to go out with her and guessed that Qin Yin wants to do business. Divine Tree Palace Master is riding a small boat and slowly floated down from the top of the Divine Tree. After the small boat landed, Divine Tree Palace Master is standing upright on it and said with smile, Xiao Qin, quickly come up. After Qin Yin jumped up, Divine Tree Palace Master hastily urged the small boat to fly out of the city. Xiao Qin, you said before that you would refine a very large storage magic tool for me, when will you finish? I want to bring a lot of things out. Divine Tree Palace Master said. I lack sacred Xian silver crystals. Granny Palace Master, how many do you have? Qin Yin said. I will give you 500 million, it should be enough for you to spend, right? Divine Tree Palace Master said. She knows that Qin Yin can refine it. Because Liang Qin told her before that Qin Yin can refine a storage magic tool that can be used even in Immortal Desolate. Alright. Qin Yin nodded. 500 million genes of sacred Xian silver crystals is a very large sum. Little Qin, are you going out of the city to sell your pass? Asked the Divine Tree Palace Lord with a smile. Indeed, when the time comes, I will ask Palace Master Granny to introduce me to some people. Qin Yin said. Alright, you still have 30 entry tokens. If one of them can be sold for 100 million Saint Profound silver crystals, it will be 3 billion. Divine Tree Palace Master said with a mischievous smile. Qin Yin's entry tokens are very popular in ancient gardens. Qin Yin did not know where Wei Zhongxing and company were. He wanted to go out and see if they were outside. Many people from the Nether sect came in, they are a very powerful force. If they are not outside the city, they must have other important things to do. Also, what did Li Xingqi from the Li family of the Inscription World do after he led his team into the ancient garden? Soon, he arrived outside the city with the Divine Tree Palace Lord. Outside the city, there were many large and small tents or temporary houses. Many people couldn't enter the 5-star city, so they could only stay outside the city. Although the elders of the major sects could enter the city, they couldn't be too far away from the juniors. Now many sects have gathered together and many juniors have arrived. Young and impetuous juniors don't know the gravity of the situation. Without elders present, it is impossible to control them. They have gathered outside the city and are waiting for flower petals to float down. If their luck is good, many flower petals will float outside the city and they will be able to pick them up. After arriving outside the city, Xianxia followed the Divine Tree Palace Master to meet many people and inquired about some things. Nether sect, Dragon race, Li family and Wang family of the Inscription world joined hands after entering. Moreover, in order to plunder things, they fought with Xian family, Long family, Xia family, Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate and other factions. Shiman family and Qin family did not participate. Among the 3 palaces and 6 sects, there were a few powerful sects that had participated in the robbery at that time, but none of them had been able to obtain anything. After all, they had to face the formidable dragon race who can transform into giant dragons. Xianxia also learned that the things they are fighting over are 4 mysterious golden steels. These steels are not very big, they are only half a person tall. Finally, the steels were obtained by Dragon race, Nether sect, Li family and Wang family. Because of this, these 4 factions were besieged. Luckily they were strong enough to break through the siege and escape. What caused Xianxia to be puzzled is that Nether sect, Dragon race and the other 2 factions all left through the ancient gardens gate. That was because, to them, obtaining those 4 mysterious steels was the greatest harvest they had ever obtained. As long as they stay in the ancient garden for a few days, they will know how difficult it is to obtain a sun spirit. None of them thought of obtaining a sun spirit, so after obtaining the mysterious steels, they collected some sacred mysterious silver crystals and left the ancient garden. Xianxia originally wanted to find some powerful helpers to help deal with the Willow clan. Nether sect and Li family are very strong. Alright, I can only think of another way. Xianxia thought in his heart. Xianxia wants to take this opportunity to sell the passage pass and exchange it for some sacred mysterious silver crystals. After he and the Divine Tree Palace Master strolled around, they discovered that something is amiss. Outside the city, other than Divine Tree Palace and Falling Moon Palace, all the other sects have very good relationship with the Willow clan. In particular, there were a few big shots who gave Xianxia an odd feeling. Of course, he also saw the leaders of the Xiao family, Long family and other factions. These people are all his enemies. Shiman and Qin family are not here. Xianxia heard from the Sun and Ice sect that the Shiman and Qin family joined hands to explore the most dangerous abyss of the ancient garden. It is very likely that they will suffer heavy casualties. Although the Divine Tree Palace Master rarely shows his face, his relationship with the big shots of the various sects is quite good. When he sees those big shots, he will have a hypocritical smile on his face and greet them. At this time, an old man from the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate asked, "Divine Tree Palace Master, I heard that your relationship with Xianxia is very good and you even gave him the Divine Tree Command token, is that true?" Xianxia disguised himself as an old man and followed behind the Divine Tree Palace Master. No one can recognize him. I didn't give it to him, I used the Divine Tree Command token to exchange for the passage pass, the Divine Tree Palace Master said with smile, his passage pass can let me leave the ancient garden. When the big shots of the other sects heard this, they all let out a low cry and looked at the Divine Tree Palace Master with envy. Divine Tree Palace Master, can you let Xianxia sell a passage pass to me? The one who spoke is an old man. This, I will have to see him to know, the Divine Tree Palace Master said with faint smile. If the price is right, then it will definitely not be a problem. The Immortal family people groaned and said, that guy Xianxia will definitely demand an exorbitant price. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gates people are also very unhappy because they entered the ancient garden and didn't get anything. Yet Xianxia can use the passage pass to exchange for a large amount of sacred Xian silver crystals. It must be known that the sacred Xian silver crystal mines in the ancient garden are controlled by the major powers. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gates people don't have enough strength to rob them. Moreover, they don't have storage magic tools. The reason why they are still here is because they want to wait for the divine tree to bloom and bear fruit. Then they can take some money and leave. Xianxia followed the Divine Tree Palace Master and walked around the crowd outside the city. He learned that the passage pass is something that many big shots yearn for. Xianxia handed over the 30 passage passes to the Divine Tree Palace Master and entrusted her to help him sell them. Each one is sold for 200 million sacred Xian silver crystals, At night, the Divine Tree Palace Master brought Qin Yun to open tents to sell the passage passes. In the middle of the night, they were all sold out and exchanged for 6 billion genes of sacred Xian silver crystals. The storage magic tools in the hands of these big shots are rather large and there are quite a few of them. They also have a lot of sacred Xian silver crystals and silver crystal coins on them, so they can pay a large amount of sacred Xian silver crystals at any time. Late at night, Qin Yun followed the Divine Tree Palace Master back to 5-Star City and stood on the small boat. Xiao Qin, you should have a lot of passage passes in your hands, right? Why are you only willing to sell 30 to them? Can't you sell a bit more? The Divine Tree Palace Master asked. Those guys have an extremely good relationship with the Luyu clan. Qin Yun said with frown, when I approached them, I discovered a bit of Moon Devil Heavenly Wolf aura on their bodies. I don't know if it's my misconception or not. Oh? Are you worried that after those guys go to the Immortal Desolate, they will cause great harm to the Immortal Desolate? The Divine Tree Palace Master said. Qin Yun nodded, I suspect that the Luyu clan's people did something to them. Qin Yun once helped Liang Qin and Yao Sisi expel that strange power and also came into contact with Liang Yupeng, who turned into a Moon Devil Heavenly Wolf. Therefore, he is very sensitive and familiar with that kind of aura. The Divine Tree Palace Master looked at the golden moon in the sky and said with a grave expression, the Luyu clan has always mastered all kinds of mysterious evil arts. They might have a way to lead the ancient garden through the Immortal Desolate people. Qin Yun also thought of something, for example possession or something like invading the bodies of those people from the Immortal Desolate. Granny Palace Master, what are you thinking about? Qin Yun saw that the Divine Tree Palace Master's expression is very grave and asked. The Divine Tree Palace Master looked at the golden moon and shook his head, I am a bit worried about the Luyu clan. Hearing what you said, I suddenly feel that the Luyu clan has already infiltrated the 3 palaces and 6 sects. Previously, the Divine Tree's Divine Bee was sealed in ice by the traitor Elder Luyu. When the Divine Tree Palace Master found out about this matter, he wanted to capture Elder Luyu, but all the Luyu clan people inside the Divine Tree Palace disappeared. The Luyu clan people suddenly ran away. I am worried that they have already joined hands with other sects, the Divine Tree Palace Master said. The Luyu clan's goal is the Divine Tree. And the other sect's goal is the Divine Fruits. They have common interest. If the Luyu clan can completely control the Divine Tree and 5-Star City, they will definitely be willing to use the Divine Fruits as a reward to thank the other sections. It seems like we have to prepare well. Qin Yun said. I will go find the Divine Bee King, the Divine Tree Palace Master nodded and said. Not long after, they returned to the Divine Tree. The Divine Tree Palace Master went to find the Divine Bee King and told them to be on guard against the Luyu clan. The Divine Tree Palace Master also went back to arrange people. Qin Yun is inside a secret room inside the honeycomb. He is continuing to refine storage magic tool. He wants to refine a storage magic tool with a very large space. It is for the Divine Tree Palace Master. Qin Yun, Jian Linglong and the others joined hands and spent 3 days to refine it. Group attacked Divine Tree outside the city. Elder Luyu's face is filled with ruthlessness. She floated in the air and looked at the huge tree in the distance and said coldly, the petals are finally falling. Beside Elder Luyu floated a bald old man. This bald old man has a golden beard. He is clan leader Luyu. The petals are falling, but they are all picked up by the divine bees. The petals won't fall to the ground, nor will they be blown out of the city, clan leader Luyu said with sneer. Those divine bees won't let humans get their petals again. Elder Luyu coldly snorted and said, why did the divine bees suddenly remove the ice seal? The dozen or so people we sent were all heaven immortals. How did they die? I have to ask you that. You are an elder of Divine Tree Palace. If you don't know, how would we know? It was you who let those people in. Luyu said, not only did we lose more than 10 heaven immortals, the divine bees that were sealed with great difficulty also regained their freedom. Clan leader, if I said that it was all done by Qin Yun, would you believe me? Elder Luyu said coldly. Oh, clan leader Luyu now understands Qin Yun very well. He knows many friends who came from Immortal Desolate. He knows that Qin Yun has done all kinds of world-shaking things in Immortal Desolate. The person beside the Falling Moon Palace Master might be Qin Yun. I have come into contact with this guy, my feeling can't be wrong. Elder Luyu cursed in low voice, This guy Qin Yun has a pass, so his relationship with Falling Moon Palace Master and Divine Tree Palace Master is very normal. Clan leader Lu Yu said with frown, if that's the case, then this Qin Yun has destroyed the plan we worked hard for many years to complete. Elder Lu Yu nodded and said, yes, our plan was destroyed by him. This guy is our Lu Yu clan's enemy. I am not surprised that he did these things. Then what do you think we should do next? Clan leader Lu Yu also knows that if they do not act now, it will be too late. The divine tree is about to completely transform. Once it transforms, it will leave the ancient garden. Elder Lu Yu said, when the time comes, the divine tree palace master will have the pass in her hands. She can leave the ancient garden, but what about us? Clan leader Lu Yu said solemnly, once the divine tree leaves, the golden moon will also slowly fall. There won't be so many Saint Profound silver crystals in the future. Elder Lu Yu said solemnly, clan leader, we must stop the divine tree from leaving the ancient garden. Only by continuing to live can we find the sun soul and wait for the space of the ancient garden to collapse. At that time, we can completely leave the ancient garden. We can only use that method. Clan leader Lu Yu said coldly, this ancient garden belongs to the Lu Yu clan. The golden moon is already under the control of the Willow Moon clan. As long as we control the divine tree, we will be able to dominate the ancient gardens. At that time, we can rely on the resources here to trade with the people of the Immortal Desolate. Elder Lu Yu laughed maniacally, as long as we can go to the Immortal Desolate will be ours, ha ha ha. At night, the golden moon in the sky was very round. Just like before, the five-star city was very lively inside and outside. Although the people outside the city saw some flower petals being picked up by the divine bees, they all felt that there were too few divine bees. As long as all the flower petals fell, some would fall. Suddenly, a wolf howl came out of the five-star city. That wolf howl shook both inside and outside the city. Qin Yan did not hear the wolf howl from inside the secret room of the divine tree. However, Xiao Yuemei and Liang Qin heard it from outside. Xiao Yuemei used the communication talisman to contact Qin Yan and inform him of this news. Qin Yan immediately left the secret room and stood on a branch of the divine tree. He looked down at the five-star city. On the streets of the five-star city, many people are fleeing. What is shocking is that on the roofs of many buildings and streets, sturdy werewolves appeared one after another. Moon Devil Heavenly Wolf. Qin Yan cursed in low voice, these Lu Yu clan people really put many Moon Devil Heavenly Wolf curse in the city. Once they become Moon Devil Heavenly Wolf, they will be controlled by the Lu Yu clan people. When needed, they will turn into ferocious werewolves. These werewolves are crazily wreaking all kind of destruction in the city. Where are the Divine Tree Palace's disciples? Where are the patrols? Liang Qin very anxiously asked. She hates these Moon Devil Heavenly Wolves very much because she also almost transformed. The patrols have turned into Moon Devil Heavenly Wolves. Look! Xiao Yuemei yelled. On a street, there are several werewolves wearing patrol clothes. After their bodies expanded to become werewolves, their clothes burst apart. Elder Lu Yu has stayed in the Divine Tree Palace for many years. She even pulled a group of Lu Yu clan people into the five-star city. Over the years, many people must have been secretly turned into werewolves by them and then hid in the five-star city. Thinking of this, Qin Yan's hair cannot help but stand on end. Because Lu Yu clan can use this method to develop a very formidable power in the 3 palaces and 6 sects territory. This Lu Yu clan must have secretly turned many people into Moon Devil Heavenly Wolves. When needed, they can summon werewolf army and wreak all kind of destruction. All the people in the five-star city are fleeing out of the city. Moon Devil Heavenly Wolves are very berserk, especially Heavenly Immortal transformed werewolves. Their wolf claws are very dreadful. Ordinary Heavenly Immortals would not be able to resist for long if they encountered Moon Devil Heavenly Wolves. They would be killed and devoured. More and more werewolves are appearing. There are actually more than 10,000 of them. In just a short period of time, the five-star city has become an empty city. And those werewolves are crazily destroying the buildings in the city. What shocked Qin Yan is that more than half of the Divine Tree Palace's disciples have turned into werewolves. Those who have not turned into werewolves have also fled. Qin Yan took out a telescope tool and looked at the tents outside the city. He cannot help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. Several 100,000 werewolves have gathered outside the city. Motherfucker, Liu clan wants to attack the divine tree? Qin Yun said with frown. Divine Bee King arrived beside Qin Yun, her expression as grave as she looked at the black mass of werewolf army outside the city. Divine Tree Palace Master descended from the top of the tree, his expression is extremely unsightly as he loudly cursed, Liu clan bastards, they turned more than half of my Divine Tree Palace's core disciples into werewolves. Damned old woman, this is all your fault. Divine Bee King groaned and said, if you were not so useless, how could Liu clan have done this? Don't talk about me, even the 3 palaces and 6 sects are in the same situation. Divine Tree Palace Master said with a pent-up anger. Other people are stupid pigs, don't tell me you also want to be a stupid pig? It's clearly because you are useless, you didn't manage the Divine Tree Palace properly, that's why it became like this. Divine Bee King is also very angry, she furiously said, look, Liu clan has gathered their developed werewolf army to attack the city. Now is not the time to quarrel. Qin Yun used a telescope tool to look outside and saw that Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate and Xian family people are together with Elder Liu and others. Defend the 5-star city. Qin Yun shouted, Divine Bee King, let Divine Tree release a barrier and completely seal the city. Don't let other werewolves in, can you do it? It should be possible. Divine Bee King immediately closed her eyes and communicated with Divine Tree. At this time, werewolves outside the city also entered one after another. However, just as a few thousand people entered, the Divine Tree released a very strong barrier and sealed the city gate. Divine Tree has a natural barrier that can restrict people from flying inside the city. It also enveloped the entire city, making it very difficult to attack from outside when attacked. There are about 15,000 werewolves. Qin Yun said, werewolves can't fly, if they want to come up, they can only climb trees. They can't climb up, Divine Tree won't let them climb up, don't worry. Divine Bee King said. Those who can enter the 5-star city are not weak, why don't they join hands to deal with the werewolves? Liang Qin said. Werewolves are not easy to deal with, moreover, their main goal is to take down the city. They are just scaring people out, this way they can prevent people inside the city from joining hands to deal with them. The werewolf army outside the city must have been hiding in the nearby mountain forest, they have already planned this. Xiao Yuemei said. Liu clan failed to control the Divine Tree before, so they started this extreme plan. Divine Tree Palace Master, you have been surrounded. Although you have a very strong barrier protecting you, it will be breached sooner or later. You better obediently hand over the Divine Tree, Elder Liu laughed loudly and said. Liu clan, you are truly audacious. Just you wait, I will not let you off. Divine Tree Palace Master furiously said. Elder Liu wildly laughed and said, just you wait? The Divine Tree will be ours very soon, just you wait, we will immediately attack and take care of you. At this time, Liu clan's werewolf army, as well as the people from other sects that Liu clan has roped in, started shouting unceasingly. The shouts of over 1 million experts were like waves crashing over and over again. The momentum was extremely great. Divine Tree has divine fruits, moreover it can bear many of them. So long as they attack the Divine Tree, those sects can obtain the divine fruits. And Liu clan also promised them that they won't take the divine fruits, they will only control the Divine Tree. Divine Tree Palace Master, I know Qin Yun is inside, he might be on top of the Divine Tree. You better capture him, only then can you leave the 5-star city alive and go to the Immortal Desolate alive, Elder Liu said again. Qin Yun has many entry passes, moreover he can refine storage magic tools with large space, everyone wants to capture him. Liu clan, the ones who will be finished are you. Qin Yun suddenly shouted loudly. Ha ha ha. Elder Liu laughed loudly a few times and shouted, attack the city. Boom boom boom, many experts outside the city suddenly released their immortal force and attacked the 5-star city in unison. Although there are immortal kings and immortal emperors among them, the immortal power they released is restricted to the level of heaven immortal power. However, when they landed on the barrier, they still have a very strong power, producing burst after burst of explosions and rumbling sounds. Qin Yun, Divine Tree Palace Master and Divine Bee King are all looking at the group of people attacking the city with grave expression. After a while, all kinds of clamor stopped. The group of people attacking the city failed, they did not break through the barrier released by the Divine Tree. Werewolf Evolution Chapter 1646, Werewolf Evolution. Qin Yun and Divine Tree Palace Master did not expect that the Divine Tree would be attacked from all sides. Liu clan planned to capture the Divine Tree for a long time. Divine Tree Palace Master only started to guard against them after meeting with Divine Bee King. But after the Divine Tree blossomed, Liu clan took the opportunity to gather all the great sects outside the city gate. Moreover, they made arrangements early on and turned many Divine Tree Palace core disciples into Moon Devil Heavenly Wolves. I wonder how long the Divine Tree's barrier can last. Qin Yun looked at the golden moon in the sky. The golden moon can allow the ancient garden to continuously produce sacred mysterious silver crystals. It must contain very formidable energy. And for many years, the Divine Tree has been absorbing the golden moon's power to cultivate. I don't know, it should be able to last for a period of time. Divine Tree Palace Master's expression is grave as he looked at the golden moon. They shouldn't be able to completely control the golden moon. Divine Bee King said. The golden moon in the sky is releasing more and more intense golden light. Moreover, around the golden moon, there is a golden ring. That golden ring looks like it is condensed from golden mist. It is very beautiful. Golden moon is indeed being controlled by Liu clan, that is why it has such a great transformation and can release energy crazily. I wonder how Xu Yan is doing up there. Qin Yun is secretly worried. He used communication talisman but cannot contact Xu Yan. He cannot confirm whether or not Xu Yan is Yao Feng's clone, so he wants to meet her face to face to confirm. Rumble, the golden moon in the sky suddenly released a golden thunder and lightning. It burst out with a heaven-shaking sound and bombarded the barrier released by the Divine Tree. The sudden appearance of the lightning strike also frightened many people. And the Liu clan's faction outside the city burst out in cheers. Golden Moon's attack is indeed very powerful. The powerful aura that erupted from the giant golden lightning that had struck out just now was enough to make one's heart tremble in fear. Ha ha ha. Divine Tree Palace, you are finished. Liu madly laughed and said. At the same time, many werewolves outside the city, as well as people from various great sects, let out a burst of shouting. Outside the 5-star city, all kinds of wild laughter and shouts have enveloped the area. Rumble, the golden moon released golden thunder and lightning again and hit the barrier. This time, the power was even greater, causing the entire 5-star city to sink by more than 10 meters. The flat ground of the 5-star city was shaking up and down. Many huge buildings collapsed and fell to the ground. When the people outside the city saw this, they were even happier. Destruction and destruction were what those people loved to do the most. The 5-star city was severely damaged, so they all burst into cheers and laughter. The golden lightning fell after a period of time. It wasn't dense, but it was still very powerful. Every time it landed, the barrier would explode with a burst of fluctuations. Within the barrier, one could also feel a very strong pressure and impact. After a few wild attacks from the golden lightning, the city was reduced to ruins. Even the sturdy city gates and walls had collapsed. Such a beautiful 5-star city was destroyed in just a few moves. The Divine Tree Palace Lord and the Divine Bee King stood on the branches of the Divine Tree and looked at the destroyed 5-star city. They both sighed. Look at those werewolves. Xianxia exclaimed. Although the lightning attack released by Jin Yu was unable to break the barrier, it was able to create a very strong impact and pressure. Therefore, the 10,000+ werewolves inside the city were pressed into the ground and many of them were seriously injured. However, under the illumination of the golden moon, the werewolves' recovery speed is very fast. Some werewolves whose bodies are dripping with blood can quickly recover after absorbing the golden moonlight. Why is Golden Moon controlled by the Willow Moon clan? Xiao Yuemei very angrily said, won't those werewolves be very difficult to kill? The Divine Bee King said, the energy released by Golden Moon is very strong. The Divine Tree can take advantage of this to absorb it and make the divine fruits ripen even faster. Those werewolves below the Divine Tree wanted to climb up but they were swept down by the Divine Tree's many tree vines. Some of them were even tied up by the Divine Tree's tree vines. Although the Divine Tree is very strong, the werewolves are not weak either. Their wolf claws are very sharp, they can quickly break the tree vines and escape. These werewolves should be easy to deal with, right? Qin Yun said to the Divine Tree Palace Master, Granny Palace Master, go take care of those werewolves. Not easy, the divine bee king shook his head with frown and said, many of those werewolves are transformed from formidable heavenly immortals, Xianxia said. After transforming into werewolves, their power will increase even more, especially when they enter berserk state. This is what she heard from Liang Yupeng. Liang Yupeng transformed into a werewolf before. Golden Moon released a total of 10 golden thunder and lightning and then stopped attacking. The barrier is also becoming weaker and weaker. The people outside the city could see the golden moonlight falling down from the golden moon and falling on the huge crown of the divine tree. The divine tree is absorbing golden moon's power. Elder Lu Yu cursed in low voice, the divine tree is also taking advantage of this situation. To absorb golden moon's power, what do we do? It doesn't matter, as long as we can break the barrier, it won't matter if the divine tree absorbs golden moon's power for a few days. Lu Yu said with sneer, we will be able to break the barrier very soon. When the sky is about to brighten, many pink flower petals suddenly floated down from the divine tree. Flower petals finally fell on a large scale. From afar, it looks like the divine tree is sprinkling beautiful pink flower petals. In the night, the flower petals emitted a pink glow, like many beautiful stars slowly falling. It is very beautiful. At the same time, the diligent divine bees also quickly flew out to collect the falling flower petals. Seeing a large number of flower petals falling down, Lu Yu and Jieting said frantically, Father, those flower petals are falling, why haven't we broken the barrier yet? We can't get a single one. The crowd outside the city also let out waves of sighs. Many people are wringing their wrists and sighing because they don't even have the chance to obtain a single petal. Such beautiful petals, even if they collected one, it would still be very good. When the huge flower petals fell, many divine bees flew over and picked them up, bringing them back to the divine tree. The people outside the city can only watch and drool. Clan leader Lu Yu snorted and said, don't worry, as long as we break the barrier, there will be flower petals and divine fruits in the future. Elder Lu Yu also nodded and said, don't worry, we will definitely be able to break the barrier before the divine fruit ripens. Qin Yan and the others also went to collect flower petals. He stored many in the 9-sun divine soul, they can be used to satisfy Momo's craving. Although the flower petals are crystal, they can absorb the energy inside, moreover it is very fragrant energy. Why is Golden Moon not continuing to attack? Lu Yu and Jieting very anxiously said, quickly break the barrier. The sky is about to brighten, Golden Moon is in deep sleep during the day, it absorbs sun's energy and stores it inside Golden Moon. Only when the sky turns dark can it continue to attack, clan leader Lu Yu said. After daybreak, Divine Bee King controlled some divine bees to attack the werewolves on the ground. After daybreak, the werewolves on the ground can't recover that fast. Seeing the divine bees attack, the werewolves dug holes and hid deep underground, it is also very difficult to attack. Divine Bee King can only give up. Qin Yan called Jian Linglong and others and entered a secret room. He wants to break through quickly, there is still some time before the divine fruit ripens, he cannot waste this time. Xiao Yuemei is already a heavenly immortal, if she helps Qin Yan cultivate, the effect will be very clear. I want to break through and enter heavenly immortal realm first. Qin Yan said. This will consume a lot of sacred Xian silver crystals. Jian Linglong lightly sighed and said, Xiao Yun, we can only do this now. If we waste it, then let's waste it. Time is pressing. Because nobody knows whether or not the divine tree can block Golden Moon's attack or not. If the divine fruit does not ripen and the barrier is broken, then maybe they can only run far away. Qin Yan has several billion sacred Xian silver crystals in his hands, so he can't waste too much. 200 million genes of sacred Xian silver crystals, it should be enough to break through, right? Qin Yan took out 10 large square-shaped crystals, each of them has 1,000,000 genes of sacred Xian silver crystals. Qin Yan cultivated inside the secret room and unknowingly, the sky turned dark. After the sky turned dark, Golden Moon released very strong golden light and began releasing very strong golden violent thunder to bombard the divine tree's barrier. And in the extremely dilapidated city, a new situation appeared. After those werewolves absorbed a great amount of Golden Moon's energy, their bodies began to split. One turned into two and their cultivation is more or less the same. What caused people to be most alarmed is that after those werewolves split into two, they were eaten by stronger werewolves. After werewolves eat other werewolves, they became stronger and more berserk and continued to split. The werewolf army is expanding. Because they can absorb Golden Moon's energy, they can continuously split and devour each other to cultivate stronger werewolf leaders. In just one night, there are 10 werewolf teams in the city. Each team has 3,000 werewolves and the werewolf leaders are very powerful great werewolves. Divine Bee King wanted to stop those werewolves but sacrificed many divine bees. Divine Tree Palace Master also went down to attack the werewolves at night, but the werewolf leaders are not weak and there are a lot of them. Most dreadful thing is that those werewolves don't care about their lives. Even if a powerful celestial immortal attacked them, they would be injured if they are not careful. Divine Tree Palace Master has a few injured elders who were rescued. Divine Bee King is also very anxious because if this goes on, the Divine Tree will fall sooner or later. They are overdrafting Golden Moon's power. Divine Bee King looked at the Golden Moon in the sky and said in deep voice, "If this goes on, Golden Moon will be destroyed sooner or later. If Golden Moon is destroyed, it won't be good for them." Divine Tree Palace Master coldly groaned and said, "Those Willow You clan people are truly crazy. Now, they can only wait for the Divine Tree to bear fruit. Once the Divine Tree bears fruit, Xianxia and others will eat the Divine Fruit and quickly become stronger. At that time, they will have enough power to fight against the Willow You clan." Willow You clan controlled the Golden Moon to release extremely powerful energy. Because of this, the Divine Tree is very pleased and quickly bore fruit. Not even 2 days after the flowers fell off, a very small divine fruit has already formed. Soon, within 5 days, we will be able to condense very high-quality divine fruit. Divine Bee King saw the result and very happily said. Suddenly, the earth of the 5-star city trembled. The people on top of the Divine Tree looked down and saw a 100-meter-tall giant werewolf drilling out of the earth. Iced serious when the Divine Bee King saw that huge werewolf, his heart trembled. He had never thought that a werewolf could grow so big. In other words, as long as there was enough energy, werewolves could continuously grow and become very powerful. Although the power of the ancient garden was limited to the heaven immortal realm, the larger the werewolf was, the harder it was to defeat it. Moreover, the more energy it had, the harder it was to deal with it. Also, the Divine Bee King was worried that the Divine Tree would be destroyed by the huge werewolf. The Divine Tree has yet to make a complete breakthrough, so it can't enter the Divine Wilderness for the time being. It can't be destroyed at such a critical juncture. The Divine Bee King stood on the branch and said with a grave expression. The Divine Tree Palace Lord also landed and said solemnly, "Divine Bee King, let's work together to kill that giant werewolf. That werewolf is so powerful, he might cause great damage to the Divine Tree." "Why does the Willow Moon clan have so many evil techniques?" the Divine Bee King cursed before taking out a very long stinger and preparing for battle. The Willow Moon clan is going all out this time. It looks like they're going to stake everything on this and take down the Tree of God at all costs. The wooden staff in the Divine Tree Palace Lord's hand emitted a white glow and gradually turned into a very powerful sword. On top of the Divine Tree, as long as we can continue fighting, we must kill that big werewolf. Divine Bee King said, "I'll go down first." Outside the city, the people from the various sects and the large werewolf army were cheering wildly, cheering for the big werewolf. The great werewolves were born because the Willow Moon clan controlled them from the outside. The Willow Moon clan's sorcery was indeed strange and miraculous. The werewolves they created could not only split and devour each other, but they could also grow larger. A larger werewolf would require more energy. And that energy mainly came from Jinyu. The Willow Moon clan had been on the Golden Moon for many years. They had studied the Golden Moon thoroughly. Furthermore, they seemed to have a deep relationship with the Golden Moon, which was why they could control it. After the Divine Bee King swooped down, it quickly circled behind the werewolf's head. The werewolf's head was as large as a small mountain, and it was charging towards the trunk of the Divine Tree. The Divine Bee King flew behind the big wolfman's head and stabbed it with its stinger. The big werewolf let out an angry howl and shook its head incessantly. At the same time, the Divine Tree Palace Lord swooped down from the sky and condensed a ball of white energy. The ball of white energy was like a giant glowing white ball. It descended rapidly and landed on the big werewolf's head. Rumble, the big werewolf's head was hit, and white light exploded. The people outside the city quietened down when they saw the werewolf's head being hit. However, the werewolf only took a few steps back. Seeing this, the people outside the city all let out joyous shouts. The Divine Tree Palace Lord cursed inwardly. The werewolf's defense was stronger than she had imagined. Even though the Divine Bee King's stinger could pierce through the wolfman's stiff skull, it was useless. After all, the wolfman's skull was too big, and being stabbed by such a small thing was useless. The Divine Tree Palatial Lord had dealt a heavy blow to the werewolf's head, but the werewolf's head did not suffer any damage. It only let out a howl. From this, it can be seen how tough the werewolf's head is. Suddenly, many thick tree roots appeared on the ground. After those tree roots appeared, they immediately entangled the big werewolf. That is the Divine Tree's move. It used its sturdy tree roots to entangle the big werewolf. The big werewolf's power is very strong. After being entangled, even if it was attacked by the Divine Tree Palace Lord and the Divine Bee King, it could still focus on releasing powerful power to break free from the tree roots. The Divine Tree is not a combat type. Even though it has an extremely high cultivation, the Divine Tree's existence is rather special. Facing such a powerful beast, it has no way to deal with it. What's more, it still has to take care of the huge barrier to prevent the people outside from attacking. The big black werewolf constantly waved its big claws, wanting to attack the flying Divine Bee King. The Divine Tree Palace Lord is also riding a very fast Divine Bee, which is why he can fly and attack. The Divine Bee's speed is very fast, and it has very high dodging ability. The big werewolf's waving of its big claws to grab it is useless, it will always be dodged. This can't go on. Divine Bee King said in low voice, if we don't get rid of this guy, the Divine Tree will suffer sooner or later. What I fear the most is that there will be more and more of these things. Divine Tree Palace Lord cursed, those bastards from the Willow Moon clan, they really have a lot of tricks. The Willow Moon clan controlled the Golden Moon to attack the barrier from outside, then controlled the werewolves inside to evolve and become stronger, then made a big werewolf to attack the Divine Tree. This is an attack from inside and outside. The Divine Tree Palace originally had many outstanding core disciples, as well as powerful elders. But most of those elders were tricked away by the Willow Moon clan. And most of those outstanding core disciples have become werewolves. Among the 9 great elders, only Elder Yao followed the Divine Tree Palace Lord, but he was injured when dealing with those werewolves. There are not many people in the Divine Tree Palace who can fight. The Divine Tree Palace Lord cursed while attacking. The big werewolf's body is very strong, with their strength, they can't injure it at all. Of course, the big werewolf can't do anything to them. It is night time, the light released by the Divine Tree is very strong, so they can see the battle between the big werewolf and the Divine Bee King and the Divine Tree Palace Lord from afar. The golden moon in the sky is getting brighter, the golden halo outside the golden moon is also getting bigger. The golden moon is releasing more energy. Although the Divine Bee King and the Divine Tree Palace Lord didn't cause any damage to the big werewolf, they still have to continue attacking. Because they have to use all their strength to defeat the big werewolf to reduce the pressure on the Divine Tree. Otherwise, the Divine Tree will be controlled by the Willow Moon clan before it can successfully bear fruit. Divine Bee King, the Divine Tree is absorbing the power of the Golden Moon now, will it be frozen like before? Divine Tree Palace Lord asked while fighting. No, the Divine Tree was tricked once before, there won't be a second time. Divine Bee King's sharp thorns can pierce the big werewolf's skin and bones, but it is useless. The big werewolf's recovery is very strong, and its skin is thick, so it can't hurt it at all. The Divine Bee King and the Divine Tree Palace Lord are doing their best to fight the big werewolf. When it was late at night, the earth suddenly trembled. The ground of 5-Star City gradually bulged, and a big bump appeared. Another big werewolf came out of the ground. The golden moon is not only releasing golden lightning to attack the barrier, it is also releasing energy to nurture a very powerful big werewolf. Seeing the big werewolf appear, the Divine Tree Palace Lord and the Divine Bee King immediately cursed. This can't go on. Divine Bee King frowned, Divine Tree Palace Lord, think of a way. What can I do? I can only wait for little Qin to become strong. This brat has a lot of tricks, we can only rely on him. Divine Tree Palace Lord has a teleportation talisman in her hand, she can teleport away at any time. But she didn't leave because she is the Divine Tree Palace Lord. If she suddenly leaves at such a critical time, she will feel bad. Also, she also blames herself in her heart. The Willow Moon clan has gradually developed to this state mainly because she has been lazy for many years and neglected it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to face that group of powerful werewolves. Divine Tree Palace Lord, what's going on? Suddenly, a cold voice came out from the tree. It is Bingxing's voice. Bingxing, you're here. That's great. The Divine Tree Palace Lord said in pleasant surprise, quickly deal with those big werewolves. We can't deal with them. Don't let those big werewolves destroy the Divine Tree. Bingxing is wearing a white dress. Her beautiful face is cold. She is holding a white longsword and standing on a tree branch. Her ice-cold beautiful eyes are looking at the big werewolf in the distance. The newly born big werewolf is more than 100 meters tall. His entire body is covered in black stiff fur. His eyes are flickering with red light, filled with a demonic and fierce look. The werewolf madly rushed over, his footsteps causing the ground to tremble. Divine Bee King arranged a divine bee for Bingxing to stand on top of it. I'll deal with that werewolf. Bingxing shouted softly. The divine bee also quickly flew towards the werewolf. When flying over, Bingxing waved her longsword and a white sword image streaked across the night sky. In the blink of an eye, many long swords condensed from white ice fell from the sky like a torrential rain. Countless ice swords flew over. Moreover, they are extremely sharp. They brought with them an ice-cold aura and landed on the werewolf's body. Bingxing secretly gritted her teeth. She is an immortal emperor, but the immortal power she condensed is only at the heaven immortal level. As a result, when the ice swords she condensed landed on the werewolf's body, not many of them were able to pierce into the werewolf's body. However, when the ice swords entered the werewolf's body, they still had a pretty good effect. It made the werewolf feel cold all over. The werewolf's speed also slowed down a lot. Where's Xiaoyun? Bingxing asked. He's in seclusion. The Divine Tree Palace Master shouted softly, the Divine Tree wants to condense a divine fruit for him to eat. We can't let the werewolf affect the Divine Tree. When Bingxing heard this, she secretly frowned. She previously entered a special place inside the Divine Tree, so she has been cultivating inside. She did not know what was happening outside. After she came out, someone told her that a powerful werewolf was approaching, so she came to take a look. Although there are many Guanghan Palace disciples here, it is not of much use for them to take action. Their strength is about the same as the elders of the Divine Tree Palace. Those elders are all injured, so it is the same for them to go on stage. What they need to do now is to protect the Divine Tree as much as possible and not be affected by the werewolf. Bingxing arrived above the big werewolf. The big werewolf raised his head and opened his mouth, spewing out a large amount of black energy. Bingxing's expression turned cold, her eyes flashed with a cold light. She waved her hand downwards, her fluttering sleeve swept out a large amount of white icy mist. In the blink of an eye, a huge white tornado with frost formed and enveloped the big werewolf. The black evil energy spewed out of the big werewolf's mouth was also swept away by the tornado. The ice and snow tornado released by Bingxing is condensed from the powerful immortal power in her body. Although it is limited to the strength of the heaven immortal realm, the effect is very good. 1648 Chapter 1648 Wolf Hunting Squad. Divine Bee King and Divine Tree Palace Master are dealing with another big werewolf. When they saw that Bingxing alone can temporarily suppress the big werewolf, they are secretly shocked. To kill this kind of thing, you need a strong enough weapon. Bingxing's ice-cold eyes looked at the big werewolf below and said in a deep voice, I don't have a good weapon. She is also constantly releasing immortal power to completely freeze the big werewolf. Divine Bee King and Divine Tree Palace Master are somewhat ashamed because they don't have that kind of good weapon, and they are also not as good as Bingxing. Bingxing cultivated inside the Divine Tree for a period of time and absorbed a lot of Golden Moon's power. The strength of her immortal power increased by a lot, but because of the restriction, it did not show. Bingxing, does little Qin have that kind of weapon? Divine Tree Palace Master asked. Maybe he does. How long has he been in seclusion? Bingxing asked. 1 or 2 days, he said he wants to become a heaven immortal. Divine Bee King said, he was only at the 9th level of Golden Immortal Realm before, it won't be that easy to break through to Heaven Immortal. Bing Xing said with a frown, if he just stepped into the Heaven Immortal realm, it won't be enough to deal with this kind of werewolf. Qin Yun is still in seclusion, cultivating with a few women. Although the commotion outside is big, he did not sense it inside the divine tree. The inside of the divine tree is very quiet. Qin Yun is also very seriously absorbing the sacred mysterious silver crystal's saint power. He has a powerful immortal devil sacred body, and coupled with Nether Sun's terrifying devouring power, he can quickly absorb the saint power inside the sacred mysterious silver crystal into his body. After that, he will pass it on to the other women and let them help him refine and purify it. Those women's cultivation path is not as difficult as Qin Yun's, so they became Heaven Immortals very early on. When they are cultivating together, they will give their refined saint power to Qin Yun. This way, Qin Yun can improve even faster. Just as Qin Yun expected, he used nearly 200 million genes of sacred mysterious silver crystal to become a Heaven Immortal. What made him pleasantly surprised is that the Heaven Immortal power contains more saint power, meaning that this immortal power is even stronger. He guessed that as long as he becomes an immortal king, the immortal power in his body might be completely transformed into saint power ahead of time. After breaking through, Qin Yun opened his eyes and said with a smile, I have finally become a Heaven Immortal. Although he hadn't reached the 9th tier of the Heaven Celestial stage, this feeling was great. My celestial immortal strength contains quite a lot of saint energy. Indeed, more than us. Is this the benefit of cultivating a formidable sacred body? Jian Linglong said with light smile. They cultivated together with Qin Yun, so they are very clear about the situation inside Qin Yun's body. Let's go out and take a look at the situation outside. Qin Yun said with a grin, then used mysterious penetration divine ability to quickly fly out. After he went out, he saw a big werewolf covered in ice in the distance. As for Bing Xing, she is standing on the back of a divine bee, releasing powerful ice-cold immortal power to freeze that big werewolf. The Divine Tree Palace Master and the Divine Bee King were frantically attacking a werewolf. They couldn't completely suppress the big werewolf. Qin Yun is also dumbfounded when he saw the 200-meter-tall werewolves. He hadn't been in seclusion for long, and such a situation had already occurred. Sister Bing Xing, do you need help? Qin Yun spoke and flew over. He used light transformation sacred pupil and arrived in front of Bing Xing in the blink of an eye. He looked at Bing Xing's peerlessly beautiful jade-like face and smelled the cold fragrance drifting on Bing Xing's body. He felt that Bing Xing's temperament has changed greatly. Yes, do you have any good weapons? Bing Xing said softly. When she saw Qin Yun looking at her with affectionate eyes, she felt an indescribable joy in her heart. Qin Yun said with a frown, werewolf's regenerative ability is very strong. Weapons are not very effective against these werewolves. Then what method do you have? Bing Xing looked at the golden moon in the sky. She also knows that it is the golden moon's energy that made the werewolves very strong. Sister Bing Xing, hold on for a while. Qin Yun flew not far away and punched the ground a few times, creating a very deep crater. Then, he took out a very long chain. He obtained this chain from the Heartyang realm and it is also very useful. One end of the chain has a sharp barb. As long as one's strength is strong enough, they can use the sharp barb to pierce through skin and flesh. The people outside the city used a telescope tool and saw Qin Yun flying out from the sky. Elder Lu Yu cursed in low voice, isn't that Qin Yun? Wasn't he the one who flew up with Falling Moon Palace Master? He can fly, it's indeed Qin Yun. Father, who is that beauty? Why is she so powerful? Is she from the Divine Tree Palace? Lu Yu Jiating asked. The people from the Guanghan Palace are indeed very strong. Elder Lu Yu groaned. Patriarch Lu Yu said with a confident smile, don't worry, they won't be able to kill the Overlord werewolf. Even if they have very strong weapons, they can only injure the werewolves because their recovery speed is very fast. Patriarch, what if it's daybreak? Lu Yu Jiating said. When it's daybreak, they must be tired. When the two Overlord werewolf join hands, they will definitely be able to climb up the divine tree and disrupt its normal bearing. Patriarch Lu Yu chuckled and said. Why hasn't Jin Yu broken through the barrier yet? Yang Ni sect master said. That's only a matter of time. Patriarch Luyu has an expression as if victory is in her grasp. She laughed and said, "Before the harvest, we must always wait patiently." Many big shots outside the city are very worried when they saw Qin Yan appear. Especially those people from the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate and Xian family. They know that Qin Yan has many methods. Even if his cultivation is not high, with those damn methods, he can torment many immortal kings and immortal emperors until they complain to the heavens. After Qin Yan created a big hole, he poured a chain into the 9 heavens dragon lion cannon. Then, he controlled the cannon to absorb the power of the sacred Xian silver crystal and shot out the long thorns on the chain. The chain can freely lengthen. After the long thorns flew out, the chain is still connected to the 9 heavens dragon lion cannon. The long thorns shot towards the back of the big werewolf's neck. After penetrating the ice layer, it also pierced through the big werewolf's neck. "Sister Bing Xing, attack that guy. I'll pull him into the big hole from behind," Qin Yun shouted. "All right." Bing Xing waved her hands and shot out balls of formidable immortal power that bombarded the big werewolf's body, causing him to retreat. At the same time, Qin Yun released the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon. The Devil Star Tyrant Dragon was injured before, and after a long period of time, it has already recovered. Qin Yan put in many materials to refine the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon, but later on, it was somewhat unable to keep up. However, it still has pretty good power. Under Qin Yan's control, the 2-meter-tall Devil Star Tyrant Dragon suddenly became very big. It is dozens of meters tall. The gigantic Devil Star Tyrant Dragon has 3 mighty dragon heads. 3 heads and 6 arms. 2 of the 6 arms are mantis blades and the other 4 are dragon claws. The Devil Star Tyrant Dragon took the chain from Qin Yan's hand and vigorously pulled the big werewolf. Qin Yan took out the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron and placed it in the big hole, making it very big. He wants the big werewolf to fall into the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron. If the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron becomes big, it can also cover the big werewolf. However, under the Divine Tree, it is very difficult for Qin Yun to control a big thing to float down. Therefore, he can only dig a big hole and place the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron down. When the people outside the city saw this scene, they are immediately dumbfounded. Qin Yun can actually release a very big monster with 3 heads and 6 arms. This caused the people outside the city to let out a burst of exclamations, causing a great commotion. Everyone can see that the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon has 3 very mighty dragon heads. Furthermore, there are many dragon scale armor on its body and 2 pairs of powerful dragon claws. No matter how you look at it, it is a very powerful thing. The big werewolf sealed in ice is now being dragged into the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron by the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon. Devil Star Tyrant Dragon, well done. Qin Yan said with a smile, wait until you eat the big werewolf in the future, you can also evolve. Bing Xing let out a long sigh. She knew that Qin Yan is very resourceful. And the Divine Tree Palace Master and Divine Bee King in the distance are secretly shocked. As soon as Qin Yan came out, he captured a big werewolf. Those Liu clan people outside the city are all cursing and swearing. That big werewolf absorbed a lot of Golden Moon's power to evolve, yet it was captured just like that, because even if many big shots of the sex besieged it, they might not be able to capture a big werewolf. There is only one big werewolf left. Qin Yan and Bing Xing are rushing over. As soon as Bing Xing arrived, she released formidable icy cold power, causing the big werewolf to become a lot slower. Then, Qin Yan controlled the 9 heavens dragon lion cannon to shoot out chains that pierced into the werewolf's body. Just like before, Qin Yan made a big hole and placed the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron inside. This time it is much smoother than before. Because with the help of Divine Bee King and Divine Tree Palace Master, the big werewolf entered the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron in a short while. Then, Qin Yan let the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon enter and eat the 2 big werewolves. One must know that the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon has a very strong devouring and fusion power. It only needs a little time to fuse with the 2 big werewolves. Finally killed the 2 big werewolves. Divine Tree Palace Master and Divine Bee King landed on a large tree branch and gasped for breath. Qin Yan and Bing Xing are very spirited, they did not consume much energy. Sister Bing Xing, there are still many werewolves here. Qin Yan said with a smile, join hands with me and kill those werewolves. Those werewolves are not easy to kill. Divine Bee King shook her head and said, moreover, those werewolves are definitely hiding. It won't be easy to find them. Qin Yan took out a white cloak and handed it over to Bing Xing. He said, Sister Bing Xing, this is a flying cloak. You can put it on and fly. This kind of cloak is made from floating cloud runes. It can also fly within the 5 elements. After Bing Xing put it on and tested it, she said with a chuckle, it can indeed fly. Divine Tree Palace Master and Divine Bee King are also very astonished. Qin Yan can actually refine such a good thing. Xiao Qin, are you really going to hunt those werewolves? Many of those werewolves are transformed from very strong heavenly immortals. Divine Tree Palace Master said somewhat worriedly. Indeed, and it's very difficult to find them. Especially at night, they must be hiding below and secretly becoming stronger. Divine Bee King said, it's hard to say whether or not we can find them. Bing Xing said, don't worry, it will be very smooth for us. Retreat into the divine tree. The reason why Qin Yan allowed Xiao Yuemei to join them is because her mirror can detect werewolf soul bodies. She can quickly find werewolves. Alright. Xiao Yuemei said with smile, I will definitely find the werewolf. Qin Yan took out a flying cloak and gave it to Xiao Yuemei to put on. After Xiao Yuemei put on the flying cloak, she happily flew for a while. Then she took out a small mirror and shouted, there are werewolves nearby. Bing Xing nodded at Qin Yan. Let's go. Let's quickly clean up the werewolves. Don't let them turn into those big werewolves again. The power released by the golden moon in the sky gradually weakened. In order to create the 2 big werewolves, Golden Moon had released a lot of energy, and the divine tree had absorbed a lot of it. The Willow Moon clansmen outside the city were all hopping mad. The overlord werewolf overlord that they had painstakingly produced was actually captured by Qin Yan. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate and Xian family people feel that it is very normal. When they saw Qin Yan appear, they knew that the situation would be reversed. Hurry up and break that barrier. Qin Yan's current cultivation is not strong enough, he can easily kill him. An old man from the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate said. If Qin Yan had enough power, he would have killed the werewolf just now. Before he becomes stronger, quickly break through the barrier and control the divine tree. The middle-aged immortal said. Once the divine fruit of the divine tree ripens and Qin Yan eats it, it is very likely that he will quickly break through. At that time, it will be even more difficult for us to kill him. Long Family's old man coldly snorted and said, that bastard Qin Yan, this bit of cultivation is enough to give people a headache. Lu Yu replied, of course I know. The elders of the other sects were all blaming the Willow Moon clan for wasting the energy of the Golden Moon. They shouldn't have used it to nurture the 2 werewolves. The energy of the Golden Moon was not only used to nurture the 2 werewolf overlords, but it was also used to strengthen the other werewolves. And now, those little werewolves will be quickly taken down by Qin Yan. If he could concentrate the power of the Golden Moon to break the barrier, then he could quickly weaken the barrier. The Willow Moon clan also knew that their strategy was wrong, but they refused to admit it. Xiao Yuemei arrived at a ruin and said, there are 5 werewolves below, they are in a rather deep place. How can we get them out? I'll dig a hole and then Sister Bing Xing will release her ice immortal power and freeze the werewolves below. Qin Yan said. Alright, you go ahead and dig a hole. I can take action at any time. Bing Xing nodded. Qin Yan pressed 2 fingers together and used the piercing mountain-splitting earth finger towards the ground. A large hole immediately appeared in the ground, and it even split open in all directions. At the same time, Bing Xing released a very strong wave of cold ice power and poured it into the hole. The hole and the cracks around it were immediately filled with frost, and the werewolves below were also frozen. I'll get them out. Xiao Yuemei said with charming smile. She waved the mirror in her hand and a large golden palm appeared on the mirror's surface. Furthermore, a very long arm also appeared. Just like that, the golden palm reached down and grew larger, instantly grabbing the 5 werewolves. What hand is this? Qin Yan exclaimed. Our martial spirit. Xiao Yuemei giggled and said, awesome, right? Let's continue killing werewolves. Bing Xing smiled and looked around. The ground of the ruined five-star city looks very calm, but there are many werewolves hidden deep underground. The sky gradually brightened. Xianxia and company also killed many moon devil heavenly werewolves. Most of them were thrown into the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and eaten by the devil star overlord dragon. Their remnant souls were stored in the soul sealing pearl, divine tree palace master and divine bee king, who are on top of the divine tree, originally thought that it would be very difficult for Xianxia and company to kill those werewolves, but now they have killed many of them. After daybreak, the werewolves became even weaker. And Xianxia, Bingxing, and Xiaoyuemei joined hands and quickly wiped out the werewolves in the city. When the Luyu people outside the city saw their werewolves being captured, they felt extremely pained and cursed loudly. In just a single day, all the werewolves in the city have been killed. The threat inside the barrier has been completely eliminated. And what makes people worried is that night has fallen. During the day, Golden Moon can condense a lot of energy and then attack at night. The barrier is getting weaker and weaker. Xianxia and company are worried that the divine tree's barrier won't last until tonight. As the sky gradually darkened, Xianxia and company's mood also became heavier and heavier. Especially divine bee king, she let out a long sigh and said, the barrier might not be able to last until tonight. Xianxia looked at the divine fruits not far away and said, the divine fruits are about to mature, right? Tonight, if Golden Moon's energy is strong enough, the divine fruits should be able to mature. At that time, all the divine bees will move out and quickly transport the divine fruits back to the divine tree. Divine Bee King said, the defense inside the divine tree's hive is very strong. When the time comes, we will hide inside and seal the entrance. We will be able to hold on for a while. The sky darkened. As soon as the golden moon's ring appeared, it shot down a very strong golden thunder and bombarded the divine tree's barrier. At the same time, the divine tree is crazily absorbing the golden moon's energy to accelerate the ripening of the divine fruits. Luyu people are controlling the golden moon and releasing power to bombard the divine tree's barrier. They are certain that the divine tree's barrier won't last until daybreak. After the sky darkened, rumbling sounds echoed unceasingly and the earth trembled from time to time. The divine fruits on the divine tree also quickly grew bigger. The golden moon's energy is indeed very strong. The divine tree is also doing its best to absorb the energy. As long as the divine tree finishes bearing fruit, it will enter a state of transformation. Once the transformation is successful, it will be able to go to the divine desolate. Divine Bee King said somewhat worriedly, I hope the divine tree can hold on. This is a great calamity for the divine tree. So long as it can survive this great calamity, it will be able to enter the divine desolate. We will definitely do our best to help the divine tree survive this calamity. Xianxia said. Although those guys have a lot of people, they aren't that strong. I can block them for a while. Bingxing's expression is cold. Her ice-cold power is very dreadful, she can freeze a large area in an instant. Therefore, she is confident in saying these words. Late at night, the barrier is getting thinner and thinner. The people on the divine tree can feel that every time Golden Moon attacks, it will cause a very strong fluctuation. Boom, following the explosive sound of golden thunder, an incomparably strong energy wave pressed down. The barrier has been breached. At this time, the divine fruits on the divine tree burst out with golden light. The divine fruits have also matured. Quickly take the divine fruits. Divine Bee King shouted. A large number of divine bees are already on standby near the divine fruits. The people outside the city are all shouting in excitement. The barrier has been breached, ha ha ha, kill your way in. Charge. The divine tree is ours. The divine fruits have matured, snatch them. Kill them all, snatch them all. Kill Xianxia. All kinds of excited and wild shouts came from all directions. One after another berserk aura violently surged towards the divine tree. The people outside the city are like demons and all kinds of werewolves are howling crazily. The divine bees need time to retreat. Divine Bee King said anxiously, those guys are about to attack, can we stop them? Sister Bingxing, come with me. The others stay here and pick the divine fruits. Xianxia said anxiously. Xiaoyun, let me go by myself. You enter the divine tree. Bingxing said. No, I need your help. Xianxia took out the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon, then pulled Bingxing's lily-white hand and flew towards the sky. Qin Yan quickly activated the Nine Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon, extracted the holy oil from the small black bottle and combined it with the sacred mysterious silver crystal's sacred power to release an incomparably intense sacred flame. A golden flame serpent suddenly shot down from the sky and swept towards the group of werewolves at the very front. The incomparably intense sacred flame burned a large number of werewolves to death in a short while. And the group of Luyu clan people at the very front were burned to the point of jumping and screaming miserably. Seeing the sacred flame descend, many big shots started cursing and retreating one after another. They are also afraid of the sacred flame. "Sister Bingxing, help me cool it down," Qin Yun shouted. Bingxing also sensed the intense heat emitted by the cannon barrel. She promptly extended her hand and shot out a ball of white cold air. She released it unceasingly and covered the Nine Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon's barrel. After it cooled down, Qin Yun is very relieved to release the berserk sacred flame. Qin Yun has a lot of holy oil in the small black bottle. He also has a lot of sacred mysterious silver crystals. Therefore, he can release fire without any regard for his life and form a flame barrier. Those people can't fly under the divine tree and they are also very afraid of the sacred flame. Therefore, it is very difficult for them to pass through the sacred flame barrier. The werewolves and many sect disciples who charged at the very front all fell into the sacred flame barrier and were burned to ashes. Qin Yan and Bingxing flew around the divine tree again and again. They constantly shot down intense sacred flame from the sky, burning into a large circular barrier and forming a fire wall, making it difficult for those people to approach the divine tree. Boom! Jin Yu suddenly released golden thunder and attacked Qin Yun and Bingxing dodge. Bingxing held Qin Yun and quickly dodged. However, Jin Yu's golden thunder became more and more concentrated. It enveloped a large area. Fortunately, Bingxing has enough power to block those dreadful golden thunder. Some golden thunder even bombarded the sacred flame and scattered it. "Retreat!" Divine Bee King shouted. "The divine fruit has not been completely plucked, there are still 30% of it left. And those divine bees have all drilled into the divine tree. Little Qin, Bingxing, quickly come back." Divine Bee King shouted, "Burn all the leaves of the divine tree, quickly." Qin Yun and Bingxing immediately flew back. When they flew back, they used cannon barrels to aim at the many branches and leaves of the divine tree and released intense sacred flame to ignite the branches and leaves. The people of the divine tree palace have already retreated inside the divine tree. They burned the branches and leaves because they don't want those people to obtain the divine fruit. The divine tree's huge treetop was immediately ignited by the sacred flame and burned with raging flames. In the night, it looks like an incomparably huge torch. Qin Yun and Bingxing passed through the sea of fire and entered the beehive. Luyu clan and the people from the various sects also arrived at the roots of the divine tree. "Damn Qin Yun, he would rather burn the divine fruit than give it to us." Clan leader Luyu said angrily, "Break the divine tree, quickly." "Break the divine tree? Then do we not want the divine tree anymore?" A big shot from a sect asked. "As long as the tree roots are here. The divine tree has entered its transformation period. Once it succeeds, it will enter the divine desolate. At that time, we won't even have a fart." Qin Yun and the others are still hiding inside the divine tree and eating the divine fruit to become stronger. Only by quickly destroying the divine tree can we stop them. Clan leader Luyu said anxiously. A great calamity is imminent. After Qin Yun and Bingxing entered the beehive inside the divine tree, the divine bee king entered and let the divine tree seal the entrance. There were many spacious halls inside the beehive, and there were many levels that could accommodate a large number of divine bees and humans. After Qin Yun entered, he cursed in a low voice, "Those bandits, what right do they have to snatch the divine tree?" This divine tree grew on the golden moon. After the golden moon was controlled, the Willow Moon clan was not satisfied and wanted to control this divine tree. "They are bandits. Bandits specialize in robbing," Liang Qin said. Divine Bee King said, "Big brother, the rest is up to you. If you reach the 9th level of the Heaven Celestial stage, you might be able to deal with them. I wonder if it will work." Qin Yin said with a frown, "Can the divine fruits here be eaten continuously?" In the immortal desolate, as long as one could eat a few of those divine fruits, they would no longer have any effect. Of course. The divine bee king said, these divine fruits are very high quality saint mysterious silver crystals. Their saint power is close to divine power and they have even turned into liquid. There's no time to lose. Hurry up and start cultivating. The divine tree palace master said, the divine tree should be able to hold on for a period of time, right? The divine bee king nodded and said, the divine tree is transforming. As long as the transformation succeeds, we can enter the divine wilderness. However, neither the divine tree nor I know when it will completely transform. The divine bee king was nurtured by the divine tree, so he could communicate with the divine tree telepathically. He was very worried that the divine tree would be chopped off before its transformation was complete. If that happened, his ascension to the divine wilderness would fail. Bingxing said to Qin Yun, Xiao Yun, I'll cultivate with you. Bingxing often dual cultivated with Qin Yun in the past. Furthermore, the two of them could carry out mental cultivation, allowing them to improve even faster. All right. Qin Yun nodded, then looked at the divine bee king and said, if anything happens, immediately call us. Don't be afraid of disturbing us. The divine fruits are all in the hall where the heart of the divine tree is. The divine bee king said, you guys can cultivate inside. When the heart of the divine tree transforms, the energy it releases might be useful to you guys. Qin Yun asked, by the way, what about the king of divine fruits? The divine bee king smiled and said, he is also inside. As for which one, I am not too sure. You guys look for it yourselves. I will go out and take a look at the situation outside. Qin Yun hurriedly led the women to the main hall in the middle. It was filled with many sparkling divine fruits. So big, it must be delicious. Xiao Yuemei said with charming smile. The divine fruit was very large and round, reaching a meter in height. Its skin was covered in a layer of light golden transparent hard shell, and one could see the juicy flesh inside. If we eat these things directly, how long will it take? Qin Yun arrived beside a divine fruit and said, it's not easy to get. Jian Linglong said with smile, Xiao Yun, where's your Dan transformation heavenly furnace? Use the pill melting heavenly furnace to refine it. That's right, Dan transformation heavenly furnace can absorb sacred Xian silver crystals and I have enough sacred Xian silver crystals. I can also bring out the effect of the divine fruit. Qin Yun said with smile. We might not need to use the Saint Profound silver crystal. Xiangyalin smiled lightly, the divine fruit contains a lot of energy, which can be absorbed by the pill transformation heavenly furnace. There are thousands of divine fruits here, we won't be able to use them all. Let's give it a try. Qin Yun took out the pill transformation heavenly furnace. Bingxing is watching from the side, waiting for Qin Yun to begin. Xiao Yuemei made a hole on the surface of the great divine fruit, then took out the flesh and ate it. So sweet, so tender, so delicious. Xiao Yuemei ate until the corner of her mouth is filled with golden fruit juice. She took out a large bowl, and handed it over to Bingxing, Sister Bingxing, have a taste. Xiao Yuemei did not eat alone, she took out many bowls and distributed them to everyone. The divine fruits here are indeed very delicious. After Qin Yun ate them, he kept praising them. Moreover, they contain a lot of energy between saint and divine power. That is to say, very high-quality saint power is about to transform into divine power. Momo, who is inside the nine-sun divine soul, also obtained several large bowls. She is happily eating the divine fruits inside. Qin Yun's pill transformation heavenly furnace very quickly refined a pill. The divine fruit can directly transform into a pill, it doesn't need to absorb other energy. What's going on? Qin Yun is very astonished. You are now seriously refining pills, it's different from refining instant space sacred pearl. Lan Fengjin said with charming smile, Master, you didn't use this pill furnace to refine pills before, right? Qin Yun said with a smile, it seems like I still don't understand how powerful this pill transformation heavenly furnace is. The pill transformation heavenly furnace is something from the fifth pearl of the nine-sun divine soul. It did not disappoint Qin Yun, it can give him great help. This made him look forward to the sixth pearl very much, but it is very difficult to break through the mental barrier of the sixth pearl. He guessed that only immortal emperors would be able to break through. After Qin Yun ate the pill, his expression suddenly changed. His face is completely red and his entire body is emitting golden hot air. Oh no, the energy is too strong. Seeing Qin Yan's reaction, Bing Xing walked over and grabbed Qin Yan's hand. She only felt an incomparably scorching heat. She said anxiously, "Quickly begin joint cultivation and help him share the energy." The other women all put down the large bowls in their hands and sat on the ground hand in hand in a circle. Qin Yan's hands are holding Bing Xing and Jian Linglong. Because they are the strongest, they can withstand the berserk energy released by Qin Yan. Bing Xing's cultivation is the highest, now she is the one leading the release of Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, controlling the entire situation. After Qin Yan ate the pill, the energy burst out and almost caused his immortal devil's sacred body to swell up. Luckily Bing Xing is here, she can absorb the energy from his body and refine it. Then slowly guide it to other women's bodies, allowing those women with low cultivation to enter the joint cultivation state with Qin Yan and stabilize the situation. Bing Xing has the most experience in joint cultivation with Qin Yan. In her heart, Bing Xing misses the days when she cultivated with Qin Yan in the Immortal Weapon Palace Hall. Back then, she could often be alone with Qin Yan. Divine Bee King drilled his head out of the surface of the tree bark and sensed a burst of scorching heat wave pressing down. He looked up and saw that the branches and leaves of the tree crown are burning. These sacred flames are so strong. Divine Bee King exclaimed in admiration in his heart. Fortunately, the divine tree's trunk is very resistant to fire and is not afraid of being burned by sacred flames. Otherwise, they would not dare to act so recklessly. He looked down and saw that several thousand meters below, there are many people frantically attacking the tree trunk. They are the people of Willow Yu clan, various great sects and Immortal Desolate's major powers. They want to break the tree trunk. Daybreak, Golden Moon's energy disappeared. And the divine tree's crown is burning very fiercely, charcoal containing sacred flame began dropping down one after another. When it smashed into the ground, it splashed up a large amount of flames that carried the sacred flame. Those with low cultivation bases were not able to withstand it. Those people with low cultivation were immediately ignited by the sacred flame. Not long after, a large group of people quickly retreated from the tree root. And loud cries kept coming out unceasingly. Many people were burned by the sacred flame. Their frail immortal bodies could not withstand the sacred flames burning and were burned to ashes in a short moment. As a large amount of tree branches continuously fell, more and more people and werewolves died below. Even the big shots of the various great sects can only temporarily retreat because they are also very afraid of the sacred flame. It must be known that the divine tree's branches contain energy close to divine power, it can make the sacred flame burn even more fiercely. Therefore, the flames on the fallen tree branches are much more intense than the sacred flame ignited by the sacred oil. Divine Bee King laughed mischievously and said, "These guys are still too inexperienced." This is also the reason why Divine Bee King told Qin Yan to ignite the tree branches. This way, he can temporarily force back the people near the tree root. Lu Yu and the others cursed unceasingly. They discovered that although they have broken through the barrier, it is not as smooth as they imagined. Many big shots thought that once the Golden Moon barrier is broken, they would immediately attack and climb the divine tree to pluck a large amount of divine fruits. Moreover, they would capture Qin Yan and the others and obtain a large number of entry tokens. But the reality is that after the barrier was broken, the vanguard troops were burned to ashes by the sacred flame and the divine fruits were also taken away by the divine bees. What made them flustered and exasperated is that the rest of the divine fruits were burned by Qin Yan. When the burning divine fruits fell to the ground, they burst out with very strong sacred flame and burned many people to death. Forget about capturing Qin Yan, they didn't even get a single strand of Qin Yan's hair and many people died. Many big shots of the sects began to complain because their losses are very great and now they can't get anything. Even if Lu Yu clan gets the tree, they don't know how long it will take for the divine tree to bloom and bear fruit again. It must be known that the divine tree has lost all its branches and leaves. It will take a very long time for it to grow again. The promised great harvest did not come, instead many people were burned to ashes and used as fertilizer. Everyone, don't worry, we still have Golden Moon. Once the sky turns dark, it will be their time of death. Lu Yu promptly shouted, "Our chances of victory are very high, we can definitely capture them." Indeed, Lu Yu clan still has Golden Moon, that Golden Moon's power is obvious to all. Lu Yu said again, friends, after we capture the divine tree, our Lu Yu clan will control Golden Moon to release energy to let the divine tree quickly grow and bear fruit. We will welcome an even greater harvest. Indeed, when the time comes, there will be many divine fruit kings. I guarantee that everyone will be able to obtain one. Lu Yu clan is also trying to appease everyone. They need to gather everyone's power to surround Qin Yun and the others. Just their Lu Yu clan alone won't dare to fight Divine Bee King head-on. Divine Bee King heard their conversation from above and is very worried about Golden Moon after the sky turns dark. Golden Moon won't be able to last long if they use it like this. I am afraid that they will use Golden Moon to perish together with the Divine Tree. Divine Bee King said in his heart. Divine Tree and Golden Moon are very sacred existences of ancient gardens. Moreover, they can only grow by mutually supporting each other. Golden Moon also wants to transform and ascend to Divine Desolate, but now it is controlled by Lu Yu clan. If Divine Tree is controlled by Lu Yu clan, then the entire ancient garden will belong to Lu Yu clan. Lu Yu clan people retreated far away. They want to wait for all the burnt branches to fall down. Moreover, they want to wait until night time to let Golden Moon attack again. Divine Bee King finished checking the situation and anxiously paced back and forth. Top Thunder, Divine Bee King waved his hand and said, they will break through sooner or later. Those guys are crazy, they want to continue controlling the Golden Moon to release formidable energy. What? If this goes on, the Golden Moon won't be able to withstand it. Divine Tree Palace Master is also very worried. Indeed. If the Golden Moon falls down and presses down on the Divine Tree, we will all be finished. Divine Bee King very anxiously said. They can only worry, they can do nothing. There is still the Lu Yu clan on the Golden Moon. They can't pass through the barrier released by the Golden Moon and can't get on the Golden Moon. Even if they can kill Lu Yu clan leader and others, they still can't stop the Lu Yu clan because the strongest people of the Lu Yu clan are on the Golden Moon. Qin Yan is cultivating in the main hall. He ate a pill refined from divine fruit and can refine it in an hour. His cultivation can only advance a bit. Now he is using 10 divine fruits to refine a pill because he feels that he can refine that many in an hour. He is very clear about his own potential. After all, potential is forced out. Pill transformation Heavenly Furnace is indeed a very rare divine tool. Even if 10 divine fruits are placed inside, they can still quickly condense into a pill. When Qin Yan ate the pill, Bing Xing and Jian Linglong are ready to guide the energy for him at any time. After eating, Qin Yan let out a deep roar, his body swelled up and split open. Bing Xing and Jian Linglong quickly guided the energy out. Bing Xing is an immortal emperor, it is very easy for her to guide the energy, she can endure it. Although the refining speed is a bit longer than before, it took half an hour but the effect is very good. I will also eat. Bing Xing said, I can endure it, this way I can continue cultivating and my speed will be even faster. Qin Yan can't find the Divine Fruit King because all the divine fruits here look the same. Next, he refined even more pills. Jian Linglong and Bing Xing both ate those pills. Moreover, they can absorb the energy that burst out from Qin Yan's body. This is also because they have very high cultivation. But Xiao Yuemei and others can't, they can't endure this kind of berserk energy. When they are cultivating together, they consume divine fruits very quickly, they consume more than 300 in a day. One day passed and Qin Yan reached second level Heavenly Immortal Realm, although it was already very fast, he felt that he might have to consume even more divine fruits in the end. When you step into the 5th level of the Heaven Immortal stage, find the Divine Fruit King and eat it. Bing Xing said, the Divine Fruit King should be able to let you step into the 7th or 8th level of the Heaven Immortal stage. As long as Qin Yan's cultivation level was at the 7th or 8th Firmament Sky Immortal Realm, he would be powerful enough. This was because immortal powers were limited to the 9th Firmament Sky Immortal Realm in the Primordial Garden. Qin Yan was at the 7th or 8th Firmament Sky Immortal Realm, and with the weapons he wielded, it was not a problem for him to deal with those people. It will take at least 5 days. Qin Yan sighed. 5 days is already very fast. Bing Xing said, you are now in the Heaven Immortal Realm, breaking through 1 level a day is really very fast. In your previous life, it was very difficult for you to break through. You had to collect resources for hundreds of years before you could do it once. In Qin Yan's previous life, he had cultivated with many women to improve by leaps and bounds. However, it took him a lot of time. Originally, Qin Yan was not in a hurry. However, inside the tree, they constantly felt the tree trunk tremble slightly. This meant that the tree trunk was under heavy attack. Only the trunk of the divine tree remains. It looks like a huge pillar supporting the heavens standing tall on the earth. It is now night time. The golden full moon in the night sky is unceasingly dropping down violent thunder and lightning, bombarding the top of the tree trunk. Clan leader Lu Yu and the others separated and formed a large circle around the tree trunk. If they sense that the divine tree is being destroyed, they will definitely run out. We will surround the divine tree, none of them will be able to escape. Clan leader Lu Yu said with smile. The divine tree's trunk is much more sturdy than everyone imagined. Although it has been bombarded by the golden moon for an entire night, there is still no sign of it cracking. After the divine tree successfully endured through the night, Divine Bee King and Divine Tree Palace Master let out a long sigh of relief. Qin Yan refined the divine fruit into a pill. It can quickly increase his cultivation. He can feel the excitement of his nether sun absorbing the pure and formidable saint power. Ling Yin'er said, Xiao Yun, nether sun has been raised too much, maybe it won't be able to absorb other energy in the future. It doesn't matter, I will think of a way to let nether sun absorb good things. Qin Yan said with smile in his heart, I hope nether sun can quickly increase its cultivation. The immortal power inside the nether sun is only second-level heavenly immortal, it is quickly transforming into third-level heavenly immortal. Nether sun totem also began appearing on the surface of the proud heavenly Tao Power's little dragon. Qin Yan is looking forward to cultivating the small dragon to perfection. What will it be like? At that time, Heavenly Tao Ferocious Power's little Heavenly Lion, Heavenly Tao Flame Violent Power's little Divine Hammer and Heavenly Tao Proud Heavenly Tao Power's little dragon will fuse together and burst out with great power. Especially when these three nether sun totems are fused together, the result will be very good. Every night when the curtain of night falls, Divine Bee King is very nervous and on edge. He is very worried that Golden Moon's thunder and lightning will split the divine tree. And after the night falls, Lu Yu and the others are cheering non-stop. They feel that the divine tree will be destroyed very soon. Once the divine tree's transformation is stopped, they will be able to keep the divine tree in the ancient garden and control it. At night, both sides are in very different mood. Moreover, they are equally unbearable. Lu Yu and the others are looking forward to seeing the divine tree crack at night. If it is not destroyed, they will be very disappointed and suffer even more during the day. They all know that the divine fruit can allow people to advance by leaps and bounds. They also know that if Qin Yan's cultivation breaks through very high, they will be in even more danger. Bing Xing, Divine Bee King and Divine Tree Palace Master are very strong, but they are unable to fight against so many powerful people. That is because their heavenly immortal power is not strong enough. If it was Qin Yan, then his 9th level heavenly immortal realm immortal power would be much stronger than others. Although Bing Xing's immortal power is stronger than Divine Bee King and Divine Tree Palace Master, she is alone. It will be very difficult for her to fight against Lu Yu and the other experts. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. The people around the divine tree burst into cheers in the night because a crack appeared on the divine tree surface. The divine tree is already in tatters, there are many dents on its surface. But tonight, a crack appeared on the divine tree. This means that it won't be long before Golden Moon's power can hack into the inside, causing the people inside to be unable to calmly hide. Qin Yan is now 5th level heavenly immortal realm. Although it will be very soon, the divine tree is cracking and won't be able to hold on for long. Earlier, Qin Yan let Momo come out and communicate with the divine fruits, so he was able to quickly determine which one is the divine fruit king. The divine fruit king is exactly the same as other divine fruits. Even if one knows that it is the divine fruit king, after careful examination, it is difficult to discover any difference between it and other divine fruits. Now there are more than 1,000 divine fruits. If the divine fruit king is as powerful as the legends say, then as long as he eats the divine fruit king, he will be able to reach 7th or 8th level heavenly immortal realm. He won't need to use other divine fruits. The moment Qin Yan refined the divine fruit king into a pill and ate it, a burst of golden flame rushed out of his body. Bing Xing cried out in alarm, released icy cold power and tightly grabbed Qin Yan's hand. Jian Linglong also grabbed Qin Yan. I'm fine. Qin Yan revealed a smile. The Divine Fruit King is indeed very good, it's very ferocious. Bing Xing and Jian Linglong sensed that when the energy attacked their flesh, blood, tendons, and bones, they felt a faint pain. And the ones whose cultivation increased the fastest are Liang Qin and Lan Fengjin. They are already 7th level heavenly immortal realm. Qin Yan's nether son needs to absorb a lot of energy to increase his cultivation, so his immortal power is also very strong. Xiao Yuemei said, we will reach 9th level heavenly immortal realm very soon, so fast. Qin Yan now understands why the people from the ancient garden arrived so quickly after the divine tree blossomed. Because the divine tree's divine fruits can indeed allow people to advance by leaps and bounds. Especially the Divine Fruit King, the energy contained within it is simply unimaginable. 2 days passed by, the divine tree is cracking more and more severely, especially at the top, it has already split into 2 halves. If the golden moon continues to attack, sooner or later the divine tree will be split into 2 halves. And now the divine tree can no longer release its power to suppress other people's flight. Those Willow Yu clan people can fly to a relatively high place and look at the place where the divine tree is splitting. After Qin Yan ate the pill refined by the Divine Fruit King, he broke through to 8th level heavenly immortal realm in 2 days, however, he still has not finished refining the energy within his body. And Xiao Yuemei and others are already peak 9th level heavenly immortal realm. If they continue, they will become immortal kings. Suddenly, Divine Bee King knocked on the door and shouted, not good, the divine tree can't hold on any longer, quickly run. The sky is already dark, golden moon is about to attack. Qin Yan looked at the heart of the divine tree and said in earnest, divine tree, I will definitely protect you and let you successfully transform. Sister Bing Xing, I am going. Qin Yan took a deep breath and said, although I am just a bit short of 9th level heavenly immortal realm, it is enough for now. Bing Xing nodded and said, if we join hands, we will definitely be able to beat back those Willow Yu clan people. Xiao Yuemei shouted, I will also join the battle. Alright, I will first go up and block Golden Moon's violent thunder and let the divine tree hold on until daybreak. Then I will go take care of those guys. Qin Yan finished speaking and used mysterious penetration divine ability to quickly pass through. Very soon, he arrived at the top of the tree trunk and flew out from the crack on the top of the tree trunk. It is as if he came out from a crack. Boom, at the same time, the golden full moon in the sky dropped down a violent golden thunder and bombarded Qin Yan's body. After Qin Yan's body was hit, it split open. His injured skin is curling up with golden mist and is quickly healing. Willow Yu clan and various big sex elders saw someone fly out and block the golden moon violent thunder and cannot help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. A large group of people also cried out in alarm one after another. These days, they are very familiar with the might of the golden moon violent thunder. They all discussed that it would be very difficult for their bodies to withstand it. But now, the person who flew out of the divine tree has blocked the golden moon violent thunder. And this person is someone they are very familiar with. That bastard Qin Yun. What's going on with this guy? He seems to have become stronger. His cultivation has increased so fast, isn't he afraid that his foundation will become unstable? Motherfucker, this is way too fast. A group of big shots cursed one after another. Heaven's might overlord body. After being struck by the lightning, Qin Yun gained a preliminary understanding of the lightning released by Golden Moon. Golden Moon is indeed very terrifying. If not for Qin Yun's powerful immortal devil sacred body, he would have been blasted into pieces. Yuner, an even more powerful golden lightning is about to descend. Qin Yun suddenly said, you once made Nether Sun devour violent thunder, can you still do it now? Of course you can, but this might expose your Nether Sun. Exposing your Nether Sun is not a good thing. Ling Yuner said. Don't worry, even if those guys know, they won't be able to say anything. Qin Yun coldly glanced at the group of people floating in the distance. The people from the Willow Moon clan and the other large sects besieged the divine tree to capture Qin Yun, making him their enemy. Moreover, many of those people are from the Immortal Desolate's major powers. They are all Qin Yun's enemies. Therefore, Qin Yun did not plan to let them off. As long as he waited for daybreak, Jin Yu would not be able to attack the divine tree, and he would be able to attack and kill all of them. That's true. We must get rid of them all. Ling Yun'er said with a smile, among these people, there are many celestial kings and celestial emperors. Their celestial powers are suppressed to the 9th level of the heaven celestial stage. If we kill them and collect their remnant souls, it will definitely make Sister Star God very happy. In the distance, Lu Yu laughed loudly and said, Qin Yun, a very powerful lightning bolt is about to descend. If you don't run, you will be struck to death. If you run, the tree of God will be destroyed, ha ha ha. An old man from the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate said with a sneer, Qin Yun, you are a famous person in the Immortal Desolate. If word got out that you died trying to protect a broken tree, you would definitely become the laughingstock of the entire Immortal Desolate. The Immortal Elder laughed out loud and said, Qin Yun, in order to protect a broken tree, you are risking your old life with limitless prospects. Is it worth it? They do not wish for Qin Yun to die because Qin Yun has many passes in his hands. He also has many useful runes and totems. In addition, Qin Yun's divine inscription mountain in the Immortal Desolate is even more enviable than the divine tree. If Qin Yun died, they would not be able to obtain it. Especially the Luyu clan people, they all want to go to Immortal Desolate as soon as possible because they know that there are many divine mountains in Immortal Desolate. The sun is preparing to send down even more resources. Once he goes to the Immortal Desolate, he will be able to advance by leaps and bounds and quickly become a sage. In Qin Yun's hand, there were many passes. If they wanted to leave, they could only rely on Qin Yun's pass. I'll die? Qin Yun smiled proudly. The Heavenly Tao wants me dead, but I didn't. You ants enslaved by the Heavenly Tao want to see me die? As he spoke, his body surged with the might of the Heavenly Tao. He had his own heaven and his own Tao. He cultivated the Heavenly Tao and fought against the ancient Heavenly Tao. Qin Yun's Heavenly Tao's might spread out in all directions, instilling fear in people. The Golden Moon was born from the Heavenly Tao. Since you think so highly of yourself and dare to oppose the Heavenly Tao, then let the Heavenly Tao take care of you. The Willow Moon clan chief laughed. The golden moon in the sky suddenly seemed to shake, releasing waves of golden mist. The golden mist suddenly gathered together, it condensed into an incomparably powerful energy. Die! Patriarch Liu shouted. Boom, the energy condensed by the golden moon transformed into golden lightning. The imposing aura of the attack caused the people floating in the sky to feel as if they are being pressed down by a mountain. They were all pressed down. The 5-star cities around the divine tree were originally turned into ruins and became uneven. But in an instant, they were suddenly flattened by a very strong pressure. Moreover, the entire area sank by tens of meters. This kind of terrifying pressure caused all the experts present to be emotionally moved, their hearts filled with incomparable fear. They are all convinced that if they were to face this kind of pressure, they would undoubtedly die. However, after the violent lightning descended, Qin Yun, who was floating on top of the divine tree, was able to block it. On top of Qin Yun's head, there is a small black ball. It is not very big, only the size of a fist. This small ball is very terrifying, it produces an extremely strange power, causing the surrounding space to distort. And when the descending golden lightning was tens of meters away from the small black ball, it was coiled up by a kind of whirlpool. This is the nether sun released by Qin Yun. The nether sun produces an incomparably strong suction force, it can produce a very strong gravitational field. Any energy that approaches will be blocked by the gravity of the nether sun. Then along with the distortion of space, the energy will be swallowed bit by the nether sun. Therefore, from a distance, it can be seen that the violent lightning shot down by Golden Moon is currently coiling around the small black ball. The small black ball looks like it is surrounded by a golden spiral arm, it looks like a cantilever of the Milky Way. While swallowing, the small black ball is like a bottomless black hole. When the powerful energy approaches, it will be swallowed. What is that thing? Patriarch Liu cried out in alarm. The violent lightning released by Golden Moon is so powerful, but it was actually blocked. Everyone present believes that it is a very powerful magic tool that Qin Yun has mastered. Bursts of incredulous cries came from all around the divine tree. Qin Yun already knew that Nether Sun is very strong, but it has always been sealed. Even now, Ling Yun'er is very careful to release the Nether Sun's power bit by bit. She also doesn't dare to completely release the seal. She is worried that Nether Sun will lose control and suddenly break away from Qin Yun. At that time, Qin Yun will be finished. Boom, Golden Moon attacked again. Just like before, after it approached the Nether Sun, it was driven by a strange and formidable power and began to revolve around the Nether Sun. Then, like falling into a whirlpool, it was slowly swallowed up. Ling Yun'er yelled, "Xiao Yun, seize this opportunity to cultivate, this power is very strong." Cultivate? Cultivate what? Qin Yun asked. Of course it is Heavenly Might Dao technique. You are now fighting against Heavenly Dao, you must comprehend Heavenly Dao, learn Heavenly Dao and cultivate your own Heavenly Dao Heavenly Might. Ling Yun'er urged. Alright. Qin Yun immediately closed his eyes. His Nether Sun has Heavenly Dao Divine Rune, it is also a good thing for him to comprehend Heavenly Dao. Qin Yun doesn't know much about Heavenly Dao Divine Rune, he also can't control it. However, Heavenly Dao Divine Rune has been suppressed by Nether Sun for many years and gradually recognized Qin Yun, it can allow Qin Yun to comprehend the power of Heavenly Dao. Lu Yu's patriarch doesn't believe in heresy, she constantly controlled Golden Moon to release thunder and lightning to attack Qin Yun. And Qin Yun is floating above the divine tree, he is sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, it looks like he is cultivating. A golden light whirlpool is revolving above Qin Yun's head, Nether Sun is unceasingly devouring Golden Moon's energy. He also suddenly touched the Heavenly Dao Divine Rune inside the Nether Sun. Nether Sun suddenly dropped down a white light, entered Qin Yun's head and poured into his entire body. Elder Lu Yu yelled, "That guy is cultivating, he is using that damn thing to devour Golden Moon's energy to cultivate. Quickly stop him." Long Family Elder shouted, "If this guy becomes stronger, it will be detrimental to us. We should quickly kill our way over." Lu Yu and Jia Ting shouted. "Kill." Lu Yu's clan chief also shouted. At this time, many people flew over one after another. Suddenly, specks of white light floated over from the night sky, bringing a long burst of cold air and whistling over. Those are many ice swords condensed from cold ice. Bingxing has attacked. With me here, don't even think about going over. Bingxing's ice-cold voice is filled with monstrous killing intent. Countless ice swords dropped down, the dense and cold ice power penetrated into the bone marrow. The group of people who flew over were enveloped by the ice swords in a short while. Those whose cultivation is not high, after being pierced by the ice swords, their bodies immediately stiffened and then fell to the ground. During the process of falling, their bodies also condensed into ice. After falling to the ground, they broke into many pieces of ice. Divine Bee King, Divine Tree Palace Master, Jian Linglong and a large number of divine bees flew out of the divine tree one after another. Lu Yu clan, come and fight with your life on the line. Divine Bee King looked at Lu Yu's clan chief and furiously shouted. Elder Lu Yu, you traitor, I will personally kill you. Divine Tree Palace Master's face is filled with anger as he flew over. Lu Yu clan chief yelled, don't be afraid of them. They are not our match, we have many people and they have few people, they won't be able to hold on for long. Comparing peak experts, Lu Yu clan indeed has more. Divine Bee King and the others only have 10 or so. On Lu Yu clan's side, there are many big shots and elders from other local sects, as well as some immortal kings and immortal emperors from Immortal Desolate. Lu Yu clan, don't be arrogant, there is also our Yao family. Yao family's old ancestor's voice suddenly came from the distance. Yao family's He Xiuji and Yao Daxiong have arrived. There is also our Liang family. Liang family's old ancestor's voice also came from the distance. There is also me, it is the voice of a 3-star city master. There is also our Falling Moon Palace. Falling Moon Palace Master also arrived. Yao family has been waiting for an opportunity to attack and now is the best opportunity, it is also the most crucial moment. Golden Moon in the sky unceasingly sent down violent thunder, wanting to destroy Qin Yun's nether Sunday. If Golden Moon doesn't continue to attack, Qin Yun will have the opportunity to participate in the battle. Lu Yu clan cannot let Qin Yun participate in the battle, they also cannot wait until daybreak. Once Qin Yun enters the battle, they will be in danger. This is a battle against time, the battle is about to begin. What shocked Qin Yun the most is that Xiao Yuemei seems to have changed into another person, her killing intent is soaring, her killing methods are incomparably savage. Xiao Yuemei very rarely shows her savage side, Xiao Yuelan on the other hand often does. Heavenly Might Dao Technique's third layer, Heavenly Might Tyrant Body, I will be able to cultivate it to perfection very soon. Qin Yan has entered a very strange state. Heavenly Dao Divine Rune is cooperating with Nether Sun, condensing a kind of strange energy and pouring it into his body. Qin Yan can feel that his body is being reborn. He was already very strong when he cultivated the immortal demon's sacred body, but now he could go one step further. Xiaoyun, your body is becoming stronger. Ling Yin'er is also very shocked. There is a power that is transforming your body. I don't need to wait for daybreak, I can take care of them. Qin Yan clenched his fists. The improvement of his body after transformation made him very excited. Divine Tree Totem Qin Yan now feels even more strongly that if he wants to smoothly cultivate these Dao techniques, he must have a certain level of comprehension, and this requires a certain opportunity. For example, now is an excellent opportunity for him. Nether Sun is being bombarded by Golden Moon's energy. And Golden Moon's energy comes from Heavenly Dao. It is a kind of formidable violent thunder formed by the convergence of heaven and earth's power. Nether Sun devoured this kind of energy and combined it with Heavenly Dao Divine Rune. It allowed him to have a very deep understanding of this matter. He can feel how Heavenly Dao's formidable energy is formed. Will Heavenly Might Tyrant Body and Immortal Devil Sacred Body conflict? Qin Yan said with frown. Heavenly Might Tyrant Body is the third layer of Heavenly Might Tyrant Body. This so-called Heavenly Might Tyrant Body should have nothing to do with body, right? I don't know. What I can be sure of is that after you comprehended the third layer of Heavenly Might Dao technique, your body is being remolded. It can make your body even stronger. Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yan is currently in a state of quiet cultivation. Although it is very noisy outside, he cannot hear any noise. All kinds of big and small battles are erupting all around the divine tree. Moreover, Golden Moon is in the sky, yet Qin Yan can still calmly cultivate. This is mainly because he trusts his friends very much. He knows that they can block those evil forces from Liu clan. Qin Yan must block Golden Moon's attack and protect the divine tree. He must not let the divine tree be destroyed. It is not easy for the divine tree to cultivate for so many years. It will soon reach divine desolate, it must not fail at the last moment. Although Qin Yan has never communicated with the divine tree, he obtained its help. All things in the world have spirit. He considers the divine tree as his friend, a very special friend. The divine tree no longer has branches and leaves, it only has a trunk. The highest part of the tree has been split open. Adding the battles happening all around, death aura pervaded the air, filled with all kinds of ruthless baleful aura, causing the divine tree to look very lifeless. While Qin Yan is comprehending the Heavenly Might Dao technique, he is also paying attention to the state of the divine tree. He suddenly sensed that the divine tree is transforming. It is not easy for divine tree to cultivate to this level. Weak little creature, climbing up step by step to reach divine desolate, this process is very admirable. Qin Yan said in his heart. It is also not easy for you, puny little creature, fighting against the heavens for 9 lifetimes. An aged voice suddenly sounded in Qin Yan's mind. You are the divine tree, exclaimed Qin Yan. The divine tree and the tree god are both me. The old voice laughed. You are the tree goddess? Qin Yan was even more alarmed. To be precise, most trees can become tree gods. The tree goddess chuckled. Senior, you said that I fought against the heavens for 9 lifetimes. What's going on? Qin Yan is extremely alarmed. He knows that his past life was a mortal king Float Cloud and his past life was the sun god. Furthermore, the present Qin Yan was only in his 3rd life. As for him, he had experienced 9 lifetimes. You will be able to do it automatically in the future. Tree Goddess said, I am about to ascend to the divine wasteland. Before I leave, I will help you. Help me? Qin Yan was somewhat puzzled. You seem to be going very smoothly now, but you won't be able to achieve it in a short period of time. The tree goddess smiled and said, I'll give you a hand so that you can be reborn quickly. Senior, what's going on with my current cultivation? I can't figure it out myself. Qin Yan asked. To fight against the Heavenly Dao, you must have a body as strong as the Heavenly Dao, a mind as strong as the Heavenly Dao, a power as strong as the Heavenly Dao. And now, no matter what method you use to cultivate your body, you will be strengthening your heavenly Tao body. You don't need to know what's going on, any path will ultimately lead to the same goal. As the tree goddess's voice spread, Qin Yan sensed a very strong pale white light suddenly appearing on his body. He has a tree totem inside his body, and now, the totem inside his body is the one given to him by the tree goddess. This is a new kind of tree totem. Qin Yan closed his eyes and sensed the tree totem inside his body. According to his understanding of totem runes, it is very likely to be a god-tier tree totem. You have the Nether Sun, it is a great ominous, tyrannical, ruthless and greedy thing. Just by relying on a tiny Tao spirit, it is impossible to restrain the Nether Sun. In this life, you might be able to rely on the Nether Sun to break the shackles of the heavenly Tao. Tree goddess said again. Hearing these words, Qin Yan is secretly amazed in his heart. This tree goddess really knows a lot of things. Ling Yuner is somewhat unconvinced because she is being called a tiny Tao spirit. Tree goddess said, I will now give you the divine tree totem, I hope it will be able to restrain your Nether Sun in the future. Qin Yan also knows that his Nether Sun is very dreadful. Moreover, the majority of his cultivation energy is stored inside the Nether Sun. If the Nether Sun goes out of control, it will be very harmful to him. After Qin Yan obtained the divine tree totem, Ling Yuner said with smile, Xiao Yun, with the help of the divine tree totem, I can release a bit of the Nether Sun's energy. The divine tree totem can restrain the Nether Sun. Ling Yuner immediately took action. The Nether Sun suddenly started revolving and quickly refined the violent thunder and lightning. The most dreadful thing is that the devouring power released by the Nether Sun is actually able to capture Jin Yu's golden thunder and lightning from far away. The experts in the battle discovered that not long after Jin Yu shot down the thunder and lightning, a strange power immediately grabbed it. Qin Yan can capture violent thunder and lightning and use it to cultivate. This is simply appalling. Everyone knows that Jin Yu's golden thunder and lightning are very dreadful, but Qin Yan can capture thunder and lightning and use it as energy to cultivate. The cracked area of the divine tree is also gradually healing. Some people also discovered that the divine tree is now sprouting many branches and leaves, showing an extremely exuberant vitality. The divine tree is transforming. After the bark of the tree trunk fell off, the tree trunk has turned into a white crystal-like object and is releasing a cold white light. This is a brand new divine tree. After being reborn, the divine tree is erupting with tenacious vitality, causing the people fighting all around to feel very shocked. Qin Yan's body suddenly trembled and released an incomparably dreadful heaven immortal power. This is the immortal power of the 9th level of the heaven immortal realm. After he broke through, it rippled out like water and rushed in all directions. Just a moment ago, Qin Yan was reborn together with the divine tree. Moreover, he also broke through his own realm and entered the peak of the 9th level of the heaven immortal realm. Just one step and he can once again become an immortal king. In his previous life, he stopped at the immortal king realm. And now, he is not far from his previous life's realm, he can even surpass it very soon. The golden moon in the night sky seems to have dimmed a lot, as if it has been hollowed out, it has lost its dazzling golden light. As long as one raises their head, they can see the golden moon in the sky. It is cold and lonely, emitting a faint silver light. The surface of the golden moon must have undergone a great change. Qin Yan knows that the golden moon is also seeking a breakthrough, seeking to be reborn. But the golden moon's method is to destroy. Without destruction there can be no construction, so it always wants to be destroyed. It wants to be reborn from nirvana and get rid of the Liu clan's control. Qin Yan broke through, but the golden moon is unable to continue releasing energy attacks. The Liu clan people are also faintly worried. Don't be afraid of him, we will definitely win. Liu clan leader shouted, we will immediately kill Qin Yan. In the ancient garden, even immortal kings and immortal emperors are limited to the 9th level of the heaven immortal realm. And Qin Yan is now at the 9th level of the heaven immortal realm. With his Nether Sun and Heaven's Might Tao technique, the 9th level of the heaven immortal realm immortal power he can release is definitely the strongest. Qin Yan looked at the Liu clan leader. The Liu clan leader is fighting the Divine Bee King with a pair of very powerful swords, causing the Divine Bee King to be covered in wounds. It is not that the Divine Bee King is not a match for the Liu clan leader, it is because the Liu clan has too many people. There are also 3 very strong Liu clan elders besieging the Divine Bee King. Kill me? Qin Yan's eyes burst with white light. In the blink of an eye he arrived beside the distant Liu clan leader. You. Seeing Qin Yan arrive, Liu clan leader felt alarmed and stabbed with her sword. The Liu clan leader's strength is extremely formidable, although it looks like a stab, it is actually more than 10,000 stabs in the blink of an eye. The surging sword image is condensed with very strong immortal power. The sword energy is like a huge wall of 10,000 swords rushing towards Qin Yan. Break! Qin Yan's heaven-exploding finger smashed the huge wall. Hoo! All kinds of tyrannical energy immediately swept in all directions. The might of Qin Yan's heaven-exploding finger caused people to feel apprehensive. Many experts are paying attention to the battle between Qin Yan and the Liu clan leader. After seeing Qin Yan easily break the Liu clan leader's attack, they can roughly judge Qin Yan's strength. The pressure on the Divine Bee King is greatly reduced, she can now focus on dealing with other people. Qin Yan, you quickly broke through, your foundation is still shallow, in front of me, you are just tofu dregs. Liu clan leader stabbed with her sword again. You are the tofu dregs. Qin Yan suddenly flashed and grabbed Liu clan leader's sword. He activated Heavenly Might Tyrant Body's power, he felt his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones suddenly strengthened by a lot, allowing him to not fear sharp weapons. Die. Qin Yan fiercely jabbed with his 2 fingers, a deafening thunderclap sound reverberated out. After the incomparably dreadful piercing mountain and splitting earth finger penetrated Liu clan leader's head, it looked like a comet dragging a long tail of light and flew very far away. Liu clan leader's head directly disappeared. Seeing this scene, the people who were fighting all cried out in alarm. Especially the evil forces led by Liu clan, they all have the thought of retreating. Retreat, the old man from the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate shouted. The evil forces saw Liu clan leader was killed, they know that if they continue to fight, even if they win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory, they will definitely suffer great losses. The divine tree suddenly released a very large golden light barrier, enveloping a large area. Those people who wanted to fly away suddenly hit a barrier, the divine tree has transformed, now its power is incomparably formidable. Qin Yan took out the floating cloud rod, together with the light transformation sacred pupil, he rushed towards Elder Lu Yu. Elder Lu Yu also wants to run, she is being chased by the divine tree palace master. Qin Yan's light transformation sacred pupil is extremely fast, it allows him to appear in front of Elder Lu Yu as if he teleported. Boom, Qin Yan appeared in front of Elder Lu Yu, very quickly and accurately smashed down with his rod. Half-Sun Spirit, Liu clan people cannot help but shiver, 2 of their Liu clan's powerful elders died just like that. Moreover, they were easily killed by someone. Divine Tree Palace Master, Divine Bee King, bring everyone back to the Divine Tree to rest, leave this to me. Qin Yan suddenly shouted, his voice is filled with a kind of heart-trembling might. Divine Bee King waved her hand and a large number of divine bees retreated. Divine Tree Palace Master also nodded at Yao family and Falling Moon Palace people and quickly retreated back to the Divine Tree. As for those evil powers, they all joined hands and began to frantically bombard the barrier. Bingxing flew towards Qin Yan, she wanted to say something but stopped. She only nodded at Qin Yan and flew towards the Divine Tree. Liu Jiating suddenly shouted, they all retreated, only Qin Yan is here, let's quickly go and kill Qin Yan. Just as he finished speaking, a lightning bolt flew over. Qin Yan used Lightning Lock Sacred Eye to release Lightning Bolt and lock Liu Jiating who was floating in the air. After Liu Jiating was locked by Lightning Bolt, he suddenly fell to the ground. Just as he landed, he was entangled by tree vines that came out from the ground. Then his flesh and bones were crushed and he died in incomparable pain. This caused everyone's scalp to go numb. They don't know if it was the Divine Tree's tree vines or Qin Yan's. The tree vines were released by Qin Yan, he just obtained the strongest Divine Tree totem, the tree vines he condensed are also extremely dreadful. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gates Immortal Emperor shouted angrily at Qin Yan, you want to kill us? Many of us are immortal kings and immortal emperors, if you kill us, you can only be a fugitive in the immortal desolate. I am a fugitive to begin with, of course, I am not hiding from trash like you. Qin Yan sneered and suddenly used Heavenly Lion's heavenly roar. The sound wave condensed into a translucent lion head that is as large as a mountain and rushed forward. The translucent lion head that is as large as half a mountain opened its mouth, as if it is roaring. The roar that erupted is filled with ferocious power. There are several thousands of evil forces, people, and tens of thousands of werewolves. After the heavenly lion's heavenly roar sound wave spread out, a large number of werewolves on the ground immediately bled from their 7 orifices before their heads exploded. Xianxia's heavenly lion's heavenly roar is a powerful mental attack mixed with one thought imperial heaven. Those werewolves' minds are impure to begin with, so they can't withstand this mental sound wave. The sound wave swept out like a sweeping army, killing tens of thousands of werewolves. The people of the Willow Moon clan were trembling and their hearts were bleeding. Their werewolf army had killed many divine bees, but they were all killed by Xianxia's roar. Roar, another lion roar rang out. This time, it was not Xianxia who roared, it was the Nether Realm heavenly lion that was summoned by Xianxia. Kill! Xianxia shouted. The Nether Realm heavenly lion soared high into the sky, its lion claws blotting out the sky and covering the earth, crazily killing those people who were fleeing in all directions. Xianxia charged towards an immortal emperor from the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. Everyone join hands and capture Xianxia. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate's immortal emperors anxiously shouted. More than 10 immortal emperors promptly rushed towards Xianxia from all directions. They felt extremely sullen in their hearts. They are clearly immortal emperors, but they are being restricted in an ancient era's garden. This caused them to cower in fear when facing people with higher cultivation than them. Those 10 immortal emperors are all from Immortal Desolate. The weapons in their hands are also very strong and they have pretty good equipment. They rushed over from all directions. They want to trap Xianxia in the middle and then attack together. Hoo! An invisible supergravity appeared. Originally, those 10 immortal emperors were flying in the sky. After they approached Xianxia, they entered Xianxia's gravity domain and suddenly dropped to the ground. After they landed, Xianxia released supergravity again, pressing them down on the ground and making it difficult for them to get up. The most terrifying thing is that those tree vines sprang out. A middle-aged man's leg was strangled by the tree vines and was directly cut off. So what if you are immortal emperors from Immortal Desolate? With the sun-suppressing divine arrow in hand, Xianxia walked towards the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate's immortal emperors and said with a sneer, "You used my past to enter the ancient era's garden. Do you think it's that easy to come in and take benefits and leave?" Just as his voice fell, the sun-suppressing divine arrow in his hand pierced the old man's head. An immortal emperor was killed just like that. Bing Xing and the others inside the divine tree exclaimed in admiration again and again. Against these powerful immortal emperors, they could only fight to a draw. And now, Xianxia is not the least bit afraid even when facing many immortal emperors. "Kill him!" Someone shouted from the distance. Thousands of people suddenly released berserk immortal power. Immortal power condensed into energy balls, like a torrential rain, accompanied by all kinds of weapons, densely landed on Xianxia's location. Just as they attacked, the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion rushed over and slapped a large group of people to death with a single claw. A large number of people were directly torn to shreds by the Berserk Heavenly Lion's power. "Retreat for me!" Xianxia's gravity domain suddenly increased in size, the energy became even stronger. After those immortal power and weapons entered his gravity domain, they suddenly lost their momentum and began to uncontrollably spin along with the gravity domain. The people who had just attacked were all incomparably terrified. The combined attack of so many of them had actually been blocked. The formidable power Xianxia displayed made them suspect that the power Xianxia released is not 9th level Heaven Immortal Realm immortal power but Immortal King and Immortal Emperor level. Xianxia put away the sun-suppressing divine arrow and switched it to the floating cloud rod that can be extended and retracted freely. Boom! Xianxia vigorously struck an immortal emperor and directly blew him up. Another immortal emperor has been killed. Immortal emperors from the Immortal Desolate are all famous bigwigs in the Immortal Desolate. But now, they are being pressed down on the ground like dogs by Xianxia's supergravity. Those who wanted to join forces to attack Xianxia all gave up. They fled in all directions because the Netherrealm Heavenly Lion is incomparably ferocious. No one can block that terrifying lion claw. The people fleeing in all directions can hear trembling sounds coming one after another. It is the sound of Xianxia blowing up immortal emperors. Very quickly, those immortal emperors were killed by Xianxia's floating cloud rod. The strongest group was almost done for, and the remaining people are even less likely to deal with Xianxia. The Divine Bee King and the others now know why Qin Yun told them to retreat. He was worried that they would be accidentally injured. Especially that Nether Realm Heavenly Lion, each claw, bite, roar, and pounce can cause a large number of deaths and injuries. Qin Yun, you murderous devil, you will not have a good ending. A middle-aged immortal shouted, you killed so many people from our great powers, the immortal desolate great emperor will not forgive you. Die. I will send the immortal desolate great emperor to accompany you. Qin Yun went over and smashed down with his rod. The powerful middle-aged immortal turned into a field of sparks. Immortal desolate great emperor? I still haven't settled my old debt with him. Qin Yun is holding the floating cloud rod and using light transformation sacred pupil. As long as he sees someone, he will flash over and kill them with a rod strike. Most of the immortal kings and immortal emperors from the immortal desolate are from those great powers. Those from the Xiao family were also killed by Qin Yun a long time ago. Liu clan and other sects people can't even block a single rod strike from Qin Yun. Qin Yun's heavenly immortal power is extremely ferocious. Even if he goes to the immortal desolate, those immortal kings might not dare to face his rod head-on. The divine tree is surrounded by resentment. The remnant souls of the people killed by Qin Yun and the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion are floating everywhere. Those remnant souls are enveloped by the divine tree's barrier and are unable to escape. When they were attacking the divine tree, these people were all wild with joy. They were all thinking of how to capture the divine tree palace and Guanghan palace's people and capture Qin Yun to torture. But now, they are in a sorry state like mice, killed by Qin Yun one by one. Qin Yun doesn't know if there is anyone watching outside the barrier, but he is now fearless. Even if the news of him slaughtering people here reaches the immortal desolate, he doesn't think it's a big deal. Because he feels that it is time to publicly settle the debt with the enemies of his previous life. This is something he will have to face sooner or later. The sky gradually brightened, the wailing and miserable screams that resounded throughout the night also stopped along with the dawn. The divine tree is surrounded by remnant souls and resentful souls. Qin Yun used many soul-sealing pearls to absorb them. The corpses around him were also ignited by sacred flame. After those corpses turned to ash, the divine tree absorbed the energy within. It's over. Divine Tree Palace Master still doesn't dare to believe that the predicament they faced was solved by Qin Yun alone. He is truly strong. Divine Bee King is also extremely shocked. Why is the power within his body so strong? As expected of my brother, he is truly awesome. Xiao Yuemei said with charming smile. She knows that Qin Yun can't not be strong, otherwise he would have already been tormented to death by the heavenly Tao. After Qin Yun collected the remnant souls, he flew towards the divine tree and entered. After the people here saw Qin Yun, they all felt deep veneration. Especially He Xiuji, Yao Daxiong and others, because Qin Yun's cultivation was very low when he was in the War Mortal Academy. But now, not long after, he is already so much stronger than them. Of course, if they go to the immortal desolate, their cultivation will not be restricted and they will be able to release their strongest power. Big brother, the divine tree promised you, it will definitely do it. After it is done, it will ascend to the divine desolate. I am a part of the divine tree, I will follow. Divine Bee King said with smile. The divine tree promised Qin Yun that it would guide the remaining half of the sun soul nearby. Qin Yun nodded and said, all right. Soon after, Qin Yun, Xiao Yuemei, and others went to collect a lot of divine honey and divine fruits from the warehouse. After Qin Yun flew out, he took out the stone given to him by the divine tree palace master. It can sense the location of the sun soul. During the day, the golden moon is hanging high in the sky. Qin Yun looked up at the golden moon, his heart is filled with worry. He thought, Shuyan? Sister Yao Feng? How are you now? Ling Yuner shouted, Xiao Yun, the sun soul is not moving around, it is nearby. Qin Yun is thinking about Liu Shuyan. After he was woken up, he flew towards the direction pointed by the stone. Ancient garden sun soul, I am finally going to see you. Qin Yun is also secretly looking forward to what kind of sun soul it is, but he is more worried about Liu Shuyan. Liu Shuyan went to the golden moon and there is no news of her. Devil Star evil spirit being Xing wanted to follow Qin Yun. She was worried that Qin Yun would encounter some danger. If she was by his side, she might be able to help in times of crisis. Xiaoyun, is the sun soul nearby? Bingxing asked as she flew side by side with Qin Yun. I wonder if I can take it down. Qin Yun looked at the stone in his hand. After determining the direction, he sped up and flew over. Bingxing looked at the golden moon in the sky and said, the sun soul on the golden moon is the biggest problem. Qin Yun nodded and said, yes. I wonder what's going on up there. There are still many Liu clan experts up there. They should be making a move, right? Previously, the Liu clan members above were able to control the golden moon to descend a very strong lightning. From this, it could be seen that there should be quite a few Liu clan members up there and they were definitely not weak. The golden moon was no longer golden enough. The golden color had dimmed a lot, but if it were to concentrate its energy, it would still be very strong. The divine tree could only lead the sun soul to a nearby location and not allow it to approach the divine tree. Because the sun soul is also very vigilant, Qin Yun could only rely on himself to obtain the sun soul. After flying for a while, Qin Yun and Bingxing arrived at a forest. The forest is very quiet. After Qin Yun landed, Bingxing hurriedly walked forward and pulled Qin Yun's hand. She said with a frown, I sensed something nearby. What? I didn't sense it? Qin Yun gently held Bingxing's warm and soft lily-white hand. He could feel that Bingxing was very nervous and worried. Bingxing vigilantly looked around and took out a long sword. Her voice was cold and solemn as she said, Xiaoyun, don't relax. After all, that is a sun soul. The people in the ancient garden have been unable to obtain a sun soul for so many years. It can be seen that that thing must be very strong. Qin Yun nodded, I understand. Although Bingxing felt an inexplicable sense of danger, she bravely walked in front and did not let Qin Yun rush over. She was worried that Qin Yun would suddenly be attacked. Although Qin Yun was very strong in the ancient garden, his cultivation was not high enough. Bingxing was an immortal emperor and she had previously received the help of the divine tree. The immortal power in her body was vigorous and powerful, allowing her to fight against powerful objects for a longer period of time. Qin Yun, on the other hand, did not sense anything. He was very curious about what the half-sun soul was like. The sun soul had its own form. The 9-sun divine hammer and the 9th heaven sparrow were both transformed from sun souls. Although both of them were in deep slumber, they would definitely wake up in the future. At that time, they would also be very powerful. There's a situation. Bingxing suddenly shouted as she looked at a fiery red tree in front of her. The trunk of that big tree was different from the other tree trunks. It was fiery red in color and was even emitting flames. The sun soul was inside, Qin Yun could sense it. Sister Bingxing, it's all right. Let me pass. Just as Qin Yun was about to rush over, he saw a very strong red light suddenly shoot out from the tree. The red light is rushing towards Qin Yun, moreover it is filled with a very evil killing intent. When Qin Yun saw the red light, he wanted to dodge but he discovered that he is unable to release the power inside the nether sun. Don't even think about touching him. Bingxing raised her hand and released an extremely special type of ice to freeze Qin Yun. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yun seemed to have been frozen inside a small hill. When the red light shot over, it shattered a thick piece of ice and did not hit Qin Yun. After Qin Yun was sealed in ice, he could see the situation outside. He is extremely alarmed and does not know what happened. Xiaoyun, the sun soul in the ancient garden is different from the ones you encountered before. Ling Yin'er suddenly said, you were too careless just now. If not for Sister Bingxing, you would have definitely been injured. The fiery red tree once again shot out a ball of red light. This time, it was aimed at Bingxing. Bingxing struck out with her palm. A white, ice-cold ball of cold air struck the ball of red light and dispersed it. At this moment, the surrounding trees are also frozen. It is as if it is a day of ice and snow. What the hell are you? Bingxing looked at the fiery red tree and shouted coldly. Damn star spirit, get the hell away from me, don't ruin my good fortune. A rough voice came from the fiery red tree. Bingxing is a star spirit. Her birth is rather mysterious. It is said that an ice-cold star fell onto the moon and she was inside that ice-cold star at that time. The sun soul is nurtured by the sun. The sun is related to the stars and moon. Therefore, when Bingxing approached earlier, she felt that something was amiss. So it's the devil star evil spirit. I was wondering what it was. Bingxing sneered and said, you do have some ability to control this half-sun soul. Hurry up and get the hell away from me. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. The devil star evil spirit shouted, that human has the nether sun in his body. Once I occupy his body, I will be able to control the nether sun, ha ha ha. You want to seize the nether sun with just you? Wishful thinking. Bingxing shouted, her ice-cold beautiful eyes flickered with a cold light. Her pair of lily-white hands suddenly turned into ice. Her ice-cold and absolutely beautiful face is covered with a thin layer of ice. Her soft and beautiful long hair danced along with the cold air that gushed out from her body. The devil star evil spirit sneered, little star spirit, don't even think about fighting against me. Go to hell. The fiery red tree shot out a flame. The one who will die is you. The ice sword in Bingxing's hand suddenly flew out and injured the very strong flame. Then, it stabbed into the fiery red tree. Then, she also rushed over and struck the fiery red tree several times. Waves of cold air surged, causing the forest to look as if it has experienced a blizzard. It is completely covered in ice and filled with coldness. Xianxia really wanted to break free from Bingxing's seal, but he couldn't use any power. This made him feel an indescribable fear. Yuner, what's going on? Xianxia shouted in his heart. The nether sun is being suppressed by some kind of strange energy. Sister Bingxing sealed you to protect you. Ling Yuner cursed in low voice, that devil star evil spirit possesses a strange power that can suppress the sun, moon and stars. Will Sister Bingxing be alright? Xianxia is extremely worried. After the fiery red tree was sealed in ice, it kept trembling and red flames kept gushing out. Bingxing is forming hand seals at the side. Her hands quickly changed into various hand seals and she chanted an incantation. When her hand seals changed, faint white runes condensed out. When Xianxia saw this, he said in shock, that's a type of totem rune. How did she do it? Those white runes quickly formed a group. Like a complete set of runes, they charged towards the fiery red tree. Ah, damn it, it's a divine position totem. How did you master this kind of thing? The devil star evil spirit shouted. Bingxing's eyes are ice-cold as she looked at the totem runes branded on the big tree. She constantly released powerful immortal power to increase the power of the totem. Less than an hour passed and the fiery red glow on the big tree gradually faded. Bingxing let out a light breath and looked at the frozen Xianxia. She asked softly, Xiaoyun, can you come out by yourself? Xianxia gave it a try and used the mysterious penetration divine ability. In an instant, he passed through and said in astonishment, I can, what happened just now? That devil star evil spirit is from the Sun Hunter race. They have a secret technique that can prevent all kinds of sun energy from being released. Furthermore, it's very easy to succeed. Bingxing said, you unknowingly fell for it just now. Xianxia walked over and held Bingxing's hands. He said with a smile, Sister Bingxing, thank you. Bingxing lightly spat and bit her lips. She tilted her head and did not look at Xianxia. Her eyes are filled with hidden bitterness. When Xianxia saw Bingxing's expression, he did not know what was going on. Idiot, kiss her. Ling Yuner shouted frantically, Xiaoyun, why are you so stupid? Xianxia reacted and kissed Bingxing's beautiful face. Bingxing gently pouted, she seems to be a little happy. Idiot. Ling Yuner is very anxious. Xianxia thought for a moment and then hugged Bingxing's delicate body. Although Bingxing is usually ice-cold, she is not cold at all. Her body is very soft and warm. Xianxia has hugged her many times before. Xianxia hugged Bingxing and the two of them kissed passionately. After the kiss, Bingxing lightly snorted and said, did that little Dao spirit of yours teach you this? Bingxing knows of Ling Yuner's existence. No. I couldn't help it. Xianxia said with a smile, Sister Bingxing, you're so beautiful and fragrant. Bingxing lightly snorted, looked at the big tree and said, Xiaoyun, half of the sun's soul is inside. That devil star evil spirit has already been sealed by me. Xianxia looked at the flickering runes and said with a frown, what kind of totem rune is this? It looks very profound but it doesn't look complete. What kind of divine position totem did that devil star evil spirit say? Bing Xing said, "It's the ice and snow goddess totem. Rujing passed it down to me, but I haven't completely mastered it yet." Qin Yan suddenly thought of his own divine position. It is a small statue that looks exactly like him. There is no totem on it. Bing Xing held the ice sword and walked in front. She hacked at the tree a few times and then took out a soul-sealing pearl. She captured the devil star evil spirit and sealed it again. After being hacked a few times, the big tree broke into pieces. Qin Yan went over and rummaged through it. He saw a golden boot inside. This is the transformation of the sun soul. It really is half a sun soul. Qin Yan held the golden boot, shook his head and said with a smile, "The other one should be on the golden moon." Bing Xing nodded and said, "When are you going to the golden moon?" "I want to go with you. Let's greet Yume and the others before going up," Qin Yan said. "All right, let's return to the divine tree now." Bing Xing nodded and said. After the two of them flew up, the earth suddenly trembled. They saw that the gigantic tree in the distance is slowly shaking. Suddenly, the divine tree soared into the sky and a large amount of tree roots slowly pulled out from the depths of the ground. The roots of the divine tree covered the entire five-star city. And the people on top of the divine tree flew out. The divine tree is about to ascend. Goodbye, the tree god's aged voice came out and enveloped the entire ancient garden. Hoo! The divine tree quickly rushed upwards, and in the sky, a very strong golden light appeared. Berserk energy tore through space as a terrifying divine power surged out. The divine tree is heading towards the divine desolate. Everyone witnessed the shocking scene of the divine tree ascending to the divine desolate. They are all yearning for it. During the day, the sunlight is very intense, causing the huge golden moon in the sky to appear even dimmer. After the divine tree ascended, the golden moon seemed to slowly grow bigger. That's because the golden moon is slowly descending. Inside the moon's core, the divine tree finally left the ancient garden. The people in the nearby cities already knew that something big happened in the five-star city. And now, they all saw the divine tree fly away. Furthermore, the golden moon is falling. The reason why the ancient garden has a large number of sacred Xian silver crystals is mainly because of the golden moon. The golden moon absorbs the sun's energy and transforms it into very strong saint power. The golden moon's radiance shines on the earth. After many years, it can turn some stones into sacred Xian silver crystals. Once the golden moon falls, the ancient garden will undergo great changes. As for what will happen, no one knows. Most of the sects and powers in the ancient garden were destroyed when they attacked the five-star city. Only the falling moon palace is still here. Although the divine tree palace master is still alive, the divine tree has already left the ancient garden and the divine tree palace has completely disappeared. The divine tree palace master has already made preparations to leave the ancient garden. She bought many passage tokens from Qin Yan. The location where the golden moon fell is also the place where the divine tree took root. Qin Yan and Bing Xing are now floating in the sky, looking at the slowly falling golden moon. Others also flew away from the ruined five-star city. Suddenly, Qin Yan's communication talisman moved. "Xiao Yun, I successfully made the golden moon fall. But I'm in trouble now, the Luyu clan people trapped me inside the golden moon. This is Luyu Shuyan's sound transmission. Shuyan, I'll go save you now." The divine tree just flew away. Qin Yan said. "Great, the divine tree is not here, golden moon can go with ease." Luyu Shuyan said anxiously, "Golden moon promised me that it will slowly fall down and give everyone time to leave." "Where are you?" Qin Yan asked. "At the center. The Luyu clan's experts are also here. When you come, you must bring helpers." Luyu Shuyan sighed and said, "If you don't have strong helpers, don't come to save me. Quickly leave the ancient garden. I'm going to save you. I have helpers." After Qin Yan sent the message, he immediately pulled Bing Xing and flew towards the golden moon. Bing Xing does not know about Luyu Shuyan's matter. She said with frown, "Xiao Yun, the golden moon will definitely be destroyed when it falls. It's too dangerous for you to go up now. Shuyan is up there." Qin Yan said with grave expression, "Sister Bing Xing, you should remember Sister Yao Feng, right?" "Of course I remember. Why?" Bing Xing previously joined hands with Yao Feng to help Qin Yan increase his cultivation. She knew Yao Feng's identity long ago. Qin Yan said, I suspect that she has a clone here. It's a long story, let's go rescue her first. Alright. Bing Xing nodded. At this time, Xiao Yuemei sent a message to Qin Yan. Brother, how are things on your side? Did you get the Sun Soul? Xiao Yuemei said anxiously, the Golden Moon is about to fall. Sister Bing Xing and I are rushing to Golden Moon to save Lu Yu and Xu Yan. Qin Yan said, quickly take them to the gate of the ancient Era's garden and leave. What about you guys? Xiao Yuemei is very worried. We'll be fine. Don't worry. Qin Yan urged, quickly take them away. Xiao Yuemei can only do as she is told and immediately started chatting with Divine Tree Palace Master and others. Divine Tree Palace Master took out a large flying ship and let everyone board it. The Golden Moon's descending speed is very slow, but it gives people a very strong oppressive feeling, as if it is about to destroy the ancient Era's garden. The gradually descending Golden Moon is incomparably huge. When Qin Yan and Bing Xing flew over, they felt an indescribable pressure. Finally, they approached the surface of the Golden Moon. Sister Bing Xing, do you know what's going on with this Golden Moon? Qin Yan asked. Bing Xing has stayed on the moon's Guanghan Palace for many years, she is very knowledgeable about the moon. Every space can give birth to a moon, and the moon is mainly produced by the energy released by the nether sun or the sun. Bing Xing said, the ancient Era's garden can give birth to this Golden Moon, it must have been created by the 9 suns in order to protect the Sun Soul here. Did the 9 suns no longer care about it? How could the Golden Moon be controlled by the Luyu clan? Qin Yan is very puzzled. If the Luyu clan did not control the Golden Moon, they would not have done so many things. Then there is only one possibility, the Luyu clan should be responsible for protecting the Golden Moon. However, this clan betrayed them. Bing Xing sighed and said, the 9 suns are about to be destroyed, they can't care about so many things. The surface of the Golden Moon has remnant heat energy, the dust on its surface is flowing with faint golden light. If it was before, the surface of the Golden Moon would be emitting intense golden light. At this time, Lu Yu Shuyan sent a message to Qin Yan, her voice is very anxious, Xiao Yun, quickly leave. Don't come over. Hurry up. Why? Qin Yan is also very anxious, he pinched the communication talisman. The Golden Moon is out of control, those bastards from the Lu Yu clan are too crazy, they won't allow the Golden Moon to undergo nirvana rebirth. They want to perish together with the Golden Moon. Lu Yu Shuyan shouted, don't come and save me, quickly run. No, I want to save you. Qin Yan very resolutely said. Fool, I am Sister Yao Feng. This is only an avatar, my main body is an immortal desolate, it won't be affected. Quickly leave. Lu Yu Shuyan anxiously said. Although Qin Yan already guessed that Lu Yu Shuyan is Yao Feng's avatar, hearing her personally admit it, he is still very shocked. I already guessed it was you, that's why I want to save you even more. Even if it is your avatar, I want to save you, I don't want you to be harmed again. Qin Yan immediately replied. Idiot, quickly scram. Lu Yu Xian's voice came through the communication talisman, it is ice cold and filled with anger, just a broken avatar, you don't need to save me, you will die. Qin Yan doesn't think so because he learned from Star God, Xian Rujing and Xia Qiru that the avatar is very important to them, it can be considered as one of their 9 souls and 9 spirits. If it is destroyed, it will have a great impact on them in the future. I have already arrived at the moon. Qin Yan said again, I will immediately go to the center. Oh that's right, don't you have teleportation talisman? Why didn't you teleport out? Why are you so stupid, why don't you listen to me? Lu Yu Shuyan is very helpless, her voice is both anxious and gentle as she said, Xiao Yun, I beg you, listen to Sister Yao Feng. I am her and she is me, there is no difference between us, I won't die. She suddenly regretted asking Qin Yun to save her. I know. Qin Yun replied. Are you worried that I will not treat you well in Immortal Desolate? Am I right? Lu Yu Shuyan asked. Because she used her identity as Lu Yu Shuyan to boldly express her feelings towards Qin Yun, moreover she is very gentle towards him. And in Immortal Desolate, she has always been ice-cold towards Qin Yun. No. Qin Yun said, I don't care whether you treat me well or not, I only care about your future. This avatar is very important to you. I will do my best to help you save it. Idiot, idiot, idiot. Liu Shuyan loudly cursed again, but her heart is very warm. Qin Yan put away the communication talisman and looked at Bing Xing with grave expression. When Bing Xing saw Qin Yan's expression, she realized that the situation is not right. She lightly snorted and said, "Don't even think about chasing me away. I know you want to act alone. This time, it is really dangerous." Qin Yan felt Bing Xing tightly grabbing his hand and sighed. "I am not afraid of danger." Bing Xing said, "Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and act." "All right." Qin Yan can feel Bing Xing's concern for him, she will definitely not leave. Qin Yan brought along Bing Xing and used mysterious penetration divine ability to pierce through the ground and rush towards the center of the golden moon. Liu Shuyan has a teleportation talisman, but she did not teleport away. Furthermore, she can use a teleportation talisman to contact him. Clearly, her teleportation talisman was snatched away earlier. This means that her situation is very bad. Not long after, Qin Yan and Bing Xing arrived at the center of the golden moon. The center of the golden moon is empty. There seems to be a palace in the center with many passages and rooms. This seems to be naturally formed. It seems like the Liu clan is indeed the clan that protects the golden moon. Bing Xing cursed in a low voice, "These bastards, they actually stole what they were guarding." It's not like Qin Yan has never seen this kind of thing before. Back in the Heart-Yang realm, there was a group of people from the heart-protecting divine race who had designs on the sun's core. Qin Yan took out the soul-chasing talisman and determined the direction of Liu Shuyan. Then, he pulled Bing Xing and passed through the house in the center of the golden moon. Soon, they arrived at a very spacious cave. This place is surrounded by uneven golden stone walls that can accommodate many people. 100 meters wide ball of light floated in the sky. And below, a large group of people are constantly attacking the golden light ball. Qin Yan used invisibility technique and became invisible with Bing Xing. Those people did not discover them. "Shuyan, where are you?" Qin Yan took out the communication talisman and asked, "I'm here." You fool, did you bring any helpers?" Liu Shuyan cursed in a low voice, "Why won't you listen to me once? I only do what I feel is right." Qin Yan said with a smile, "I brought a helper, it's Sister Bing Xing." "Bing Xing? Is it only her?" "Not enough." Liu Shuyan said. "There's me too, I'm also very strong." Qin Yan said. "How strong can you be?" "Don't be arrogant, quickly take Bing Xing and leave, you are not those guys' match." Liu Shuyan is very anxious. Qin Yan knows what to do. He took out the floating cloud rod and said to Bing Xing, "Let's go kill those guys." Bing Xing nodded and said, "I'll take action first and seal them in ice." She suddenly rushed over, her body emitting oppressive cold air. Hoo, in the blink of an eye, a gale howled and a blizzard suddenly appeared. There are more than 100 Liu clan people and each and every one of them is very strong. However, in the ancient garden, their power is limited to the 9th level of Heaven Immortal. Bing Xing is a star spirit, the ice immortal power she released is very strong. After the blizzard blew over, the group of people were immediately sealed in ice. Changes in the immortal desolate, the sweeping staff brought along explosive whistling sounds, energy waves gushed out, rumbling sounds burst out, accompanied by raging flames. Whoosh! It swept away a large number of frozen people, more than half of the Willow Yu clan people turned into ice fragments and melted. And the remaining people are indeed very strong, they can actually struggle free from the ice. Boom! Qin Yan immediately used super gravity to suppress those people who struggled free from the ice. Bing Xing quickly cooperated and released an even stronger ice immortal power, wanting to freeze that group of people. Qin Yan's floating cloud staff swept out again. However, he underestimated the strength of those people. "Who?" a middle-aged man furiously shouted. He raised his leg and kicked the long stick that was sweeping towards him, knocking it away. At the same time, the super gravity released by Qin Yan was dispersed by the berserk power released by that group of people. Bing Xing is also very shocked. Qin Yan swept away a large number of experts before, but now that he encountered this group of people, it is not going very smoothly. "Are you Qin Yan?" An old man furiously said, "It's this guy who ruined our great plan, kill him." "He actually delivered himself to our doorstep," that middle-aged man laughed loudly. Qin Yan's arm suddenly swelled up. He covered his arms with Heavenly Dao Flame's violent power and Heavenly Dao's ferocious power with Nether Sun Totem. This way, he can release Nether Sun's power. There are still 40 to 50 Willowyu clan people. Bingxing also arrived beside Qin Yan. She wants to fight together with him. Suddenly, more than 20 tall and sturdy middle-aged men flew over. They are all holding large sabers, their bodies erupted with very strong sun energy. Their power is actually very strong and formidable sun power. This group of people once became strong with the help of the sun. However, they betrayed the sun. Bingxing suddenly released many ice thorns from the ground and unceasingly shot up. The people who flew over were hit by the ice thorns and rushed to the top. Qin Yan also used Lightning Lock Sacred Eye at this time and shot out lightning bolts to lock the people who were hit by the ice thorns. Those old men saw how powerful Qin Yan and Bingxing are and took action one after another. They did not approach, instead they shot out balls of scorching sun violent thunder from a distance. Bingxing released ice-cold ice walls to block. Qin Yan jumped into the air, the floating cloud staff in his hand wildly beat and stabbed. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 middle-aged men were killed. Impudent! An elder roared angrily, releasing a thick streak of solar lightning. Rumble! Qin Yan's body was hit, but his heavenly might tyrant body's power suddenly emerged and produced a shockwave that repelled the lightning. The rebounding lightning struck the old man and sent him crashing into the stone wall. Bang bang bang! Qin Yan continued to use the floating cloud staff to kill the middle-aged man who was nailed by the ice thorns. At this moment, those elders all witnessed Qin Yan's prowess. "Let's go all out. Let's take this guy down with us," an old man shouted fiercely. The elders suddenly dispersed and charged towards the four walls. They did not attack Qin Yan and Bingxing. Their bodies suddenly swelled up, they were going to self-destruct. Although these old men's celestial powers were only in the 9th stage of the heaven celestial stage, they were all very powerful celestial emperors. If they self-destructed, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Shu Yan, are you inside?" Qin Yan looked at the huge light ball floating in the sky. "Xiao Yun, that's Golden Moon's soul body." "Lui Shu Yan is inside." Ling Yaner hastily said, "Quickly move, those guys are going to self-destruct." Qin Yan hastily activated his 9 Sun Divine Spirit and released formidable mental power. He stored the huge golden light ball into the 3rd pearl of the 9 Sun Divine Spirit. He pulled Bingxing and used the teleportation jade pendant to teleport away. They teleported to a location marked in 3-Star City. And at this moment, the golden moon that was slowly falling from the sky suddenly exploded. A ball of intense golden light exploded in the sky and the shockwave shook all the nearby cities. A large amount of crushed stones along with the shockwave turned into a golden storm that swept in all directions. The entire ancient garden looks like it is facing destruction. What is terrifying is that a large spatial crack appeared at the place where the golden moon exploded. Through the spatial crack, one can see many huge mountains in the immortal desolate. The ancient garden also sank into turmoil because of this. Everyone in the vicinity saw that there are huge spatial cracks around the area where the golden moon exploded. From those spatial cracks, one can go to the immortal desolate. Even the energy of the immortal desolate rushed in. The ancient garden is about to be destroyed, let's quickly get out. Bingxing said anxiously. Qin Yan immediately sent a message to Xiao Yuemei and asked, "Yuemei, where are you?" He did not receive any response. It means that Xiao Yuemei has already left. Should we go through the gate of the ancient garden or through the spatial crack? Qin Yan asked. Let's go to the spatial crack in front, it's faster. Bingxing pulled Qin Yan and flew towards those spatial cracks. If the golden moon slowly landed on the ground, it might not explode. It would only land on the ground and at most cause a tremor. However, the sudden explosion of the golden moon is enough to cause the space of the ancient garden to collapse. The golden moon tore open many spatial cracks. By going through different cracks, one can go to different places in the immortal desolate. When Qin Yan and Bingxing flew over, they suddenly saw an acquaintance. Uncle Qin. Shiman Dazhuang is sitting on a large flying ship in the distance. He shouted at Qin Yan, "We are here." Uncle, where are you going? Quickly come over to our side. Ximen Taidan also shouted. Their large ship flew towards another huge spatial crack. Qin Yan wanted to go over because the Ximen and Qin family previously went to a place to investigate something. They must have obtained quite a bit of harvest and he is also very curious. But now, Bingxing brought him along and quickly flew through a spatial crack. Ximen Dazhuang curled his lips and said, Uncle was kidnapped by a woman. Qin Yan feels somewhat regretful in his heart because he did not manage to obtain the other half of the Sun Soul. He felt that the Sun Soul was inside the Golden Moon, but the Golden Moon suddenly exploded and all kinds of fragments flew everywhere. Moreover, it tore open space and many fragments flew out from the spatial crack. Bingxing brought Qin Yan to a dark green mountain. Xiao Yun, you can release that ball of light. Bingxing looked around and confirmed that they are in the Immortal Desolate and felt a lot more relieved. Qin Yan controlled the 9 Sun Divine Spirit's third pearl and released the huge golden light ball. Shu Yan, where are you? Qin Yan shouted at the huge light ball, it's alright, this is the Immortal Desolate. I want to follow the Golden Moon Spirit to ascend to the Divine Desolate. The huge golden light ball let out a gentle laugh, Xiao Yun, I'll be leaving first. Hey! Qin Yan shouted, then how can I find Sister Yao Feng? My original body in the Immortal Desolate is with Xiao Rou. Liu Shuyan said with a light smile, oh right, the other half of the Sun Soul is for you. The huge light ball floating high in the sky suddenly dropped a boot. Qin Yan quickly went over to catch it. He finally obtained a pair of boots, they are formed from the Sun Soul. As for what it is used for, he still doesn't know. In short, it is a Sun Soul, it is definitely a good thing. Can we also go to the Divine Desolate? Bingxing suddenly asked. No, my current state is very special. I have fused with the Golden Moon Spirit, that's why I can go. If you follow me, you will die in the passage. Lu Yu. Shu Yan said, Bingxing, look after Xiao Yun, don't let him wander around. Bingxing suddenly grabbed Qin Yan's hand. She is truly worried that he would rush forward. Suddenly, a spatial fluctuation appeared in the sky. The Golden Moon Spirit has been sucked into the Divine Desolate. Sigh, let's go. Qin Yan said somewhat melancholy. Xiao Yun, are you worried that Sister Yao Feng from the Immortal Desolate won't treat you well? Bingxing seems to be able to see through Qin Yan's thoughts. No. Qin Yan curled his lips and said. Suddenly, something inside his 9 Sun Divine Spirit moved. It is the great golden devil horn. Evil God is contacting him, Qin Yan immediately took it out. Evil God, what's the matter? Qin Yan asked. I've been calling you every day, finally we got in touch. Evil God shouted, something big has happened, those guys from the Divine Desolate know that you have the 9 Sun Divine Hammer, they are trying to send people to snatch it away. Qin Yan said, they can only come down through the Sun Altar, right? No problem, at worst I will just tear down a few more Sun Altar. Evil God shouted loudly, little ancestor, don't act recklessly. Isn't it enough that you have offended the Daoyang Divine Sect and Heavenly Mountain Tyrant Sun? Oh that's right, there is also the Xiaoyang race, you stabbed down one of their Xiaoyang. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten that there are still 2 Xiaoyangs in the Immortal Desolate waiting for me to stab them. Qin Yan said with smile. He feels that he is about to become an immortal king, there is nothing to be afraid of. Furthermore, there is still the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master who will cooperate with him in the Immortal Desolate. Alright, you are awesome. Evil God is also very speechless, he is very worried for Qin Yan. Evil God, what happened in the Divine Desolate? How is the Star God? Qin Yan asked. Star God? Same old, being chased everywhere. Evil God said, I won't talk to you anymore, if I am discovered, I will be chased like the Star God, I am not as good at hiding as the Star God. Bingxing heard Evil God's words from the side. Xiao Yun, don't be afraid, I am an immortal emperor, even if I face the Devil Immortal Great Emperor and the Immortal Desolate Great Emperor, I can still block them. Bingxing said with domineering expression. With Sister Bingxing's words, I am relieved. Qin Yan laughed and then kissed Bingxing's jade-like face. Bingxing gently smiled and said, let's go, take me to your Divine Inscription Mountain to take a look. Qin Yan took out the soul-chasing talisman and confirmed the location of the Divine Inscription Mountain. then flew over with Bingxing. The Divine Inscription Mountain is not at its previous location. Previously, the Divine Inscription Mountain should have been near the entrance of the ancient Era's garden. The Divine Inscription Mountain moved, it might have gone to devour the Divine Mountain. Back then, the Devil Immortal Heavenly Sect and the other great powers used the Divine Mountain they controlled to exchange for the pass. I wonder how the old mountain has evolved. Qin Yun is secretly looking forward to the divine fruit of the Divine Inscription Mountain. Right now, he is only a step away from stepping into the Immortal King realm. If the divine fruit of the Divine Inscription Mountain is strong enough, it will allow him to quickly break through. While flying, Bingxing suddenly said, "Something is wrong with the Immortal Desolate." "Something is wrong?" Qin Yun said with a frown, "What's wrong?" "I don't feel it." Xingsun Ancient City. Qin Yun took out the Immortal Graveyard diagram and tried to contact Xiaqiru but failed. He guessed that Xiaqiru was worried that the Immortal Graveyard diagram would be discovered by others, so she cut off the connection to avoid being detected. Kiru has become a little girl but her strength is still very strong. When Bingxing saw the Immortal Graveyard diagram, she realized that Qin Yun is contacting Xiaqiru. She had a very good relationship with Xiaqiru's previous life, Xianqiru. Back then, Xianqiru had a very special and high status in Guanghan. Back then, Bingxing could become very strong because of Xianqiru's help. Yuelan and Sister Yao Feng are with her, they must be very safe. Qin Yun stored the Immortal Graveyard diagram. Xiaqiru is looking for another sun spirit. She wants to create a special sun inside Qin Yun's 9-sun divine spirit. It is a fusion of Nether Sun and Pure Sunday. He didn't know the specifics, but it was a long plan that would take him years to complete. Sister Bingxing, do the people of Immortal Desolate remember Immortal King Fu Yun? Qin Yun is flying in the sky, bringing along Bingxing towards the Divine Inscription Mountain. After Qin Yun arrived in the Immortal Desolate, he suffered a special heavenly punishment. People who have not cultivated sacred-level soul will forget about him. He felt that the power of the heavenly punishment might have already been broken. You should have already remembered. As your cultivation increases, the heavenly punishment shackles will also be broken. Bingxing said with a frown, "You better not expose it." Qin Yun said with smile, "I don't have the memories of my past life anyways." "Aren't you going to recover your past life's memories?" "The memories of your previous life carry many secrets. If you don't recover them, you won't know those secrets." Bingxing asked. "I won't recover for the time being." Qin Yun said, "Sister Bingxing, didn't you not want me to recover? Didn't you say that if I recovered my memories from my previous life, you would kill me?" "That was in the past, now the situation is different." Bingxing chuckled. Qin Yun also knew that his past life held many secrets but he felt that it was fine even if he did not know those secrets. He had a good life in this life. Of course, even if he wanted to recover his memories, it would not be that easy. Qin Yun held the soul-chasing talisman and flew with Bingxing for more than half a day. Finally, he approached the Divine Inscription Mountain. What puzzled him was that after he approached the Divine Inscription Mountain, he did not see it. One must know that the Divine Inscription Mountain is a huge mountain. If one were to approach it, they would be able to see it from afar. Is it not nearby? Qin Yun looked at the soul-chasing talisman in his hand and said in puzzlement, "There's no problem with this talisman. Why isn't the Divine Mountain of Inscription here?" Bingxing looked around and said, "There are residual spatial fluctuations nearby. It's very weak." "Really?" Qin Yun sensed it very seriously but he did not discover anything. Bingxing is an immortal emperor, her perception is indeed very strong. The Inscription Divine Mountain ate a lot of instant space immortal iron before, it is very likely that it has evolved. Qin Yun continued following the soul-chasing talisman. He also wanted to know what kind of evolution the Divine Inscription Mountain had. He and Bingxing entered a mountain range. The mountains here are all tens of thousands of meters tall. There are also many densely packed giant trees and many ancient giant plants. The flowers and plants here were all very big. Some of them were even tens of meters tall. There are also many ferocious immortal beasts in the mountain range. This is a rather dangerous place in the Heavenly Province. Bingxing said, "Your Divine Inscription Mountain is here, it might be hiding from something." Bingxing is a very strong immortal emperor. With her here, Qin Yun is naturally not afraid of anything. Sister Bingxing, did I let you down in my previous life? Qin Yun suddenly asked and tightly held Bingxing's slender hand. No. In your previous and current life, you have never let me down and I owe you a lot. Bingxing sighed and said. There's nothing to. Oh. Qin Yun smiled slightly, we are friends. Bingxing nodded, her face revealed a gentle and sweet smile. It is now evening. Qin Yun and Bingxing are flying in the sky filled with sunset glow. Qin Yun suddenly stopped and looked at the dense forest below. He said, the divine inscription mountain should be nearby. Why can't I see it? There are many high mountains nearby but none of them are like the divine inscription mountain. Bingxing said, it's in that patch of grass. There are many giant flowers and plants in the grass below. Those blooming flowers are more than 10 to 20 meters wide. Inside some of the giant flowers, there are many corpses of birds and beasts. They are all man-eating flowers. Old mountain. Qin Yun suddenly shouted, are you nearby? The grass below that is filled with giant flowers and plants opened up and a small pagoda-shaped mountain that looks like a pile of rocks appeared. The small mountain is dozens of meters tall and its surface is covered with many rocks. It looks like a pagoda-shaped stone mountain. Damn, is this still my divine inscription mountain? Qin Yun said in shock. An old man suddenly appeared at the top of the mountain. It is indeed Xiaohua. Quickly come down. Xiaohua lightly shouted. Qin Yun and Bingxing immediately descended. After they landed at the top of the pagoda, they followed Xiaohua down through a door at the top of the mountain. After entering, both Qin Yun and Bingxing jumped in fright. This small mountain doesn't look big from the outside. However, the interior is very spacious. After Qin Yun and Bingxing entered the mountain, they saw a very spacious grassland. This is not a cave but a space, moreover, inside, they can directly see the sunset glow in the sky. They immediately understood that there is a very spacious space world inside. This space world is also very strange. They can see the sky outside from the inside but they can't see inside from the outside. Qin Yun is very excited. He feels that his instant space immortal iron was not wasted in vain. The mountain god has indeed used it very well. In the grassland, there are some small buildings. Moreover, there is a large rock, it is the mountain god's throne. The mountain god is now on top of the large rock. He laughed loudly and said, Sect Master, the divine inscription mountain has changed a lot, ha ha ha. So many instant space immortal iron, it is truly very useful. Xiao Yingying, He Shu, Bai Zai, and Lu Jiayan all came out of their small houses and shouted at the hierarch. This must be the sect master's wife, right? Greetings, sect master's wife. Lu Jiayan looked at Bingxing and said respectfully. I am Bingxing, from Guanghan Palace. Bingxing said. Xiaohua, Lu Jiayan and others are immediately alarmed. They all heard that Guanghan Palace's immortal emperor Bingxing has such a good relationship with Qin Yun. They all know that Guanghan Palace's immortal emperor Yu has a very good relationship with Qin Yun. Old mountain, why are you hiding in this kind of place? Qin Yun asked. AI, it's a long story. The divine inscription mountain was almost destroyed. Xiaohua said, fortunately, Old Mountain has mastered the ability to travel through space, he directly teleported away. Xiao Yingying said, Brother Xiao Yun, where is Yueme? She should have gone to Guanghan Palace, she will be back in a while. Qin Yun said with smile, she is the grand elder here, she is the big sister, she will definitely come back. Bingxing asked, Old Xiao, why was the divine inscription mountain destroyed? I heard that the divine inscription mountain's defense is very strong. The divine inscription mountain has already evolved to a very high level, even an immortal emperor like Bingxing can enter. Didn't the sun descend many sun divine stones? Later, the sun descended on 9 cities called Holy Sun Ancient City. Xiaohua said, we were almost exterminated by the people from Holy Sun Ancient City. Old Shan snorted, those guys are from the sacred wasteland. Wait until I evolve and have enough power, I will crush them in a few moves. Holy Sun Ancient City? Bingxing's expression slightly changed, she said, I heard that there are dozens of these Holy Sun Ancient City floating in the sky of sacred desolate, very close to the sun. Yes, Holy Sun Ancient City was built by the 9 Yan Divine Palace back then. Now that 9 of them suddenly descended to the Immortal Desolate, the main reason is to absorb outstanding geniuses. When the world extermination descends upon the Immortal Desolate and Sacred Desolate, Holy Sun Ancient City will rise high into the sky. Xianxia said. In my inherited memories, these Holy Sun Ancient City would only descend upon the Sacred Desolate. I never expected that 9 ancient cities would descend upon the Immortal Desolate. Baizé said. The 9 Holy Sun Ancient Cities of the Immortal Desolate all restrict cultivation. They correspond to the 9 cultivation levels of the Immortal Realm. For example, we are all Immortal Kings now, we can only enter the Immortal King Ancient City. Heishu said. What? You are all Immortal Kings? Xianxia is very shocked because he feels that his cultivation in the ancient garden has advanced by leaps and bounds. It is inconceivably fast. What's so strange about it? There are many divine fruits here. Mountain God said with smile. Divine fruit? Why didn't I see it? Xianxia looked around. It's on the lower level. There are 9 layers of space inside the divine inscription mountain and each space is independent. The mountain god proudly smiled and said, different spaces have different functions, and I can even link these spaces together. Xianxia said with smile, if Yueme was here, she would definitely be overjoyed. Bingxing exclaimed in her heart again and again. She asked again, are the people of the Holy Sun Ancient City very strong? Xiaohua's expression is grave, he nodded and said, they are all very strong. They can see how powerful this divine inscription mountain is and want to seize it. Mountain God cursed in low voice, those guys said that I ate a lot of divine mountains and seized too many sun divine stones. They want me to spit them out, so they want to suppress me. Motherfucker, when I break through again, I'll crush them to death. The 9 ancient cities are all managed by different people, right? Bingxing asked, are the 9 ancient cities joining hands to deal with the divine inscription mountain or one by one? It's the immortal Emperor Ancient City that wants to mess with me. Mountain God said. The Immortal Emperor Ancient City is rather complicated. I also didn't investigate the specific situation. In short, those 10 or so powerful immortal emperors said that they came from the Immortal Emperor Ancient City. Xiaohua let out a long sigh and said, the situation in the Immortal Desolate is becoming more and more complicated. Bingxing said, I want to return to the Guanghan Palace. I'm worried that those ancient cities will also attack the Guanghan Palace. You don't have to worry about that. They won't dare to attack the Guanghan Palace. Xiaohua said, the Guanghan Palace is also a very strong power now. Bingxing nodded and said to Qin Yun, Xiao Yun, I'll return to the Guanghan Palace first. If there's any situation, we'll contact each other again. All right. Qin Yun nodded. He and Xiaohua sent Bingxing out of the divine inscription mountain space and watched her disappear into the sky before returning. Sect Master, how was your harvest after entering the ancient garden? Heishu asked curiously. My harvest is huge. Qin Yin chuckled, looked at Mountain God and asked, Old Mountain, if I had a large amount of sacred Xian silver crystals, would you be able to evolve? He planned to turn the divine inscription mountain into the center formation base of the magic mirror. At that time, no one would be able to destroy it. Immortal Iron Tree Mountain God looked at Qin Yun with disdain and said, Sacred Xian silver crystals are not very useful to me. You say you have a lot, but how much can you have? 10,000 Jin at most, what's the use of it? Xiaohua was in charge of selling the pass to exchange for instant space immortal iron and Xian silver crystals. Later on, he obtained a lot of Xian iron but not many sacred Xian silver crystals. Therefore, Mountain God knows that sacred Xian silver crystals are very rare. 10,000 Jin of sacred Xian silver crystals is a lot even for Mountain God, but he feels that it is not enough. I need you to evolve faster. Qin Yun said. Inside the ancient garden, he used sacred Xian silver crystals to cultivate, he didn't feel any heartache at all. Mountain God sighed and said, I also want to evolve faster. But it will take a very long time, I am now the target of Holy Sun Ancient City, I can't run around randomly. He needs to continue devouring other divine mountains to evolve, so he has to run around Heaven Province. This way, he will be discovered by Holy Sun Ancient City's people. I mean, I will give you sacred Xian silver crystals to absorb and evolve. Qin Yin said. Inscription Divine Mountain can't continue like this. Qin Yin doesn't want it to turtle up here forever. How many sacred Xian silver crystals do you have? I need a lot of them. Mountain God curled his lips and said. Roughly how many do you need? Qin Yin asked. Sect Master, did you get a lot from the ancient garden? Xiaohua asked in pleasant surprise. Qin Yin nodded and said with smile, there are indeed a lot of sacred Xian silver crystals in the ancient garden, I got a lot. Sect Master, how many do you have? Mountain God is somewhat startled and hastily asked. Old Shan, you said before that if you eat the instant space immortal iron, you will be able to produce some kind of seed that can produce instant space immortal iron. Qin Yin said, have you produced that kind of tree? Of course I have a lot of them. Every fruit has a 2-gene pearl inside, that is the instant space immortal iron pearl. Mountain God said anxiously, Sect Master, how many sacred profound silver crystals do you have? Qin Yin calculated, he still has about 4 billion sacred Xian silver crystals. He smiled and said, 1 billion kilograms, is that enough for you? Damn it, why are there so many sacred profound silver crystals in the ancient garden? The mountain god cried out in alarm. He Shu, Bai Zai, and the others were all moved and pleasantly surprised. Qin Yin said with a smile, Old Mountain, you ate so much instant space immortal metal and made the divine mountain grow a special divine tree. What if you ate large amounts of sacred mystic silver crystals? The mountain god laughed and said, then it will definitely grow. 1 billion gene of sacred profound silver crystal is enough, I will be invincible under the heavens, ha ha ha, Old Shan, don't waste my saint profound silver crystals. After you finish absorbing it, how strong can this mountain become? Can it withstand the people from Holy Sun Ancient City? Qin Yin asked seriously. That won't be a problem. The mountain god also said very seriously, if everything goes smoothly, after I evolve, even going to the sacred desolate won't be a problem. Qin Yin began taking out square-shaped sacred mysterious silver crystals from the 9-sun divine soul. Xiaohua and the others were watching from the side with their eyes wide open. It's very heavy, the mountain god moved a piece and said in amazement, it's 1 million gene. Qin Yin took out a lot of them and placed them in the prairie, there are a total of 1 billion gene. Alright, bring me to see those instant space immortal metal trees. Finally we have a good harvest. Qin Yin said with smile. Brother Xiao Yun, I will bring you there. Xiao Ying walked over and pulled Qin Yin. Alright. Qin Yin said with smile. In the middle of the prairie, there is a rather large hole, it is the passage leading to the space below. Qin Yin jumped down with Xiao Ying and arrived at another space. In this space, you can still see the sunset glow. This is also a prairie but there are many trees growing here. These trees' branches and leaves are all sparkling and translucent crystal trees. Each tree is more than 10 meters tall, there is a tree every few tens of meters, they are neatly arranged, there are several hundred of them. They are all covered with fruits, they look like grapefruit, their skin is light golden. Qin Yin took one and peeled it, there is a light silver pearl inside, it is precisely instant space immortal metal, moreover it is of very high quality. 2 gene for 1, very good. Qin Yin said with smile. Brother Xiao Yun, what is the ancient garden like? Xiao Ying asked curiously. She originally wanted to go in but later decided to stay outside to learn runes from Black Rat Bai Zai. After Qin Yin and Xiao Ying returned to the upper level, they talked about many things inside the ancient garden. Xiaohua and Mountain God are listening from the side. When Mountain God heard that the golden moon was destroyed, he sighed with heartache and said, Sigh. If only I was here, I would have eaten all the fragments of the golden moon, it is a very nutritious thing. Old Mountain, can the instant space immortal metal tree evolve into instant space sacred iron tree in the future? Qin Yin asked. If Qin Yin wants to obtain instant space sacred pearl, he will need to refine a large amount of instant space immortal metal inside the pill transformation heavenly furnace, it is very troublesome. Of course it can. Mountain God said with certainty, just you wait, I will evolve once more, I should be able to get it. Oh that's right, will the divine inscription mountain be this small in the future? Qin Yin said again. Of course not, I can become big. Becoming small is also to make it easier to hide. Mountain God said with smile. Lu Jian said, Sect Master, you are still not an immortal king, right? We have a divine fruit here, after eating it, you can become an immortal king. Qin Yan exclaimed in admiration and said, Old Mountain, the divine fruit you made is too heaven-defying, eating it will allow you to become an immortal king. Xiao Hua curled his lips and said, Immortal king is not worth anything now. Now the streets are filled with immortal kings and immortal emperors are as many as dogs. I really didn't expect that before world extermination it would be so crazy. Thinking back, once I broke through and became an immortal king, I would hold a grand celebration for several days and nights. And now, even if I become an immortal emperor, it is not a big deal. Lu Jian nodded and said, Indeed, I never thought that I would become an immortal king so quickly. Mountain God said with smile, So what if you become immortal kings? Brother Rat and Old Bai are very powerful inscription beasts, they can easily beat you up. Black Rat Bai Zai is a very powerful inscription beast, they are very powerful in all aspects. Give me that divine fruit. Is it a lot? Qin Yan asked with smile. Of course not, this kind of divine fruit is very difficult to grow, we only have a few hundred of them. We cannot let Big Sister eat them as snacks. Mountain God said. A few hundred is still not a lot? Qin Yan said in amazement. Soon after, Heishu took out 10 and gave them to Qin Yan. He said, After eating 2, the rest are useless. The divine fruit of the divine mountain is like this, only eating the first one will have an effect, no matter how much you eat later, you won't make any progress. Qin Yan did not eat the divine fruit, he left the space inside the divine inscription mountain and arrived. Outside. The sky gradually darkened. Qin Yan finally saw the moon in the immortal desolate, the Guanghan Palace is on that moon. He took out the floating cloud pagoda and arrived at the 20th floor. After entering the ancient garden, he did not contact Star God for a very long time. After arriving at the highest floor, Qin Yan looked at the small altar and lightly shouted, Sister Star God, beautiful sweet star, are you there? A beautiful and charming woman suddenly appeared on the altar. She is wearing a simple gauze dress, her hair is wet as if she just came out of a bath. Through the translucent gauze dress, one can see her snow-white and beautiful skin, that exquisite and lovely body is faintly discernible. This extremely charming and gentle beauty, every frown and smile of hers is overflowing with charm, it has a kind of soul-stealing charm power. Qin Yan took a few deep breaths and calmed down. He said with smile, Sister Star God, we are already so familiar, why are you still teasing me? How am I teasing you? Star God coquettishly smiled and said. Look at you, you don't wear more clothes, I don't even dare to look at you. Qin Yan said with low laugh. Xiao Yun, it is because we are very familiar that I don't care. If it were any other man, they wouldn't even be able to look at me. Star God sat down and used the small altar as a stool. She swayed her slender and beautiful legs and said with light smile. Qin Yan sternly said, I already contacted Space God, he said that he will give you a special teleportation channel. Star God hurriedly nodded and said, I felt it. This Space God knows that my relationship with you is not bad. Heh, he actually gave me a special channel. You don't know, this guy is very high and mighty in divine desolate. Really? Qin Yan said with smile. Of course it's true. Not to mention me, even if it was a very awesome god, it would be very difficult to talk to him. He usually rarely shows his face. Star God said. Qin Yan took out several large soul-sealing pearls and said with smile, my harvest in the ancient garden is huge. When Star God saw those soul-sealing pearls, she very happily swayed her snow-white long legs, clapped her hands and said with smile, Xiao Yun is really awesome, you got so many remnant souls, I will become stronger again. Sister Star God, let me tell you about the ancient garden, I have some doubts. Qin Yan said. Alright, tell me, I will listen. Star God's eyes are gentle and charming, she nodded with light smile. Let's carry out the death sacrifice first. Qin Yan smiled and then placed the soul-sealing pearls on the small 18-layer altar. The death sacrifice began, after passing through the altar, it transformed into a special kind of sacrifice power. The gods of divine desolate can become stronger by obtaining god position. The benefit of the 18-layer altar also manifested, it can quickly absorb the remnant souls of the death sacrifice, then quickly transform them into sacrifice power and send them to Star God. Less than half an hour later, Star God finished receiving them. She very happily said with tender smile, "This time there are so many, after I refine them, I can become even stronger." Thank you, Xiaoyun. Soon after, Qin Yun began talking about the matter of the divine tree and golden moon in the ancient garden, as well as his doubts about Yao Feng's clone, Liu Shuyan. Because he is very curious about Yao Feng's identity, he wants to know why Yao Feng has a clone. Chapter 1660, Immortal Desolate Holy Palace. After Star God heard this, she sank into contemplation. She now understands Qin Yun's doubts because the Yao Feng mentioned by Qin Yun is indeed very mysterious. Big Sister Star God, what do you think? Qin Yun said. Shuyan went to Divine Desolate with Golden Moon Spirit. Sister Yao Feng is in Immortal Desolate and Shuyan is in Divine Desolate. Can their bodies still maintain contact? Of course. Star God said, this kind of avatar is very special. It can transcend space barrier. Oh? How can it be done? Is it possible for everyone's avatar? Qin Yun did not have an in-depth understanding of avatars. Not at all. Cultivating avatars is very easy, as long as one is an immortal, they can easily cultivate it. However, our God's avatars are different from ordinary immortals. Our avatars are cultivated through God position. Star God very earnestly said. Qin Yun said with frown, avatars can always maintain contact with God position? Star God nodded and said, Divine Desolate's gods all have 9 souls and 9 spirits. 1 soul and 1 spirit can condense into an avatar. And when they obtain God position, the 9 souls and 9 spirits are tied together with the God position. Only when the 9 souls and 9 spirits are completely destroyed, the God position will forget its original master and once again descend into Divine Desolate. Qin Yun's 8 souls and 9 spirits have been sealed. He only has 1 soul, yet he can reincarnate twice. It is indeed very rare. Sister Yao Feng has God position? Qin Yun asked. That's for sure. Star God said, her main body is in Immortal Desolate and her avatar is in Ancient Era's garden. This is the power of God position. She has God position? Then what kind of God is she? Qin Yun suddenly thought of Xiao Yuemei and Xiao Yuelan. They both have a cold and callous side. This made him suspect that Xiao Yuemei and Xiao Yuelan are Yao Feng's avatars. Qin Yun expressed his suspicion to Star God. Star God shook her head and said, although they have some similarities with Yao Feng, they are not avatars. I can see this point. How? Qin Yun asked. You can ask little sister Bingxue, she must know something. There's also Kiru, she'll definitely be able to see it too. Star God said with smile, I can be sure that Yuemei and Yuelan are not avatars. I talked to Yuemei before and I can feel it. Yao Feng was placed inside the 9 Sun Divine Soul, it is indeed not simple. Furthermore, it was Xian Kiru's mother Emoji who placed her inside. The Star God laughed tenderly, Xiao Yun, you provided me with so much sacrificial power this time, what do you want in return? The God of Space had given the Star God a special passageway. When teleporting items to Qin Yun, they would not encounter any restrictions. They only needed the Star God to provide energy to open the passageway. What can you bring over? Divine pills? Qin Yun asked. He thought of the divine pills from before that allowed him to break through very quickly. I don't have any good divine pellets that are suitable for you right now. The Star God sighed bitterly, I'm being chased very closely, I don't have the chance to get any divine pellets. Qin Yun thought about it. He doesn't lack divine liquid at the moment because divine liquid is mainly used to increase cultivation. He could improve by eating the divine fruit, and he also had the pill transformation heavenly furnace to help him refine pills. After thinking about it, he feels that what he needs the most right now are those divine tier materials. His 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon can't endure too much sacred flame and sacred power, so it often burns. But using too many divine tier materials to refine things, the floating cloud divine needle can't carve runes on the sturdy materials. Moreover, because the runes are not high enough, they can't be used in too many and too strong divine tier materials, resulting in imbalance. Therefore, when refining tools, one only needs to add some divine iron powder, they can't be used mainly to refine tools. As for cultivation techniques, Qin Yun doesn't lack any at the moment. High-level cultivation techniques are not something he can master right now. Sister Star God, I want something that can protect me. Qin Yun thought for a while and said. Roughly what do you want? Divine talisman? The Star God asked. Is there any venom or something like that? Qin Yun feels that if the arrowhead is coated with poison, as long as it penetrates, it will produce a very strong poison power that can knock people down. The Star God shook her head and said, Poison is too dangerous, even if I have it, I can't give it to you. The poison of the Divine Desolate is not something you can play with right now. That's true. Qin Yun said with a smile. Oh right, didn't you say that you don't have any more core fragments? The Star God said with a smile, the Sun Soul you obtained requires a large number of core fragments to be used. Qin Yun said helplessly, that's right. I just got that pair of boots, and it's dead. Are there many core fragments in the Divine Desolate? Not many but not few either. Star God said, I'll send you some now. It will allow you to use those Sun Souls at the critical moment. Qin Yun said with a happy smile, hurry up and send it over. This is exactly what Qin Yun urgently needs. The 9 Sun Divine Hammer requires a lot of core fragments to awaken. Other than dismantling the altar, he doesn't know where to get a large number of core fragments. Prepare to receive, the Star God said with a smile. On the small altar, pieces of core fragments suddenly appeared. So many. Qin Yun took out a storage bag and placed all the core fragments inside. He used his mental power to count, there are a total of more than 10,000. That's all for now. When I get more, I'll give them to you. Star God said with a sweet smile, Xiao Yun, if you need anything in the future, just tell me. You don't need to sacrifice yourself to me. Qin Yun nodded. Then let's do this. I'll go refine the sacrificial power first. Star God smiled sweetly and winked at Qin Yun. Her beautiful illusory figure disappeared without a trace. Qin Yun looked at the core fragments. He wanted to test the power of the boots but he was worried that he would consume too many core fragments. Therefore, he temporarily held back and waited for a critical moment to give it a try. Qin Yun took out the pill transformation heavenly furnace and placed 2 divine fruits from the divine inscription mountain inside. He is now just a bit away from becoming an immortal king. The pill transformation heavenly furnace can absorb the energy of the sacred Xian silver crystal and quickly condense the 2 divine fruits into pills. After Qin Yun obtained a pill, he returned to the space inside the divine inscription mountain and released the floating cloud pagoda. He entered the floating cloud pagoda and ate it before entering seclusion to cultivate. After the golden moon exploded in the ancient garden, it tore the space, allowing a large group of people from the ancient garden to come out. When the people from the various sects besieged the divine tree, only a small number of them did not die. They are all people with low cultivation, they all hid far away. Therefore, when they came to the immortal desolate, they all spread the news of what Qin Yun did in the ancient garden. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate, Xian Family, Long Family, Heavenly Tiger Star and other major powers are all incomparably furious. In order to enter the ancient garden, they bought a large number of passes from Qin Yun. Originally, they thought they would be able to obtain a large number of resources. But now, those people are all dead, especially the death of powerful immortal kings and immortal emperors. And all of them were killed by Qin Yun. What made them most furious is that Qin Yun's divine inscription mountain can now produce many divine fruits. And Qin Yun also obtained a large number of divine fruits from the divine tree in the ancient garden. Moreover, Qin Yun obtained a large number of sacred Xian silver crystals from the ancient garden's pass. The biggest winner of entering the ancient garden is Qin Yun. As for the great powers of the immortal desolate, they suffered heavy losses. They didn't even get the pass back. What happened in the ancient garden also shook the entire immortal desolate. Although Qin Yun once again provoked those great powers can't do anything because they don't know where Qin Yun is. Divine Desolates Dao Yang Divine Sect and Tyrannical Sun Heavenly Mountain are one of the 8-9 Sun sects. Their sun altar has been destroyed by Qin Yun but they still haven't caught Qin Yun. Everyone in the immortal desolate now knows that Qin Yun has a 9 Sun Divine Hammer in his hand. It is also one of the Sun Souls, and the matter of the 9 Sun Divine Hammer sleeping, all the great powers in the immortal desolate also know. This news came from the Divine Desolate. The nine-sun Divine Hammer can only be awakened by the core fragment, but even so, the nine-sun Divine Hammer is still something that people yearn for. Many big shots of the great powers want to snatch it. After all, it is a powerful sun soul. Immortal Desolate and Sacred Desolate are on the verge of destruction, so all kinds of major events are happening. Recently, a new powerful power was born. Originally, the appearance of the Outer Realm powers and the Xianxia race made the great powers of the Immortal Desolate very unhappy. The great powers of the Immortal Desolate had to face the Nether Sect and Guanghan Palace. After the appearance of the Xianxia race, the evil powers of the Immortal Desolate started to lean towards the Xianxia race. And now, a new power has appeared. It is a power called the Immortal Desolate Holy Palace. The boss of the Immortal Desolate Holy Palace is the Immortal Desolate Holy Master. The Immortal Desolate Holy Master has 4 heavenly kings under him. One of them is the Imperial Beast Heavenly King. He is also a very powerful immortal emperor. Other than that, the other 3 heavenly kings are very strong and also extremely mysterious. The reason why the Immortal Desolate Holy Palace can shake the Immortal Desolate is because the Immortal Desolate Holy Master once attacked a Xianxia and almost caused it to split open. Many knew that Xianxia had stabbed down a Xianxia before, but now, another Xianxia had almost been stabbed down. Those who dare to provoke the Xianxia race are all very admirable. After the Immortal Desolate Holy Master appeared, he quickly roped in the other righteous sects, such as the Nether Sect, Guanghan Palace, Shiman family, Qin family, Dragon race, and so on. As for the Xianxia race, they gathered the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate, Xian family, Long family, and other Outer Realm powers to fight against the Immortal Desolate Holy Palace. Other than that, there is another power, the Holy Sun Ancient City that just appeared. The Holy Sun Ancient City is extremely powerful, but they don't dare to fight against the Immortal Desolate Holy Palace because the Immortal Desolate Holy Master is an existence that surpasses the Immortal Emperor. If not for the 2 Xianxias, the Immortal Desolate Holy Master would have almost destroyed the Xianxia race. With the appearance of the Holy Sun Ancient City, the Immortal Desolate Holy Palace and the Xianxia race don't dare to fight head-on. If both sides are injured, they will be swept away by the Holy Sun Ancient City. Most people in the Immortal Desolate know that the Holy Sun Ancient City once defeated the arrogant Inscription Divine Mountain, causing the Inscription Divine Mountain to hide for many days, not daring to show its face. Because of this, the Holy Sun Ancient City's reputation rose. Previously, no one could do anything to the Inscription Divine Mountain, but later on, the Inscription Divine Mountain was beaten by the people of the Holy Sun Ancient City, which made people feel that the Holy Sun Ancient City is very powerful. Because of this, the Holy Sun Ancient City was complacent and even said that as long as the Inscription Divine Mountain appeared again, they would be able to sacrifice it to the heavens. Inscription Gate counterattack. When the ancient garden was destroyed, many things regarding it spread out. As for the big shots of the various powers in the Immortal Desolate Land, they were most concerned about the whereabouts of the Sun Soul. Was the Sun Soul still in the ancient garden? Or would it disappear along with the destruction of the ancient garden? Or did they enter the Immortal Desolate? As for Sun Soul, the big shots of the various forces all yearned for it. There were also people who suspected that Qin Yun had obtained it. However, regardless of whether Qin Yun obtained it or not, he would become a target because he had the 9-sun Divine Hammer in his hand. It was also one of the Sun Souls. Qin Yun was in seclusion at the Divine Inscription Mountain. He did not know of the changes in the power structure of the Immortal Desolate, nor did he know that the Immortal Emperor Ancient City among the 9 Holy Sun Ancient Cities had said ruthlessly that as long as the Divine Inscription Mountain appeared, he would definitely be able to take it down. The Inscription Divine Mountain is also cultivating. The mountain god is absorbing a large amount of sacred profound silver crystals to upgrade the Inscription Divine Mountain and evolve it. Qin Yun used the pill transformation Heavenly Cauldron to refine the divine fruit into a pill. After eating it, he entered seclusion for about 10 days. At this moment, he was also sweating profusely, and the surface of his body was surrounded by a faint layer of golden mist. Within that layer of faint golden mist, there were many tiny particles. Those were very, very tiny crystals. Qin Yun looked at the golden sand floating beside him and said with a smile, "I have finally become an immortal king. I can release immortal king power and condense king crystal." After the power of the immortal king left the body, it would carry with it a very small crystal, like a grain of sand. This was because the immortal power was too powerful and condensed into tiny crystals. Previously, in the heaven immortal realm, the immortal king's power was close to liquefying. After becoming a immortal king, the immortal power would crystallize immediately after it left the body. He was only at the early stage of the immortal king realm, so the crystals in his immortal power were like tiny grains of sand. If he broke through again, his celestial king power would change again. After Xianxia broke through, he felt that it was time to settle the score with Holy Sun Ancient City. He was the sect master of the Inscription Gate. When he was not at the Divine Inscription Mountain, the Holy Sun Ancient City had almost destroyed the Divine Inscription Mountain. He couldn't tolerate this. He had to get his revenge. Xianxia walked out of the floating cloud pagoda and saw several great divine bees flying above the grassland. Seeing these divine bees, Xianxia is extremely shocked. He suddenly realized that Xiaoyuemei has arrived. That little girl Xiaoyuemei was very fond of flying around on her great divine bee. She often flew around the divine tree for fun. Now that great divine bees have appeared here, Xianxia immediately recalled that Xiaoyuemei hid a few great divine bees and brought them back. Sure enough, Xiaoyuemei and Xiaoying are riding on the great divine bee, laughing and laughing as they fly around. They are having a very good time. Yuemei, why did you kidnap the divine bee? Xianxia shook his head and shouted with smile. I did not steal it, it is the divine bee that willingly followed me. Xiaoyuemei is riding on a several-meter-long divine bee and arrived above Xianxia. The giant divine bee's combat strength was very strong. Back when they were fighting against the werewolves, these giant divine bees had killed many werewolves and powerful elite disciples from other sections. Xianxia remembered that in the battle back then, the divine bee king's heart ached because a few of these large divine bees had died. I didn't say you stole. Xianxia said with smile. I really didn't steal anything. Xiaoyuemei lightly pouted and said with smile, Big Yellow, did you come with me willingly? The divine bee nodded. Does the divine bee king know? Xianxia asked. Maybe he doesn't know. Anyway, he has so many divine bees, losing a few is not a big deal. Xiaoyuemei said with smile, our inscription divine mountain can also raise these divine bees. Xianxia flew over, gently pinched Xiaoyuemei's charming face and said with smile, Yuemei, how many divine bees did you kidnap? Xiaoyuemei pouted and said in low voice, only 100. I released some of them to patrol the surroundings. Xianxia also realized that Xiaoyuemei often rode divine bees to play. It is very likely that she stole these divine bees. This naughty little girl truly makes him not know whether to laugh or cry. Brother, Old Mountain is truly awesome, it turned the inscription divine mountain into this. Moreover, those divine fruits are becoming more and more delicious. Xiaoyuemei said with charming smile, just now, I rode Big Yellow to check those divine trees. Big Yellow also ate many divine fruits. Yuemei, did Shuiru ask you to deliver a message to me? Xianxia asked. Oh, she did, she said that the tree is very special, it grows as tall as a person and blooms a flower that looks like the sun. Xiaoyuemei said with smile, brother, what kind of tree is that? Can the fruit of that flower be eaten? Xianxia pinched her face and said with smile, you only think about eating all day, oh that's right, what's the situation outside these past few days? Xiaoyuemei came down from the divine bee and landed on the prairie. Her exquisite and charming face is filled with anger. She lightly groaned and said, one of the 9 Holy Sun Ancient Cities, the immortal Emperor Ancient City is actually clamoring to destroy our inscription Divine Mountain. Xiaohua walked over and said, earlier, those immortal emperors who attacked the inscription Divine Mountain said that they came from the immortal Emperor Ancient City. These bastards, they are truly going too far. Although our inscription gate has few people, we are not that easy to bully. Watch how this inscription gate's grand elder teaches them a lesson. Xiaoyuemei very angrily said. Soon after, Xiaohua informed Xianxia about the situation outside. These past few days, Xiaohua also went out to gather information. After Xianxia finished listening, he is very surprised. He did not expect that the stupid immortal desolate sacred master would actually create such a scene and create a mysterious immortal desolate sacred palace. Moreover, one of the 4 great heavenly kings under the immortal desolate sacred master, the imperial beast heavenly king, is actually his previous life's big brother pig. He didn't know how they got together. 8 sun altars, I will tear down too, one is in Purple Ice Sacred City. Those people from Purple Ice Sacred City are still alright, I will let them go. Qin walked back and forth a few steps and doubtfully said, there are still 5 other altars, where are they now? Brother, you want to tear down the altars again? Xiao Yuemei immediately became very excited when she heard this. This will depend on whether or not the people in charge of those altars are standing on the side of the evil sun race. If they are, I will go and tear them down. Qin feels that as the sect master of the inscription gate, if he does not do something big when the inscription divine mountain is attacked, people will think that he is truly a turtle. Alright, I will also go, Xiao Yuemei jumped and laughed. Xiao Hua is somewhat worried and said, Sect Master, the remaining 5 sun altars should be used as teleportation channels. The 2 9 sun sects of Divine Desolate want to deal with you, they will definitely use those 5 sun altars to teleport people over. Therefore, I want to understand whether or not those sun altars are involved or not. Qin said, they know that I have 9 sun divine hammer, they will definitely send more people to snatch it. He Shu said, most likely, they will send powerful puppets over. Xiao Hua nodded and said, I will arrange people to investigate clearly. Xiao Hua was once the patriarch of the Xiao family, he also has a group of very reliable spies under him who are completely loyal and devoted to him. He also gave the divine fruit to those spies to eat, making them stronger. Therefore, those spies are also very loyal to Xiao Hua. Old Xiao, how much damage did those guys from the Immortal Emperor Ancient City cause to the inscription Divine Mountain? Qin asked. The damage is not small. Bai Zhe said with a face full of indignation, they almost caused the inscription Divine Mountain to explode. Moreover, many stones fell and many fruit trees died because of this, many divine fruits were destroyed. When Xiao Yuemei heard that the fruit trees suffered a calamity and the divine fruits were destroyed, she gnashed her teeth in anger and cursed in low voice, I will go kill them. Sister Ying, you stay here. Qin said with a grave expression, Old Mountain, if something happens, remember to run first, don't force yourself. We will go deal with the Immortal Emperor Ancient City. Mountain God said, I know. I can teleport, it won't be that easy for those guys to catch up to the inscription Divine Mountain. Qin said to Lu Jiayan, Little Lu, go contact Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror and Grandpa Wei. Tell them to wait for us outside the Immortal Emperor Ancient City. Old Xiao, go spread the news that the inscription Divine Mountain is preparing to attack the ancient city of Immortal. Also say that I, Qin, obtained the sun soul of the ancient garden and will destroy the ancient city of Immortal to take revenge. Qin said, of course, this is just to scare them. Our target is the Immortal Emperor Ancient City. Alright. Xiao Hua nodded. Little White, Little Black, you guys have been here for so long, come out with me to relax. Qin said with a smile. Brother, my inscription gate is going to attack, right? Xiao Yuemei asked excitedly. It's not enough for us to fight with the Immortal Emperor Ancient City head-on, but we have to make them feel pain and let them know the consequences of bullying the inscription gate. Qin said. Then let's take action now. Xiao Yuemei is already impatient. Let's go. Qin said, we all have teleportation talismans. Once we finish the teleportation point, we'll run back. Xiao Hua asked, Sect Master, how are we going to deal with the Immortal Emperor Ancient City? That is a huge city with very strong defense. I have my ways. Qin chuckled. They left the inscription Divine Mountain and headed for the Immortal Emperor Ancient City together. Xiao Hua also used his own method to spread the news. He wanted the immortal emperors of the Immortal Emperor Ancient City to think that Qin was going to attack the ancient city of Immortal. Only heaven immortals could enter the ancient city of Immortal. If they attacked the city from outside, it would have a great impact on the ancient city of Immortal. Very quickly, all the major cities and powers in the Immortal Desolate knew that Qin was preparing to counterattack the Holy Sun Ancient City. What surprised them the most was that Qin actually obtained the sun soul of an ancient garden. It was a pair of golden boots. Many immortal emperors from the Holy Sun Ancient City contacted the Divine Desolate and confirmed that one of the 9 sun souls was indeed a pair of boots called the Heaven Trampling Divine Boots. It was a powerful divine tool. As for the specifics, no one knew. In short, it was a sun soul and it was definitely very strong. When this news spread, many experts rushed to the ancient city of Immortal to lie in ambush. Those who were watching the show also ran to the vicinity of the ancient city of Immortal. Because Qin Yun had the achievement of tearing down 2 sun altars and stabbing the evil sun, the celestial immortals in the ancient city of Immortal all ran out of the city in panic to hide. Those who wanted to snatch the sun's soul were all powerful immortal emperors, especially the immortal emperors of the immortal emperor ancient city. They all ran to the ancient city of Immortal like a swarm of bees. Therefore, the immortal emperor ancient city was currently empty and there weren't many immortal emperors left. Old friends gather. Lu Jiayan went to Nether Sect's territory to contact immortal emperor Devil Mirror. These days, Lu Jiayan frequently went to immortal emperor Devil Mirror to exchange divine fruits for resources. Nether Sect's business is very good, they obtained many resources. Lu Jiayan and others need some formation flags and pillars. They don't want to refine them, so they went to Nether Sect to exchange. Qin Yun, Xiao Yuemei, Xiao Hua and Baizhe rushed to the immortal emperor ancient city. Not only the immortal emperor ancient city almost destroyed the divine inscription mountain, it also announced that it would continue to suppress the divine inscription mountain. Qin Yun is very angry in his heart because their divine inscription mountain never provoked the immortal emperor ancient city. Yet the immortal emperor ancient city came to provoke them and almost destroyed them. If they don't let the immortal emperor ancient city know how powerful the inscription gate is, they would really think that they are sick cats. On the road, Qin Yun and others met many people who are rushing towards the immortal ancient city. Xiao Hua's news is very effective, it indeed attracted a large number of people to the immortal ancient city. Qin Yun and others have changed their appearance, so even if they meet some people on the road, they won't be recognized. After flying for about half a day, Qin Yun and others finally saw the immortal emperor ancient city. The immortal emperor ancient city is very large, the entire city is several tens of thousands of meters wide, it is surrounded by a 100-meter-tall octagonal wall. Qin Yun can roughly see the formation and barrier structure of the city just by looking down from the sky. As expected of the Holy Sun ancient city that descended from Sacred Desolate. Qin Yun said with frown, all kinds of formation and barrier are very formidable and brilliant. Xiao Hua, Baizhe, and others are all inscription masters, they can also see it. It is rather thorny. After all, this is the immortal emperor ancient city, many powerful inscription masters must have gathered here to create such a powerful holy city. Xiao Hua said. Qin Yun coldly groaned and said, no matter how strong the formation and barrier is, I will make sure that this ancient city suffers heavy damage. He Shu said, Sect Master, we must hurry up. If those people go to the immortal ancient city and find out that you are not there, they will quickly discover something. Xiao Yuemei said, Brother, can we use mysterious penetration divine ability to enter? No, there are formations that can block divine ability power. Qin Yun shook his head and said. Now that the sky had turned dark, if they wanted to break through those spirit arrays and cause damage to the entire city, they had to get close and observe. Xiao Hua said, Headmaster, you go with Big Sis. We'll go stand guard around the perimeter. All right. Qin Yun nodded, then concealed himself and approached the city wall with Xiao Yuemei. Although it was night time, there were still guards outside or on top of the city walls, but not many. Most of the immortal emperors in the city went to the ancient immortal city, but the guards of the city didn't leave and continued to guard the city. When Qin Yun was only 10 meters away from the 100-meter-tall city wall, he felt a very strong barrier blocking him. They couldn't go any further, the barrier's power was very strong and thick, and it began to take effect when it was still more than 10 meters away from the city wall. No wonder the immortal emperor ancient city dares to provoke us. Qin Yun said in his heart, so they have a very strong defensive barrier. Xiao Yuemei is also using her method to pass through the barrier but to no avail. Brother, what should we do? We can't go in. Xiao Yuemei sent sound transmission to Qin Yun. Let me take a look. Qin Yun also knows that this is the strongest barrier he has ever encountered. Even if he has a divine weapon, without sufficient power, it would be very difficult to break through. Can we drill into the ground? Xiao Yuemei asked. I'll give it a try. Qin Yun took out a small mouse and controlled it to drill into the ground. After a while, the small mouse ran up, its entire body is damaged. Qin Yan shook his head. It won't do, the small mouse has detected a very strong barrier power below. Brother, is there really no other way? Xiao Yuemei is very anxious. If we can't successfully cause damage, we will have come in vain. Don't worry, I definitely have a way. Qin Yan pulled her away from the city wall. It is also very difficult to enter the city. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei are not immortal emperors, so it is impossible to enter the city. Among the 9 Holy Sun ancient cities, the immortal emperor ancient city is the strongest. Rumor has it that the defenses of the 9 Holy Sun ancient cities are almost the same, so they are not afraid of being attacked. Even if the sun falls and destroys the immortal desolate and sacred desolate, these ancient cities can resist for a while and then float high in the sky. Qin Yan led Xiao Yuemei and Xiao Hua to retreat. They are waiting for Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor and Wei Zhongjing in a mountain forest near the Immortal Emperor ancient city. Let's wait for our people to arrive first. Qin Yan said. Sect Master, if we want to break the barrier and cause damage to the Immortal Emperor ancient city, it will be very difficult. Xiao Hua said, I have an idea, wait for the Immortal Emperors inside to come out, then capture them and beat them up. Qin Yan shook his head and said, there are so many Immortal Emperors inside, we don't know which ones are from the City Master's group. Inside the Immortal Emperor ancient city, it was the City Master who led the clamor to attack the Divine Inscription Mountain. Qin Yan only targeted the City Master's group. Only by causing damage to the Immortal Emperor ancient city will they know fear. If we randomly capture an Immortal Emperor and beat them up, if they are not the City Master's people, it will be useless and we will be ridiculed by others. Qin Yan said. That's true. Xiao Hua nodded. Sect Master, the Immortal Emperor ancient city's formation barrier is so powerful, why don't we use the power of the formation to break it? He Shu laughed and said, my inscription gate will use runes to attack the city. Only then will we be able to display the power of the inscription gate. Baizhe also laughed and said, that's right. Sect Master, let's set up the formation together. You take the lead. This will take a lot of time. Qin Yan nodded. We will try our best to finish before daybreak. Qin Yan had previously thought of using the power of the formation to attack the city. He is the sect master of the inscription gate. He definitely had to set up a powerful enough offensive formation to attack the city in order to intimidate his opponent. Qin Yan and company are discussing the formation in the forest. Xiao Hua, He Shu, and Baizhe are inscription masters, they can help. Let's use a combination of flag formation and formation pillars to set up a super formation and surround the entire Immortal Emperor ancient city. Qin Yan drew a diagram on the ground. Alright, little Lu should be here soon. When the time comes, with Old Wei and Old Devil joining us, we will definitely be able to complete the formation even faster. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Just as they were discussing, Xiao Hua suddenly sensed something approaching and became vigilant. He Shu's nose twitched and he said with a smile, it's Dazhuang and Pippi Pig. Sure enough, Shiman Dazhuang, who is dressed in white and has a thin body, arrived in a flash riding on a large white pig. Uncle, I'm here. I met little Lu on the way. He said that you guys are going to attack the Immortal Emperor ancient city, so I hurriedly rushed over to help. Shiman Dazhuang said with a smile. Shiman Dazhuang is also a member of the inscription gate. It was Xiao Yuemei who pulled him into the group. Because Shiman Dazhuang's Shiman family also has many good runes, he can share them. Dazhuang, we are discussing how to set up a formation to attack the city. Qin Yan said with a smile, you came at the right time. Do you have any good ideas? Yes, I can help set up a great formation and summon Hercules to attack the city. Shiman Dazhuang said with a smile. Wouldn't that expose your Shiman family? Xiao Hua said with a smile, that's not good. It's fine, don't tell me that the Immortal Emperor ancient city wants to attack my Shiman family. We went to an ancient garden and obtained a very awesome divine tool, the Immortal Emperor ancient city won't dare to attack us. Shiman Dazhuang said with a laugh. Qin Yan heard that Shiman family and Qin family are exploring an ancient garden. They are exploring an abyss in an ancient garden. What divine tool? Steal it for big sister to play with. Xiao Yuemei said with great interest after hearing this. An axe? Qin family also has one, I don't dare to steal it. If I get caught, my dad will beat my butt until it's rotten. Shiman Dazhuang shook his head and said, "That is my Shiman family's most precious treasure." Lu Jiayan used the soul-chasing talisman to find Qin Yan's location and then brought a few people over. Qin Yan thought that Lu Jiayan only called a mortal emperor Devil Mirror and Wei Zhongxing. But now, there are quite a few people here and they are all very strong. What caused Qin Yan to be shocked is that Netherworld Great Emperor and Qin Long have arrived. "Dad, foster father. Why are you here?" Qin Yan said with smile. "We heard that you want to attack the immortal emperor ancient city, of course we came to join in the fun." Qin Long said with laugh. "Xiao Yun, when are you going to start? That immortal emperor ancient city is very hard. I wanted to attack but I didn't know where to start." "You brat, you have many tricks, you can definitely trick them." Netherworld Great Emperor said with smile. Netherworld Great Emperor and Qin Long are both wearing black robes and hoods. "Little mortal." Suddenly something ran over, it is the little black donkey. "Xiao Hei, you also came." Beside the little black donkey, there is a 2-meter tall and sturdy man, his body is releasing a very strong dragon power aura. Qin Yan can tell with a glance that this tall and sturdy man is Azure Dragon, he is also an immortal emperor. "Please call me Great God Xian Wu," little black donkey groaned. "Little donkey, you are so strong. Are you also an immortal emperor?" Xiao Yuemei said with charming smile. "Little girl, you are the donkey, your whole family are donkeys." "I am Great God Xian Wu," little black donkey very unhappily shouted. Xiao Yuemei also heard about the little black donkey from Qin Yun. She giggled and said, "Little donkey, I heard that you like eating divine fruits very much. I got a lot of big divine fruits from the divine tree in the ancient garden." "What?" Little black donkey's eyes immediately lit up. Qin Yun curled his lips and said with smile, "Let's talk about it later. We are now preparing to set up the formation and make the immortal emperor ancient city bleed." "Xiao Yun, what should we do?" Qin Long said with smile. "If immortal emperors from the immortal emperor ancient city discover us and come out to attack us, we will need your help to hold them down." Qin Yun said. Little black donkey arrived beside Xiao Yuemei and said with childish voice, "Big sister, give me a big divine fruit. My divine fruits are for Inscription Gate disciples to eat, you are not a disciple of Inscription Gate." Xiao Yuemei curled her lips and said, "From now on, I am a disciple of Inscription Gate. Big sister, please accept my bow." Little black donkey immediately knelt down. Chapter 1663, 9-star Violent Dragon Formation. Qin Yun took out the floating cloud pagoda and let everyone in. He is in charge of carving runes on the pillars, others are in charge of guiding the power of the sacred Xian silver crystals into the formation flags and pillars. There are also some people in charge of setting up the pillars. Xiao Hua and the others have been hoarding a lot of formation pillars these days. Shiman Dazhuang also has a set of flag formation that can summon great strength god. Qin Yan told him not to rush because there is no need for it. Finally, Netherworld Great Emperor, Qin Long and Azure Dragon will be the cover to set up the formation pillars and flags. "Grandpa Wei, I heard that you obtained a very mysterious stele in an ancient garden, is that true?" Qin Yan asked. Nether sect, Dragon race, Li family and Wang family of Inscription World each obtained a mysterious stele and then quickly left the ancient garden. "Yes, that stele can become very big. If it is placed in the center of the Nether sect, it will become very big. If it is placed in the center of Nether sect, it can release a very strong barrier to protect the entire Nether sect. We also obtained a lot of sacred Xian silver crystals, several 100 million genes," Wei Zhongxing said. Qin Yan now knows the function of those steles, it sounds like they are very good. Something from an ancient garden must have great use, no wonder so many great powers wanted to snatch it. "Alright, I will think about what kind of formation to set up. You guys wait here for me," Qin Yan said. "Xiao Yun, we will go investigate the situation of the immortal emperor ancient city. I have been very unhappy with that immortal emperor city master for a long time. If we can really destroy his city, it will be very satisfying." Netherworld Great Emperor said with mischievous smile. Qin Long and Netherworld Great Emperor ran out. Xiao Yuemei is pestering Xiao Yuemei for divine fruits. He has been trained by Xiao Yuemei to be very obedient, even if Xiao Yuemei calls him little donkey, he won't mind. He knows that Xiaoyuemei is the big sister of Inscription Divine Mountain. She controls many delicious divine fruits, so he is trying his best to curry favor with Xiaoyuemei. Azure Dragon is also talking with Baizhe, asking them many questions. After all, they are all beasts, so they can chat very well. What shocked Qin Yan is that Azure Dragon only has one type of dragon heavenly rune. Qin Yan promised Red Sun Dragon Mother that he would help the dragon race create a new 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, but it would require a very rare dragon heavenly rune. Qin Yan came to the 20th floor and contacted Star God. "Sister Star God, are you there?" Qin Yan asked. The last time he contacted the Star God was more than 10 days ago. He felt that the Star God had already refined the sacrificial power. "Big sister is here." The charming and alluring woman suddenly appeared on the small altar with a charming smile on her face. She looked at Qin Yan coquettishly. The Star God was wearing a light red dress. Her snow-white thighs stretched out from the long dress and were very alluring. Qin Yan said with a smile, "Sister Star God, have you heard of the Holy Sun Ancient City?" The Star God, who had a charming smile on her face, suddenly became serious. She nodded and said, "I've heard of it. It's also called the Holy City of Salvation. They will come to the sacred wasteland before the doomsday to absorb outstanding talents." Qin Yan briefly explained the matter of the immortal desolate 9 revolutions sacred Sun Ancient City. He also wanted the Star God's help to coordinate with his great formation. "If it was before, I would directly control the movement of the stars and use them to help you attack the city. But now I can't, I am greatly restricted. If you want to set up a formation, then set up a 9-star violent dragon formation. When the time comes, I will help you summon the stars to descend." Star God said. Soon after, the Star God roughly told Qin Yan about the 9-star violent dragon formation. Qin Yan has mastered many star runes. With his perception, he carefully thought about it and understood how to set up the 9-star violent dragon formation. When the 9-star violent dragon formation is activated, it will summon the stars to descend. I will be able to sense it and then help you establish a connection with the formidable stars. Star God said with smile. I knew that Sister Star God is very resourceful. Qin Yan said with mischievous smile, "Thank you. It's nothing, that immortal Emperor Ancient City is so arrogant, we should properly teach them a lesson." Star God said with charming smile. After Qin Yan cut off the connection with the Star God, he ran to the 2nd floor and began carving star runes on the formation pillars and formation flags. When he was carving star runes, he released his Nether Moon Needle spirit and attached it to the floating cloud divine needle to carve dragon transformation star runes. Carving dragon transformation star runes is the key point of the 9-star violent dragon formation. Ordinary inscription masters can't do it. Qin Yan has Star Lord inscription spirit, carving star runes is very easy. In addition, he is now an immortal king, he can release blood spirit power to carve runes for a very long time. Therefore, in just one night, he was able to carve dozens of formation pillars and over 100 formation flags. If other inscription masters were to carve so many formation pillars and formation flags, they would need at least a month to complete it. Especially to carve so many star runes. This is the difference between having inscription spirit and not having inscription spirit. Although Qin Yan sped up his carving speed, he still can't finish before daybreak. Therefore, it is broad daylight now, they still have to place the formation pillars and flag formations. The formation pillars and flag formations they placed are very far away from each other, they are not densely packed together. This way, it will not be easy to discover them. Circling around the immortal Emperor Ancient City will take a very long time. They placed the formation pillars and flag formations in the mountain forest outside the city. They are very far away from each other, it is very difficult for the patrolling people to discover them. Qin Yan and his group have many people, so it went very smoothly. However, later on a patrol team discovered something and came to investigate. Netherworld Great Emperor and Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor reacted very quickly and immediately took control of the patrol team. The patrol team is made up of celestial immortals and immortal kings. They can't enter the immortal Emperor Ancient City, they are only hired to patrol, their strength is not very strong. It is already noon after they finished setting up the formation. Qin Yan is in the 20th floor of the floating Cloud Pagoda. He is worried that he won't succeed because it is broad daylight and there are no stars in the sky. Star God on the altar said with charming smile, Xiaoyun, there are also stars in broad daylight but they are blocked by the intense sunlight, that's why you can't see them. Big Sister Star God, can I open the formation now? Qinyan asked. The formation pillars and formation flags have been infused with a lot of sacred mysterious silver crystals energy. Using sacred power as energy to open the formation, its might is certainly very strong. Go out and open it. Star God said with smile, I will secretly help you. Qinyan arrived at the top floor of the floating cloud pagoda, closed his eyes and sensed the entire 9-star wild dragon formation. After taking a deep breath, he controlled all the formation pillars and formation flags to release energy and open the formation. After the formation was opened, Xiaohua, Netherworld Great Emperor and others stayed vigilant outside the Immortal Emperor Ancient City. If the Immortal Emperors of the City Lord Mansion came out, they would attack to prevent them from interrupting the opening of the formation. Those with low cultivation stayed inside the floating cloud pagoda. A moment after the formation was opened, a scorching hot wind suddenly enveloped them from the sky. Qinyan and others immediately looked up at the sky. They saw an incomparably huge star burning with scarlet flame, its surface is spewing out black and red energy flame. The most frightening thing is that the star's shape is a mighty dragon head. Although the star is huge, it is not as big as the entire Immortal Emperor Ancient City, it is only 1/10 of the size. However, this kind of star falling from the sky, coupled with its extremely strong energy, when it falls down, it will definitely produce a very strong power. Even if it is not big, the movement will be very big. The dragon head-shaped star fell down, dragging a long light tail, it is like a mad dragon falling down. When it fell, it let out a whistling sound like a mad dragon. And the Immortal Emperors inside the Immortal Emperor Ancient City sensed something falling from the sky, they all ran out from the big doors inside. Only 100 people ran out but they are all Immortal Emperors. Qinyan now knows why it is said that Immortal Emperors are as many as dogs. There are actually more than 100 Immortal Emperors in the Immortal Emperor Ancient City. Although they are not very strong, it is enough to scare people. Just as those Immortal Emperors ran out, the dragon head star smashed onto the barrier of the Immortal Emperor Ancient City. Boom, with a loud sound, some of the buildings inside the Immortal Emperor Ancient City cracked and collapsed. The exploding fragments, along with the violent flames, rushed in all directions to the west. Qinyan also sensed that after the 9-star wild dragon formation was opened, its energy was completely drained. This means that the opening of the formation is relatively smooth. And now, the ancient city is enveloped in flames. The surrounding mountain forest is also being bombarded by large and small fragments, bursting into waves of flames. The Immortal Emperor Ancient City is under attack. The Immortal Emperors who ran out of the city are all dumbfounded. They all know that the star falling is not a coincidence. Qinyan secretly exclaimed in admiration at the Immortal Emperor Ancient City's formation barrier. Even after suffering such a violent bombardment of the star, it has not been broken. It is indeed a sacred city of salvation that can withstand the sun extermination. The huge commotion did not last for long. The ancient city is surrounded by all kinds of burning star fragments, some of them are not small. Brother, is this it? That Immortal Emperor Ancient City doesn't seem to be doing anything. Xiao Yuemei's eyebrows are slightly knitted, she is very unreconciled as she said. The 9-star wild dragon formation has 9 stars, that was only the first one. Qinyan said with smile. Sure enough, another dragon head star suddenly appeared in the sky, dragging a long light belt behind it, it rapidly dropped down from the sky. Rumble, another burst of loud sound, the star fell down and produced a violent explosion, 3rd star, 4th star, violent flaming stars fell down one after another. Even from far away, they can see the dragon head star falling down from the sky, it is very shocking. The Immortal Emperors inside the Immortal Emperor Ancient City can only attack from below when they see those dreadful stars. What shocked them is that the impact of those stars falling down rapidly can directly send their formidable Immortal Emperor power flying. 8 stars fell in a row, smashing the entire Immortal Emperor Ancient City to one side and causing the buildings inside to collapse from the vibration. However, the Immortal Emperor Ancient City's barrier is still not destroyed. The 9th dragon head star fell down, the Immortal Emperor Ancient City suffered heavy damage once again. The surroundings are filled with all kinds of star fragments and the ancient city's barrier seems to have some cracks. The ancient city's barrier is about to be broken through, an immortal emperor shouted. At this time, a spatial fluctuation suddenly arrived. It is the immortal emperor ancient city's city master. He brought people back using teleportation talisman. They received the news that the immortal emperor ancient city is under attack. They immediately guessed that Qin Yun lured them away to attack the immortal emperor ancient city. Immortal emperor city lord, many of the buildings inside the immortal emperor ancient city have collapsed. The entire ancient city is in a state of chaos and devastation. Those immortal emperors are all cursing loudly because Qin Yun has destroyed the immortal emperor ancient city to such a state. If he wants to rebuild it, they will have to contribute. The immortal emperor ancient city is indeed worthy of being a sacred city from the sacred desolate. Its defense is extremely strong. One must know that after the 9-star violent dragon formation is activated, every star that is summoned has a power that surpasses the immortal emperor level. Previously, those immortal emperors wanted to destroy those dragon head stars but none of them succeeded. They were all blasted away by the energy released by the dragon head stars. However, even after 9 dragon head stars fell down, they were still unable to break the barrier of the immortal emperor ancient city. Qin Yun and the others can be considered to have experienced how strong the defense of the immortal emperor ancient city is. The city lord and the others floating above the ancient city are furious and also incomparably shocked. They came from the sacred desolate and grew up in the sacred sun ancient city. They know how terrifying the defense of this kind of ancient city is. But now, it has been attacked by Qin Yun to such a state. Although the barrier has not been broken, it is only a matter of time. If they don't return, maybe some cracks will appear. Once Qin Yun enters the city, the consequences will be unimaginable. Many immortal emperors are from the immortal desolate, they are from the evil sun race's camp. At this moment, they are all angrily cursing Qin Yun. Immortal Emperor City Lord, we will definitely not let this bastard Qin Yun off lightly. Do you want us to send everyone to search for his divine inscription mountain and break it? This little bastard Qin Yun is too despicable. We must capture him and hang him at the city gate. That's right, he is simply an evil demon of the immortal desolate. The immortal emperor ancient city is so great, yet he actually destroyed it to such a state. Those evil immortal emperors are filled with righteous indignation. And cursed Qin Yun. The immortal emperor city lord's expression is very gloomy. The immortal emperors of the city lord mansion are all very angry because their immortal emperor ancient city has never been destroyed like this before. City lord. An old man said in low voice, this is not the way, we must capture Qin Yun. If we don't eliminate Qin Yun, the immortal desolate will never have peace. We won't be able to prepare for the world extermination with peace of mind. An immortal emperor sighed and said, this vile Qin Yun, why did he do such a heinous thing? Immortal Emperor City Lord suddenly shouted, quiet. All the immortal emperors fell silent. Qin Yun and the others, who were hiding in the forest, were also preparing to use teleportation talismans to retreat. Although they were a little unwilling, the immortal emperor city had been destroyed to such an extent. It could be considered revenge. The immortal emperor city lord said in a clear voice, Qin Yun, are you still nearby? Qin Yun was just about to teleport away when he heard the immortal emperor city lord's question. He hesitated for a moment and didn't reply. Come out, I promise not to attack you. The immortal emperor city lord continued, now that the immortal desolate and sacred desolate are facing the calamity of the sun crashing down, the holy sun ancient city came to the immortal desolate to protect the talents of the immortal desolate. Qin Yun remained silent as he snorted inwardly. Earlier when we attacked the divine inscription mountain, it was our fault. Immortal Emperor City Lord loudly said, I apologize to you here, please forgive me. The other immortal emperors beside the immortal Emperor City Lord are all shocked. They never thought that the immortal Emperor City Lord would actually ask for peace. Of course, they immediately thought that it was extremely likely that the immortal Emperor City Lord wanted to lure Qin Yun out. Qin Yun secretly frowned. He also believed that the immortal Emperor City Lord wanted to lure him out. Seeing that Qin Yun did not come out, the immortal Emperor City Lord immediately took out a contract talisman and signed a blood contract. He promised not to attack Qin Yun and guaranteed that Qin Yun would not be attacked when he came out. At this moment, the immortal emperors beside him all exclaimed in surprise. City Lord, why did you lower your head to that guy? Someone asked in a low voice. That's right, we should be a bit more forceful and kill him. Devil Immortal Heavenly Gates Immortal Emperor nodded. Qin Yun has nothing to be afraid of. If the Holy Sun Ancient City and the Evil Yang race join hands, they will definitely be able to destroy him. The Evil Yang can produce a large number of evil devils and search for Qin Yun everywhere. Evil Yang race's Immortal Emperor said. If we don't ask for peace, the Immortal Emperor City will be destroyed. The Immortal Emperor City Lord shouted coldly, back then, it was you bastards who instigated me to attack the Divine Inscription Mountain. Everyone is dumbfounded. This Immortal Emperor City Lord is truly afraid of Qin Yun. The Immortal Emperor City Lord looked at the fragments around him and said coldly, those are powerful stars that fell from the sky. If there are a few more, the Immortal Emperor City will definitely be destroyed. He now knows that the consequences of going against Qin Yun are very serious. The Netherworld Great Emperor transmitted his voice to Qin Yun and said, Xiao Yun, go out and have a chat with that guy. With us following you, nothing will happen. All right. Qin Yun nodded and flew out. The Netherworld Great Emperor and the other experts also flew out. When Qin Yun came out, the group of immortal emperors floating in the air immediately gnashed their teeth in anger. I, Qin Yun, have no enmity with your Holy Sun Ancient City, but you attacked my Divine Inscription Mountain and almost destroyed it. Qin Yun said in a very bad mood as soon as he came out. This is our fault. You also almost destroyed the Immortal Emperor City. We are even, the Immortal Emperor City Lord said. This Immortal Emperor City Lord is a middle-aged man with ordinary appearance. He doesn't seem to have any power, but his Immortal Emperor power is very strong. Bingxing can also be considered a very strong Immortal Emperor. Qin Yun feels that the Immortal Emperor City Lord is a bit stronger than Bingxing. We are not even. You attacked our Divine Inscription Mountain and we counterattacked the Immortal Emperor City. This is just revenge. Qin Yun said, if you want to admit your wrongs, you will have to compensate my Inscription Gate's losses. Qin Yun, don't push your luck, an old man shouted angrily. Then there is nothing to talk about. I will attack the Immortal Emperor City again after a period of time. Qin Yun said with smile. Impudent. Do you think you can succeed again? The Evil Sun Race old man shouted loudly, Qin Yun, our Evil Sun Race will move 2 Xia Suns over to protect the Immortal Emperor City. You won't be able to succeed again. If not for the Immortal Emperor City Lord signing a blood contract to ensure that Qin Yun wouldn't be injured, the other Immortal Emperors would have already attacked. Qin Yun laughed loudly and said, Xiaoyang? Can you block it? One of your Xiaoyang was taken down by me and my cultivation back then was still very low. Try and see, the Evil Sun Race old man shouted angrily. When mentioning that their Xiaoyang was taken down, they were filled with anger. The Immortal Emperor City Lord looked at Qin Yun and said calmly, how do I compensate you? I am a rather easy person to talk to. How do you want to compensate me? Tell me yourself. If I feel that it is appropriate, I will agree. Qin Yun said with smile. 800 million genes of sacred Xian silver crystals, the Immortal Emperor City Lord said. 1 billion. Qin Yun said. All right, the Immortal Emperor City Lord nodded. This made the evil forces of the Evil Sun Race beat their chests and stamp their feet. They did not wish for the Immortal Emperor City Lord to resolve the conflict with Qin Yun. Because this is very disadvantageous to them. They wanted to drag the Holy Sun Ancient City along to fight against Qin Yun. What made their hearts ache the most was that the Immortal Emperor City Lord actually gave Qin Yun 1 billion genes of sacred Xian silver crystals. The Immortal Emperor City Lord has now sobered up and knows that Qin Yun is not someone to be trifled with. He carefully thought about it. Not many of the factions that opposed Qin Yun before had a good ending. The Immortal Emperor City Lord from the Holy Desolate is very experienced and knowledgeable. He also knows that the star summoning formation is very strong. He can see how terrifying Qin Yun is. This kind of deeply hidden power caused him to feel secretly alarmed. The Immortal Emperor City Lord handed over a storage bag to Qin Yun and said, let's do it like this. From now on, we don't owe each other anything and won't be enemies. Qin Yun nodded, if there is a chance in the future, it is not impossible for us to cooperate. Goodbye. Qin Yun activated the teleportation talisman and teleported away. Everyone else also teleported away. Seeing them leave, the immortal Emperor City Lord let out a long sigh. City Lord, why does this guy Qin Yun have so many powerful immortal emperors by his side? An old man said in astonishment. Beside him, there is Netherworld Great Emperor. The immortal Emperor City Lord said, Qin Yun's relationship with the immortal Desolate Holy Palace is also very good. If he calls on the immortal Desolate Holy Master, our city will be destroyed today. The other immortal emperors no longer dare to speak. Especially the immortal emperors of the evil Sun Race camp. They now know what the immortal Emperor City Lord is afraid of. Netherworld Great Emperor and the others also returned to Nethersex territory. Qin Yun and others very smoothly returned to the Divine Mountain. Seeing them return, Xiao Yingying immediately felt very relieved. She promptly took out the delicious food she made. That City Lord is quite decent. He is truly afraid of us. Xiao Yuemei said with smile. Holy Sun Ancient City's goal in coming to Immortal Desolate is not to dominate the Immortal Desolate but to absorb outstanding geniuses. If they oppose us, they won't have a good ending. Qin Yun said. Xiao Hua said, but the evil Sun race is not resigned, they will definitely attack us again. Qin Yun said with smile, when the Divine Mountain evolves, we will start attacking the evil Sun race. Xiao Yuemei suddenly said, brother, the patrolling Divine Bee has discovered someone outside. Who is it? Qin Yun asked. I don't know, let's go out and take a look. Xiao Yuemei said. Qin Yun walked out of the space inside the Divine Mountain and arrived at the top of the mountain. He saw a woman wearing white skirt flying in the sky. It is Yang Shuriyue. Big Sister Yang. Qin Yun shouted with smile. Seeing this peerless beauty, his heart is filled with joy. After Yang Shuriyue saw Qin Yun, she flew down with a light smile. Accompanied by a burst of fragrant wind, she landed beside Qin Yun. Xiao Yun, long time no see. Yang Shuriyue said with smile, then pulled Qin Yun's hands, her eyes are filled with longing. Big Sister Yang, I also missed you very much. Qin Yun scratched his head and said with smile. He really wanted to hug Yang Shuriyue but he didn't dare. Although Yang Shuriyue kissed him before, he still can't let go. Bingxing has told me a lot about you. I also have some time recently, so I want to properly guide you and teach you some improved martial arts. Yang Shuriyue's expression suddenly became stern on purpose. Teacher Yang, please advise me. Qin Yun said with mischievous smile. Yang Shuriyue smiled sweetly, then said with a stern expression, Xiao Yun, your cultivation has increased too fast, you won't be able to keep up with the usage of martial skills. You have to properly master them. Qin Yun previously gave Yang Shuriyue the lower half of the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra and asked her to help him sort out the suitable ones to cultivate. Furthermore, Yang Shuriyue also said that she would help him strengthen some useful martial skills. Alright, shall we begin now? Qin Yun asked. Absolute Yang Power Qin Yun still had a lot of things to do. However, mastering some new martial arts and improving the usage of martial arts was also a very important matter. With a new martial art, when facing a strong enemy, he would be able to make the immortal power in his body stronger. Qin Yun brought Yang Shuriyue to the space inside the Divine Mountain. When Xiao Yuemei and the others saw Yang Shuriyue, they hurriedly went over to greet her. Then, Qin Yun took out the floating cloud pagoda and entered with Yang Shuriyue. Qin Yun and Yang Shuriyue arrived at the 12th floor. This was also a place to cultivate and it was very quiet. Xiao Yun, back then, I found some suitable martial arts for you from the first volume of the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra. Even now, it still has pretty good power. Yang Shuriyue said. After she sat down, she ate a pastry given by Xiao Yingying. 9 Extinction Steps, Extinction Dragon Palm and Extinction Spirit Eye are all very useful. Qin Yun nodded and said, the cultivation techniques I cultivate are rather complicated. Sometimes, it's not smooth when I use them. Yang Shuriyue said, I also expected this situation, so I will help you integrate all those martial arts cultivation techniques. This way, there won't be too many and you can focus on cultivating and mastering them. Isn't this very difficult to do? Qin Yun had thought of how to do it but just thinking about it gave him a headache. Although he had the Heavenly Tao Divine Rune, which allowed him to have an extremely high perception, he still felt that it was very complicated. Yang Shuriyue smiled and said, no matter how difficult it is, I still have to do it. Come, tell me about your recent cultivation situation. After I understand it clearly, I will proceed with it with you. Sister Yang, you are really good at martial arts cultivation techniques. Why do you know so many related things? Qinyan asked curiously. Xianxia Yu pursed her lips into a smile and said, because I'm your teacher Yang. Quickly tell me about your recent cultivation situation. Qinyan nodded and recounted his current cultivation situation as well as some of the cultivation techniques he had comprehended. Especially the one-thought imperial heaven art, as well as the heaven's might tyrant body and immortal devil sacred body art that he had just comprehended. After Xianxia Yu finished listening, she frowned and said, Xiaoyun, how about this? Your body cultivation and power cultivation techniques can be combined into one. You only need to use the one-thought imperial heaven art to cultivate mental power. Alright, how do we merge? Asked Qinyan. The Immortal Devil Sacred Body Art is a sacred tier cultivation technique and the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra is a divine art with extremely high potential. Xianxia Yu said, these two cultivation techniques can be combined. Qinyan said with a frown, then I won't be cultivating immortal fiend powers? Xianxia Yu shook her head, you don't need to cultivate immortal and devil power. Although the two can be combined and burst out with very strong power, you have the nether sun but I am now cultivating immortal devil sacred body. Qinyan somewhat doubtfully said, suddenly not cultivating, there won't be any problem right? It's not a big problem. Right now, the situation in the 9 desolate land is very changeable. Even if you change yourself, you can reverse it by quickly raising your cultivation. Xianxia Yu said, you cultivated so fast, you definitely didn't pay attention to the fusion of the two powers of immortal and devil. Qinyan nodded. Besides, you will be going to the divine wasteland in the future. Before that, you might not even have a good cultivation technique, and the immortal devil sacred body art can only allow you to cultivate a sacred body. Xianxia Yu said again. Then what about the fusion of the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra and the immortal devil sacred body art? Qinyan asked. Xianxia Yu drank a cup of tea and ate a piece of pastry, then said, within the immortal devil sacred body art, there are many body tempering techniques that can be taken. And the middle and lower volumes of the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra also have body tempering chapters. The reason why I want to fuse the Immortal Devil Sacred Body Art into the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra is to allow you to smoothly transition. Of course, there are also body tempering techniques within the Heavenly Might Tao technique, they are also very useful. Qinyan listened very seriously and asked, Sister Yang, I remember that within the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra, there is a type of 9 extinction power that is very powerful but there doesn't seem to be anything related to the 9 extinction sacred power. The 9 Extinction Heart Sutra has a very strong compatibility. You've been using it for so many years, don't tell me you haven't noticed? Xianxia Yu asked with smile. Qinyan was able to fuse Extinction Dragon Palm and Heavenly Lion martial arts. The Heavenly Lion Extinction Dragon Palm is also very strong, it indeed has a very good compatibility. Xianxia Yu said again, the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra only needs to train the body, strength and power training requires a strong mental power. Is there no spirit training chapter in the middle and lower volumes of the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra? Qinyan asked doubtfully. There is but it's not suitable for you. You have a mature and reliable divine tier spirit training technique like the One Thought Imperial Heaven technique and the powerful Nether Moon. You don't need to use the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra to cultivate mental power. Xianxia Yu said. Alright, then start teaching me the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra. Qinyan smiled and said, also, the strengthened 6-style Wind Slayer and 6-style Forging Dragon, the martial arts that Big Sister Yang specially created for me are especially powerful, I can't bear to give them up. Xianxia Yu said with a smile, Xiaoyun, in your previous life, you were the immortal King Fu Yun. In your previous life, you were even the sun god. I can't guide you in cultivation forever, you have to properly learn the knowledge of cultivation techniques. Why is it impossible? Qinyan said with a smile, Sister Yang, you are so proficient in martial arts cultivation techniques, you must have had some fortuitous encounter. Alright, I'll start passing on cultivation techniques to you now. First of all, the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra Strength Training section is mainly related to immortal power, sacred power and divine power. The 9 Extinction Heart Sutra can cultivate divine power but that's a matter of the future. In the future, it will be very useful in the Divine Desolate. Xianxia began explaining the strength training section. She summarized this section as the 9 Extinction Divine Power section. Then there is the body training section, she named it the 9 Extinction Divine Body section. After Qinyan finished listening, he is secretly astonished because it involves cultivating the power of 9 suns. It is very clear that it was specially formulated for him to have the 9 Sun Divine Spirit. The 9 Sun Divine Spirit absorbs the power of the 9 suns and then uses the nether sun to fuse the power of the 9 suns into one. Xianxia named this kind of power as the Absolute Sun Power. In the universe, the nether sun is a powerful existence that can absolutely kill the sun. Sister Yang, this 9 Extinction Heart Sutra is very closely related to the nether sun. Qinyan said with emotion, there must be someone who specially created it for the nether sun back then. The 9 Extinction Heart Sutra was obtained from the 9 sun-suppressing divine arrows. It is very likely to be related to the 9 Yang Divine Palace. This way, you can use the Absolute Sun Power as your foundation. If your cultivation goes smoothly, you will be able to use the Absolute Sun Immortal Power very soon. Xianxia said, you just became an immortal king. If you can use the Absolute Sun Immortal Power, your strength should increase by a lot. The Absolute Sun Power can be considered as a transformation of the Nether Sun's power. It can increase by a lot from the original foundation. Later, when you cultivate the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra, you can simultaneously cultivate strength training and body training. And if you cultivate mental power alone, it won't be that complicated. Xianxia took out a very large blanket and said with smile, come, let's cultivate together, I will bring you along to cultivate. Qinyan immediately jumped on it and said with smile, alright, I like cultivating together with Sister Yang the most. Xianxia is already an immortal emperor, moreover, she frequently studies cultivation methods and whatnot. She also cultivates the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra, so cultivating together with Qinyan will allow him to master the middle and lower volumes even faster. Qinyan and Xianxia's palms are tightly interlocked. He looked at Xianxia's beautiful jade-like face and asked, Sister Yang, Sister Yao Feng has the 9 Sun World Extermination Scripture. I know this. Sister Kira told me before. Xianxia said with smile, in your past life, you spent a lot of effort to get this 9 Sun World Extermination Scripture for her. What kind of woman is Sister Yao Feng? Qinyan very much wants to meet Yao Feng, he wants to see if she is the same as Liu Shuyan. Xianxia slightly frowned, thought for a moment, then shook her head and said in soft voice, I also don't know. She is very mysterious, even Sister Kira doesn't know much about her. Qinyan lightly sighed. Xianxia said with smile, Xiaoyun, are you worried that she is different from Liu Shuyan? She also knows that Bing Xing and Xiao Yuemei told her about Liu Shuyan. Qinyan suddenly sensed that Xianxia is operating his nether sun, moreover she is also absorbing sacred mysterious silver crystal's sacred power and beginning cultivation. I don't dare to believe that Sister Yao Feng has this kind of side. Qinyan curled his lips and said. Feng Yue Yao, Liu Shuyan, Yao Feng, these are 3 names but they are the same person. It is very normal for her to have another side. Xianxia lightly smiled and said, Sister Bing Xing who is usually as cold as ice and frost, doesn't she also have a very soft and tender side? That's true. Qinyan said with smile. Concentrate on cultivation. Xianxia stopped smiling and said earnestly. Qinyan closed his eyes and became serious. His perception is very high. What made him pleasantly surprised is that while cultivating with Xianxia, the Heavenly Tao Divine Rune within his body suddenly moved. Heavenly Tao Divine Rune is very mysterious. Hiding inside the nether sun, Qinyan and Ling Yuner can't do anything to it. But now, the Heavenly Tao Divine Rune seems to be attracted by something and became very active. What shocked Qinyan the most is that the Heavenly Tao Divine Rune actually ran out of the nether sun on its own. Heavenly Tao Divine Rune is a very special kind of rune. It is like a golden light belt filled with runes, moreover it can change into various forms. Ling Yuner cried out in alarm, the Heavenly Tao Divine Rune ran out and wants to enter Sister Yang's body. Qinyan and Ling Yuner are unable to control the Heavenly Tao Divine Rune. They don't know why it ran over to Xianxia's side. Xianxia suddenly opened her eyes in shock. Qinyan also opened his eyes and said anxiously, Sister Yang, what's wrong? That guy is on your side, I can't control him. It's the Heavenly Tao Divine Rune. Yan Shiyu said in shock. N. Qin Yun nodded. This is a good thing. Yan Shiyu chuckled and said, don't worry about me, I'll be fine. That's good. Qin Yun nodded in relief. Xiao Yun, the heavenly Tao power you cultivate is also comprehended through the heavenly Tao divine rune, right? Yan Shiyu asked. Yes. Yan Shiyu understood Qin Yun's situation very well. Yan Shiyu thought for a moment and said, with the heavenly Tao divine rune, we can comprehend it even faster. Next, I will enter an even more peculiar state of joint cultivation with you. That is another method of Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. Mysterious concussion. Qin Yun had cultivated the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra with many women, but he had never heard of any other combination cultivation method. Yan Shiyu said, Little Yun, that cultivation method is very special. I wonder if it will succeed. Even in your previous life, you did not cultivate with us. Ah? Why not? Asked Qin Yun. Because that requires both parties to have a certain level of affection. In our previous lives, our feelings might not have reached a certain level, so we didn't try it. Yan Shiyu said. Then, are our feelings deep enough in this life? Asked Qin Yun softly. Of course it's deep enough. Yan Shiyu chuckled and said, Xiao Yun, we never kissed in our previous lives. Big Sister Yang, I want to hug you, can I? Qin Yun suddenly said boldly. Of course, come on. Yan Shiyu pursed her lips and smiled. Qin Yun immediately let go of her and smiled as he went over to hug her. He even kissed her jade-like face. At this moment, Yan Shiyu was also somewhat shy, but her face was filled with a sweet smile. She leaned into Qin Yun's embrace and brewed their feelings. Qin Yun took a deep breath of the beauty's fragrance and felt very satisfied. Yan Shiyu gently pressed Qin Yun down on the soft cushion and said with a gentle smile, Little Yun, let's lie down. Qin Yun lay on the soft cushion and embraced Yan Shiyu. Yan Shiyu placed her lily-white hand on Qin Yun's chest and said, It's about to begin. And, let's begin cultivation. Qin Yun also feels that the relationship between the two of them is already extremely deep. Yan Shiyu kissed Qin Yun's lips and pressed her body tightly against Qin Yun's. Her jade-like hand pressed down on Qin Yun's heart and began circulating the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. Under Yan Shiyu's guidance, Qin Yun relaxed his entire body. Furthermore, he took a deep breath and felt the gentle immortal energy in Yan Shiyu's body enter his heart and into his body. When he took a deep breath, he could smell the rich fragrance of the beauty. He couldn't help but be deeply intoxicated. The fragrance of the beauty seemed to penetrate into the depths of his soul. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. He found himself sitting on a small hillside. The hillside was covered with green grass and many fragrant flowers. At this moment, Yan Shiyu was sitting opposite him with a gentle and sweet smile on her face. Qin Yun gaped in shock as he looked around. He knew that he was in an illusion. However, everything here was so real. What surprised him the most was that he saw a charming elf flying over. The charming elf also looked at him in surprise. That elf was Ling Yuner. Yuner? Qin Yun said in shock, what's going on? Is this the little Tao spirit that Bing Xing mentioned? Yan Shiyu looked at Ling Yuner and said with a chuckle, our minds have fused together. What are the benefits? Ling Yuner asked. Ling Yuner is not small at this time, she has become very big, like a mature woman, and her figure is very hot. She had long wavy black hair, a charming face, and a pair of slender, fox-like eyes. Over the years, Ling Yuner has also grown a lot. This is also her true form after growing up. Qin Yun looked at the flirtatious and charming elf and found it hard to believe that this was the rogue elf that had accompanied him for many years. One must know that his own spirit could also enter his own spiritual world, but the Ling Yuner he saw was not like this. In other words, Ling Yuner had been disguising herself all along, it was only in this special state that she would reveal her true form. There are many benefits. For example, Xiao Yun and I are currently training our body and strength, but we can cultivate our mental power or practice martial skills here at the same time. Yan Shiyu said, this is the spirit fusion method of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. The fusion of their minds is close to the real world. Ling Yuner is indeed very bad. After pulling Yan Shiyu's lily-white hand, she continuously caressed it. Her charming eyes are filled with ambiguity. Xianxia did not know that Ling Yun'er was very bad. She only felt that Ling Yun'er was very enthusiastic. However, when she saw Ling Yun'er's translucent black butterfly wings, she suddenly thought of another elf. Sun Fairy Yu Xiaoling, that is a very bad female elf. Many beauties of the Guanhan Palace have been taken advantage of by Yu Xiaoling. You guys cultivate, I'll watch from the side. I won't disturb you. Ling Yun'er giggled and let go of Xianxia Yu's hand. She and Qin Yun have a telepathic connection. She could hear Qin Yun calling her a female rogue in his heart. Xianxia Yu smiled and nodded. She could tell that this Ling Yun'er is a bad female elf. She might be the same as Yu Xiaoling. Qin Yun felt that Ling Yun'er was much worse than Yu Xiaoling. For many years, she often encouraged him to do bad things. Xiao Yun, cultivating in this state will yield twice the results with half the effort. I have an extremely good understanding of martial arts cultivation techniques. Now that my spirit is fused with yours, you can also have my perception. Xianxia Yu said. Big Sister Yang, is there something in your body that allows you to understand cultivation techniques very well? Ling Yun'er asked curiously. The heavenly Tao divine rune entered your body. Did it enter because of that thing? Xianxia Yu nodded and said, I have a strange divine rune in my body. I suspect that it is something similar to the heavenly Tao divine rune. After we finish cultivating together, I will let the heavenly Tao divine rune return. Big Sister Yang, you and Xiao Yun haven't seen each other for so long. You guys are just hugging each other. Don't you want to kiss each other? Ling Yun'er suddenly said, you guys kiss each other. Just pretend that I don't exist. Xianxia Yu covered her mouth and chuckled. Yun'er, is this your idea or Xiao Yan's? It's definitely not my idea. Qin Yun quickly clarified and said, Big Sister Yang, this is a rogue elf. Xianxia Yu chuckled and said, Xiao Yun, this little Tao spirit is yours. You're not bad, she's not bad either. Big Sister Yang, Xiao Yun is a blockhead. He has many opportunities to make a move but he just won't go. He's really making me anxious. Ling Yun'er tenderly snorted. Yun'er, I want to train with Big Sister Yang. Qin Yun rolled his eyes at her. Alright, I'll watch from the side. I won't speak anymore. Ling Yun'er smiled. Xianxia Yu said, Xiao Yun, you don't need to use the 6-style Forging Dragon and the 6-style Wind Slayer in the future. These two cultivation techniques can only unleash 80% of your immortal power. If it's a good cultivation technique, it can double or triple your immortal power. The reason why Qin Yun had been using it was mainly because he had feelings for it. It was because he had cultivated it with Xianxia Yu back then. It was also because he had feelings for her that he was able to perform exceptionally well. Big Sister Yang, Xiao Yun really likes you. In his eyes, the cultivation technique that you and she cultivate is a token of love. How could he bear to give it up? After Ling Yun'er finished speaking, she immediately covered her mouth and looked at Qin Yun with a charming smile. Xianxia Yu felt warm in her heart. She smiled sweetly and said, Xiao Yun, I've merged the 6-style Wind Slayer and the 6-style Forging Dragon. Not only are there the techniques that you're familiar with before, but also sabers, hammers and all kinds of weapons can be used. Really? That's great. Qin Yun said with a smile, I also use a lot of weapons now. I named it the 9-style Heaven Annihilation. Xianxia Yu said, I'll pass it to you now. Go and comprehend it yourself first. Qin Yun suddenly became very serious as he waited for Xianxia Yu to explain. However, Xianxia Yu did not speak. Instead, she looked into his eyes. Suddenly, Qin Yun felt a very gentle feeling surge into his heart, causing his entire body to feel very comfortable. Then, a lot of information regarding the 9-style Heaven Annihilation appeared in his mind. Ling Yun'er was also able to read Qin Yun's memories and she was also very surprised. Xianxia Yu only used an instant to impart her power. I will fight with you here and let you familiarize yourself with the 9-style Heaven Annihilation. Xianxia Yu said, maybe with your current cultivation, you can only use the first 3 moves but that's enough. 3 moves? Is it that difficult? Qin Yun said in surprise. This is a cultivation technique that I created by fusing with the 9 extinction Heart Sutra. When you use it, it can perfectly coordinate with the absolute yang power and allow you to use it for a long time. Xianxia Yu nodded. You should familiarize yourself with the 9-style heaven annihilation first. Then, I'll improve the piercing heavenly finger and change it to the 9 extinction fingers. I'll also sort out the 9 extinction steps. Ling Yun'er said with a smile, Big Sister Yang, you're really amazing. You have to be Xiaoyan's mentor for a lifetime. This blockhead can't do without you. He'll only use the cultivation technique you taught him for the rest of his life. Xianxia was amused by Ling Yun'er's words and revealed a very beautiful and brilliant smile. Qin Yan closed his eyes and went to comprehend the 9-style heaven annihilation by himself. Just the first 3 moves were enough to surprise him. He suddenly felt that if he could successfully use 2 moves, it would be very good. Ling Yun'er arrived beside Xianxia and said with a charming smile, Big Sister Yang, your perception is so high, did you also master the Heavenly Might Dao technique? It was Sister Rujing who passed it on to me. Xianxia nodded and said, I fused the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra's power training chapter with the Heavenly Might Dao technique. The Heavenly Might Dao technique is also power training. Heavenly Might Tyrant Body releases powerful power to strengthen the body? Ling Yun'er asked. That's right. Hegemony is originally a kind of power. It is also possible to use power to temper the body. Xianxia said with a smile, Xiaoyan's nether son already has a very strong power. You are a Dao spirit, you should know that. I also have to learn something from Big Sister Yang. This way, I can better release the power of the nether sun. Ling Yun'er said with a smile and then hugged Xianxia. Xianxia chuckled a few times. She also touched Ling Yun'er's charming face and asked her about the control of the nether sun. Ling Yun'er also sincerely asked for advice because she could see that Xianxia is extremely proficient in the use of all kinds of power, as if she was born with it. Even if she didn't understand, after listening, she would be able to understand after thinking for a bit. Qin Yan and Xianxia are cultivating inside the floating cloud pagoda. The entire divine inscription mountain is also very quiet. However, this silence did not last long before it was broken. These days, the earth has been shaking non-stop. Sometimes the shaking is very strong, sometimes it is very weak. This kind of shaking is not only regional but also the entire immortal desolate. It is as if space is shaking. Although the shaking is very strong, it did not cause any major disaster. It is just shaking every day. No one knows the reason. Even many of the seniors in Holy Sun Ancient City have never heard of this kind of shaking legend. It would be fine if it stopped after a few shakes, but for several days, this kind of shaking continued without end. Xiaohua has already arranged for his subordinates to inquire about the reason for the shaking. Dangerous Sinkhole Chapter 1667. Dangerous Sinkhole. Xiao Yuemei flew back on her great divine bee. After seeing Xiaohua, she asked, Old Xiao, did your subordinates find any news? Xiaohua frowned and shook his head. No, what about you, big sister? You have been out for 2 days, did you find anything? After Xiao Yuemei landed on the ground, Xiao Yingying walked over and gave some food to Xiao Yuemei. Xiao Yuemei smiled sweetly and kissed Xiao Yingying's lovely face. Then she ate a piece of fruit and said, The outside is still shaking non-stop, even the space is shaking. It took me more than half a day to sense the direction of the shaking. Big sister, did you go to the source of the shaking? He Shu promptly asked. No, I flew for more than half a day. I did not go to the source and then came back. Who knows what kind of terrible thing is there? I will not go and throw my life away. Xiao Yuemei said. Baizhe looked at He Shu and said, Old He, we will go and contact our kind. All right. He Shu nodded. Baizhe said to Xiao Yuemei, Big sister, if sect master comes out, tell him that we will go out for a period of time and find our kind to understand the situation. And also inquire about Dragon Heavenly Rune. Got it, I will tell him. You must be careful. Xiao Yuemei warned. If you encounter danger, remember to use teleportation talisman to escape. Xiaohua also warned. 2 big brothers, this is for you to eat on the way. Xiao Yingying also took out some delicious food and gave it to He Shu and Baizhe. Thank you, Sister Yingying. He Shu and Baizhe also felt very warm. Although they are beasts, they get along very well with these humans. Inscription beasts are also very favored in the Great Desolate. The sun god stone that descended before was mainly for these beasts. Therefore, He Shu and Bai Zhe went out to contact other powerful inscription beasts to inquire about the mysterious shaking. This kind of mysterious shaking caused the immortal desolates heaven and earth and space to sink into continuous shaking. Something major is definitely happening. If they could understand the cause of the shaking earlier, they would be able to deal with it earlier. If other disasters descended and they were not prepared in advance, it is very likely that they would suffer heavy losses. Xiao Yuemei looked at the floating cloud pagoda and said with sigh, "Why haven't brother and sister Yang come out yet? Cultivating in seclusion will take some time. I will go to Nether Sect and ask them if they know anything," Lu Jiayan said. After Lu Jiayan left, Xiao Yuemei said to Xiao Hua, "Old Xiao, send someone to contact Li family of Inscription World and ask them about the situation over there. Those guys from Inscription World know many ancient legends." "All right." Xiao Hua released a few big eagles and had them send the message. Therefore, Xiao Yuemei can only use this ancient method. "Big sister, do you want to contact the Moon Palace? Ask them if they know anything," Xiao Hua said. "Alright, I will make a trip to the Guanghan Palace." Xiao Yuemei thought about it and decided to make a trip. She went to the Guanghan Palace rather quickly because she had the teleportation talisman. She could teleport to the moon and then come back. Half a day later, Xiao Yuemei returned. Xiao Hua hurriedly asked, "Big sister, is there any news?" "The Moon Palace has not been affected by the vibration, they only sensed a bit of vibration in the space." Xiao Yuemei shook her head and said, "They also don't know the reason." "Strange, don't tell me it's because of Shi Wuqian?" Xiao Hua said with frown, "During the period before world extermination, many major events will occur one after another." "Is it good or bad?" Xiao Yuemei asked. "Both. I hope it's a good thing, just like the Sun God Stone." Xiao Hua said with smile, "We should wait patiently." Xiao Yuemei is a very curious person, she can no longer sit still and said, "I will go to the source of the vibration. If there is something good and I am not there, won't I miss it?" Everyone in the Immortal Desolate is panicking because of the mysterious vibration. They are worried that the space of the Immortal Desolate will be torn apart by the vibration. They are worried that the Immortal Desolate will collapse before the sun even sets. As a matter of fact, as long as someone has teleportation talisman, they can steadily teleport. In other words, the space is not affected too much. Although the space is shaking, it is only slightly. The entire space of the Immortal Desolate is still very stable. Even after experiencing several world extermination, the space of the Immortal Desolate has never collapsed. At most, it has only become weaker. Qin Yun and Yang Shuriwe are cultivating together. Yang Shuriwe used the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra's divine fusion technique. Their minds fused together and they are cultivating martial arts in the spiritual world. Using this method to cultivate martial arts has a very good advantage, it allows the two of them to communicate with each other. When using martial arts, if Qin Yin encountered any difficulties, Yang Shuriwe would be able to instantly transmit that difficulty to Qin Yun's mind with just a glance. Qin Yin would be able to overcome the difficulty in an instant. Furthermore, they do not need to consume their physical strength in the spiritual world, so they can practice in the same way as in actual combat. Moreover, they do not have any worries when they attack. Even if they attack heavily, they will not injure the other party. When Qin Yin was training with Yang Shuriwe, he also discovered that he is lacking in many aspects. This is something that he would normally find difficult to discover, mainly because he has encountered too few true opponents. Yang Shuriwe is much stronger than Qin Yin. In this kind of extreme battle, she can constantly squeeze out Qin Yun's potential. In addition, the cultivation technique that Yang Shuriwe prepared for Qin Yun, she also discovered many flaws during the battle. After they discovered it, they immediately discussed and corrected it, which can make the martial arts cultivation technique more perfect. During rest time, Ling Yun also received Yang Shuriwe's guidance to use the power of Nether Sunday. Ling Yun usually brags about how awesome she is all day long, but she actually doesn't understand a lot of things. Yang Shuriwe doesn't understand, but she can understand a lot of things. Through Ling Yun, Yang Shuriwe has a better understanding of Nether Sunday. This will also allow her to better guide Qin Yun and Ling Yun. Qin Yun is very happy and enjoying the process of cultivating with Yang Shuriwe. He hopes that he can do this more often in the future. But he also knows that Yang Shirui has her own things to do. She has the Guanhan Palace, she has to develop a cultivation technique for many disciples of the Guanhan Palace and guide them in their cultivation. Therefore, Yang Shirui is also very busy. Qin Yan also took advantage of this opportunity to spend more time with Yang Shirui. Otherwise, he doesn't know when the next time will be. How long have we been cultivating together? Qin Yan suddenly asked. It's been almost a month. Yang Shirui said with smile, Xiao Yun, your body should be completely used to circulating the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra's body cultivation technique, right? Qin Yan is hugging Yang Shirui and lying on the soft cushion. Yang Shirui used the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra to guide Qin Yan to circulate the power inside his body to cultivate the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra. Over time, Qin Yan's body will be able to familiarize itself with this kind of cultivation technique. I should be familiar with it. Qin Yan said with smile, but I am still not very familiar with the cultivation technique. I want to practice more with Sister Yang. Alright. Yang Shirui chuckled and said, Xiao Yun, do you want to stay with me for a while? Of course. Ling Yun'er said with smile, I want to stay with Sister Yang for a while, let alone Xiao Yun. During this period of time, Ling Yun'er has taken advantage of Yang Shirui a lot. Some of the martial arts that Qin Yan often uses have been enhanced by Yang Shirui. They are all strengthened with the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra or the Heavenly Might Tao technique as the foundation. For example, when using martial arts, it will be combined with the power of the Heavenly Might Tao technique or the power of the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra. Or perhaps it is a combination of power and power. Just as Yang Shirui was about to continue practicing with Qin Yan, she suddenly heard a loud bang. Someone is knocking on the floating cloud pagoda. Qin Yan frowned and said, something big must have happened. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made such a big commotion. And, let's go out and take a look. Yang Shirui nodded. You guys kiss each other before going out. Ling Yun'er said in a low voice. Yang Shirui smiled gently and said in a low voice, stop the cultivation and kiss, we are all illusory here. Sister Yang, are you afraid that I will watch from the side? If you kiss in the real world, I can also see it. Ling Yun'er giggled. Naughty. Yang Shirui laughed and patted Ling Yun'er's butt. At this time, Qin Yan and Yang Shirui woke up from the divine fusion technique. Qin Yan hugged the jade-like beauty and looked at her captivating face. He said with a smile, Sister Yang, let me take the initiative this time. Up to you. Yang Shirui smiled mischievously. Qin Yan used a little strength and hugged the gentle beauty tighter. Then, he kissed the beauty affectionately, bang bang bang, someone outside knocked on the floating cloud pagoda. Qin Yan and Yang Shirui reluctantly separated. Qin Yan gently caressed Yang Shirui's face and helped her tidy up her hair. Xiao Yun, let's go out quickly. Yang Shirui's face was slightly red as she smiled sweetly. Qin Yan and Yang Shirui walked out of the floating cloud pagoda and saw Xiao Hua and Lu Jiayan outside with anxious expressions. Boss, something big has happened. Xiao Hua said. When Qin Yan came out, he did not see Xiao Yuemei and Bai Zai. He frowned and said, where are Yuemei and the others? Big sister went to the source of the vibration and then disappeared. Lu Jiayan said. What source of vibration? Qin Yan said anxiously. Xiao Hua told Qin Yan and Yang Shirui what had happened. After listening, Qin Yan and Yang Shirui immediately walked out of the space inside the divine inscription mountain. After coming outside, they could still feel a weak vibration. The vibration of the space was relatively weak, but the vibration of the ground would be very strong from time to time. At the source of the vibration, there is an incomparably huge sinkhole that is 1,000 miles wide. And in the 10,000-mile radius of this sinkhole, in the past 10 days or so, it has been filled with all kinds of deadly flowers, plants, and trees. Xiao Hua said, in the area around the sinkhole, there are very strong spatial restrictions and flying is also restricted. I heard that a large number of inscription beasts are gathered in that forest. Yang Shirui's expression was solemn as she said to Qin Yan, Xiao Yun, I'll return to the Guanhan Palace first. Yuemei should be fine, but I can't contact her for the time being. Qin Yan nodded and said, I'll go to the source to find her. Boss, I've been to the vicinity of the source. The soul-chasing talisman can't sense Big Sister. Xiao Hua said, she might have gone to another space. Went to the bottom of the sinkhole? Qin Yan asked. Emperor Clan Qin Yun realized that the sinkhole was not simple. After all, it was something that could shake the entire space. Furthermore, after the heaven pit appeared, it formed a special barrier that enveloped the forest within a radius of 10,000 miles. It was as if one would be isolated by space after entering the forest. Without an absolutely powerful energy, it is impossible to set up such a powerful barrier in the immortal desolate. Furthermore, the appearance of the sinkhole gave birth to a large number of dangerous flowers, plants, and trees. It even attracted powerful inscription beasts. There was obviously a motive behind this. Big Sister Yang, return to the Guanghan Palace first. Qin Yan said, leave Yume's matter to me to investigate. This little girl will be fine. Then I'll go back first. If there's anything important, we'll contact each other again. Xianxia nodded. Qin Yan watched Xianxia leave. Then, he took out a small golden statue, which was his divine position. He wanted to try and contact the immortal desolate sacred master. After much effort, he was unable to contact the sacred master of the immortal wilderness. What's wrong with this guy? Did he also go to that forest? Qin Yan originally planned to ask the immortal desolate sacred master. Boss, the old mountain hasn't finished evolving yet. I don't plan on running around. I want to stay here and protect the divine mountain. Xiaohua said. Qin Yan nodded and said, you stay here with Sister Ying and little Lu. I'll go find little black and little white. Lu Jian said, Sect Master, the people from Inscription World might know something. Qin Yan looked at Xiaohua because Xiaohua often came into contact with people from the Inscription World. At the mention of this matter, Xiaohua's face was filled with anger. He cursed in a low voice, those fellows from the Inscription World know but they refuse to say it. Did the Li family not say anything? Qin Yan said with a frown, Li Xingqi's relationship with us should be pretty good. Li Xingqi can't say it. Xiaohua sighed. He seems to be restricted from telling others about the sinkhole. Qin Yan waved his hand and said, then let them be. If they won't tell us, we'll investigate it ourselves. Sect leader, all the major forces should have sent people over. The evil Yang race might know something, so they sent out many people. Be careful when you enter the forest. Lu Jian warned. I understand. Qin Yan nodded and said, there's no time to lose, I'll set off now. In fact, he was already very late. Just as Xiao Yueme said before, if something good suddenly appears, if they are a step slower, they will not be able to obtain anything. Qin Yan could sense the source of the mysterious vibration. He took out the compass and looked at it. He found that the needle of the compass was pointing in the direction of the source of the tremors. The dragon is also joining in the fun? Qin Yan's floating cloud heaven seal's third part was a very active dragon. The dragon ran around aimlessly, its mind erratic. Now, the dragon was in the direction of the source of the tremors. It might have been attracted by something. I wonder if Sister Yao Feng has found the heaven leaping shuttle? I need to complete the floating cloud heavenly seal as soon as possible, find the heaven leaping shuttle, and head to the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. Qin Yan was already an immortal king. He wanted to head to the immortal graveyard as soon as possible to help Xie Qiru find the deity throne of the moon god, revive his mother, and retrieve his 8 souls and 9 spirits. Xiao Yun, that sky crater appeared from the ground. Ling Yuner suddenly said. Yuner, what do you think? Qin Yan flew towards the sky crater and asked. I suspect that something underground is playing tricks. Ling Yuner said, nobody knows what is deep underground in the immortal desolate. Moreover, wasn't there a legend that many people in the previous era hid underground? Can they live that long? Qin Yan said with frown. They might not live long, but they can reproduce underground. Ling Yuner smiled and said, deep underground, there might be an underground world. Qin Yan said, let's go take a look and we'll know. More than half a day later, the sky turned dark. Qin Yan suddenly stopped in the sky and did not continue flying. Because there are many frightening flowers, plants, and trees in front of him. He knows that he has arrived at that forest, with the sky crater as the center. This kind of dreadful plant is rapidly growing on the land within a radius of 10,000 li. He floated in the sky and looked into the distance. he can see a very dreadful power floating in the sky. This is the power that Xianxia taught him to master the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra and Heavenly Might Tao technique. Only then did he have some understanding of this power. Xianxia said that there are many kinds of power. The more common killing power and ferocious power are very common in humans and beasts. Evil power, and devil power are more or less the same, only slightly different. Then there is the heavenly power and terrain, which are relatively rare. Qin Yan has a better understanding of the heavenly power because the heavenly might Tao technique he cultivates is the heavenly power. And the power he sensed at this moment is most likely the terrain. As for the specifics, Xianxia is also not too clear. Because there are many types of terrain and generally, humans and beasts can't cultivate them. The formation of the terrain requires the right time and the right place. The earth naturally nurtured it more. That sky crater is indeed not simple. Qin Yan is secretly alarmed. In the middle of the night, a large group of bats suddenly flew over and rushed towards the mysterious forest. The giant trees in the forest are hundreds of meters tall. All kinds of flowers and plants are extremely ferocious and can move. The bats are also not small. They are all giant bats with a wingspan of more than 10 meters. Tens of thousands of bats seem to have been summoned by something as they flew into the forest at an extremely fast speed. Just as the group of bats entered the forest, they seemed to be pressed down by a very powerful force and fell to the ground one after another. The group of bats let out sharp and ear-piercing cries. The bats that were pressed to the ground were either tightly entangled by the tree vines, swallowed by the huge flowers that looked like bloody bowls, or pierced through and sucked dry by the sharp thorns of some grass. Even if they flew in and fell down, the bats still rushed in with all their might. In just a short moment, the group of bats had all fallen and landed on the ground to fight with all kinds of flowers and trees. What made Qin Yan's heart tremble was that those flowers and plants were extremely terrifying. For example, there was a huge purple flower that was tens of meters tall. It could move flexibly and the center of the flower could shoot out very violent lightning. As for the other huge white flower, it had a very strong suction force. It could suck those bats into the center of the flower that was more than 10 meters wide. It was as if there was a sharp reamer inside the heart of the flower. When those bats were sucked in, they were smashed to pieces and sprayed out a mist of blood. This was simply a feast. Of course, those bats are not that weak. Some of the stronger bats were able to block the attacks of all kinds of flowers and trees and quickly rushed into the depths of the forest. Can't fly in the sky? Qin Yan let out a long sigh. It seems like if I want to go to the center of the heavenly crater, I will have to go through many trials and tribulations. Seeing how powerful the plants inside are, Qin Yan is somewhat worried about Xiaoyuemei and Baizhe. Just as Qin Yan was about to enter, he suddenly sensed a very formidable aura attacking him. Foster father has arrived? Qin Yan is somewhat startled. Netherworld Great Emperor has actually appeared here. Qin Yan turned his head and saw Netherworld Great Emperor quickly flying over. I finally caught up. Netherworld Great Emperor saw Qin Yan and said with smile, Xiao Yun, I wanted to go to Divine Inscription Mountain to find you, but old Xiao said that you came here, so I used Soul Chasing Talisman to chase you. Netherworld Great Emperor is wearing a black robe. He indeed looks like a specter in the night. His aura is also very formidable. As he rushed over, the flowers and trees in the forest ahead of him seemed to have converged a lot. Foster father, what's the matter? Do you want to go with me? Qin Yan asked. Of course not, I don't want to join in the fun. Netherworld Great Emperor said with smile, I want to take advantage of this time to fish up some resources and prepare for Nethersex invasion of Sacred. Desolate. Netherworld Great Emperor took out a long black saber and handed it over to Qin Yan. Nether Spirit Sacred Saber. Foster father, you don't want it? This is your weapon. Take it, I have already repaired it. Netherworld Great Emperor said with smile, I heard that you often collect souls and whatnot, you want to use them for death sacrifice, right? My saber can not only harvest lives, it can also harvest souls. Qin Yan doesn't want to accept it because this is a weapon that Netherworld Great Emperor has used for many years, it is very precious to him. I already have a good weapon. Netherworld Great Emperor said with smile, then rolled up his wide sleeves. Black chains can be seen winding around the sleeves, one end of the chains is a malevolent black beast claw. Qin Yin said with frown, "What kind of toy is this? Is it useful?" Netherworld Great Emperor said with mischievous smile, "Of course it's useful." He finished speaking and extended his hand towards the forest ahead. The malevolent black beast claw moved as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived several hundred meters away. Moreover, the black beast claw became very big. It broke the trunk of a huge tree and grabbed a huge flower at the same time. "Come back!" Netherworld Great Emperor vigorously pulled and the beast claw ran back, bringing back a huge flower. He said with mischievous smile, "This toy is very sinister in battle. I am old, I only like to play sinister, I don't want to use saber to fight in close combat." Qin Yin stored the nether spirit sacred saber. It is indeed a very good tool for collecting remnant souls. If he needs to retreat during battle, he won't have enough time to use soul sealing pearl to collect remnant souls. But if he has the nether spirit sacred saber, he can conveniently collect remnant souls during battle. "Xiao Yun, how much do you know about that heavenly pit?" Netherworld Great Emperor suddenly asked in grave tone. Qin Yin looked at those scary flowers and trees, shook his head and said, "I don't know much, I only know that those flowers and plants are very bloodthirsty and eat meat." Netherworld Great Emperor said, "I know a bit but I am not sure. But I can't be sure. I didn't tell old Xiao and the others about this." "What is it?" Qin Yin asked in amazement. "There is a very formidable race sealed under that heavenly pit. They are still unable to come out, but they are about to break the seal." Netherworld Great Emperor said. "What kind of race is it? Could it be an expert from the previous era?" Qin Yin feels that this is most likely the case. Advancing in the forest, Qin Yin looked ahead, his eyes are filled with curiosity. Netherworld Great Emperor said again, "Emperor race is good or bad, nobody knows. No one knows why they were sealed and who sealed them. I saw many beasts rush in without any regard for their lives." Qin Yin said. "Emperor race is the emperor of all living beings. It's possible that they're summoning beasts and using them to break the seal." Netherworld Great Emperor patted Qin Yin's shoulder and said, "Xiao Yun, after you go in, be very careful." Qin Yin nodded, "I know." "Did Nether sect send people in?" Netherworld Great Emperor said, "Yes, their mission is to figure out the situation around Heavenly Crater." "Yuemei also went in," Qin Yin said. "Your father Qin Long is the captain, he led the team in. Maybe you will run into him." Netherworld Great Emperor said with smile. N. Qin Yin also wants to find Xiao Yuemei as soon as possible. "Alright, you go." Netherworld Great Emperor said, "Evil Sun race and those bastards from Holy Sun Ancient City have sent many experts in, there must be great benefits to be reaped, that's why they sent so many people." Qin Yin suddenly recalled that Li family of Inscription World hid the truth about Heavenly Crater. It is very likely because they know about the Emperor race. "Foster father, I am going in." Qin Yin finished speaking and rushed into the forest. Originally, he wanted to use floating immortal rune ability to fly in, but he discovered that even if he can fly, he would be disturbed by the mysterious and formidable terrain. This caused him to consume a lot of energy, so he had no choice but to land on the ground. After Qin Yin entered, he secretly released a bit of heavenly power. The released heavenly power has a great effect, it made those strange flowers and plants not dare to attack him. However, there are still some flowers and plants attacking him without any regard for their lives. At this time, a huge blood-colored flower ferociously came down. The center of the flower is filled with all kinds of sharp teeth, moreover, it is also spewing out poison. "Scram for me!" Qin Yin roared and unleashed Heavenly Lion's heavenly roar. He opened his mouth and roared. Not only the roar released berserk sound wave, it is also accompanied by a light golden flame that rushed towards the flower. That kind of flame was cultivated through the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra. It used the Nether Sun and the Heavenly Tao Fire's violent power, and then merged with the Heaven's Might Tao Technique's heavenly power. It was named the Heaven's End Flame by Xianxia. The sound wave was accompanied by the faint golden absolute heaven flame, releasing a wave of intimidating heavenly might. It rushed towards the huge flower, shattering the huge flower into many flame fragments. When the surrounding flora and fauna saw this, they did not dare to attack. It was evident that the flora and fauna here were sentient and knew that Qin Yun was very powerful. The nether spirit sacred blade in Qin Yan's hand absorbed a bit of soul remnant. The flower that he killed just now also had some soul power. Compared to humans and beasts, it was considered very little. After running for a while, Qin Yan suddenly took out his compass. The dragon he was looking for was also in this forest. I wonder if we can find that guy. Qin Yan doesn't know what kind of dragon that is. He had asked Xianxia, but she had never seen a dragon in the floating cloud heavenly seal before. She only knows that the dragon has been sealed, and in Qin Yan's previous life, he has been searching for a way to unseal the dragon. Later on, it seems like he succeeded, so after the dragon regained its freedom, it ran everywhere. He took out the floating cloud pagoda and entered it. Qin Yan tested the spirit-chasing talisman and discovered that after entering the forest, he can sense Xiao Yuemei's location. What made him feel relieved is that Xiao Yuemei and Baizhe are together. Their spirit-chasing talismans are pointing in the same direction. Qin Yan took out the large golden devil horn and contacted Evil God. Although this evil god is a trash god, he can still investigate all kinds of things in Divine Desolate. Little ancestor, you're not going to tell me that you've torn down another altar, are you? Or did you poke another Xiaoyang? Evil God immediately replied to Qin Yan. Evil God, something big happened in Immortal Desolate, you actually don't know about it. Have you been in seclusion these past few days? Qin Yan said in shock. I have not been in seclusion, what happened? Is it related to Divine Desolate? If it has nothing to do with Divine Desolate, it is normal that I don't know about it. Evil God loudly said, he doesn't want Qin Yan to look down on him for being ignorant. Qin Yan told Evil God about the heavenly crater and the forest in Immortal Desolate. After Evil God heard this, he felt that it is inconceivable. Evil God, do you know why this phenomenon appeared? Qin Yan asked. I don't know. This should have nothing to do with Divine Desolate, right? Evil God is very interested, he also believes that this is a big matter. Qin Yan said, I heard a rumor that a legendary emperor race is sealed under the heavenly crater. Have you heard about this matter? Ah. Evil God immediately cried out in fear. Qin Yan said with mischievous smile, is this matter related to Divine Desolate? Evil God strangely shouted, yes, this matter is very important, very important. Qin Yan immediately realized that Emperor race is very mysterious. Why is it very important? Qin Yan urgently asked. It is impossible for Emperor race to break the seal. Evil God said with frown, Emperor race coming out at this time is very bad. And the Emperor clan should be finished. Qin Yan inquired closely, why is it not good? Evil God sighed and said, Emperor race used to be the overlord of 9 Desolate. After they were sealed, 9 Desolate sank into chaos. Later on, order gradually appeared. If Emperor race breaks the seal, they will definitely take control of 9 Desolate again. But 9 Desolate is about to be destroyed. Qin Yan said. I also don't know what is going on, I want to inform my big brother. I will contact you when I have news. Remember, by all means, don't jump into that heavenly crater, I am afraid you won't be able to return. Evil God warned. Evil God, help me contact Yuemei, don't let her enter the heavenly crater. This little girl entered the forest a long time ago. Qin Yan said. All right. Evil God replied. Xiao Yuemei has God communication martial spirit, she has been in contact with Evil God for many years, so Evil God can transmit information to Xiao Yuemei. Qin Yan stored away the large golden devil horn and walked out of the floating cloud pagoda. After storing away the floating cloud pagoda, he immediately increased his speed and rushed towards Xiao Yuemei. Now, Qin Yan can confirm that this emperor race is very dreadful. Even after being sealed for so many years, they have not been completely destroyed. What Qin Yan is very puzzled about is why the emperor race was sealed and who sealed them. The reason why they are sealed is because they cannot be completely exterminated, so they can only be killed with time. However, the emperor race has not been completely exterminated for several epochs and the seal has loosened. It can be seen that the person who sealed the emperor race miscalculated. Daybreak arrived. Qin Yan frantically ran through the night and discovered that Xiao Yuemei and the others are constantly changing their location. And the dragon he is chasing is also constantly changing direction. Yuemei and the others are constantly changing direction, could it be that they are hiding from something? Qin Yan doesn't know how to find Xiao Yuemei. If Xiao Yuemei is facing danger, she will have to constantly run and change direction. Not only Xiao Yuemei is constantly changing direction, the dragon he is chasing is also doing the same, even Qin Long is the same. He also has Qin Long's soul-chasing talisman. Yuemei should know that I am here, right? Why didn't she come to find me? Qin Yan is puzzled in his heart. Xiao Yun, it won't be that easy for Yuemei to find you. Ling Yan'er suddenly said, if she is being chased by something and surrounded, she will definitely be blocked if she wants to come to find you. Xiao Yuemei and He Shubaizhe are together, when the three of them change position, it is the same. For the three of them to run for their lives like this, it can be seen how dangerous the danger they are facing is. Qin Yan can only grab the soul-chasing talisman and accurately determine Xiao Yuemei's location. This forest is very large and filled with danger. When Qin Yan was outside, he felt very relaxed. But after entering the depths, he discovered that the danger inside is not only those strange grasses and flowers, there are also many very dreadful poisonous insects and poisonous beasts. Now he is dealing with an incomparably large centipede. This damn thing. Qin Yan brandished the nether spirit sacred blade and hacked at the centipede several times, chopping off many of its legs. The centipede's body is at least 3 meters wide, its body is very long, after being chopped off, it can quickly reattach. Moreover, those centipede legs can quickly grow back. Qin Yan summoned the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion. The Nether Realm Heavenly Lion became very big and bit the centipede's head. Qin Yan directly chopped off the centipede's head and let the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion eat it. The Nether Realm Heavenly Lion is not afraid of being poisoned. After all, it is a creature from the 9 Nether Realm, it is already in a dead and undying state. After the centipede's head was chopped off, its body can still move. Even without a head, it still has very strong battle power and recovery power. Xiao Nether, eat this thing. Qin Yan waved the Nether Spirit Sacred Blade and chopped the centipede into several pieces and let the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion eat them all. Then he called the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion back to the 9 Nether Realm. Qin Yan originally did not want to pay attention to the centipede, but he is being relentlessly chased by it. Along the way, Qin Yan's speed is not very fast because there are too many powerful flowers and plants that he needs to cut down. After entering the forest, he cannot remember how many trees and flowers he cut down. And after those flowers and plants are chopped down, they can quickly grow back. If someone without enough strength enters this place, most of them will be eaten. There are all kinds of dangers in this forest, it is not something that a person can deal with alone. Qin Yan originally wanted to use mysterious penetration divine ability to go through the forest, but he was stopped by that mysterious vibration. Once he stops, he will be attacked, it is impossible to go smoothly. Rushing is very tiring, waiting is even more tiring. Qin Yan has no choice but to take out the floating cloud pagoda and rest inside. Ling Yan'er said with smile, Xiao Yun, you are an inscription master, use inscription method to deal with those flowers and plants. Wait for me to rest, I will think of a way. Qin Yan nodded and said. His large golden devil horn suddenly vibrated, evil god is contacting him. Qin Yan took out the large golden devil horn. Evil god shouted loudly, little ancestor, Yuemei told me to tell you that if you are alone, you must not go in, otherwise it will be very difficult to advance. Qin Yan can also feel it now. Evil god, how is the investigation regarding the emperor race? Qin Yan asked. Tyrannosaurus Rex. When Qin Yan heard evil god's words, he was stunned. Evil god, although you're a bottom feeder, you should at least be a bottom feeder with ambition. How could he be enslaved by someone else so easily? Don't say such dejected words, okay? Qin Yan said in a bad mood. Little ancestor, I'm not you. I just want to live peacefully and wait for death. If I were to resist an emperor clan, the only path left for me would be death. The evil god sighed, the D clan has been sealed for so long, now that they can break the seal, it means that they are extremely strong. Qin Yan said with a smile, so what? Don't tell me that even if the gods of the divine wilderness join forces, they would still not be a match for the imperial race? The situation in the divine wasteland is very complicated. It is impossible for the gods of the divine wasteland to unite. The Xiaoyang race is also eyeing us. The evil god sighed dejectedly. If the emperor clans really break the seal and declare war on the various factions of the divine wilderness, then I will definitely join the emperor clans at the first instance. Xianxia understood what evil god was thinking. The emperor race was really strong. Evil gods had god positions in the god wilderness, so he had to join them immediately to prevent himself from being wiped out in the future. Evil god, what is the emperor race like? Xianxia asked. He used to be the overlord of the 9 wastelands. What do you think? A race that can become the overlord of the 9 wastelands has been suppressed for several eras. Now that they have finally broken free, they will definitely use thunderous methods to dominate the various great wastelands. Evil god said. Emperor clan, could it be that they are very evil? People like the Xianxia race. Xianxia said with a frown, if the Xianxia race and they join hands, it will be very disadvantageous to the 9 desolate. I don't know. We know too little about the emperor clans. I only know that there are many experts in that race, and they are born with extremely high talent and cultivation. They are a powerful race that is good at fighting. Evil god said, as for the specifics, we will have to wait for the emperor clan to appear to know. Then help me tell Yume, tell her to quickly come out and find me, it will be very difficult for me to enter now. Xianxia said. That little girl briefly told me about the situation inside. She said that it wasn't easy for her to enter the depths, and she didn't want to come out. The evil god said, she was one of the first to enter the depths. At that time, there was no forest or anything like that. Xianxia thought about it and understood why Xiaoyueme didn't want to come out. It is because it is not easy to enter the depths. Xianxia ended his communication with the evil god. As he rested, he thought about how to get in more smoothly. Using the mysterious penetration divine art was the fastest, but the mysterious vibrating power released by the heaven pit could disrupt the continuous release of divine art power. If he were to execute the mysterious penetration divine art and the shockwave suddenly came, the power of the divine art would be scattered and he would fall into a giant flower. That would be very dangerous. Killing his way in would take a lot of time and consume a lot of energy. It would be great if there was a team. Being alone in this forest was like being drowned by all kinds of powerful strange flowers and plants. If they were to attack, not only would they have to deal with the flowers and plants, but they would also have to be wary of the various poisonous insects and powerful beasts that were hiding. Xianxia is thinking about what kind of rune he can use to smoothly advance. After getting close to the sinkhole, the space will become unstable and the power of the divine ability will be affected. Ling Yin'er said, this is clearly to make it difficult for people to get close to the sinkhole. As Xianxia rested, he bitterly pondered, but there is no way. After a while, Ling Yin'er said with smile, Xiaoyun, I have an idea. What idea? Xianxia asked. How is the evolution of your Devil Star Tyrant Dragon? Ling Yin'er asked. The Devil Star Tyrant Dragon swallowed 2 giant werewolves in the ancient garden. And those giant werewolves were very strong. After the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon swallowed them, its body became a lot stronger. It should be able to come out. Xianxia took out the Heavenly Lion Dragon suppressing cauldron. The giant werewolves inside the cauldron have already disappeared, only the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon is inside. Take it out, then control the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon to attack all the way. Use the sacred mysterious silver crystals as energy. Ling Yin'er said with smile. Xianxia still has several billion genes of sacred mysterious silver crystals. Previously he gave 1 billion to the mountain god and later the immortal emperor city lord compensated him with 1 billion. If he could smoothly enter the depths, he would be willing to use it. Alright, after I rest, I will give it a try. Xianxia nodded. Xianxia rested for 4 hours to restore himself to his best condition and then walked out of the floating cloud pagoda. He stored the floating cloud pagoda and released the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon. The Devil Star Tyrant Dragon's outer appearance has not changed much. 3 dragon heads, 2 mantis blade arms, 4 dragon claw arms and a very powerful dragon tail that can easily break a large tree. Under Xianxia's control, the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon's body became 5 to 6 meters tall. Xianxia used mysterious penetration divine ability and entered the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon's body. Inside the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon, there is a very spacious space. Xianxia is like lying on a very comfortable chair inside. Inside, he can clearly see the surrounding situation through the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon's 3 dragon heads and control the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon. Devil Star Tyrant Dragon, let's charge, Xianxia said with mischievous smile. After the evolution, the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon has strengthened a lot in all aspects. Now that it has absorbed a large amount of sacred mysterious silver crystals, it can release very strong sacred power. Along the way, the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon rampaged. The pair of sharp mantis blades hacked randomly, moreover, they can become very long, cutting all kinds of ferocious flowers and plants in the surroundings. Suddenly, a very large multi-legged crawler emerged from the ground. The crawler's body is rather large, its body is several tens of meters long, it looks like a small moving mountain. Its back is covered with rigid black armor, it has more than 10 pairs of eyes and its mouth can spit out red ribbons. Those eyes are very terrifying, they can shoot out streams of poisonous blood. The poisonous blood is like lightning, it shot towards the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon. Huu, Xianxia immediately used body-protecting dragon handle, a protective barrier appeared on the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon's body to block the poisonous blood. This damned crawler. Hammer it to death. Xianxia let out a low shout and released his Heavenly Dao Flame Berserk Might Small Divine Hammer. After the small divine hammer was released from Xianxia's body, it turned into a huge 9-sun divine hammer. This is something Xianxia condensed with Immortal King power. The Devil Star Tyrant Dragon grabbed the huge divine hammer and absorbed a large amount of sacred mysterious silver crystals power. It suddenly jumped up and dropped down from the sky. The nether sun totem on the surface of the divine hammer surged with black energy, it transformed the sacred power inside the sacred mysterious silver crystal into an extremely strong power, it burst out a kind of flame flickering with golden red and black energy. Boom, the large hammer landed on the crawler's body and exploded into a burst of sparks. The Heavenly Dao Flame's berserk power directly broke through the energy barrier on the surface of the crawler's body. The berserk flame and power poured into the crawler's body. The inside of the crawler's body was torn apart and burned by the berserk flame. Suddenly, a burning smell wafted through the air. The crawler has been killed. Xianxia, who was lying inside the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon, coldly snorted, "This kind of low-level thing wants to block my way." He controlled the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon to continue on its way to find Xiaoyuan. Xiaoyuan, when you have time in the future, you have to install a cannon on the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon's shoulder. Then, you have to make something in the middle of its chest that can also shoot energy. Ling Yaner very excitedly laughed and said, "With these equipment, we can walk sideways. Let's talk about it later. I don't know how long it will take to gather all these equipment," Xianxia said with mischievous smile. The Devil Star Tyrant Dragon is a very strong puppet. If it had a set of equipment, it would definitely be invincible within the same level. Relying on the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon, Xianxia madly ran through the forest for 2 days. His speed is much faster than before and also much more relaxed. It's time to let the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon rest. Xianxia placed the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon into the 9-sun Divine Spirit. The Devil Star Tyrant Dragon is also not invincible. Its body was attacked by those powerful poisonous insect beasts and it has many injuries. Now it needs to absorb the sacred mysterious silver crystal's energy to heal itself. Xianxia carefully advanced through the forest. Although his speed is much slower, he can shorten the distance between him and the heavenly cavern. What surprised him is that he met people. He met a small team, 1 woman and 4 men, they are all wearing battle armor, the weapons in their hands are filled with the juice of all kinds of flowers and grasses. Clearly, they have chopped many flowers and grasses. The leader of this team is that woman. The woman's appearance is tender and beautiful, her eyes are somewhat charming. She can be considered a relatively good-looking beauty. And among the 4 men following her, 2 are middle-aged and 2 are young. From the battle armor on their bodies, it can be seen that they have great background. The woman's face has a cold and arrogant expression. When she saw Xianxia, she is also filled with vigilance. This small team is made up of immortal kings and from the looks of it, they are all very strong. In this kind of situation in Immortal Desolate, it is a very normal thing for young immortal kings to appear. However, the equipment on their bodies caused Xianxia to feel very shocked. Because the runes carved on their battle armor are all dragon transformation runes. This means that they are most likely from the inscription world. Who are you? The woman shouted. I want to go to that heavenly cavern. Xianxia said, I just happened to pass by this place. We are not enemies, I hope that friends don't misunderstand. A middle-aged man said, we also want to go to that heavenly cavern, why don't we go together? Xianxia said with smile, many thanks for elder brother's invitation, I will go by myself. Just by yourself? You might even die on the way. A long-faced youth mocked in low voice. The woman rolled her eyes and suddenly said, I am Chu Mingyu, we are from the Chu family of the inscription world. Young master, you might as well come with us. My Chu family's group is right in front. Oh? Then why did you separate from the group? Xianxia asked. Our luck is bad, we just arrived here and suddenly these damned things grew, the middle-aged man sighed and said. If you come with us, we can take care of each other. After you find my Chu family's group, we can tell you more about that heavenly cavern. Chu Mingyu suddenly revealed a trace of enchanting smile. Xianxia already heard that the clans of the inscription world have some understanding of that heavenly cavern. He is now very curious about what the powers of the inscription world know. Immortal King Beast. After Xianxia joined the team, that very straightforward round-faced middle-aged man very happily patted Xianxia's shoulder and said with smile, little brother, you can survive by yourself in this kind of place, your strength is definitely not weak. You joining us is the right choice. Among the two middle-aged men, only the round-faced middle-aged man is very cordial, the other thin middle-aged man is very indifferent towards Xianxia. And those two young men saw that Xianxia is so handsome and his strength is not weak, they are very jealous in their hearts. Little brother, my name is Chu Yusong, the round-faced middle-aged man said with smile, it can be seen that he is a person who loves to make friends. Chu Mingyu said to Xianxia, young master Yun, since you have joined my team, you will have to listen to my arrangements along the way. I will bring you to our Chu family's team. One middle-aged man said in low voice, Captain, why are we bringing him? Chu Mingyu said, young master Yun is not weak, now in this kind of dangerous place, one more person means one more strength. Chu Yusong nodded and said, indeed, in this kind of environment, we need to be united. This little brother won't eat you, what are you afraid of? This guy's origin is unknown, what if he is a scoundrel and attacks us when we are injured? One youth is very vigilant, he looked at Xianxia and said in cold voice. If even we are injured, he won't be any better, the thin middle-aged man said. Chu Mingyu and Chu Yusong nodded, this is also the reason why they are not worried about Xianxia. They can see that Xianxia killed his way in by himself, this kind of ability is indeed very good, that is why they pulled him into their team. With such a formidable immortal king in their team, they will be able to find the Chu family's team more easily. Little brother, what is your origin? Chu Yusong asked. I came from an ancient era's garden. Xianxia casually made up a story and said. Ancient era's garden? I heard there are many sacred Xian silver crystals inside. Chu Yusong said in amazement. There are many but they are all controlled by those major powers. Xianxia said with bitter smile, but after Jinhua died, the ancient era's garden also died along with the large amount of sacred Xian silver crystals. Chu Yusong said with smile, then tell us about ancient era's garden, the road is very boring anyway. Xianxia nodded, alright. He knew a lot about ancient gardens, especially about the Willow Moon clan and the Divine Tree Palace. He started to talk about them. As for the matter regarding the ancient garden, many people only knew that Xianxia had done great things inside. As for the rest, they did not know much. However, they did not know that the person in front of them was Xianxia. Xianxia talked about ancient gardens in great detail, making those people believe that he came from an ancient garden. He is holding the ninth heaven mysterious king saber. He did not use the nether soul sacred blade because he is worried that it will be exposed and attract other people's covetous hearts. Chu Mingyu and Chu Yusong were even more at ease when he was opening the path. After half a day, they stopped to rest. Xianxia asked, Captain, Big Brother Chu, can you tell me about the Sky Cavern? No, let's wait until we reach the Chu clan's main group. Chu Mingyu said. I'll have the elders tell you. Chu Yusong also shook his head. He clearly could not speak of this matter. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. If not for wanting to understand the Sky Cavern, he would not have joined this group at all. He took out the spirit-chasing talisman and looked at it. He saw Xiaoyuemei changing direction from time to time. Xiaoyuemei and Baizhe are together. Qin Yan is very relieved. If he follows this group, he can also get close to the sky cavern. So long as they get close to the sky cavern, it will be very easy to find Xiaoyuemei. After resting, they continued on their journey. What made Qin Yan somewhat angry is that those two youths are actually very lazy. They did not take the initiative to attack. Qin Yan, who just joined the group, has no choice but to put in a bit more effort. He walked in the front and cut down those giant flowers and plants that were blocking his way. Half an hour later, the sky gradually darkened. Roar, a loud roar echoed, the sound reverberated from the front. This kind of intense roar is most likely coming from a very powerful beast. It's an immortal king beast, be careful. Chu Mingyu shouted in alarm, her expression suddenly changed. She tightly held her sword in one hand and a talisman in the other. Other few people also took out immortal talismans, there are quite a few of them. An immortal king beast is nearby. At this time a very shocking scene occurred. Those fierce flowers and plants in the vicinity suddenly withdrew into the ground. After the dense giant flowers and plants drilled into the ground, this place became very spacious and empty, only some giant trees are still there. An immortal king beast has appeared and encountered a few powerful humans, a great battle is bound to break out. What Qin Yan finds inconceivable is that those giant trees that have taken root very deep can actually float on the ground and move in all directions. They want to stay far away from Qin Yan and the others. Not running? Qin Yan said in low voice. We are all immortal kings, why would we run? We will surely capture that immortal king beast, a youth said with some excitement but also fear. Roar, an immortal king beast suddenly jumped out. It is a very fierce leopard-type beast. Its body is more than 10 meters long, it is very agile and vigorous, the scales on its body are flickering with golden light, its eyes are emitting dark green light. When it looked at Qin Yan and the others, a green light enveloped them. Dong, after the fierce leopard jumped out, it very agilely pounced towards Qin Yan and the others and clawed down. At the same time the claw landed, a berserk immortal king power rushed out. Looking carefully, one can see that there are many granules inside the immortal king power. They are king crystals condensed from immortal king power. The ferocious immortal king power rushed down, Qin Yan and the others quickly dodged. The big leopard's claw missed, it left a very deep hole on the ground. The big leopard flew into the void, its body fiercely twitched, it immediately turned around and rushed towards Qin Yan. Motherfucker, why are you staring at me? Qin Yan cursed in his heart, then hacked at the big leopard with his saber. The large saber burst out with saber energy, it is filled with ferocious power. The ferocious power is extremely tyrannical, under Qin Yan's control, the ferocious power is completely concentrated and did not spread out. Roar, the ferocious power landed on the big leopard's body, causing the big leopard to let out a roar and its body was sent flying. Under Yang Shiyu's guidance, Qin Yan can use the power within his body very concentrated. If it was before, the ferocious power released by the saber would have spread all around, people would have been able to feel its ferocity. Of course, that would have consumed even more immortal king power. After Qin Yan grasped the ability to concentrate power, when he attacked with his saber, his aura will not leak out. He can concentrate it in a very small area and carry out concentrated attacks. Although they did not sense his terrifying ferocious power, Chu Mingyu and Chu Yusong are secretly astonished by Qin Yan's strength. Chu Yusong suddenly threw the talisman in his hand. After those talismans were thrown out, they condensed into an ice-cold power. It can be seen that the big leopard's body is covered in frost. Only Chu Yusong is willing to throw out the talisman in his hand, the others are unwilling and also don't dare to attack. Chu Yusong also doesn't dare to approach because they all felt how powerful the big leopard is. Qin Yan gritted his teeth, jumped over and slashed at the big leopard's head. The frozen big leopard sensed death approaching, it struggled with all its might, it suddenly raised its head, its bloody mouth spewed out a berserk immortal king beast power, it rapidly attacked Qin Yan. Qin Yan immediately released body protecting dragon aura barrier, the ninth heaven mysterious king's saber in his hand still fiercely slashed and landed on the big leopard's neck, bang, Qin Yan was hit by the big leopard's immortal king beast power, the body protecting dragon aura barrier suddenly shattered. But he was not sent flying. The big leopard's neck has been cut, blood is flowing out crazily. At this time, Chu Yusong also let out a loud shout. He flew over and vigorously stabbed the big leopard's head with his sword. Roar! The big leopard fiercely struggled, its huge body's beast power burst out. It gave rise to berserk energy aura and sent Qin Yun and Chu Yusong flying. Qin Yun rushed over again and slashed at the big leopard's neck, once again creating a very deep wound. The big leopard was enraged, its body surged with the raging beast power of an immortal king, rolling on the ground, its claws slapping randomly, its long tail covered in scales sweeping, Qi Gang flying in all directions, sweeping up pieces of soil. Qin Yun also doesn't dare to approach, he was also injured just now, blood is flowing out of the corner of his mouth. If he didn't want to expose his strength, he would have already used his equipment to quickly deal with this big leopard. What are you looking at? Quickly throw out the talismans in your hands. Chu Yusong shouted. The big leopard randomly rolled on the ground, more and more blood is flowing out. However, Chu Mingyu and others are reluctant to throw out those powerful immortal talismans, they also don't dare to attack. Qin Yun secretly sighed in his heart, he can only fly over again and infuse a very strong ruthless flame berserk power into the saber. He did not even get close to the big leopard, the large saber already chopped down. The saber energy transformed into golden red energy aura, it rippled out from the ground like water. The saber energy wave is extremely sharp, when it rushed over, it caused the big leopard to be covered in cuts and bruises. Chu Mingyu and others are dumbfounded because Qin Yun's strength is truly very strong, he is much stronger than them, and they all have the same cultivation level. The king crystal condensed from their immortal king power is only one type, this means that they are all level 1 immortal king. If they entered level 2, then they would be able to distinguish two types of king crystal, with the same cultivation level. Qin Yun's strength is more dreadful than theirs, this made them feel an indescribable sense of danger. Qin Yun is frantically attacking the big leopard. Only Chu Yusong is constantly coordinating with Qin Yun's attack, the other four are vigilantly watching from the side, motionless. Qin Yun is cursing his pig teammates in his heart, one of them is actually the captain. If they were willing to throw out talismans, willing to charge over and cooperate a bit, they would have long killed the big leopard. Finally, the big leopard is beaten until it is gasping for breath, it is lying on a cracked crater. Just as Qin Yun is about to go over to harvest, a very powerful aura suddenly attacked, it is a very cold aura, a cold white light suddenly flashed over, a handsome youth wearing white clothes, long hair fluttering in the wind, holding a long sword. His movements are extremely elegant and confident as he chopped off the big leopard's head. Safe city brother Jun. Chu Mingyu shouted happily. The handsome long-haired man smiled and said, Mingyu, I sensed your aura, so I rushed over. I didn't expect you to encounter such a ferocious beast. Fortunately, I arrived in time to kill it. Otherwise, you would have been in danger. The corner of Qin Yun's eyes twitched. The leopard was taken down by him and Chu Yusong. This brother Jun who suddenly appeared had only jumped out and chopped off the leopard's head when the leopard was about to die. It was clearly me and big brother Chu who crippled it together. How did you arrive in time? Qin Yun said unhappily. That was because the leopard's body had been taken away by the handsome long-haired man. A youth from the Chu family angrily rebuked Qin Yun, shut up. This was the genius of the Shi family, Shi Tianjun. It was normal for him to kill a celestial king beast with one strike. What did that attack of yours count as? Do you know how strong young Master Shi is? That's right. Why don't you take a look at your own level? How dare you question young Master Shi's strength? If not for young Master Shi suddenly appearing, we would have long been dead. A youth said with a cold smile. Qin Yun was furious. He looked at Chu Mingyu and said, Captain, you should have seen what happened just now, right? Big brother Chu and I contributed the most, but the corpse of the celestial king beast was taken by him. Shi Tianjun looked at Qin Yun and said coldly, who are you? Why are you talking so much? Chu Mingyu's tone was cold. Sir Yun, let's discuss this matter after we meet the seniors of the Chu family. The corpse of the celestial king beast will stay with brother Jun for the time being. All right. Qin Yun nodded. Chu Yusong is somewhat dissatisfied but he can't say anything. He can only stand beside Qin Yun and shake his head. A Chu family youth sneered at Qin Yun and said, "Did you take a fancy to Captain Mengyu?" Another youth continued to mock, "With just a small character like you from an ancient garden, you want to be together with the proud daughter of the Chu family of the inscription world? Dream on. Are you worthy?" "That's right, young Master Shi and Mengyu are the most compatible, and they are also a couple. You better give up on that idea." Qin Yun was filled with disdain. He looked down on Chu Mengyu. One had to know that although there weren't many outstanding women who had a good relationship with Qin Yun, there were still quite a few. Which of them wasn't better than Chu Mengyu? Qin Yun could also tell that the two youths from the Chu family were flattering Shi Tianjun on one hand and denying Qin Yun's powerful strength on the other. Otherwise, they would be defeated by Qin Yun. Chu Mengyu walked to Shi Tianjun's side without a word. "Brother Jun, are the Chu family's troops nearby?" she asked in a low voice. Shi Tianjun coldly glanced at Qin Yun, his eyes filled with threat. Then, he gently smiled at Chu Mengyu and said, "Our Chu, Shi, Wang and Li families of the inscription world are all together. Apart from us, we will also join forces with the powerful forces of the Immortal Desolate to build a safe city." "That's great. Bring us there." Chu Mengyu chuckled. "I'm so relieved to see Brother Jun." Shi Tianjun looked at Qin Yun and said with frown, "Where is this person?" Chu Mengyu's expression is cold and indifferent. She looked at Qin Yun and said, "Let him follow us, we will see the elders first." Qin Yun doesn't lack a mortal king beast, he just doesn't want his fruits of labor to be snatched away. Even if the immortal king beast is useless to him, he cannot let a shameless guy like Shi Tianjun snatch it away. What angered him the most is that the two youths from the Chu family are lying through their teeth. It was clearly him and Chu Yusong who put in the most effort, but they said it was Shi Tianjuan's contribution. Qin Yun now wants to see what kind of attitude Chu Mengyu has. If Chu Mengyu also says it was Shi Tianjuan's contribution, then he can only fall out with her. Qin Yun suffered some injuries and followed behind Chu Yusong. Shi Tianjun looked at Qin Yun and said with sneer, "If I did not kill that immortal king beast, you would already be dead. Look at you, you were injured by an immortal king beast yet you are still twisting words and forcing logic, saying that you killed the immortal king beast. That's right. This guy is repaying kindness with enmity." Chu family youth said. "This bastard, one look and I can tell that he is not a good person. Captain Mengyu, how can you let him join in and take advantage of us?" Another youth coldly groaned and said. Qin Yun is so angry that he wants to rush forward, but Chu Mengyu is pulling Shi Tianjun and quickly flying forward. Chu Mengyu knows that Qin Yun's strength is not ordinary. She is also worried that Shi Tianjun would be injured by Qin Yun and she doesn't dare to have a falling out with Qin Yun. Qin Yun also wants to see what kind of expression Shi Tianjun will have after meeting the Chu family elders. Qin Yun and Chu Yusong are walking at the back. Chu Yusong secretly sent voice transmission to Qin Yun, "Little brother, I know you feel wronged but you must endure it. Whether it is Chu Mengyu or Shi Tianjun, their background is not small. And the safe city is in front, let's go there first and then talk. Big brother Chu, will you help me when the time comes?" Qin Yun asked. "It doesn't matter if you don't help, I can see that you are afraid of them." "Of course I will help you. I am also very unhappy with those guys." Chu Yusong replied, "Little brother, I will definitely tell the truth in front of the Chu family elders." Qin Yun nodded, he is also a lot more relieved. He replied, "If I can get an immortal king beast's corpse, I will give you more." He doesn't need that immortal king beast's corpse, he just wants to vent his anger. Chu Mengyu said that she will let the elder who offered to tell him about the heavenly crater. That is why he endured and did not make a move, otherwise he would have already knocked that shameless Shi Tianjun to the ground. Sure enough, there is a safe city up ahead. The city is not very big, the city wall is also not very high, but the city wall is surrounded by many formation pillars. There is a very strong barrier around it. Those few great clans of the inscription world joined hands to create a safe city. It is clear that they have common interests. It is very clear that they are very familiar with the heavenly crater. The safe city only has one entrance. It is not very big, it is a very small door. To enter that door, one must go through very strict inspection. Even Shi Tianjun couldn't enter immediately when he arrived. He took out a communication talisman and contacted the elders in the city. Not long after, a few elders from the Chu family and Shi family came out. Chu Mingyu, Shi Tianjun and other Chu family members all respectfully saluted those elders. Chu family and Shi family elders have smile on their faces. They nodded at Chu Mingyu and Shi Tianjun. It is clear that they dote on these two youngsters very much. Qin Yan suddenly said, "Captain, didn't you promise me that you will let the Chu family elders tell me the secret of the heavenly crater? Also, the distribution of the immortal king beast must be solved." A Chu family elder looked at Chu Mingyu and said with frown, "Mingyu, the matter of the heavenly crater is the family's secret, it must not be told to others." Ha ha ha. This idiot actually took this matter seriously. Everyone knows that this matter is a secret, it cannot be leaked out. But this idiot pretended to believe it and even joined our team. It is clear that he has taken a fancy to Captain Mingyu's beauty. A Chu family youth laughed loudly and said, "Elder, this guy was injured by the immortal king beast. It was young Master Shi who suddenly came and killed the immortal king beast and saved him. But this bastard said that he killed the immortal king beast and wants to take more than half of it." Another Chu family youth cursed Qin Yun. Chu family and Shi family elders' expression slightly changed. There is such a thing? This guy is too much of a bastard. Chu family elder's face is filled with anger as he looked at Qin Yun. There is such a thing. Shi Tianjun said in cold voice, "It was clearly me who suddenly appeared and cut off the immortal king beast's head. This guy basically did not have the strength to defeat the immortal king beast." The other two Chu family youths also reprimanded Qin Yun. Qin Yun's expression became cold, he tightly clenched his fists. At this time, Chu Yusong said, "Elder, that big leopard was seriously injured by me and this little brother, the others did not attack. Little brother was injured because of this, he should take more than half of it." Chu Yusong, are you stupid? Why are you speaking up for this guy? Chu family youth angrily rebuked. I am not stupid, it is you guys who are too excessive. Especially young Master Shi, he only watched from the side and did not attack. He only came out to kill the immortal king beast after it was crippled. Chu Yusong also very angrily said. Chu family elder looked at Chu Mingyu and said, "Mingyu, you are the captain, tell us about the situation." Situation: the immortal king beast was indeed killed by Brother Jun. His name is Yun Xiaoqin, he said that he came from an ancient garden. I saw that his strength is not bad, so I kindly let him join the team, did not expect that he is this kind of person. Chu Mingyu's voice is somewhat cold. Qin Yun is extremely angry, he said in cold voice, "Chu Mingyu, you promised me before that you would let me join the team and tell me about the heavenly crater. You actually dared to trick me. Captain Mingyu, you are too excessive." Chu Yusong also furiously said. Yun Xiaoqin, I just said it casually, everyone knows that the matter of the heavenly crater cannot be leaked. You are only willing to join the team because you want to get close to me. Chu Mingyu said in cold voice, "Don't be delusional, we are not on the same level, you are not worthy of me. A slut like you is not even worthy of carrying my shoes, of course we are not on the same level." Nether Spirit Sacred Blade suddenly appeared in Qin Yun's hand, he coldly groaned and vigorously hacked down. Ferocious and berserk saber aura immediately enveloped the Chu family and Shi family people. Those few elders are all very strong, they quickly released an energy barrier and blocked Qin Yun's berserk saber attack. Those two Chu family youths are scared silly, they know that Qin Yun is very strong but they did not expect that he would dare attack them in front of elders. Although Qin Yun's furious saber attack was blocked, the might caused those people's expression to change greatly. Most dreadful thing is that the power released by the Nether Spirit Sacred Blade caused their souls to feel slight pain. Qin Yun extended 2 fingers from his other hand and pointed at the 2 talkative Chu family youths. 2 faint golden light rays exploded out like lightning, pierced through the energy barrier and hit the abdomen of those 2 youths. This is piercing heavenly finger transformed into heaven severing 9 fingers void piercing finger. It can pierce through space and kill enemies, its might is even more ferocious and formidable. Berserk absolute yang power erupted and pierced 2 large holes in the abdomen of the 2 immortal kings, their hearts and dantian were destroyed. Those 2 Chu family youths have no elders to protect them, so Qin Yun attacked them first. If he attacked Chu Mingyu and Shi Tianjun, it would be very difficult to succeed and he would have missed this opportunity. Impudent, those elders are all very strong immortal kings, they are now extremely furious. The 2 youths of the Chu family screamed in pain. They had been crippled, and they had been crippled in front of the Chu family's elders. Revenge Never Ending Chapter 1673. Revenge Never Ending. Chu family's two foul-mouthed youths have a big hole in their body. They are immortal kings, moreover they are wearing very good armor. Their most important immortal king life crystals have been destroyed in an instant. It can be said that those two youths are crippled. Seeing this scene, Chu family and Shi family people looked at each other in dismay. Even Chu Mingyu felt a chill down her spine. Shi Tianjuan's palm is also sweating. The strength he displayed is simply dreadful. Even Chu family and Shi family elders have no choice but to be cautious. If they did not release a very strong barrier to protect Chu Mingyu and Shi Tianjun, their bodies would have been pierced through. Those two Chu family youths are now crying bitterly, their hearts are filled with hatred. They do not hate Qin Yun, they hate Chu family elders for not protecting them. Chu Yusong said with sneer, "Did you see that? That little brother's strength is so strong, killing an immortal king beast is not a problem at all. Yet you still dare to question his strength." Shi Tianjun coldly groaned and said, "Are you really a Chu family member or not? Even at this kind of time, you are still making sarcastic remarks. Shi Tianjun, the one who stole the immortal king beast's corpse is you. If you did not provoke little brother, how could these two guys be retaliated against?" Chu Yusong looked at the two Chu family youths and mocked, "You two idiots, who asked you to speak so lowly? Look at you, the one who was crippled is you two and the one who obtained the immortal king beast's corpse is Shi Tianjun." The two youths from the Chu family wailed incessantly. They were immortal kings. Although they were able to advance by leaps and bounds due to the immortal desolate's change, they still had boundless prospects. Yet now, they were crippled. "Chu Mingyu, Shi Tianjun, you bastard couple," one Chu family youth furiously shouted, "it is all because of you that we were crippled. You joined hands to take the immortal king beast for yourselves. That immortal king beast has nothing to do with you." The other Chu family youth also threw caution to the wind and madly shouted. They now want to vent their anger, so they might as well expose this matter. "You two shut up." Shi Tianjun coldly shouted, "We are all from Inscription World, isn't it normal for us to cooperate with each other to seek benefits? That guy is just an outsider." "Exactly. Besides, you were the ones who framed Yun Xiaoqin. We didn't ask you to speak out of turn." Chu Mingyu snorted coldly. It was obvious that they were all trying to pass the buck. "Let's talk about it when we get back. Someone injured someone outside the safe city. We must make the entire safe city pay attention to this matter," the elder of the Shi family said. The Shi family didn't suffer any losses, so they were very calm. Chu Yusong said coldly, "Yun Xiaoqin and I defeated the immortal king beast. For this, I used several precious immortal talismans. I have a share of the immortal king beast. Don't even think about taking it all for yourself." The elder of the Chu family also said, "Friend of the Shi family, it seems like the celestial king beast doesn't belong to Child Shi. How is it not mine?" Shi Tianjun said angrily, "I was the one who cut off the head of the celestial king beast. We crippled the immortal king beast and were just about to take action, yet you suddenly appeared to chop off its head. This is robbery." Chu Yusong said angrily. The elder of the Shi family yelled, "Don't quarrel, let's enter the city first. You guys wait here, I will go talk to the guards and ask them to let us in quickly." An elder of the Shi family said, "Don't scatter, gather together." The elder of the Shi family walked towards the gate of the safe city. Suddenly, a white light flashed. Qin Yan returned and rushed towards the elder of the Shi family. The elder of the Shi family walked towards the gate of the safe city alone. Qin Yan did not go far, he was just nearby. When he saw someone walking alone, he immediately used Transforming Light Sacred Pupil to rush over. Die. Qin Yan appeared with the sun-suppressing divine arrow in his hand and pierced through the elder's head in a flash. Then he quickly dodged. The elder of the Shi family was level 3 Martial King, he was about to break through to level 4 Martial King. Moreover, he was wearing a royal grade armor, his defense is very strong. Yet he was killed in one move. Seeing this scene, the people outside all shivered, the two young men of the Chu family were so scared that they fell to the ground. They are still alive but the elder of the Shi family is dead. Shi Tianjun is secretly frightened, he also knows that he provoked someone he shouldn't have. Chu Mingyu is even more regretful. She can see that Qin Yun is very strong, but she doesn't think that he has any background. Compared to Shi Tianjun, the young genius of the Shi family, Qin Yun is much weaker. She never thought that Qin Yun would be hiding such terrifying strength. Someone had died, and it was an elder. This incident alarmed the upper echelons of the Shi family. The experts of the Shi family immediately left the safe city, including immortal emperors. The Chu family also sent many experts to escort the elder into the safe city. This incident also caused a lot of commotion in the safe city. 2 young men of the Chu and Shi family were beaten to a pulp at the city gate, and the elder of the Shi family was killed. The person who did this kind of thing did not put the safe city in his eyes at all. One must know that the clans of the inscription world are very respected in the immortal desolate. After all, their clans have a very high level of inscription technique. However, some people did not buy it and directly attacked. Although Chu Yusong is not very strong, he has many friends. He also told everyone what happened in the safe city. After hearing this, many people felt that the revenge of the Chu and Shi family was brought upon by themselves. They deserved it. Qin Yun is still wandering around the safe city. He released many spirit eyes to observe the entrance of the safe city. He doesn't believe that Chu Mingyu and Shi Tianjun will never come out. As long as they come out, he will seize the opportunity to attack them, because this trouble was brought upon by the Shi and Chu family and it did not affect the safe city. The other families and immortal desolate powers in the safe city did not plan to intervene. Shi family lost an immortal king and Chu family lost 2 immortal kings. This is a disastrous loss. And the cause of this is the corpse of an immortal king beast. Shi Tianjun took the immortal king beast for himself and did not plan to give it to Chu Yusong. This made Chu Yusong very angry. Chu family sided with Chu Mingyu because Chu family and Shi family want to unite by marriage. Chu Mingyu and Shi Tianjuan's marriage has already been set. Qin Yun wandered outside the city for 2 days. More than 10 teams left the city, but none of them saw Shi Tianjun and Chu Mingyu. Just as he was about to temporarily put this matter aside and go find Xiao Yuemei, Shi Tianjun suddenly came out. Shi Tianjun has changed his appearance. He is wearing a long robe and a conical bamboo hat. His long and elegant hair cannot be seen. These young disciples have a mission to go out to gain experience or to investigate the situation. They also know that many teams left the city in the past 2 days without any problems, so Shi Tianjun followed them with ease. You changed your appearance, so I can't recognize you? Qin Yun is secretly angry and immediately released the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon. He entered the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon's body and controlled it to jump over and suddenly drop down from the sky. The sudden appearance of the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon caused the Shi family people to be extremely shocked because they have never seen this kind of fierce beast before. There are a total of 7 Shi family people, all of them are 2nd or 3rd level immortal kings. The Devil Star Tyrant Dragon has coarse skin and thick flesh. It can withstand the violent attacks. 2 mantis blades, 4 thick and sturdy dragon claw arms and a sharp and berserk dragon tail. If they were to approach the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. The Devil Star Tyrant Dragon began to spin, its dragon tail and mantis blades spun as it charged towards the Shi family youths who jumped into the distance. Ling Yin'er suddenly released super gravity. This kind of super gravity does not press down, instead it causes people to float in the gravity domain. One must know that it is impossible to fly in the heavenly sinkhole forest. However, Qin Yun used super gravity to make those few people float. After those few people floated, Ling Yin'er released the gravity to press down. Boom, those few floating people were suddenly pressed down by a very strong gravity. When they landed on the ground, their bodies split open. Then the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon rushed over and fiercely stomped on them. It has to be said that Shi Tianjun is indeed a pretty good genius. He is the fastest runner. Qin Yun rushed out of the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon's body, used light transformation sacred pupil and immediately chased after them. Shi Tianjun rushed towards the door. Qin Yun held the Nether Spirit Sacred Blade in his hand. He flashed over and slashed down violently. Boom! As the large saber slashed down, a tortoise shell-like golden barrier appeared around Shi Tianjuan's body. After the Nether Spirit Sacred Blade shattered the tortoise shell barrier, Shi Tianjun was shaken to the point of vomiting blood. His entire body was sent flying forward. The second saber fell. The saber energy is filled with ferocious power. Even the guards at the door are extremely alarmed. Retreat, a cold shout came from inside the city gate, directly dissipating Qin Yan's saber energy. It is the voice of the Shi family's immortal emperor. Qin Yan did not dare to face the immortal emperor head-on. He quickly flashed and stored the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon and fled into the dense forest. Several powerful immortal kings of the Shi family chased after him. Qin Yan can only temporarily retreat. Those few youths who were pressed down by the supergravity are now covered with cuts and bruises. Their tattered bodies sank into the soil and were dug out bit by bit. At the entrance of the safe city, the Shi family's immortal emperor's expression is gloomy as he looked at Shi Tianjun, who is vomiting blood. Shi Tianjun was almost killed just now he is paralyzed on the ground in fear. He has never felt that death is so close to him. "Grandfather, I don't want to die. I don't want to go out anymore." Shi Tianjun yelled with face filled with fear. "Even if you don't go out, Shi family people will. They are now targeting our Shi family. The Shi family's immortal emperor is an old man," he said in cold voice. The safe city is once again shaken by this matter. Shi Tianjun was almost killed and 6 Shi family people are seriously injured. Although Heavenly Sinkhole Forest is very dangerous, it has never caused great families to suffer so many casualties. Inside the forest, the most dreadful thing is still people. Qin Yan is still wandering outside the safe city. The anger in his heart has not dissipated. He wants to take back the immortal king beast's corpse. Although it is not very precious to him, he is not willing to let it be snatched away by those despicable bastards. "That little girl Yuemei, why hasn't she come to find me?" Qin Yan very much hopes that Xiao Yuemei will come to find him. "I can only go find her." Night time, just as Qin Yan is about to leave to find Xiao Yuemei, he discovered that a few teams are coming out of the safe city. Chu Mingyu is also here. Why did they suddenly dispatch so many teams in the middle of the night? A bunch of stupid pigs. Chapter 1674. A bunch of stupid pigs. Qin Yan's target is Chu Mingyu. He is following several teams and their overall strength is not weak. If he directly rushed over, he would definitely clash with those 20 to 30 people. Furthermore, those teams might not necessarily be from the Chu family. It is very likely that they are from the Li family. Qin Yan and the Li family have a good relationship. He does not want to fall out with them because of this. In the middle of the night, why did they suddenly leave the safe city in such a hurry? Qin Yan feels that this matter is not that simple. Ling Yin'er said, "Could it be reinforcements? The people who went out look very young. Let's go and take a look." Qin Yan said in his heart. With those small teams opening the way in front, Qin Yan followed from behind. It was also very easy. Those teams hurried on their way. They were very cautious along the way, but they still could not discover Qin Yan following behind. At night, Qin Yan used Nether Sun's power to unleash shadow power, allowing him to better conceal himself. He also did not dare to go too fast because if he went too fast, he would more or less cause some commotion. Those teams could not fly, they could only open a path in the forest, so they left behind many traces. Qin Yan can also follow those traces. Late at night, in the forest near the heavenly crater, a cold wind blew. The mysterious heavenly crater is very large and bottomless. No one knows what is down there. Qin Yan only heard that there are Imperial race people down there. Other than Imperial race, there are other things he does not know. In short, after the heavenly crater appeared, this dangerous forest suddenly appeared. It must be to stop people and beasts from going to the heavenly crater. That heavenly crater is very unstable. From time to time it will send out vibrations that can shake the entire immortal desolate. This makes people feel that there is a huge beast hidden under the immortal desolate. After running for more than an hour, Qin Yan suddenly sensed a very strange energy fluctuation. What kind of energy is that? Qin Yan is suddenly very alarmed. Inscription beast's beast power. Ling Yin'er said, moreover, it is a very strong inscription beast. There are inscription beasts fighting ahead. Something is wrong. Inscription beast's beast power is not like this. Qin Yan frowned. Black Mouse by Zhe is a very powerful inscription beast, moreover it is a heavenly rune beast and a sun rune beast. However their energy aura is not like this. Ling Yin'er said, it's definitely an inscription beast. It's just that there are some differences. Could it be that someone is besieging the inscription beasts and then asking the safe city for reinforcements? This place was a distance away from the safe city. but it was not too far. He could send a message to the safe city to ask for help. Not long after, Qin heard a loud noise coming from the front. A huge battle had broken out in front. Roar. Roar, the roar of a beast could be heard. As expected, it was a very powerful inscription beast. The inscription beast's roar carried a very violent aura, causing Qin to feel terrified. Is this an inscription beast? Qin finds it hard to believe because that powerful beast is clearly filled with evil aura and demonic power. In the dense forest where Qin was, the huge grass and trees were swaying crazily. The battle in front of them created a strong wave of air. Large amounts of wood shavings and flower fragments rushed into the dense forest along with the strong wind. After Qin passed through the forest, he saw a pitch-black giant crocodile fighting with a group of people. Originally, this place was filled with trees, but after the battle broke out, the surrounding 10,000-meter area has been razed to the ground and turned into a battlefield. Qin is now also in the battlefield. All kinds of immortal king power burst out, colorful lights illuminated the sky. The immortal king power rippled all around, forming a gale. Qin can see those tiny king crystals within the gale. The people who are participating in the battle are all immortal kings with vigorous immortal king power. It can be seen from the size of those king crystals. Qin took out a telescope tool and looked at the pitch-black giant crocodile. The giant crocodile is 20 to 30 meters long, the black armor on its surface is extremely sturdy. Even after being attacked by many king-grade immortal tools, there is not a single scratch on it. Furthermore, the giant crocodile is very agile, its tail is very dreadful, people don't dare to approach it, they can only attack from a distance. After Qin carefully observed, he discovered that there are many runes on the giant crocodile's body. It is indeed a very strong inscription beast. However, he could not tell what level of inscription beast it was. It is not a sun rune beast, nor is it a heavenly rune beast. Qin is puzzled in his heart. If it is not this rank, why is it so strong? Could it be that I am seeing things? Black Rat Baizé also taught Qin how to distinguish between sun rune beast and heavenly rune beast. Therefore, Qin can judge based on the knowledge they taught him. However, the giant crocodile does not have the characteristics of sun rune beast and heavenly rune beast, but its strength is very dreadful. Xiao, that inscription beast is a second-level immortal king, but it can resist so many immortal kings. Ling Yin'er said in shock. There are dozens of immortal kings besieging the giant crocodile. Chu Mingyu is just messing around, running around and not attacking at all. She is just putting on an act with a sword and a mortal talisman in her hand. Qin cursed in his heart with contempt. Earlier, when Qin was fighting the leopard, Chu Mingyu was also like this. Not only Chu Mingyu, many young immortal kings who came out of the safe city are putting on an act and running around. They don't dare to attack, because if they attack, they will be targeted by the giant crocodile. The furious giant crocodile will ferociously rush over. Immortal kings without a certain level of strength will most likely be eaten by the giant crocodile's fierce attack. Just now, 2 immortal kings entered the giant crocodile's mouth. The giant crocodile's mouth and head are shrinking and shrinking as fast as lightning. If one is not careful, they will enter the giant crocodile's mouth. It is extremely dangerous. If one wants to attack the giant crocodile from a distance, they can only use weapons. However, those king-grade immortal tools are very precious to these young immortal kings, they don't dare to give them up. Qin secretly shook his head. These immortal kings are after all too young. Because the sun has descended with too many resources, they can advance by leaps and bounds. But their foundation is too shallow, they lack battle experience when facing formidable immortal king beasts. Chu Mingyu was like this before, she is a captain but she can only watch from the side. Suddenly, 2 blue light burst out on the battlefield. Qin immediately saw the 2 blue light and felt extremely shocked in his heart. The 2 blue light came from a pair of beautiful blue eyes. It is his acquaintance, Lan Suyao. Lan Suyao is a strange woman he met in a desolate domain before. She has a pair of very powerful sacred eyes that can turn people into blue crystals. Lan Suyao ascended to Immortal Desolate long ago. Back then Qin told her to look for Yu. Later she also went to Guanghan Palace and became a member of Guanghan Palace. She is a woman with very strong battle strength. Now she is also here, clearly she is a team sent by Guanghan Palace. Qin looked at Lan Suyao, she is not far from the giant crocodile. Her thin face is filled with cold expression, under her slender willow-shaped eyebrows, there is a pair of very beautiful dark blue eyes. The aftermath of the battle set off a gale, causing Lan Suyao's long hair to flutter along with her black gauze skirt. She has a kind of cold and elegant temperament. Back then Qin fought together with Lan Suyao, she is a very violent woman. Back then, Qin was captured by Lan Suyao, stripped naked and hung on a tree. Qin recalled this matter and felt very bad in his heart. Later on, he and Lan Suyao joined hands to attack Long family. Because Lan Suyao unexpectedly broke through and ascended to Immortal Desolate, he could only fight alone. This crazy woman is truly awesome. Qin exclaimed in admiration in his heart. Lan Suyao's sacred eye is indeed very strong. When it shined on the giant crocodile's movement became very slow. Quickly attack! Lan Suyao coldly shouted, her deep and hoarse voice is filled with fury. Because she saw that many people are slacking off, putting on airs and shouting to kill, but none of them are attacking, they are doing their best to hide from the side. The giant crocodile's entire body is covered with blue light rays, its movement became very slow. This is a good opportunity to attack. However, no one attacked. Just as Qin was about to attack, the giant crocodile madly roared and shook off the blue light rays. Lan Suyao's cultivation is not very high, so she is unable to turn the giant crocodile into a blue crystal sculpture, she can only make the giant crocodile slow down. You bunch of stupid pigs. This old mother won't fight anymore. Lan Suyao furiously cursed and then wanted to leave. Don't think you can run. The giant crocodile roared with coarse voice. The giant crocodile's body suddenly burst out with black energy wave. Qin can see that the energy wave contains many runes, these runes are all black, in the middle of the night, all kinds of light rays are very complicated, it is very difficult for ordinary people to see these small black runes. But Qin can see them. Black runes, could it be Nether Sun Totem? Qin is shocked in his heart. It is not Nether Sun Totem. Xiaoyun, a barrier has appeared. Ling Yuner yelled. Qin also sensed that a very strong power has enveloped the area within a radius of several 10,000 meters. Clearly, this is the power released by the giant crocodile, it has formed a domain and trapped everyone here. Lan Suyao wanted to rush out but she did not succeed, she was blocked by an invisible energy wall. This caused Lan Suyao to vigorously stamp her feet in anger. Originally, just now when everyone took the opportunity to attack, they could have captured the giant crocodile. However, all of them are scared to death and did not dare to attack, causing them to miss a very rare opportunity. Moreover, the giant crocodile released a domain and trapped them here. Lan Suyao took out a long saber, blue light burst out from her eyes, she rushed towards the giant crocodile and shouted, all of you motherfuckers, attack for me. Did you grow up eating shit? Why are all of you so afraid of death? She is about to explode in anger because those dozens of immortal kings are like a group of sleepwalking pigs. It's all your fault, you angered this guy, now we can't run away, a middle-aged man yelled. You motherfucker shut up, if you say another word, this old mother will chop you up. Lan Suyao furiously shouted and hacked at the giant crocodile's extended mouth. Boom, berserk saber energy burst out with blue light, blue lightning looks like a huge net and enveloped the giant crocodile. After the giant crocodile was enveloped by the huge blue net, its movement became much slower. 1675, he is my man. What made Lan Suyao the most furious is that when she attacked, other people dodged and dodged, they are afraid of being affected by her power. Lan Suyao's long and thick blue saber fell down and chopped down on the crocodile's head, producing a loud sound. The loud sound ripped the earth apart, air waves fluctuated and gave rise to a gale. The crocodile's head is very hard, adding on the hard armor on its surface, Lan Suyao's saber can only make the crocodile feel some pain. The crocodile roared in anger, its body fiercely rolled over, it frantically struggled and finally broke free from the blue net. Hoo! The crocodile is very nimble, it quickly swung its body and produced a very strange power, causing people inside the domain to suddenly be unable to move. Lan Suyao is also unable to move and the crocodile opened its mouth to bite. Although Lan Suyao is a tall woman, In front of the crocodile's house-sized head, she looks very small, as if she is about to be devoured. Seeing this, everyone believes that Lan Suyao is finished. They are all rejoicing in her misfortune. They feel that Lan Suyao brought this upon herself. At this time, Qin Yan, who was wearing a mask, suddenly flew over. He used light transformation's sacred pupil to arrive in a flash and sent Lan Suyao flying. The crocodile's big mouth bit empty air. When its upper and lower jaws collided, a very loud sound burst out. It can be imagined that after being bitten, all the bones in one's body will be crushed. Suyao, are you all right? Qin Yan sent sound transmission to Lan Suyao. It's you. Lan Suyao is extremely pleasantly surprised. She sent sound transmission. Finally, there is a reliable person. Lan Suyao knows that Qin Yan is very good at fighting. She is immediately filled with confidence and ferociously jumped up. Her blue eyes released blue light again. This time it is even more intense. The crocodile originally wanted to rotate its body and release a power that can make people unable to move, but Lan Suyao's sacred pupil power slowed down its body. Suyao, use your strongest power. Qin Yan said, don't let that guy move. Lan Suyao threw caution to the wind. She let out a delicate shout. The light in her eyes suddenly became even more intense. She completely released the power of her sacred pupil and enveloped the crocodile's body. That strange and beautiful blue light illuminated the sky. When the people in the distance saw that blue light, it was as if they were going to sink into it. Their bodies were also unable to move. Lan Suyao's sacred pupil's power already affected other people. Qin Yan was not affected. He was originally able to restrain Lan Suyao's sacred pupil's power. At this moment, no one dared to continue looking at the blue light. The giant crocodile's entire body erupted with a blue glow. Even if he wanted to, he wouldn't be able to see what was happening there. The crocodile wanted to struggle but was suppressed by Lan Suyao's power. Qin Yan took out the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron. The Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron became extremely huge. It descended from the sky and covered the giant crocodile's body. Following that, Qin Yan controlled the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron to swallow the giant crocodile deep inside before shrinking the cauldron. Seeing Qin Yan take out the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron, Lan Suyao felt completely relieved and retracted her power. Because she overdrafted her immortal power, Lan Suyao also felt weak all over her body. After storing away the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron, Qin Yan immediately went over to support Lan Suyao. The battle was over. That powerful crocodile was actually taken down. Who are you? Where did that crocodile go? A middle-aged man furiously shouted at Qin Yan. The people surrounding him all have some strength. Qin Yan looked at Chu Mingyu, who was at a distance. He has to take care of Lan Suyao. He cannot attack, otherwise he would really kill Chu Mingyu. He is worried that these people would attack and rob him, so he hastily took out the Nether Spirit Sacred Blade and said in cold voice, all of you retreat for me. It's him. Chu Mingyu saw the terrifying black saber and yelled in fear, he is Yin Shaoqin, he is the one who killed Sher family people and injured them. Majority of the people here came from the safe city, so they all know who Yin Shaoqin is. After everyone heard this, they immediately retreated. Because this is a character, not to mention he is very strong, the weapon in his hand is also very strong. Chu Mingyu immediately walked over and furiously said to Qin Yan, you bastard, you injured Brother Jun and still dare to come here to take advantage of us. That crocodile was killed by us. She did this to make everyone join hands to deal with Qin Yan. You killed it? Qin Yan took off his mask and said with sneer, the people who were scolded as stupid pigs just now were you guys. Everyone is very dissatisfied, but they saw Lan Suyao's ice-cold blue eyes and did not dare to refute. Lan Suyao's whole body is powerless, she has consumed a lot of energy. She can only lean on Qin Yan's bosom, but these people are still very afraid of her. Just now everyone saw how brave and fierce Lan Suyao was, her strength is indeed dreadful. She alone was able to suppress that powerful crocodile. Chu Mingyu said in cold voice, hand over that crocodile. Although we did not take any credit, we are not blind, that crocodile was killed by Sister Suyao. Behind her is the Guanghan Palace, also, men and women are not allowed to touch each other, quickly release her. Lan Suyao closed her eyes, she is very tired, she doesn't want to say anything. She is very at ease in Qin Yan's bosom, she knows that this man is very reliable, even though she stripped him naked and hung him up, Qin Yun will absolutely not hand over Lan Suyao to these people. She and I are friends. Qin Yun said, just now we joined hands to take down that crocodile. Since you are not blind, could it be that you can't see it? If not for Lan Suyao not being able to fight, Qin Yun would have already killed Chu Mingyu. Chu Mingyu is very treacherous, she deliberately hid behind a group of people and did not come out, she is worried that Qin Yun will kill her. Sister Suyao, you met this man in the forest, right? Don't believe his words, this guy is a despicable villain. Chu Mingyu said with resentment, I let him join my small team out of kindness, who would have thought that he would be infatuated with my beauty, moreover he is jealous of my fiancé. My fiancé promptly took action and knocked down a very large leopard. But this despicable bastard is full of nonsense, he said that he was the one who took it down. He is jealous of my fiancé and even injured him. Everyone heard Chu Mingyu's words and began criticizing Qin Yun one after another. Many people took out their weapons and pointed them at Qin Yun. Chu Mingyu saw that the effect is very good and said in cold voice, this guy is extremely perverted, he pursued me several times but was rejected, he wanted to take advantage of me. Luckily I am very strong, I managed to intimidate him. Other people also began shouting in anger. Bastard, quickly release that girl Lan, she is from Guanghan Palace, you can't afford to provoke her. Exactly, do you know how powerful Guanghan Palace is? That immortal emperor Yu has sun-suppressing divine arrow, she can fight against two immortal desolate great emperors. Guanghan Palace has many ruthless women, among them there is a female immortal king called Xiaoyuan, she killed many Xiaoyang race people. You provoked Guanghan Palace, the consequences are very serious. Many people shouted loudly, they don't dare to approach because they all know that Qin Yun has some strength. Chu Mingyu yelled, scoundrel, quickly hand over Sister Suyao's things, quickly release Sister Suyao. At this time another group of experts arrived, all of them are immortal kings with very good cultivation. Chu family and Shi family have people, majority of them are old and middle-aged. After they arrived, they clearly understood the situation. Each and every one of Shi family people are extremely angry because Qin Yun injured several of their Shi family people and even killed an immortal king. This caused Shi family to lose a lot of face in the safe city. Bastard, quickly release Guanghan Palace's girl Lan. Shi family's old man yelled. He doesn't dare to act recklessly because Qin Yun is holding Lan Suyao. If something happens to Lan Suyao and Guanghan Palace investigates, it will give them a headache. Should we ask immortal emperors to come? Chu Mingyu said in low voice, this guy stole Sister Suyao's battle spoils, we cannot let him escape. Qin Yun suddenly placed his hand on Lan Suyao's chest. Seeing Qin Yun's action, everyone angrily rebuked him. You beast, you actually dared to disrespect Miss Lan. You are finished, even God can't save you. Guanghan Palace also has a small team in the safe city, they have a very strong female immortal emperor, all the major powers are afraid of her, you are dead for sure. This beast won't live for more than 10 days. Qin Yun placed his hand on Lan Suyao's chest, he wants to pour in his immortal king power. Lan Suyao told him to do this because she can use Sun and Moon Heart Sutra to quickly absorb Qin Yun's energy. After Qin Yun poured in his immortal king power, Lan Suyao also recovered a bit. She opened her eyes and can now stand stably. Sister Suyao, quickly kill him, this bastard disrespected you just now. Chu Mingyu shouted loudly, quickly attack, use your sacred eye to stop him, we will go kill him. Lan Suyao coldly looked at Chu Mingyu and said, he is my man. These words caused Qin Yun to be somewhat startled, he also knows the reason why Lan Suyao said these words, it is to make these people not talk too much. Sure enough, these words are very effective, everyone is dumbstruck, they are extremely shocked. Chu Mingyu's mouth is wide open but she is speechless. She has always been shameless, but now her face and ears cannot help but turn red. Because she said before that Qin Yun is very perverted, infatuated with her beauty and whatnot, even pursuing her, it must be known that Lan Suyao is more outstanding than Chu Mingyu in every aspect. Especially in the aspect of appearance, she is a lot more outstanding than Chu Mingyu. Lan Suyao's unique cold arrogant evil charming temperament, as well as her beautiful blue sacred eyes, in addition to her fiery hot body, she is definitely an exceptional beauty that is rarely encountered. Qin Yun has such a beauty, how could he fancy Chu Mingyu? Isn't he blind? Everyone knows that Guanghan Palace has many beauties, but they are very difficult to pursue. Especially for a strong woman like Lan Suyao. Forget about pursuing, it is very difficult for her to show any good expression. But Qin Yan managed to pursue such a woman. This caused many young men to be jealous and envious. Suyao, are you feeling better? Qin Yan asked in low voice. Dark Runes, Chapter 1676, Dark Runes. Miss Lan, no matter what, your man killed my Sher family's people, we must settle this debt. Sher family's old man said in cold voice. How? The gentle smile on Lan Suyao's face suddenly disappeared, her face became ice-cold and filled with malevolence. Her pair of sapphire blue eyes flickered with cold blue light as she looked at Sher family's old man. Sher family's people are being stared at by her, they are extremely frightened and promptly turned around, they don't dare to look at those blue sacred eyes. Isn't this all because of your Sher family, Sher Tianjun? He stole my immortal king beast, I am just using my own method to get back at him. Qin Yan said coldly, you are right, this debt has not been settled. I will continue to settle this debt with your Sher family. Sher family's old man is very angry, he said in deep voice, you killed one of our immortal kings and injured several of our immortal kings, what else do you want? Make Sher Tianjun hand over the immortal king beast and admit his wrongs to me. Qin Yan finished speaking, looked at Chu Mingyu and said in cold voice, and you? You must also fulfill your previous promise, otherwise I will not let you off. Yun Xiaoqin, don't be too excessive. We are all from the inscription world. Chu Mingyu shouted, so what if you are related to the disciples of the Guanghan Palace? Don't tell me that Guanghan Palace will protect you? Humph, you harmed Guanghan Palace's disciple, Guanghan Palace's immortal emperor will not let you off. Lan Suyao pulled Qin Yan's hand and said in low voice, don't talk nonsense with them, let's enter the safe city first. He can forget about entering the safe city. Chu family's old man furiously said, this kind of dangerous guy, if he enters the safe city will not be safe anymore. Lan Suyao did not say anything, she just pulled Qin Yan away. Qin Yan took out the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon. The Devil Star Tyrant Dragon became very big, Qin Yan brought Lan Suyao and entered inside the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon. The Devil Star Tyrant Dragon began walking towards the safe city. Sitting inside a very big puppet, inside this dangerous forest, it is such a comfortable thing. Inside a small space inside the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon, Lan Suyao is very comfortably lying down on a soft cushion, she can see everything outside. Suyao, who came from Guanghan Palace? Qin Yan asked. You know all of them. Palace Master Rujing, I, Qingqing, Tianzi. Lan Suyao stretched out her long legs and said with smile, you really know how to cause trouble. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, those guys provoked me first. When he learned that Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi had come, Qin Yan was secretly delighted. He had wanted to go to Zi Qingqing for a long time. He really missed Sister Steamed Bun's face. It is not strange for Xian Rujing to become one of the Guanghan Palace's palace masters. The Moon Palace promoted all the immortal emperors to palace lords. This was to make the Moon Palace look stronger. Lan Suyao pulled Qin Yan's hand and said, the last time we parted was in spirit desolate. My half-immortal seventh tribulation suddenly came, I had no choice but to go to the immortal desolate, so many years have passed in the blink of an eye, many things have happened during this period of time. Qin Yan sat beside her and said with deep emotion, Suyao, back then I was very envious of your sacred eyes, they were really awesome. Now I also have sacred eyes. I know, Yueme told me about it. Lan Suyao lightly smiled, my man, did you come alone? Don't talk nonsense, I am not your man. Qin Yan curled his lips and said. This violent woman has suddenly become so gentle, he is not used to it. Lan Suyao was alone back then, she was very lonely. Later she went to the Moon Palace and assimilated into the environment. She frequently interacted with people and her temperament became less violent. Of course, this is only towards her own people, she is just as violent towards outsiders. That little demoness Tianzi keeps talking about you all day long. This is good, if she sees you, she will definitely not leave. Lan Suyao said with smile. I remember that you wanted to take them as disciples back then, is that right? Qin Yan asked. Indeed, they are now my disciples. You are not allowed to take away my disciples. Lan Suyao said with smile. Qin Yan truly wants to take away Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi. Previously, Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi decided to stay inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul to accompany him and do odd jobs for him. Qin Yan can let them accompany him from time to time, he is very happy. At the crucial moment, Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi can take action to help him. But because he entered Immortal Desolate, he had no choice but to temporarily separate from them. They are mine. Qin Yan lightly groaned and said, why can't I take them away? Lan Suyao glared at him and said, all right, do as you wish. I consider them as little sisters, you must take good care of them. Suyao, when you were together with Sister Yu, did she say anything bad about me? Qin Yan suddenly curiously asked. She did. I found her not long after I arrived in Immortal Desolate. Back then, she was scolding you all day long. Lan Suyao said with smile, even now, she still scolds you from time to time. Qin Yan shook his head and sighed, he knows that Yu is scolding him now because she is used to it. When we arrive at the safe city, I will let Sister Rujing come out and bring you in. You will surely be able to enter the safe city. Lan Suyao said. It doesn't matter if I go in or not, I want to go find Yume. Qin Yan said, after I send you back, I will go find that little girl Yume. Yume is also here? Lan Suyao is somewhat startled. She came here on her own before. Qin Yan sighed and said, although I know nothing will happen to her, I am still very worried about her. Lan Suyao said, when the time comes, let Sister Rujing go with you to find her. That won't do, Sister Rujing will accompany you. Qin Yan said, she is a formidable immortal emperor, if something happens, she can protect you. Guanghan Palace did not only send one immortal emperor. Lan Suyao said with smile. How many immortal emperors does Guanghan Palace have? Qin Yan suddenly became very curious. Palace Master Yu Ji, Palace Master Rujing, Palace Master Yu, Palace Master Bing Xing. Apart from these 4 palace masters, there are also 10 old grannies, all of them are immortal emperors. This time, 2 old grannies came with us. Lan Suyao said. In that case, let Sister Rujing come with me to find Yume. Qin Yan feels that with Xian Rujing together, it will be a lot easier. Lan Suyao said, Xiao Yun, is your relationship with Sister Rujing very bad? I told her before about how I stripped you and hung you up. She was very happy after hearing about it, just like Sister Yu, she looked very satisfied. Qin Yan said in a bad mood, Suyao, how can you go around talking about my scandals? Lan Suyao said with proud smile, as far as I know, among all the women you know from Guanghan Palace, only I made you eat such a big loss. Of course I have to brag about this kind of thing. Qin Yan is somewhat angry, he lightly patted Lan Suyao's thigh and said, who did you tell? All the girls you know about this matter. Lan Suyao chuckled and said. A3, my lofty image is completely ruined. Qin Yan raised his head and let out a long sigh. 2 hours later, the Devil Star Overlord Dragon finally arrived outside the city gate of the safe city. Xian Rujing is also waiting here. Xian Rujing is wearing a white dress with tight waist, her hair is tied up in a high ponytail, her face is covered with a white veil, her cold and arrogant aura is threatening. Her tall and delicate body is releasing a kind of ice-cold aura that can cause people to feel dread. Her ice-cold beautiful eyes are flickering with cold light, it is as if a cold wind is assaulting them, causing people's heart to tremble. Qin Yan and Lan Suyao came out of the Devil Star Overlord Dragon. Chu family and Sher family people are also outside the city gate. They became very angry when they saw Qin Yan and the Devil Star Overlord Dragon. They wanted to rush over but they sensed Xian Rujing's cold and lonely aura and did not go over. Palace Master, I am fine. Lan Suyao saw Xian Rujing and said in soft voice. It is good that you are fine, go back and properly rest. Xian Rujing nodded and said in cold voice. An immortal emperor old granny promptly came over to protect Lan Suyao. Qin Yan stored away the Devil Star Overlord Dragon. Although Sher family and Chu family immortal emperors are here, he is very calm. Immortal Emperor Rujing, this man killed one of my Sher family's immortal kings, you must know about this matter, right? Sher family immortal emperor said. Chu Mingyu also yelled, Immortal Emperor Rujing, this man is very despicable, Sister Suyao must have been deceived by his graceful words, flowery speech, that is why she is together with him. Everyone here also knows about the matter of the crocodile being besieged, they were the ones who sent the report. Therefore, they all know that Lan Suyao admitted that Qin Yun is her man. Sure family, I heard that it was your younger generation who snatched his immortal king beast first, am I right? Xian Rujing said in cold voice. This Sure family immortal emperor is very clear about the matter. Chu Yusong is also here, he very angrily criticized Sure Tianjun and Chu Mingyu. Chu family immortal emperor said, let's not talk about this matter first. Let's talk about that crocodile, it is a darkness inscription beast, it has great research value. Sure family old man said, darkness inscription beast is closely related to heavenly pit. That guy obtained the darkness inscription beast, he should have handed it over to everyone for research. It is useless for him to come here. We all know about the course of the battle, the one who did most of the fighting was Guanghan Palace's Miss Lan, that guy only took away the darkness inscription beast. Other people nodded one after another. Qin Yun is startled in his heart, he felt that the crocodile is very strange, it has very strong inscription beast power on its body but it is not the inscription beast he is familiar with, he did not expect it to be that darkness inscription beast. Lan Suyao coldly groaned and said, when your people were fighting, not a single one of you took action. It caused me to miss several opportunities, I almost died because of it. Luckily my man arrived in time, otherwise I would have already been eaten. Xian Rujing said, since it is like this, Suyao can handle the darkness inscription beast, whoever she wants to give it to, I have no right to interfere. Chu family and Sure family are very anxious, there are also Li family and Wan family people here, they are all from inscription world, that darkness inscription beast is very important to them. Qin Yun saw that Sure family and Chu family are rejecting him, he also doesn't want to enter the safe city, so he said to Lan Suyao, Suyao, I have something to do, I will take my leave first. I will send you off. Xian Rujing knows that Qin Yun wants to go find Xiaoyuemei. Qin Yun flew out, Xian Rujing followed behind him and entered the dense forest. Sure family and Chu family's older generation thought that after Qin Yun left, they would send people to chase after him. Divine Totem Lan Suyao also relaxed a lot seeing Xian Rujing and Qin Yun leaving. She was worried that Xian Rujing would be biased against Qin Yun and would not escort him. Even Lan Suyao feels that Qin Yun and Xian Rujing's relationship is not good, there is no need to talk about other people, they all believe that Xian Rujing would oppose Qin Yun and Lan Suyao being together. This was because there were rumors that the Moon Palace was very strict when it came to finding a male partner for their disciples. Moreover, once a female disciple found a male partner, they would have to leave the Moon Palace. But now, not only did Palace Master Xian Rujing not object, she even escorted them away. This caused many people to be very puzzled. After all, Xian Rujing is an immortal emperor palace master of Guanghan Palace. Moreover, she is the ice-cold kind, yet she is actually escorting the man of her own sex disciple. If they knew it was Qin Yun, they wouldn't be so confused. Now, everyone knew that it was all thanks to Qin Yun that the Moon Palace was able to obtain several sun-suppressing divine arrows. Moreover, Qin Yun's divine inscription mountain frequently sends resources to Guanghan Palace, allowing Guanghan Palace and nether sex disciples to advance by leaps and bounds. Just based on this relationship, it is very normal for Xian Rujing to escort Qin Yun. Lan Suyao does not know that Xian Rujing and Qin Yun have a very good relationship. Xian Rujing is also the kind of person who is inwardly passionate on the inside, she will not casually spread the matter of her and Qin Yun. She is not here to escort Qin Yun, she is here to find Xiaoyuemei. Qin Yun took out the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon and brought Xian Rujing inside. Then he controlled the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon to move towards Xiaoyuemei's location. The most beautiful snow goddess in the divine wilderness, long time no see. You have become even more beautiful. Qin Yun is inside the Devil Star Overlord Dragon's small space, he looked at Xian Rujing's cold and moving face and said with smile. Xian Rujing glared at him and lightly groaned and said, you must have said this kind of thing to that slut star god, right? Not at all. Qin Yun said with a mischievous smile. Xian Rujing is sitting on the soft cushion and lying down very comfortably. After lying down, she can see the situation outside through a special light screen. She can see that the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon is using its mantis blades to open a path. The cushion is very big. Qin Yun sat beside it and looked at the beautiful snow goddess. Xian Rujing's lying posture is very alluring, her hand is propping up her head, her eyes are flickering with a kind of rare tenderness and charm. Xiao Yun, do you know about that heavenly hole? Xian Rujing asked. Those guys from the inscription world know, but they won't say anything. Qin Yin sighed. I also heard that Chu Mingyu promised you that she would let the Chu family tell you about the sinkhole, right? Xian Rujing heard people talking about this matter. When she heard the name Yun Xiaoqin, she guessed that it was Qin Yun. Qin Yun cursed, I was tricked by that woman. Xian Ru sat up and said with frown, have you contacted Star God? Does she know about this? I didn't tell her. Qin Yun said, do you want me to contact her now? Not at the moment. She might also not know. Xian Rujing lied down again and softly muttered, what is hidden under that heavenly pit? Qin Yun thought that Xian Rujing would know some things, after all she is the ice and snow goddess of divine desolate. Your Guanghan palace doesn't know anything and directly came here? Qin Yun asked. This guy Immortal Desolate Sacred Masters movement is very big, he brought a large group of people here. Evil Sun Race and Holy Sun Ancient Cities people also brought a large group of people here. After we got the news, we immediately rushed over. Xian Rujing said, although we don't know, there must be something very important happening here. After Qin Yun entered the forest, he used God position to contact Immortal Desolate Sacred Master but he did not succeed. Qin Yun said with smile, I know a few things about the heavenly pit, it seems like my information network is better. Xian Rujing lightly patted Qin Yun's leg and said, then why aren't you telling me? I won't tell. Qin Yun said. Quickly tell me. Xian Rujing is very worried, she promptly sat up, pinched Qin Yun's face and said with bared teeth, you are deliberately leaving me hanging. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, my goddess, you promised to give me ice and snow goddess totem, you still haven't given it to me. When will you give it to me? Xian Rujing loosened her hand and said in slight anger, I am not ready. What kind of preparation is this? Qin Yun spread out his hands, can't you just directly give it to me? This requires me to take off my clothes. Xian Rujing is somewhat embarrassed, she lightly bit her lower lip, I am not ready. She knows that Qin Yun's past life was sun god but thinking about how she has to do this, she is somewhat unable to accept it. So what? I won't look at it. Qin Yun said with smile. If you don't look at it, how will you obtain my ice and snow goddess totem? Xian Rujing said. I have MOMO. Qin Yun let MOMO come out and said with smile, you just need to show it to MOMO, she is a very cute little fairy. Even if MOMO obtains it, it will not be a complete ice and snow goddess totem. Xian Rujing shook her head, I gave my god position totem to Bing Xing, hers is complete. Qin Yun said with frown, there is still a difference between complete and incomplete. I gave it to MOMO, she obtained the complete totem, she will pass it to you, only half of it. Xian Rujing said. MOMO nodded and said, Big brother, in my inherited memory, there is a kind of rune that is exactly like this. Only when directly imparted can one obtain the complete totem. Alright, I won't take it for now. Qin Yun shook his head and sighed, then let MOMO return to Nine Sun Divine Soul. Xiao Yun, it is not that I don't want to give it to you, it is that I am not ready. Xian Rujing pulled Qin Yun's hand and said with guilty expression, I am sorry. It's fine, I won't blame you. Qin Yun said with smile. You are so anxious to obtain my god position totem, what is the use of it? Xian Rujing asked. Qin Yun took out 9 Heaven's Dragon Lion Cannon and informed Xian Rujing about the heat issue. He wanted an ice attribute rune that was strong enough to suppress the heat of the cannon barrel. Sister Bing Xing and I used it together in the ancient era's garden, the effect was very good. Qin Yun said with smile. Did you kiss Bing Xing in the ancient era's garden? Xian Rujing suddenly asked. Qin Yun is startled, then said with smile, Sister Rujing, why are you asking this? Xian Rujing said with naughty smile, I heard from Yuelan that Bing Xing forcefully kissed you, moreover it was when you were injured. How can Yuelan be like this, saying this kind of thing everywhere? Qin Yun curled his lips and said. Yuelan is as bad as you, back in Guanghan Palace, she and Yu Shaoling took advantage of me many times. Xian Rujing said with smile, especially when we were bathing, she often used dragon claw hand on me, she even said that it was a martial art you taught her. Qin Yun is very speechless, he sighed and said, how did my wife become such a female rogue? I heard from Kira that Yuan has always been like this. And, Shuriwei and Yu also said that in her past life, Yuan was also this bad, she was a famous female rogue in Guanghan Palace. Xian Rujing said with smile. Aren't you also a female rogue? You forcefully kissed me before. Qin Yun stored away 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon, his expression is filled with disappointment. Xian Rujing pulled Qin Yun and said in charming voice, little brother Xiao Yun, don't be angry. I will surely give you my god position totem in the future. Qin Yun was pulled by her to sit on a soft cushion, then he was made to lie down again. He knows what Xian Rujing wants to do. Sure enough, after Xian Rujing pulled Qin Yun over, she looked at him with deep feeling. Her touching jade-like face slowly leaned over and kissed Qin Yun's face. Qin Yun also embraced this beauty, gently caressed her back, both of them lied down on the soft cushion and hugged. Xian Rujing looked at Qin Yun and gently caressed his handsome face. Xiao Yun, you worried me to death before, you offended so many people, it is really good to see you again. Xian Rujing said with charming smile. Goddess Rujing, do you remember when we first met? Qin Yun gently caressed her beautiful hair and said with smile. Of course I remember. Back then I was tricked by a bastard, you saved me. Xian Rujing gently pinched Qin Yun's flesh and said with gritted teeth, who would have thought that I would fall into your hands? Qin Yun gently caressed her jade-like face and said with smile, how am I a bastard? I am an honest person, being bullied by you female hoodlums all day long. You are still talking. Xian Rujing lightly hammered Qin Yun's chest and said in light anger. Qin Yun sat up, took out the spirit-chasing talisman and looked at it, then said, we are near UMA. Xian Rujing also tidied up her clothes, she knows that Qin Yun is a person with high moral integrity. Even though they hugged each other very affectionately, Qin Yun did not grope her body, he only very gently caressed her back and face. Instead, she kept groping Qin Yun's body, she very much enjoys taking advantage of Qin Yun. To be honest, I quite liked your ice mother tigress appearance. Qin Yun said with smile, now that you have become a little kitten, I am really not used to it. Just as he finished speaking, Xian Rujing opened her mouth and took a big bite on his arm. Qin Yun loudly screamed in pain. Xian Rujing giggled and said, didn't you say you liked ice mother tigress appearance? Do you still like it? Qin Yun loudly shouted, I don't like it anymore. Qin Yun has no way to deal with Xian Rujing, if she goes around talking about this matter in Guanghan Palace, it will affect his glorious image. Quickly speak, what is under the heavenly pit? Xian Rujing urged and pinched Qin Yun's thigh. Ao. Qin Yun screamed after being pinched and said, there are emperor race under the heavenly pit, have you heard of them? Xian Rujing's beautiful face turned pale in fright, fear flashed through her beautiful eyes. All the gods in Divine Desolate know about emperor race, moreover they are very afraid of them. Are you sure? Xian Rujing's expression is very cold and solemn. Now she has the cold and arrogant attitude of ice and snow goddess. My foster father Netherworld Great Emperor told me, he said he heard it from Netherworld God. Qin Yun nodded and said, I contacted Evil God before, he confirmed that emperor race is under the heavenly pit and will soon break the seal and come out. Dark Great Desolate Chapter 1678, Dark Great Desolate. Qin Yun also wants to know more about emperor race. In this aspect, Xian Rujing might know more than Evil God. After all, Xian Rujing used to be a very high-ranked god. Now Immortal Desolate Holy Palace and Evil Sun race are fighting in Immortal Desolate, then there is Holy Sun Ancient City. If emperor race appears, it will just be one more emperor race, there won't be any big change. Qin Yun said. Xian Rujing's expression is ice-cold and solemn, she shook her head and said, it is not like that. It is impossible for many factions to exist in a place with emperor race, everyone must submit to them. Why? Qin Yun asked. Because that is the spirit of the imperial clan and their bloodline. Their existence is precisely for the sake of conquering everything. They are natural-born monarchs, in any place, in any world, emperor race either subdue all living beings and become monarchs, or die in battle while subduing all living beings. Xian Rujing said. This spirit is indeed very dreadful. Qin Yan said with frown, in that case, if they appear in Immortal Desolate, they will subdue all living beings in Immortal Desolate? Xian Rujing nodded and said, all factions must submit to them and be ruled by them. At that time, there will be a reign of terror, unless they go into seclusion or hide in desolate domain. Qin Yan said, my inscription Divine Mountain will not be spared? No, as long as they know that you are a faction in Immortal Desolate, they will subdue you and make you a subject under Emperor Race. Xian Rujing shook her head, Emperor Race is very dreadful, they have been sealed for several epochs yet they are still alive. Not only they are still alive, they are still trying to break the seal. Qin Yan is very curious and asked, Sister Rujing, do you know who sealed them? Xian Rujing shook her head and said, I don't know, it is a mystery. I only heard that Nine Desolate was ruled by Emperor Race during First Era, it was also the most powerful era of Nine Desolate. In that case, Emperor Race is still very strong. Qin Yan said, I thought the more ancient an era is, the more backward it is. The first era of the Nine Desolate is called the Emperor Clan era. It is the most powerful era, many of our cultivation methods, inscriptions, and cultivation inheritances are closely related to the Emperor Clan era. Xian Rujing said, legend has it that Divine Inscription Palace and Nine Yang Divine Palace were established by Emperor Race. Even Divine Desolate's deity position is inextricably linked with Emperor Race. Qin Yan was secretly alarmed. He thought that the Emperor Race was an extremely evil race. He never expected them to be a powerful ancient race that allowed the Nine Desolate to prosper. Qin Yan said, the Immortal Desolate's Divine Inscription World is a place where the people of the Divine Inscription Palace gather. Could it be that they rushed over immediately to welcome the Emperor clans back to the Immortal Desolate? Xian Rujing nodded and said, very likely, didn't you and Suyao capture a darkness inscription beast before? That kind of rune beast is definitely related to the sealing of the Imperial clan. Darkness runes, the more Qin Yan thought about it, the more mysterious he felt. He immediately asked Momo to come out. Momo has many inheritance memories regarding inscription. These inheritance memories will appear in her mind as she continuously grows stronger. Momo is a lovely little fairy. Ever since she got together with Qin Yan, she has never been hungry. She can eat all kind of delicious food all day long. Moreover, it is the kind that is full of energy. Therefore she matured very quickly. Momo, do you know anything about darkness inscription? Qin Yan asked. Ah. Momo is very shocked, her small face is filled with fear. I only heard that darkness inscription is a very formidable rune. I don't know the specifics. Xian Rujing said. Momo is somewhat scared. She stood on Xian Rujing's shoulder and grabbed her hair. She said in low voice, in my inheritance memories, other than Nine Desolate, there is also Darkness Great Desolate. Darkness inscription comes from Darkness Great Desolate. Qin Yan and Xian Rujing glanced at each other, they are very shocked. Could it be that the darkness inscription beast we encountered here came from Darkness Great Desolate? Qin Yan said in alarm. Darkness Great Desolate is very mysterious. My devil fairy race came from Darkness Great Desolate. But I don't have any memory regarding this. Momo shook her head, I only know that Darkness Great Desolate is very dreadful, my devil fairy race fled from Darkness Great Desolate to Nine Desolate. Xian Rujing's expression became grave as she said in deep voice, that heavenly pit, don't tell me it is connected to Darkness Great Desolate? Qin Yan involuntarily shouted, could it be that this heavenly pit is connected to Darkness Great Desolate? The secret of heavenly pit is beyond Qin Yan and Xian Rujing's imagination. The reason why so many formidable beasts are coming here is to stop Darkness Great Desolate's darkness inscription beasts. Xian Rujing said. Big brother, big sister, don't get close to Darkness Great Desolate, it is very dangerous. Momo whispered in Xian Rujing's ear. We won't get close. Xian Rujing very gently nodded and said. Then she used her finger to gently rub Momo's cute little face. Qin Yan let Momo return to the Nine Sun Divine Soul. We must quickly find Yume and take her away. Qin Yan said. Then he took out the soul-chasing talisman to determine Xiao Yume's location. Xiao Yume has not arrived at that location, this caused Qin Yan to feel a lot relieved. Then he took out a compass to look for the floating cloud heavenly seal's dragon. The head of the floating cloud heavenly seal is a dragon sculpture. It is a dragon transformed from a dragon. That dragon is now running all over the place. It is not in Yume's direction. Qin Yan shook his head. I also don't know what that dragon is doing. What dragon? Xian Rujing asked. Floating cloud heavenly seal's head. Qin Yan simply explained about the floating cloud heavenly seal. Back then, Qin Yan and Xian Rujing found the floating cloud heavenly seal's compass in 9 nether realms floating cloud city's sun altar. Now Xian Rujing also remembers the mysterious floating cloud city in 9 nether realm. That floating cloud city must have been built by your past life. Xian Rujing said. The stone steels that open the gate of floating cloud city are gone. Qin Yan shook his head and said, I don't know who took them away. It is not easy to take away those stone steels. We will talk about it after we return. Xian Rujing held Qin Yan's hand, patted the back of his hand and said, we should quickly find Yume and then leave this place. Xian Rujing is an immortal emperor, moreover she has ice goddess's memories. Her spirit cultivation is very successful. She can produce divine liquid to increase her cultivation, therefore her immortal power is also very strong. She asked Qin Yan to store away the Devil Star Overlord Dragon and let her open the way. Xian Rujing took out her sun-suppressing divine arrow to open the way. Her sun-suppressing divine arrow is a very beautiful white ice arrow. It is now emitting a bit of light rays. Sister Rujing, you have cultivated sun core? Your sun-suppressing divine arrow seems to be alive. Qin Yan is somewhat amazed and asked. I have not completely cultivated it yet. Could it be that you have not cultivated it? Xian Rujing finds this somewhat unexpected. Cultivating sun core can awaken the sun-suppressing divine arrow and allow it to unleash its might. Every sun-suppressing divine arrow has a unique method to cultivate sun core. It requires one to comprehend it on their own. Qin Yan also tried to comprehend it but he did not succeed. He believes that it is very difficult and requires a very long time to accomplish. However, it seems like Xian Rujing has already comprehended it and he has no clue at all. I tried to cultivate but I don't have any clue. Qin Yan informed Xian Rujing about his situation. Something is wrong. Yu, Yuelan, Kiru all have sun-suppressing divine arrow. After they returned from protecting sun core, they can gradually cultivate sun core. Even though it is not very strong, it can slowly awaken the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Xian Rujing said in surprise, your perception should not be low, why didn't you succeed? Wei Zhongxing, Azure Dragon, Netherworld Great Emperor and Qin Long also obtained sun-suppressing divine arrow. Qin Yan met them before but did not ask, he thought that they have the same problem. But now it seems like he is the only one who has not cultivated sun core. No matter, we will talk about it later. Qin Yan said. Xian Rujing opened the way very quickly with sun-suppressing divine arrow. She directly released formidable ice-cold power to freeze those dangerous huge flowers and plants. If she encountered poisonous insects or other dangerous beasts, she would kill them with one arrow after freezing them. Sister Rujing, what about Sister Lingxue? Is she doing well in Guanghan Palace? Qin Yan asked. That is my avatar, of course she is doing well. Xian Rujing said. Oh. That's good. I have not seen her for a long time, I want to see her. Qin Yan feels that Xian Lingxue is the other side of Xian Rujing. She is gentle, considerate and good at understanding others. Qin Yan followed behind Xian Rujing. He asked her about Yao Feng and Liu Shuyan. Xian Rujing seems to know something but she said she doesn't know and told him to ask Xiaqiru. 2 days passed by. Even at night, Qin Yan and Xian Rujing only hugged each other and rested for more than an hour, then continued on their journey. At daybreak, Qin Yan and Xian Rujing finally sensed Xiao Yume's aura. There was a great battle here? Xian Rujing said with frown, this little girl Yume's aura is still lingering. There is also Black Rat Bei's aura. Qin Yan carefully sensed and said in amazement, there is also a very formidable immortal emperor aura. Beast-type immortal emperor. Xian Rujing's expression changed, this level of immortal beast emperor aura, it must be a divine beast. Very familiar, could it be? Qin Yan immediately felt relieved and said, I know that divine beast, it's a little black donkey. The little black donkey was also here. Xian Rujing heard Qin Yan mention black tortoise before. Great god Xian Wu was very famous. in the divine wilderness. However, no one expected him to be sealed in the 9-yang divine spirit. The little black donkey loves to eat, so Xiao Yuemei used all kinds of delicious divine fruits to bait it. It is likely that Xiao Yuemei has already taken it. This guy should be very strong, Qin Yan said. Nether sect's people have arrived, but they did not enter the safe city. Nether sect is truly a crouching tiger and hidden dragon, even black tortoise and azure dragon are in Nether sect, Xian Rujing said. Qin Yan said with a smile, the Xianwu donkey will be in my inscription gate from now on. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a sharp bray from a donkey. Xian Rujing said, your family's donkey is braying, we should quickly go and take a look. Xian Rujing is walking in the front. After passing through a large forest, she saw Xiao Yuemei riding on the little black donkey, quickly passing through the forest. They are being chased by a 2-meter tall black rooster. 10,000 Beasts Enter Pit Chapter 1679, 10,000 Beasts Enter Pit. Qin Yan did not see black mouse bays, but he knows that they are in the vicinity. Yuemei has been running all over the place these past few days. Could it be that she is being chased by this chicken? Qin Yan said with frown. Impossible, that little donkey's strength is not weak. Let's follow it and take a look, Xian Rujing said. Little black donkey's speed is very fast, as expected of great god Xian Wu. It is not easy for Xian Rujing to catch up to it. That big black rooster's speed is also very scary. If Xian Rujing did not pull Qin Yan along, it would not be easy to catch up to it. Moreover, when the big black rooster is madly running through the forest, those flowers and grasses consciously avoid it. Clearly they are afraid of the big black rooster. Therefore, Qin Yan and Xian Rujing can easily follow behind it, at least they are not blocked by those huge flowers and grasses. The big black rooster screeched along the way. This kind of sound is very unpleasant to hear, it contains very strong mental attack. Qin Yan and Xian Rujing can resist this kind of mental sound wave attack, otherwise they would not dare to approach it. Little black donkey, hurry up, that stupid rooster is catching up. Maintain distance, don't let it get close, Xiao Yuemei yelled. Just as she finished speaking, the big black rooster's comb suddenly flickered with black light and shot forward. This black light is filled with many black runes. When it shot forward, its power is very dreadful. It actually caused all the flowers and grasses in the surroundings to wither. Qin Yan and Xian Rujing are watching from behind, they are secretly apprehensive. Just as Xian Rujing was about to attack, the big black rooster suddenly fell into a big trap. Black mouse bays ferociously jumped out and frantically attacked the trap, releasing their formidable inscription beast power, causing the big black rooster to scream unceasingly. At this time, little black donkey ran back with Xiao Yuemei on its back. Big sister, how was my performance this time? Little black donkey said with mischievous smile. Not bad. Compared to the last 2 times, it is much better, Xiao Yuemei said with smile. Then can you reward me with a divine fruit? Little black donkey said while drooling. Xiao Yuemei curled her lips, took out a bright red divine fruit. It is as big as a watermelon, and threw it. The little black donkey excitedly chased after the divine fruit. It opened its mouth wide, jumped up, and bit the divine fruit. Qin Yan and Xian Rujing also relaxed a lot. They thought that Xiao Yuemei was hiding from the big rooster. They did not expect that they would capture the big black rooster. Yuemei, I told you to come out and find me, but you didn't. So you're here to catch chickens. After Qin Yan jumped over, he pinched Xiao Yuemei's face and scolded with a smile. I was worried to death about you, you damned girl, yet you are playing so happily. Xiao Yuemei also knows that Qin Yan and Xian Rujing have arrived. She pushed away Qin Yan's hand, jumped to Xian Rujing's side and said with smile, Brother, we caught 3 big roosters, they are very tasty. I want to catch a few more before leaving. Xian Rujing looked at the trap and raised her hand, wanting to help deal with the struggling rooster. Don't. Xiao Yuemei promptly grabbed Xian Rujing's hand and said, Sister Rujing, don't attack, frozen meat will not taste good. Xian Rujing shook her head and smiled, then lightly pinched Xiao Yuemei's lovely face and said with smile, This place is clearly very dangerous, but a little foodie like you has turned it into a holy land of delicacies. After the little black donkey finished eating the divine fruit, it ran back while jolting its buttocks. Xiao Yuemei is sitting on the back of the little black donkey and said with smile, This is truly a holy land of delicacies. You will soon be able to taste the flavor of dark chicken. After that pitiful big rooster was beaten to death, it was caught by Heishu using a large hook. Sect Master, you arrived so quickly. Was it not easy on the way? Heishu said with smile. Of course it was not easy, Shu. Is that chicken really tasty? Qin asked. It is indeed very tasty. Heishu said with smile, it is after all a dark inscription beast, it contains a lot of energy. After eating it, it is very beneficial to us inscription beasts. Heishu, Baizhe, and Xianwu are all very strong inscription beasts, they surely know something about dark inscription beasts. Great deity Xianwu, are you sure you want to join our inscription gate? Qin stroked the little black donkey's head and asked with smile. I have been sure for a long time. The little black donkey heard that Inscription Divine Mountain has many divine fruits, it wanted to follow Qin. Xianrujing asked, have you been to that heavenly pit? Qin looked at Xiaoyuemei because she came in very early. We stayed at the edge of the heavenly pit for a few days, suddenly the heavenly pit spurted out a black gas and then many strange flowers and plants appeared. Then many dark inscription beasts ran out. There are many very strong dark inscription beasts, only these big roosters are very weak, we can catch them. Xiaoyuemei said. Qin took out the compass to check the location of the dragon. Since Xiaoyuemei is fine, he also wants to do proper business. He wants to find the dragon first. Qin pointed to the front and said, go that way, where will we go? Heavenly pit. Brother, is that dragon also inside? Xiaoyuemei asked. Qin nodded. Baizhe said, boss, that heavenly pit is summoning many powerful beasts. Maybe that dragon has already jumped into the heavenly pit. What? Qin said in amazement. I am just guessing. Baizhe shook his head and said, that heavenly pit is summoning many powerful beasts from Immortal Desolate to deal with dark inscription beasts. Heishu said, we are inscription beasts, so we immediately rushed over. Qin suddenly thought that it is highly possible that Emperor race is related to these inscription beasts, otherwise they would not be able to summon them. Why were you summoned? Who summoned you? Xianrujing asked. I don't know, but I know that there is delicious food here, Little Black Donkey replied, there is indeed a lot of delicious meat here. Heishu and Baizhe also nodded. Baizhe said, after we arrived, we found out that there are dark inscription beasts roaming about. Then we received a new message telling us to kill those dark inscription beasts. Emperor race can summon these powerful beasts and make them obey the orders of Emperor race. Qin and Xianrujing are even more amazed. Qin now understands why Xianrujing and Evil God are so afraid of Emperor race. He suspects that many powerful beasts have memory imprints of loyalty to Emperor race within their inherited memories. It is highly possible that the ancestors of these beasts were once completely subdued by Emperor race and branded with memory imprints of loyalty to Emperor race. Even a divine beast like Little Black Donkey can be summoned, it is clear that Emperor race once completely subdued the Nine Desolate. In that case, Dragon race must be here. Qin said. Dragon race's dragon has already entered the heavenly pit. Big brother Azure Dragon also went, we met him before, Little Black Donkey said. Xiaoyuemei said with smile, I told them to stay here to help me catch chickens, that is why they did not go down. It is very dangerous down there, I don't know what is inside. Heishu nodded and said. Qin glanced at Xianrujing because it is highly possible that her dragon is inside the heavenly pit. If he wants to complete the floating cloud heavenly seal, he must find that dragon. Don't go down. Xianrujing said in stern voice. Boss, we also advise you not to go down. Baizhe said, no one knows the situation down there. Big brother Azure Dragon told us before that we will die if we go down. Heishu patted Qin's shoulder and said, wait until they come up, they will come up. Xiaoyuemei stored away the large rooster and said with smile, brother, what are you so anxious about? Let's eat that chicken first. Just thinking about it makes me drool, Little Black Donkey said with mischievous smile. Qin caught a very large crocodile before, he doesn't want to take it out, otherwise it will surely enter the stomachs of Little Black Donkey and Xiaoyuemei. Xiaoyuemei sat on Little Black Donkey's back and yelled, Great deity Xianwu, return. Little Black Donkey ran in front, Heishu and Baizhe followed closely behind. Qin Yan and Xian Rujing glanced at each other. They can only follow Xiao Yuemei for now. Not long after, they arrived at a spacious area. There is a house here. After returning, He Shu and Bai Zai began killing chickens to make fire. Qin Yan looked at them and asked, "This is a darkness inscription beast, does it have any darkness runes on its body?" "I saw the energy released by this large rooster just now, it has many runes on its body." This kind of large rooster has no status in the darkness great desolate, the runes on its body are not very useful. "It is the same as our chickens, they are used to eat," He Shu said. Bai Zai said with smile, "Boss, if you want to study darkness inscription, you will have to capture beasts that can condense darkness inscription spirit." Xian Rujing asked, "Do you know about the darkness great desolate?" "Of course we know, we have some information about the darkness great desolate in our inherited memories. The guys inside are very dreadful, their darkness inscription is very strong," He Shu said. "That heavenly hole is connected to the darkness great desolate. If a formidable darkness inscription beast or a darkness creature comes out, the immortal desolate will become even more lively," Bai Zai said somewhat anxiously. He Shu and Bai Zai deftly processed the huge rooster and got a lot of meat out of it. Qin Yan is somewhat amazed, this large rooster from the darkness great desolate, its meat actually contains very pure 9 sun power, it is not even a little bit evil. "We can start roasting," He Shu said with smile. Qin Yan and Xian Rujing also joined in and began roasting the chicken meat. The ones who can eat the most are the little black donkey and Xiao Yuemei, more than half of the chicken meat were killed by them. After Qin Yan ate the meat, he is very shocked in his heart because the 9 sun energy inside the meat is even better than the 9 sun energy he can absorb. "If I can eat this kind of meat frequently, maybe I can become even stronger. The energy inside my body will also contain darkness inscription power." Qin Yan is secretly shocked. Very soon they finished eating. Xian Rujing is also secretly amazed because the energy inside the darkness inscription beast is very useful to them. Just as they are reminiscing about the meat, little black donkey suddenly shouted, "Big brother Azure Dragon came out." "How do you know?" Qin Yan hastily asked, then looked all around, there is not even a bit of movement. "This is our special method of communication, he is sending me a signal, telling me to quickly run away from the heavenly hole," little black donkey yelled. Goddess fights mad dragon. Qin Yan still wanted to go take a look at the heavenly pit, he is somewhat reluctant to leave but seeing how nervous Xian Rujing and little black donkey are, he can only leave first. "Alright, let's quickly go to Safety City." Qin Yan nodded and said. "Little black donkey, did Azure Dragon say anything to you?" Xiao Yuemei asked while sitting on little black donkey's back. "Big brother Azure Dragon told me to quickly leave Heavenly Pit. Heavenly Pit is becoming more and more dangerous, very powerful things will come out of it, maybe they have already come out." Little black donkey very anxiously said, "If it is not something very important, Big brother Azure Dragon would not use this kind of secret method to contact me." Xian Rujing said in deep voice, "Then let's quickly go to Safety City, I will lead the way." She and Qin Yan are leading the way towards Safety City. It must be known that there are many powerful beasts inside Heavenly Pit. Divine beasts like Azure Dragon are very formidable. Therefore, Xian Rujing attaches great importance to Azure Dragon's warning. Qin Yan followed behind Xian Rujing and said in low voice, "If Dragon Race is going, then could Dragon Emperor and Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother also be inside Heavenly Pit?" Dragon Race's Dragon Emperor and Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother are both very formidable immortal emperor experts. Very likely. In short, those beasts are very durable, we humans cannot compare to them. We should first go to Safety City, it is safer there," Xian Rujing said. Xiao Yuemei said, "Brother, I think that something is coming to Immortal Desolate through Heavenly Pit. Those Dragon Race are going to stop that thing from Dark Great Desolate from coming over." "Then why are there still some dark inscription beasts appearing?" Qin Yan asked. Heavenly Pit spewed out energy, many powerful beasts were brought out. "We saw it with our own eyes," Xiao Yuemei said. He Shu said, "This forest did not exist at that time." Heavenly Pit suddenly spewed out something and very soon this forest appeared. Bai Zai chopped down a large black grass and said, "Maybe these things are plants from Dark Great Desolate. If this is true, then Emperor Race must have been sealed by Dark Great Desolate's power." While Qin Yan and others are rushing towards Safety City, the earth is shaking more and more intensely. In the past, although the earth shook, it was only a very small tremor, and it would only shake violently from time to time. And now, the violent tremors were becoming more and more frequent. They now believed that the Azure Dragon's warning was correct, because there was indeed a huge commotion in the sky cavern. If they didn't stay far away, it would definitely be extremely dangerous. All sorts of strange things happened before the apocalypse. How torturous. The black donkey let out a long sigh. I can't even eat properly. Half a day passed. Because of the intense shaking, many cracks had appeared in the dense forest within thousands of miles of the sinkhole. Those cracks seemed to be connected to the heavenly pit. When Qin Yan and company crossed those huge cracks, they can feel an aura similar to the energy on the dark inscription beast. Looks like we won't be able to hold on for much longer. Is that thing from the great wilderness of darkness coming? He Shu's expression was solemn as he said, these cracks are really deep. If we fall in, we'll definitely die. No one knew what was under the cracks. They only knew that these cracks were connected to the sinkhole in the middle of the jungle. After a day, Qin Yan and the others finally saw the safe city. What surprised them was that the safe city actually split in the middle. Unfortunately, a crack appeared at the place where the safe city is located, causing the safe city to split into two halves. Su Yao and others contacted me just now. They are retreating. It seems like they also discovered that something is wrong here. Xian Rujing said. Among the people from Guanghan Palace, there are 2 immortal emperor old grannies. They are also very strong, they can safely retreat. There is no one inside the safe city, everyone retreat, the shaking is so fierce, moreover there are so many cracks in the ground, even the safe city is split in the middle, it means that a great change will occur. The people inside the safe city came here very early. When they came here, the forest had not yet grown. If they want to go out now, they will face all kinds of dangers. We should quickly retreat. Xian Rujing said. It seems like some dreadful things are coming out from the heavenly pit. Qin Yan's expression became grave as he let out a long sigh. The space here is becoming more and more unstable. This kind of intense shaking caused the space to become very chaotic, making it impossible to use teleportation talismans. Even if they use communication talismans, they would need to wait for a period of time before they can send a message. The people who entered the forest all felt a kind of indescribable oppressive feeling enveloping the sky above the forest. It is as if the heaven and earth of Immortal Desolate is being oppressed by a kind of oppressive feeling. The appearance of the heavenly pit caused all the people in the Immortal Desolate to be terrified and restless. There are still 3 suns in the sky, they have not yet fallen, but many great events are happening in the Immortal Desolate. It makes people feel that before the suns fall, the Immortal Desolate has already been plunged into misery and suffering. The heavenly pit leads to the bottom of the earth, and the bottom of the earth is a place that people associate with evil. Therefore, many people feel that a large number of evil creatures are coming out from the heavenly pit. We are truly tormenting ourselves, we just came in and now we have to go out. Qin Yan thought about how he killed his way in and felt very unwilling in his heart. We did not come in vain, we got a lot of delicious food. Those darkness inscription beasts are very tasty. Xiao Yuemei said. And, to be able to eat so much, it is worth it, Little Black Donkey said with smile. You ate 3 chickens and I only ate 1. Qin Yan curled his lips and said. There will be opportunities to eat in the future. Xian Rujing said, there will surely be a lot of them coming out from the heavenly pit. Indeed, if there are darkness dragon beasts, it would be even better, Little Black Donkey said very excitedly. Can we beat them? He Shu said with smile. Why can't we beat them? As long as we can eat them, we can beat them, Little Black Donkey said very confidently. Roar, suddenly a beast roar came from behind. This beast roar seems to be coming from very far away. Hearing this beast roar, He Shu and Bai Zai's expression greatly changed. That is the roar of a dragon. We should quickly run, we are coming out, Little Black Donkey shouted loudly. Dragon roar? A dragon is coming out? Qin Yan is apprehensive, is it a dragon from Dragon Race? No, it is a dragon from Darkness Great Desolate. He Shu yelled in alarm. The shaking ground looks like it is about to collapse, it is continuously sinking down. Motherfucker! That dragon is chasing us, Little Black Donkey shouted in alarm and increased its speed to run forward. Just now Little Black Donkey said it wanted to eat dragon meat, even said it could beat the dragon. Now the one running the fastest is him. Under the ground. Xianrujing yelled, then turned around and shot out icy cold power towards the ground behind her. A large piece of land behind them was bulging up. Crash, a huge black dragon head ferociously came out from under the ground. This dragon is very black, even its eyes are spewing out dense black gas. Most dreadful thing is that there are many runes on the dragon's body. Only Qin Yun can use Extinction Spirit Eye to see that there are many runes on the dragon's scales. It is very difficult for others to see. This guy's target is me, quickly block it, Little Black Donkey shouted loudly. Xianrujing's ice-cold power collided with the mountain-like dragon's head. Hoo! The icy cold wind caused people to shiver involuntarily. The black dragon head has been frozen in a flash, it looks like a huge dragon ice sculpture. You guys quickly run. I will deal with this dragon. Xianrujing yelled. Sister Rujing, can you deal with it? Qin Yun is somewhat worried. I can. Xianrujing nodded and said, you guys quickly run. Little Black Donkey already ran far away with Xiao Yuemei on its back. Black Mousebase also slowed down its pace. You guys go first. Qin Yun said to Black Mousebase, follow Yuemei and others and leave. Black Mousebase increased its speed and madly ran after Xiao Yuemei and Little Black Donkey. Little Black Donkey is Black Tortoise Divine Beast, it is very normal for a dragon from Dark Desolate to target it. Roar, the black dragon let out a roar, and the ice on its head shattered. Xianrujing rushed forward with sun-suppressing divine arrow in hand. The black dragon let out a furious roar, its eyes spewed out black gas, transformed into two huge swords and attacked Xianrujing. A viscous black liquid gushed out from the sky. Suddenly a huge ice mountain appeared in front of Xianrujing, blocking the dark berserk dragon's two wrath swords as well as the black liquid. Then a burst of frantic snow and wind appeared. 3 white-haired snow woman immortals who look exactly like Xianrujing appeared. After the snow woman immortals appeared, an incomparably huge ice mountain appeared in the sky. Rumble, the ice mountain ferociously dropped down and pressed down on the dragon's head, pushing it into the ground. Dong dong, muffled sound suddenly came from the ground. The ice mountain suddenly exploded. A frantic black thunder shot out from the ground, pierced through the ice mountain and tore it apart. That ice mountain was condensed by Xianrujing's formidable immortal emperor power. It contains a lot of divine power, it is very formidable. But now it has been destroyed by a single attack from the black dragon. The ice mountain fragments of various sizes scattered all over the place and dropped on the ground, giving rise to bursts of fierce vibration. Ice-cold gale brought along a large amount of ice fragments and attacked a large area of the forest. In the blink of an eye, Xianrujing's surroundings turned into a world of ice and snow. Qin Yun is watching the battle from not far away, he is secretly startled, this ice and snow goddess is truly awesome. The black dragon is very strong, its cultivation is above Xianrujing's. But Xianrujing can block the black dragon. Hua hua, the black dragon's body suddenly tore open the earth and appeared. A large amount of soil and ice surged all around like a violent wave. 3 snow woman immortals are surrounding the black dragon, their hands are forming hand seals and releasing intense ice-cold immortal power. Hoo hoo, biting cold and frightening cold wind fiercely whistled, the several thousand feet long black dragon's body suddenly rotated on the spot. The 3 snow woman immortals released very formidable attack and formed an incomparably huge ice and snow tornado. The black dragon is in the middle of the tornado and is being sucked up. Boom boom boom, heaven and earth are suddenly enveloped by dreadful heavenly might. This is Xianrujing's heavenly tribulation divine ability. Great amount of blood-colored tribulation thunder seems like it is tearing apart the sky dome. It is like a frantic waterfall pouring down in torrents and bombarding the huge ice and snow tornado. Dark Royal Race Chapter 1681. Dark Royal Race. Xianrujing's tall delicate body is like a small dot in front of the huge ice and snow tornado and the dark berserk dragon. However, the might released by Xianrujing is incomparably mighty. Berserk tribulation thunder dropped down, some exploded on the dark berserk dragon's head, some fused with the ice and snow tornado and continued to hack the dark berserk dragon's body. The dark berserk dragon let out a burst of furious roar. Although it is struggling, it is unable to struggle free from the huge ice and snow tornado. This ice and snow goddess is actually quite capable. Qin exclaimed in admiration in his heart and felt a lot more relieved. Xianrujing firmly held the sun-suppressing divine arrow as if she is holding a berserk lightning. She jumped up, rode the wind and entered the ice and snow tornado. Following her delicate shout, the sun-suppressing divine arrow in her hand shot forward like a light beam. The sun-suppressing divine arrow turned into a very large light beam and hit the dragon's head. Boom, a muffled explosion echoed. The dragon's head was hit, but the sun-suppressing divine arrow was unable to pierce through the dragon's head. Come back! Xianrujing coldly shouted, and the sun-suppressing divine arrow flew out from the dragon's head. The dark berserk dragon let out a furious roar again. Many people who are retreating from the forest can now sense the intense battle. Many immortal emperors sensed Xianrujing's dreadful ice-cold power and became secretly alarmed. Many immortal emperors and immortal desolate are transforming into saint realm. They are all saint cultivators, their immortal power contains weak saint power. But Xianrujing is not, she is directly cultivating spirit, her celestial power contained a bit of divine power, and that was the most terrifying part of it. Guanghan Palace's immortal emperor Rujing is actually so formidable that even other factions' immortal emperors are secretly afraid. They saw Xianrujing in Safe City before, but they don't know her true strength. The strength displayed by Xianrujing now is more or less close to her limit. Xiaoyun, quickly leave. Xianrujing knows that Qin is nearby and lightly shouted, I will block this guy for a while and then retreat. Qin also knows that staying here is useless. He yelled, Sister Rujing, you must be careful. I know. Xianrujing knows that Qin is very concerned about her, that is why she is not running away. This made her feel warm in her heart and her battle power suddenly increased by a lot. Qin gritted his teeth and quickly left. That dragon is truly terrifying. Are all the beasts in the vast dark wilderness that powerful? Qin thought to himself. I don't know what happened to the Azure Dragon and the dragon race after entering the heavenly cavern. They actually couldn't stop those fellows from the dark desolate. Ling Yin'er said. Yun'er, I think that the sealing of the Emperor clan is very likely related to the Great Desolate of Darkness. Qin said. It's possible. That sinkhole is connected to the Dark Desolate. Ling Yin'er said, for the specifics, I can only ask those bastards from the inscription world. Qin chased after Xiao Yuemei, holding the nether spirit sacred blade in his hand. He released his formidable mental power and enveloped the surroundings. Even if he cannot see the huge darkness berserk dragon, he can still sense the aura of Xianrujing and the darkness berserk dragon. After running for more than an hour, Qin had just jumped over a crevice when he felt a sinister aura surging up from behind him. This crevice is several hundred meters wide and bottomless. Just as Qin jumped over the other side, a large amount of black gas suddenly rushed out of the crevice. Motherfucker! What the hell is this thing? Qin looked behind and saw many people wearing black armor. All of them have very strong build. These people are wearing helmets. It is impossible to see what they look like, but the aura of immortal power coming from their bodies is very strong. We are dark royal race, lowly human, quickly kneel down and submit to us, one armored person shouted in a very arrogant tone. There are more than 10 people wearing black armor. Their aura is very strong, especially their tone, coupled with their 2-meter-tall stature. They give people a very oppressive feeling. Dark Royal Race, hearing this name, Qin realized that it is a formidable race from the Great Desolate of Darkness. He is very surprised because he always thought that the people below the Heavenly Cavern were Emperor clan. He did not expect that they are actually some Dark Royal Race. Lowly and weak human, quickly kneel down and kowtow to the Lord Dark Royal Race, we will spare your life. The leader of the Dark Royal Race pointed his spear at Qin and shouted. You want me to kneel down and kowtow? Who the hell do you think you are? Following Qin's anger, the nether spirit sacred blade in Qin's hand let out a cry. Qin flashed over in a flash and hacked with his saber. The absolute yang power within his body surged out violently. Explosive sound wave brought along dreadful heavenly might and swept out. Rumble, the nether spirit sacred blade dropped down, bringing out a large amount of violent thunder. accompanied by frantic vibration. This is the first style of heavenly extermination, 9 style heavenly quake, and the second style thunder collapse. The violent thunder is like a flood bursting through a dam, the vibration is as if the sky is collapsing and exploding. The wild saber furiously chopped down, the heavenly might is vast and mighty, shaking the heavens. The leader of the dark royal race was hit by the saber and his body was directly torn to shreds, large amount of black blood splashed everywhere. The other dark royal race people are all stunned. How is this the weak and lowly human they spoke of? This kind of power is simply dreadful to the extreme. Xianxia's nether spirit sacred blade flickered and devoured the leader's soul and stored it inside the blade. Dark royal race? I see that you are like weak little rats that drilled out from the ground, unable to withstand a single blow. You actually want me to kneel and worship you? Xianxia said with sneer. His body flashed and a berserk supergravity ferociously dropped down. The dark royal race people were immediately pressed down to the ground. Just as they laid down, they once again floated up due to the gravity. Acting arrogant in front of me? Courting death. Xianxia unleashed Heaven Extinction Step's myriad transformation step, causing his body to suddenly flicker into dozens of figures, then he continuously attacked the sky with saber. The saber energy is filled with ferocious momentum, it is like a concentrated gale of raging thunder, it rushed up and continuously produced rumbling sounds. The burly men in hard armor screamed as they were beaten. Some of them even had their armor smashed to smithereens. Boom, the gravity suddenly dropped, and the members of the Dark Royal family who were floating in the air suddenly felt the pressure. It is as if they are being toyed with by Xianxia. Those Dark Royal race people who fell to the ground are lying on the ground, unable to get up. Xianxia jumped over and stomped one to death. These Dark Royal race people who just jumped out of the crack have been beaten up by Xianxia without any strength to retaliate. Then they were killed one by one and their souls were taken away. A group of heaven immortal. Trash, they actually want me to kneel to them. Xianxia's face is filled with disdain. He tightly held the nether spirit sacred blade and stored away all the remnant souls. Then he continued chasing after Xiaoyuemei. Ling Yuner said, Xiaoyun, these guys are very strong. If a 9th heaven immortal met them, they would undoubtedly die. Indeed, with the same cultivation, most immortals and immortal desolate are not their match. Xianxia nodded and said. Emperor race did not appear. But Dark Royal race has appeared. Dark Royal race summoned those beasts to heavenly pit. Xianxia said with frown, Emperor race did not come out, instead these guys came out. Emperor race might also be in heavenly pit. Could it be that Emperor race has been fighting against Dark Royal race? Xiaoyuemei said. Which of these two races is stronger? Xianxia is filled with doubt in his heart, he increased his speed and madly ran. He discovered that not only Dark Royal race have appeared, there are also more and more formidable Dark Inscription beasts. And Xian Rujing is still fighting against that formidable Dark Berserk Dragon. If not for Xian Rujing delaying the Dark Berserk Dragon, more than half of the people in this forest would have been killed. The Dark Royal race and Dark Inscription beasts came out from those cracks. Xianxia, who was madly running, saw a crack appear in front of him and immediately became vigilant. Because when he approached the crack, he sensed a very frantic aura rushing up. Dragon aura? Xianxia is horrified in his heart. Suddenly, more than 10 people wearing shining armor jumped out of the crack in the ground in front of them. Their armor had the element of a dragon on it. They are immortal dragon warriors in human form, they are dragon race's dragons, their armor is made of dragon scales, it is as if they are wearing a set of tyrannical and formidable dragon armor. After these dozen or so dragon warriors appeared, 20 or so burly men wearing black dragon armor jumped out as well, dark dragon warriors. Xianxia is incomparably shocked in his heart, there are many dragons in Great Dark Desolate and now more than 20 have jumped out, all of them are immortal kings. These immortal dragon warriors escaped, he finally saw the dragon race warriors who entered the heavenly pit, he did not expect to be chased and beaten. After the immortal dragon warriors jumped out, they quickly rushed out. And those dark dragon warriors let out angry roars and closely chased after them. In a short while, they surrounded those immortal dragon warriors. Ha ha ha. Don't run, we will eat you up. The leader of the dark dragon warriors howled with laughter, the saber in his hand is filled with baleful aura, he rushed over and frantically hacked down, giving rise to saber winds and energy waves. Dark dragon warriors are numerous and very strong. Immortal dragon warriors are few in number, their overall strength is weak. They are completely surrounded, it is very difficult for them to escape. Qin Yan has some relation with dragon race. His past life had very good relationship with Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother and Dragon Emperor. Although there was some conflict, it is not impossible to reconcile. Seeing that dragon race warriors are in trouble, Qin Yan will not watch with folded arms. The captain of the immortal dragon warriors lost an arm earlier, now he is fighting against 3 dark dragon warriors with strenuous effort. "I'll chop off your head and you can be eaten," the captain of the dark dragon warriors laughed sinisterly, his black saber brought along roaring evil aura as it chopped down. Qin Yan flashed over in a flash, blocked with his saber horizontally, shouted and made Ling Yun release supergravity. The supergravity transformed into a sword and suddenly dropped down from the sky. The supergravity transformed into a sword is incomparably heavy and very sharp, it has a very strong penetrating power. This is what Xianxia taught Ling Yun to use nether sun power. The gravity transformed into a sword fell down and hit the dark dragon warrior's body, directly tearing apart his armor. Qin Yan's saber swept out and cut the dark dragon warrior's captain in half at the waist and took away the formidable immortal king dragon spirit. Three-Headed Dragon Tiger Chapter 1682. Three-Headed Dragon Tiger. What shocked the immortal dragon warriors the most is that Qin Yan is actually a human. Because in their eyes, humans should not be this strong. Qin Yan appeared and quickly killed the captain of the black dragon warrior. This not only shocked the immortal dragon warriors, it also caused the black dragon warriors to be extremely shocked and furious. In the eyes of the black dragon warriors, immortal desolate humans are weak and lowly. But the Qin Yan before their eyes is much stronger than them. "Many thanks, Senior, for saving us. Our dragon race will definitely repay you in the future," the captain of the immortal dragon warrior said to Qin Yan. This captain's arm has already been broken and he has suffered serious injuries. Just a moment ago, he thought he was dead for sure. Qin Yan saved him, allowing him to keep his life. After the captain of the black dragon warrior died, they are all stunned. Only when they saw Qin Yan put away their captain's corpse did they roar in anger. "Let's get rid of these guys first," Qin Yan said. "There are still several dozen black dragon warriors here and they are all very strong. Qin Yan doesn't know if he can defeat them or not." A young immortal dragon warrior said, "Senior, we can't defeat them, we should quickly retreat. There are only a dozen or so immortal dragon warriors. Looking at their appearance, they have already fought against the black dragon warriors and were beaten to the point of fleeing. The black dragon warriors have become even more berserk, the darkness power on their bodies is extremely dreadful. The darkness immortal power they are releasing contains a kind of rune. Although it is very small, Qin Yan can see it. He has extinction spirit eye and formidable mental power, his perception is very sharp, especially in the aspect of runes. The immortal power released by the black dragon warriors contain darkness runes, this is also their strongest aspect. Immortal dragon warriors can be considered very strong in the immortal desolate. 2 ordinary immortal kings can't even defeat one of them. But immortal dragon warriors don't have runes, so they are very weak when facing the black dragon warriors. Qin Yan's power contains runes, moreover it is a very powerful nether sun totem, so his power is extremely formidable. During the intense battle, several immortal dragon warriors have already been injured. If this continues, they will surely be annihilated. As for Qin Yan, he only killed a few dark dragon warriors. The dark dragon warriors had rich combat experience, and when they worked together, they attacked and defended in an orderly manner. The weapons in their hands were also very strong, and they could gather their strength to burst out with a very strong dark dragon power. Even Qin Yan found it difficult to break through their defenses. "All of you, quickly run!" Qin Yan suddenly shouted and released a very strong gravity domain. Within his gravity domain, the dozens of dark dragon warriors were locked onto, and their bodies floated up. "Senior, what about you?" the captain of the immortal dragon warrior shouted. "Quickly retreat!" Qin Yan shouted anxiously. "The injured run first, the rest stay," the captain shouted. The injured immortal dragon warriors also retreated at this moment, while the uninjured ones seized the opportunity to launch fierce attacks on the dark dragon warriors that were floating in the air and unable to move. Qin Yin used the nether spirit sacred blade to frantically hack and chop. He killed one with one slash and then stored the corpse into the Nine Sun Divine Soul. In the blink of an eye, there were only 20 or so dark dragon warriors left. Boom. Because they have to suppress many powerful dark dragon warriors, the consumption of the gravity domain is very great, moreover they also have to endure great pressure. Qin Yan and Ling Yuner have no choice but to stop immediately, otherwise the energy inside their nether sun would be sucked dry. The dark dragon warriors' fury soared to the sky. They clearly had so many powerful warriors, but now half of them have been killed. This is mainly because of Qin Yan's participation. There are only a few of them left. Kill them all, a dark dragon warrior shouted in anger. Qin Yan promptly took out the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. After the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron absorbed Qin Yan's absolute sun power, it began rotating at high speed. Its pitch-black surface suddenly burst with golden light. As the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron revolved, it let out a whistling sound as if 9 mighty heavenly lions are roaring. Roar, a heavenly lion's heavenly roar echoed. A nether realm heavenly lion suddenly flew over and pounced on a dark dragon warrior. Hua, the nether realm heavenly lion unleashed heavenly lion fighting dragon claw and sent a dark dragon warrior flying. That dark dragon warrior's black armor also shattered. Then, 2 immortal dragon warriors jumped over and killed that dark dragon warrior. Whether it is immortal dragon warriors or dark dragon warriors, they are all extremely frightened now. Because Qin Yan's heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and nether realm heavenly lion caused them to feel fear. Boom, the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron crazily revolved and rushed over. After the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron rushed over, the armor of several dark dragon warriors were shattered by the high-speed revolving cauldron handles. Those dark dragon warriors were sent flying far away when they came in contact with the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. Qin Yan's pressure has also decreased by a lot. Roar, at the same time the nether realm heavenly lion pounced on a dark dragon warrior, it opened its mouth and bit. It used breaking dragon bite and directly bit that tall and sturdy armored dragon warrior into pieces. This kind of dreadful battle power caused the immortal dragon warriors to tremble in fear. Of course, what caused them to be most alarmed is the nether spirit sacred blade in Qin Yan's hand. When Qin Yan attacked, the nether spirit sacred blade released a very strong soul attack. It can cause the soul to feel stinging pain and even become confused. While the soul is feeling stinging pain, the sharp blade also crazily chopped down, directly cut open the thick armor and chopped the dark dragon warriors to pieces. The appearance of the nether realm heavenly lion and heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron caused the dark dragon warriors to scatter. The remaining few hastily jumped into the crevice on the ground. Qin Yan quickly stored those corpses. After those dark dragon warriors died, their corpses gradually turned into very large dragon bodies. Fortunately, the space inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul is very large, so it can contain many of those huge dragon bodies. A burst of furious dragon roar came from the distance. This is the roar of the dark dragon warrior who is fighting against Xian Rujing. This furious roar is also rushing towards Qin Yan. Senior, we should quickly leave, it is very dangerous here, the captain of the immortal dragon warriors yelled. I will go with you. Qin Yan nodded. Nether realm heavenly lion has been summoned back, heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron has also been stored away. Those few immortal dragon warriors are very reverent towards Qin Yan. They know that Qin Yan's cultivation is not high, among his immortal king power, he only has one kind of king crystal, he is only a first-layer immortal king. Yet his strength is so dreadful, he can almost exterminate those formidable dark dragon warriors. Qin Yan and those few immortal dragon warriors are madly rushing through this shaking forest. Are you from Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother's side or Dragon Emperor's side? Qin Yan asked that middle-aged captain while running. Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother, that captain is somewhat startled because Qin Yan's question means that he is very familiar with dragon race. Qin Yan still has a Scarlet Sun Dragon scale in his hand. Back then Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother gave it to him so that he could contact the dragon race for help in the ancient garden. But later he did not use it. Another dragon race youth said, although Dragon Mother and Dragon Emperor are not on good terms, our dragon race's private relationship is very good. Qin Yan looked ahead and vigilantly looked all around. He slowed down a bit and asked, "Did you discover anything after entering the heavenly hole? Why did some dark royal race people appear?" "It is a long story. We don't know too much about the specific situation," the captain said after jumping over a crack in the ground. "Dragon Mother and Dragon Emperor should know the most." "What are you doing down there?" Xianxia asked again. "We followed Dragon Emperor and Dragon Mother down. I only know that the Emperor race is summoning us down. We want to help the Emperor race break the final seal and at the same time suppress the Dark Royal race," the captain said. "But we failed." Another middle-aged man sighed and said, "The Dark Royal race is very powerful. They have powerful Dark Dragon race subordinates as well as all kinds of Dark Inscription beasts. We are not their match. The Emperor race can only summon the Dragon race, they are not their match in terms of numbers." Xianxia is secretly amazed. There are actually two powerful races under the heavenly hole. "Senior, don't worry. The Emperor race is very strong. As long as they break the seal, they will be able to suppress the Dark Royal race," the captain said. "Senior, your cauldron is very strong. It is very similar to our dragon race's legendary Heavenly Lion Dragon suppressing cauldron," a dragon race woman curiously said. Xianxia only laughed and said, "I have some relationship with the dragon race. I know the Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother." He took out the Scarlet Sun Dragon scale. Seeing the Scarlet Sun Dragon scale, those few immortal dragon warriors are even more astonished. Not far away, a dragon roar suddenly came out. Xianxia said with frown, "Are they your companions?" The captain nodded and said, "Yes, they are in trouble." "Let's go," Xianxia said. "All right." Xianxia and the few immortal dragon warriors rushed towards the direction of the dragon roar. After they arrived, a wave of berserk energy rushed out. There are more than 20 immortal dragon warriors there. They are besieging a huge black beast. That huge beast has a tiger body that is more than 10 meters long. There are 3 dragon heads on its head. 3 dragon tiger, the captain cursed in low voice, "This guy is very scary. Let them retreat," Xianxia said. "Quickly retreat," the captain shouted to more than 20 companions. "We can't retreat, we are inside this guy's domain," a middle-aged man shouted. "Quickly run, don't worry about us." Xianxia's brows wrinkled. He used Extinction Spirit Eye and indeed saw a black energy barrier enveloping a large area, forming a domain. 3 Dragon Tigers' cultivation is extremely high. They are 5th level Immortal King Realm Darkness Inscription beasts. Xianxia is not confident in taking them down, so he doesn't plan to fight. Xianxia released the Heavenly Lion Dragon suppressing cauldron. He used super gravity to control the Heavenly Lion Dragon suppressing cauldron. It floated in the sky and became very large. 1683 Chapter 1683 Heaven Trampling Divine Boots. The Heavenly Lion Dragon suppressing cauldron is a magic tool specialized in restraining dragon power. Now it is falling down from the sky. It is infused with super gravity and struck the 3 dragon tigers' barrier. At the same time of collision, a burst of loud sound burst out, a tyrannical energy wave spread out like a tide. The people inside and outside the barrier are not lightly shaken. That pressure is indeed very dreadful. Even the dragons with extremely powerful bodies felt a stabbing pain because of it. The most shocking thing is that the barrier domain was actually destroyed by Xianxia. "Quickly retreat," the captain's voice is filled with fear as he shouted loudly. The 3 dragon tigers are incomparably furious. Those 3 malevolent and dreadful strange dragon heads let out a burst of angry roar. The 3 dragon heads spurted out 3 different colors of light, black light, white light, and red light. After spewing out, they condensed together and formed an incomparably tyrannical 3-colored thunder and lightning that attacked the retreating immortal dragon warriors. Xianxia immediately rushed over. He let out a violent roar and threw a palm attack forward. His arm suddenly appeared filled with ferocious and fiery might. The black nether sun totem emitted waves of black energy. Absolute Yang power activated Heavenly Lion Extinction Dragon Palm. The palm energy is filled with ferocious and berserk momentum. It met the 3 dragon tigers' 3-colored thunder and lightning. The 2 berserk energies collided, the earth shook and cracked, a burst of extremely berserk astral wind swept up. Xianxia is no match for the 3 dragon tiger. He was shaken to the point that he almost vomited blood. His body was pushed back by the berserk thunder and lightning. However, he was barely able to disperse the berserk thunder and lightning and did not let it hit the immortal dragon warriors. The 20+ immortal dragon warriors were all shocked to the extreme. They can see that Qin Yun is a human, but his power is so dreadful. Boom! Qin Yun once again activated the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and covered the 3-dragon tiger. The 3-dragon tiger sensed the threat of the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and hastily dodged. The heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron hit the ground and missed. The immortal dragon warriors have already retreated. You guys should also quickly leave. Qin Yun shouted at the captain. The captain is somewhat worried about Qin Yun, that's why he did not leave. However, he can't help much even if he stays here. He feels very apologetic to just leave like this. I can hold on, you guys quickly leave. Qin Yun shouted. Senior, we will quickly contact our immortal emperors and ask them to come and help, the captain shouted and then also began retreating. Senior, we will contact our immortal emperor as soon as possible and have them rush over to help, the captain shouted and then began to retreat. Seeing the immortal dragon warriors retreat, the 3-dragon tigers roared in anger because Qin Yun ruined their plans. The 3-dragon tigers definitely wanted to eat those dragons. If they killed those immortal dragon warriors, they would definitely be able to eat their fill. The 3-dragon tiger must have wanted to eat those dragons and dragon. But now, it has been destroyed by dragon, but the 3-headed dragon tiger is very powerful and its defense is extremely strong. It will be very difficult for Qin Yun to kill it, he could only hold on for a while and let those immortal dragon warriors leave. The heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron became much smaller under Qin Yun's control, making it more flexible. The heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron that was spinning at high speed erupted with the power of the 9 heavens lion. When gathered together, it was extremely terrifying. Under Qin Yun's control, Dragon Tiger Cauldron is flying back and forth, it wants to collide with the 3-dragon tiger. The 3-dragon tiger are quite big, but they can always dodge the cauldron's attack. This damn guy, how can he be so sensitive? Qin Yun cursed in his heart. I will use gravity domain again. Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yun approached, Ling Yin'er released the power inside Nether Sun and the gravity domain exploded, the 3-dragon tiger's body floated up due to gravity. The 3-dragon tiger's body is out of their control, they are unable to move. At this time, Dragon Tiger Cauldron fiercely flew over. Bang bang bang, Dragon Tiger Cauldron rotated and collided with the 3-dragon tiger's sturdy scales and swept them away. Become bigger. Qin Yun immediately controlled Dragon Tiger Cauldron to become bigger, he wants to put the 3-dragon tiger inside. The 3-dragon tiger have been enveloped by Dragon Tiger Cauldron, this made Qin Yun wild with joy, however, Dragon Tiger Cauldron cannot become smaller. Because the 3-dragon tiger's body burst out with very formidable power, making it impossible for Dragon Tiger Cauldron to become smaller. This won't do, this guy's power is too dreadful. Qin Yun is secretly apprehensive. Dragon Tiger Cauldron has never encountered this kind of situation before, it cannot become smaller because of the formidable power. Xiao Yun, use 9 heavens dragon lion cannon. Ling Yin'er suddenly said. Qin Yun immediately took out 9 heavens dragon lion cannon and placed the sun-suppressing divine arrow inside. Huu, the heavenly lion dragon tiger cauldron has been opened by the 3-dragon tiger. So, Qin Yun activated 9 heavens dragon lion cannon, absorbed a great amount of sacred Xian silver crystal's energy and shot the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Boom, sun-suppressing divine arrow burst out with scorching heat wave, pierced through space, leaving behind sound barrier. Regardless of speed or power, it is extremely astonishing. Qin Yun can also sense that 9 heavens dragon lion cannon is boiling hot, even he cannot endure this kind of heat, he doesn't dare to touch it. Sun-suppressing divine arrow pierced through a dragon head and pierced through it. That dragon head has been seriously injured, but there are still 2 more dragon heads. Qin Yun took back the sun-suppressing divine arrow. When he grabbed the sun-suppressing divine arrow, his hand was burned to the point of pain. This guy. Qin Yun is now a first-layer immortal king, it is too strenuous for him to face 3-dragon tiger, I can't beat them. Although the immortal dragon warriors are far away, they can still sense the aftermath of the battle between Qin Yun and 3-dragon tiger. Qin Yun's strength made them admire him endlessly. A human can actually resist 3 dragon tiger for so long. Xiao Yun, use heaven-trampling divine boots. Ling Yin'er suddenly shouted. Heaven-trampling divine boots are the sun soul that Qin Yin found in an ancient garden. Qin Yin immediately took out heaven-trampling divine boots, grabbed a handful of core fragments and threw them inside. The heaven-trampling divine boots immediately burst out with golden light. After he put on the heaven-trampling divine boots, he felt as if a sun is exploding and roaring inside his body. The heaven-trampling divine boots are crazily absorbing his nether sun power and transforming it into an even more berserk power. What shocked Qin Yin is that the energy transformed by the heaven-trampling divine boots is actually about the same as the absolute yang power. The difference is that after the heaven-trampling divine boots transformed the nether sun power, it strengthened even more and also became even more berserk. Boom! The berserk 3 dragon tiger spewed out a burst of thunder and lightning that covered a large area like a torrential downpour. Qin Yin used heaven extinction step and in the blink of an eye, appeared far away. Moreover, when he takes a step, he can directly step high into the sky. He can't fly in this forest, but by using the heaven-trampling divine boots, he can fly in the sky. After dodging the attacks of the 3 dragon tiger, Qin Yin relaxed a lot and took out the 9 sun divine hammer. He grabbed a handful of core fragments and let the 9 sun divine hammer absorb them. After the 9 sun divine hammer absorbed them, under Qin Yin's control, it suddenly became very big. Qin Yin released the small divine hammer formed from the heavenly Tao flame and fused it with the 9 sun divine hammer. The 9 sun divine hammer immediately emitted a dazzling and intense golden light, and there are many black nether sun totems on its surface. I'll hammer you to death. Qin Yin held the gigantic 9 sun divine hammer with both hands and used the first style of heavenly annihilation, heavenly quake. The divine hammer fell down. It is as if the sky exploded. The vibrating power is as if a part of the sky is shaking and falling down. Berserk vibrating power burst out from the hammerhead and hit the 3 dragon tigers' body. Bang! After the 3 dragon tiger were hit, their entire bodies fell to the ground and sank dozens of meters into the ground. Qin Yin felt that the power within his body is incomparably berserk, and it all came from the heaven-trampling divine boots on his feet. The heaven-trampling divine boots and 9 sun divine hammer can amplify the nether sun power within his body by several times. Unfortunately, it can't be sustained for long. Again. Qin Yin swooped down and heavily hammered the 3 dragon tiger who were buried deep in the ground. As the hammer smashed down, the hammerhead shone with a ball of multicolored light, like a sun. The huge hammer fell down like a falling sun, as if it could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. This is the 3rd style of the heavenly annihilation 9 style, setting sun style. Rumble! This violent explosion seems to have enveloped the entire forest. The intense sunlight that exploded out is truly like the might of a falling sun. It is extremely terrifying. After the group of immortal dragon warriors sensed this power from afar, they became even more shocked. They are certain that this is Qin Yin's aura, but it suddenly became so terrifying, causing them to feel very bewildered. They are all very curious, what exactly happened just now? How could a human like Qin Yin suddenly erupt with such terrifying power? The 3 dragon heads of the 3 dragon tiger were also completely shattered by the hammer strike. After using this style, the heaven-trampling divine boots and 9 sun divine hammer immediately dimmed down. Qin Yin stored the heaven-trampling divine boots and 9 sun divine hammer. Just now, he used a lot of core fragments, but the duration was very short. Core fragments are indeed very useful. Luckily the star god gave him a lot, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to awaken the 9 sun divine hammer and heaven-trampling divine boots. Because the heaven-trampling divine boots and 9 sun divine hammer transformed a very large amount of energy, they also consumed a lot of core fragments. They can't be maintained for long. Qin Yin let out a long sigh, took out the nether soul sacred blade and charged at the dying 3 dragon tiger. Hoo! He rushed over and fiercely hacked at the 3 dragon tiger. Although 3 of the dragon tiger's heads have been destroyed, the power inside its body is still very strong and it can erupt at any time. Qin Yin doesn't dare to directly store the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and 9 sun divine spirit. If the power inside the 3 dragon tiger's body erupts, it is very likely that the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron will be damaged. Therefore, he must thoroughly kill the 3 dragon tiger. Just as he was hacking at the 3 dragon tiger, several waves of power suddenly bombarded over. They are all very strong immortal king power. Several powerful immortal kings took action. Although they are attacking the 3 dragon tiger, they will also injure Qin Yun, who is at the side. Motherfucker, where did these food-snatching dogs come from? Qin Yun cursed in his heart. He has consumed a lot of energy and had no choice but to retreat to avoid that crazy attack. After he retreated, he saw more than 20 middle-aged and old men fly over. Among them, there are also a few youngsters. 1684 Chapter 1684 Divine Bird awakens. Qin Yun cursed in his heart. It's the Xianxia families. Yo, isn't this Xianxia? You're quite capable. Shi Tianjun laughed when he saw Qin Yun and said, I have to say, you are truly amazing to be able to take down this powerful dark inscription beast. Qin Yun's eyes turned red. He never expected that the Xianxia families would be hiding nearby. You bunch of food-snatching dogs, scram. Qin Yun held the nether soul sacred blade tightly and shouted angrily. Yun Xiaoqin, the hammer in your hand should be the 9-sun divine hammer, right? Those boots of yours are definitely the heaven-trampling divine boots. An old man said with a smile. Yun Xiaoqin, Yun Xiaoqin. I never expected you to be Qin Yun. Chu Mingyu's face revealed a greedy and treacherous smile. They did not pay attention to the 3 dragon tigers and instead came over to surround Qin Yun. Most people in the Immortal Desolate knew that Qin Yun had obtained the heaven-trampling divine boots and the 9-sun divine hammer. Many great powers wanted to snatch them away. Although the Xianxia families had never seen the heaven-trampling divine boots and the 9-sun divine hammer before, when they saw Qin Yun display such formidable power, they determined that it was the Sun Soul. Do you want to snatch my Sun Soul? Qin Yun said coldly. We are not trying to snatch it, we want you to give it to us. Shi Tianjun laughed sinisterly and said, Qin Yun, oh Qin Yun, you are indeed very capable, but your cultivation is too low. Although we don't have any immortal emperors on our side, it's enough to take you down. Chu Mingyu said, Qin Yun, obediently hand over the Sun Soul. We can let you go. Qin Yun's expression was cold as he said, you should have also seen that the Sun Soul is in a state of slumber. We can see that the reason why the Sun Soul is asleep is because the sun has fallen. However, this does not mean that the Sun Soul is completely asleep. Didn't you just awaken the Sun Soul for a short period of time? An old man from the Chu family said. I'm guessing that you used a large amount of core fragments to temporarily awaken the Sun Soul. The middle-aged man from the Shi family chuckled and said, you destroyed 2 sun altars and obtained a lot of core fragments, right? The Xianxia families were both families from the inscription world and were core members of the inscription palace. Therefore, they knew a lot about the Sun Soul. Shi Tianjun, you still owe me a celestial king beast. Qin Yun said coldly, you stole my immortal king beast and now you want to steal my Sun Soul. You are truly a group of robbers. I really suspect that you are not from the inscription world, but from the Xiaoyang race. Chu Mingyu shouted, Qin Yun, quickly hand over the Sun Soul or you will die a miserable death. Shi Tianjun said with sneer, you want to wait for Xian Rujing? She can't come that fast. Qin Yun laughed loudly and said, kill me if you have the guts. You won't get anything. Do you think we don't dare? The middle-aged man from the Chu clan said coldly. Chu family, Shi family, you besieged me today to steal my Sun Soul. I will make you 2 pay a great price. Qin Yun said in cold voice. We won't kill you but we will capture you and ruthlessly torture you until you hand over the Sun Soul. The middle-aged man from the Shi family said with evil smile, you won't have the chance to retaliate against us. Qin Yun took a deep breath and suddenly took out a ball of fiery red light. Seeing that ball of light, the Xianxia family people suddenly got out of the way. At the same time, they are ecstatic because they can sense the aura of the Sun Soul. You are quite tactful. Chu Mingyu said with sneer. I still have some core fragments, do you want me to let the Sun Soul awaken for a while? Qin Yun spoke and suddenly took out a large box. Inside the large box, there are a large number of core fragments. Seeing those core fragments, the Xianxia family people are extremely shocked. Because according to what they know, there are not many core fragments inside the 2 altars. And Qin Yun has so many core fragments in his hands, these are all given to Qin Yun by the star god. Qin Yun took out more than half of them and poured them all into the ball of light. Inside the ball of light, there is a small bird sleeping. It is Yang, the ninth heaven Xian sparrow. This is also a sun soul, and it is a powerful divine bird born from the 9 suns. Last time, Yang became very big, and after the fierce battle, he fell asleep and became small. Now, Qin let Yang absorb a large number of core fragments and awaken Yang. Sure enough, the ball of light quickly absorbed a large number of core fragments. The people from the Xianxia families also realized that something was amiss. For such a large number of core fragments to be absorbed in an instant, it must be a very terrifying thing. This is not a sun soul. What is this? An old man cried out in alarm. This is a sun soul. Don't you want a sun soul? Qin said with a smile, let's see if you have the ability to obtain it. The ball of light suddenly flashed and let out a cry. A scorching wave of air mightily rushed in all directions. Within the ball of light, the shadow of a small bird suddenly appeared. The small bird suddenly became very large, spreading its wings several meters wide. Its outer appearance looks like a phoenix. It has purple gold feathers, 9 long bird tails dancing in the air, flames burst out. Each of its wings has 9 stiff purple gold feathers. When it flapped its wings, waves of fire and thunder surged out and attacked the Xianxia family people. Yang, kill those guys. Qin yelled. He knew that in order to awaken Yang, he would need a large number of core fragments. If there was only one opponent, Qin would only need to awaken heaven-trampling divine boots and 9 sun divine hammer. However, he was surrounded by more than 20 people from the Xianxia family. Even if he awakened 2 divine tools, it would still be very difficult to kill them all. At least a few of them would be able to escape. But awakening Yang would be enough. Yang let out a cry. A huge scorching energy barrier suddenly appeared all around her. She can now also release a barrier domain. The Chu clan and Shur clan members crashed into the barrier as they tried to escape. They were unable to get out. Yang's flying speed inside the barrier domain is very fast. She arrived in front of an old man in the blink of an eye. That old man is a 5th level immortal king. He also has a very strong defensive immortal tool. After Yang flew over, she flapped her wings, thunder and fire rushed out with berserk thunder power and directly burned the old man to ashes. Yang's flame and thunder and lightning are very berserk and powerful. Even Qin is very shocked. If Yang did not specially control the flame, Qin would have been burned. Xianxia family people are scared out of their wits. They really did not expect that Qin would have a sun spirit. This sun spirit is also very dreadful. It is a very powerful sun god beast. Yang, kill these guys, then eat those 3 dragon and tiger to fill your stomach. Qin said with smile. Yang also saw the half-dead 3 dragon and tiger. She is very excited now. She let out a cry and rushed towards the other immortal kings. As for Qin, he suddenly disappeared. Chu Mingyu and Shi Tianjun are very scared. Their elders are not weak immortal kings, but now they are fleeing in all directions. When they saw Qin suddenly disappear, they were even more afraid. Qin, don't kill me, don't you like Mingyu? I will give her to you. Just as Shi Tianjun finished speaking, Qin appeared behind him. Shua, Qin's saber hacked down. He used the second style of heavenly annihilation, thunder collapse. Berserk thunder and lightning accompanied the berserk nether spirit sacred blade and landed on Shi Tianjun's body. Aha! Shi Tianjun screamed again and again. His arm was chopped off at the shoulder, his body was burnt black and in intense pain. He rolled on the ground and screamed. Chu Mingyu is so scared that her face turned deathly pale. I don't like trash like her. Qin sneered. Super gravity covered Chu Mingyu, forcing her to kneel down. Chu Mingyu's face is filled with fear and despair as she looked at Qin. I am willing to tell you the secret of the heavenly cavern. Don't kill me. You played me once is enough. You want to play me again? No way. Qin furiously chopped down with his saber, bringing along shaking heavenly might and berserk flame. With a crash, Chu Mingyu was directly turned into ashes. Shi Tianjun, who is at the side, saw Qin kill Qin and completely despaired. He thought that Qin was really interested in Chu Mingyu, but now it seems that both he and Chu Mingyu were wrong. Chu Mingyu previously boasted that Qin was infatuated with her beauty, but when Qin attacked just now, he did not hesitate at all. It can be seen that he really did not like her at all. you adulterous couple, go die together. Qin Yan's saber slashed down, thunder and fire exploded, directly tearing Shi Tianjun to pieces. The elders of the Chu family and Shi family are not dead yet. When they saw Chu Mingyu and Shi Tianjun killed, they are all furious and fearful. Qin Yan, do you want to become enemies with the Chu and Shi family of the inscription world? Our two families occupy more than half of the power in the inscription world. The Chu family elder said angrily. You have to understand the situation clearly, it is you who want to become enemies with me. You clearly know that I am Qin Yan, yet you still want to provoke me and steal my son's soul. Now that you are about to be exterminated by me, you say that I am also your enemy? Qin Yan slashed at the nether soul sacred blade and walked towards an old man whose lower body was destroyed. That old man's lower body was smashed by a bolt of lightning from Xianxia's wings and his upper body was also severely injured. You. When the old man saw Qin Yan, he cried out in alarm, quickly save me. They can't even protect themselves. Qin Yan laughed and slashed down with his saber, directly harvesting the old man's soul. At this moment, Xianxia is also spewing flames at the 3 dragon tigers. She wants to roast the 3 dragon tigers. As for the Chu and Shi family, there are still a few people left. They were beaten half to death by Xianxia and fell to the ground, wailing. Qin Yan walked over with a sneer. When the middle-aged man from the Shi family saw Qin Yan coming over, he screamed in pain and despair. His body had been pierced by several bolts of lightning, yet he was still able to scream. What are you screaming for? So many of you besieged me just now, I didn't even scream. Qin Yan chuckled and killed the middle-aged man with a single slash. The remaining few old men are begging in despair. They are all immortal kings and have a certain status in their families. They can be considered to be very carefree and happy, none of them want to die. If you weren't greedy, if you didn't fight with me over the 3 dragon tigers and my son's soul, you would still be alive. Qin Yan smiled, now, you have died. Because of greed. You brought this upon yourselves. Shwa shwa shwa, Qin Yan quickly slashed down with a few slashes and finished off all the old men. And the number of powerful remnant souls stored inside the nether soul sacred blade is also many. Qin Yan is very satisfied. Just as Xianxia is spewing fire to roast the 3 dragon tigers, a thick black cloud suddenly floated over from the sky. Xianxia, enter the 9 Sun Divine Spirit and roast it. A bad guy is coming. Qin Yan rushed over and stored Xianxia and the 3 dragon tigers into the 9 Sun Divine Spirit. Then, he quickly ran. Emperor Clan Seal breaking after Xianxia entered the 9 Sun Divine Spirit, he continued to spit out fire to roast the 3 dragon tigers. He did not immediately fall asleep. Qin Yan asked Xianxia to leave the bones behind. The 3 dragon tigers are dark inscription beasts. The inscriptions are on the bones. As long as the bones are left behind, they can study the inscriptions on them. I need to quickly find a place to rest. Qin Yan fought a few battles and is also very tired. He is still somewhat worried about Xian Rujing because she is still fighting with the Darkness Dragon. He originally thought that Xian Rujing would only need to stall the Dark Berserk Dragon for a period of time and then retreat. Now that they are still fighting, Qin Yan is worried that Xian Rujing will be entangled and unable to escape. The Dark Berserk Dragon would definitely be able to transform into a human form, which would allow it to fight with greater dexterity. Xiaoyun, don't worry too much. She's the snow goddess after all. Nothing will happen to her. Ling Yin'er said, you should quickly leave this forest so that she won't have too many concerns. The immortal dragon warriors who had entered the heaven crater before were all retreating because they knew how terrifying the darkness royal race was. Qin Yan asked the captain before and learned that the dragon race's powerful immortal emperor-level dragons are suppressing the dark royal race's experts and helping the imperial race escape. Qin Yan could roughly imagine what the environment under the sky cavern was like. It was definitely very complicated, which was why there were continuous tremors. When the dark royalty came from the dark desolate, they definitely had to open up a spatial rift. That was why the tremors affected the spatial rift. After running for a while, Qin Yan finally caught up to the immortal dragon warriors. Those immortal dragon warriors are very shocked to see that Qin Yan has caught up and is completely fine. Senior, what about the 3 dragon tigers? The captain asked. Dead. Xianxia said, let's run quickly, the black cloud in the sky is very dangerous. The black clouds were formed by the black gas spewing out of the sinkhole. When the immortal dragon warriors learned of the death of the 3 dragon tigers, they all looked at Xianxia in shock. When they retreated, they discussed the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron on the way. They confirmed that it was the legendary heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and were very curious about Xianxia's identity. Although Xianxia's cultivation is not high, these immortal dragon warriors all respectfully address him as senior. Look! Suddenly, an immortal dragon warrior pointed to the sky and shouted. Xianxia looked up at the sky and saw a huge black ball spewing out black gas. It was quickly moving in the direction of the sinkhole. Not long after, it was obscured by the dark clouds in the sky. Xiaoyang. Xianxia frowned. Xiaoyang race, they actually sent a Xiaoyang over, what are they trying to do? Are they going to help the Dark King race? A middle-aged man cursed in a low voice, those bastards from the Xiaoyang race might be in cahoots with the Dark King race. Xianxia thought about it carefully and felt that it was highly possible. The Xiaoyang race had existed for a very long time, and they had been eyeing the 9 suns and 9 desolate lands for a very long time. It was very likely that they were closely related to the Dark race. There were 2 Xiaoyangs in the Immortal Desolate, and now that one of them was in the Heaven Crater, it would be of great help to the Dark King race. Something fell down. Another immortal dragon warrior shouted in shock. After Xiaoyang flew across the sky, many black air masses of different sizes fell from the sky and slowly fell to the ground. After Xianxia sensed that kind of aura, he said in deep voice, it is the Xiaoyang race's evil dragon generals. And those lizard dragons? Sure enough, those huge balls of air suddenly exploded and huge lizard dragons appeared one after another. They were the so-called evil sun saint dragons. And the smaller black air masses are the very powerful evil dragon generals. These lizards are not worthy to be called dragons. The captain looked at the huge lizard dragons in the sky with great fury. The lizard dragons are flying in the sky, they are flapping their huge wings, as if they are looking for something. Xianxia said with frown, these things can fly so easily, it seems like the Xiaoyang race is truly related to the Dark King race. This forest should be controlled by the Dark King race. A middle-aged man nodded and said, indeed, an old man from the Emperor race said that the Dark King race created a very strong barrier that covered a radius of 10,000 li around the Heaven Crater. They want to occupy this area. We should quickly leave this place. Let's see what happens to the Emperor race. Xianxia said. With the addition of the Xiaoyang race, Xianxia became even more worried because Xianrujing is still inside, fighting against the formidable Dark Berserk Dragon. Those lizard dragons in the sky seem to be looking for something, they are constantly flying here and there. Xianxia also noticed that the lizard dragons are gathering at the place where he killed the 3 dragon tigers. Could it be that I exposed my sun soul? Xianxia cannot help but think, although Yang is very strong, her aura should not be exposed much. Ling Yuner said, Xiaoyun, this is the territory of the Dark King race. Don't forget those strange flowers and trees, it is highly possible that they were created by the Dark King race. Maybe they can sense something from those flowers and trees. Maybe so. They can only sense the aura of Sun Soul, they should not be able to see me through the flowers and trees. Xianxia said in his heart. The aura of 3 Sun Souls suddenly appeared, it is enough to attract the attention of the Dark King race. Or maybe Xiaoyang can sense it, that's why he rushed over so quickly. Xiaoyang can travel through space, that's why he can arrive so quickly. Ling Yuner said. Xianxia is worried that Xiaoyang will attack Xianrujing, so he has been paying attention to Xianrujing's aura fluctuation. Although he is already far away from Xianrujing, he can still sense the battle between Xianrujing and the Dark Mad Dragon. After all, it is a battle between formidable immortal emperors, the movement is very big. Lizard dragons are coming down, an old man yelled, prepare for battle. A few immortal dragon warriors immediately transformed into huge dragons. After transforming into dragons, they are suppressed by a power and cannot fly. But relying on their huge bodies, they can easily fight against the lizard dragons. Roar roar roar, dragon race's dragons opened their mouths and spewed out frantic dragon power. They also swept their huge dragon tails towards the lizard dragons diving down. When these dragons fight, the movement is very big, it is as if they can turn the heaven and earth upside down. Xianxia saw that the dragon race's dragons can deal with the lizard dragons and did not take action. He consumed a lot of energy before, now he wants to conserve energy to deal with even more dangerous crisis. The lizard dragons discovered the dragon race warriors and sent out a signal, summoning other lizard dragons and evil dragon generals. Quickly retreat. Xianxia said in low voice, there are many of them and they can fly in the sky. It will be very disadvantageous for us if we continue to waste time. After the immortal dragon warrior elder repelled the surrounding lizard dragons, he had the immortal dragon warriors turn back into human form and quickly escape from the forest. Xianxia and the others increased their speed and madly fled. The lizard dragons in the sky are also closely chasing them. They unceasingly spewed out frantic evil power and bombarded the ground. Since they can dodge, they don't plan to fight back. Wait until we leave this forest, then we will deal with these things. At that time, they will die, a dragon race old man coldly groaned and said. Dragon race's dragons can't fly, they are at a disadvantage fighting the lizard dragons in the sky. More than an hour later, more and more lizard dragons are chasing after them. Xianxia doesn't know if they are chasing after him or the dragon race's dragons. Suddenly, a familiar aura fluctuation arrived from the front. Xianxia is startled in his heart because it is Lan Suyao's aura, as well as Xianxia and Shui Tianzi's aura. They are fighting at the front. There is a situation. Xianxia suddenly shouted, then took out the nether spirit sacred blade and used light transformation sacred pupil to rush over. There is a large open space ahead, it is because the forest has been completely flattened by the fierce battle. Xianxia, Lan Suyao and Shui Tianzi are indeed fighting. They are fighting humans. Xianxia can't tell what kind of people they are all very strong immortal kings. Lan Suyao is fighting 3 on her own, Shui Tianzi and Xianxia are fighting 1 against 2. It's Guanghan Palace's people, they are our allies, a dragon race woman yelled, quickly help them. Xianxia is already rushing towards Lan Suyao. Suyao, who are these guys? After Xianxia rushed over, his lightning lock sacred pupil flickered and shot out a thunder and lightning that locked down a black-clothed immortal king. It's Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate and Xiaoyang race bastards. Seeing Xianxia and a group of immortal dragon warriors arrive, Lan Suyao relaxed a lot. There are only 7 people from Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate and Xiaoyang race. They saw a large group of formidable immortal dragon warriors suddenly rush over, they are endlessly frightened and began fleeing one after another. One of the large men from Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate has been locked down by Xianxia's lightning lock sacred pupil. Xianxia jumped over, brandished the nether spirit sacred blade and chopped down. Nether spirit. That large man recognized the saber, he did not even finish speaking and was killed by Xianxia's saber. Dragon race's immortal dragon warriors also chased after those Xiaoyang race and Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate people. They very easily surrounded and killed them. There are more than 100 giant lizard dragons chasing from the sky, they suddenly attacked the ground. Everyone be careful, quickly dodge. Xianxia yelled. Berserk energy rushed out of those giant lizard dragons' mouths, it brought along a kind of black liquid filled with stench and poured down from the sky. Xianxia and the others increased their speed to dodge the poisonous liquid filled with berserk energy. At this time, the sky is already covered with dense black clouds, a large number of giant lizard dragons flew out from the black clouds, they are all rushing towards Xianxia and the others. There are more and more of these things. Shui Tianzi yelled, there must be 2 Xiaoyang. Not only are there a large number of giant lizard dragons chasing from behind, a large group has also appeared in front of them. 2 Xiaoyang are here, the dragon race elder said in cold voice, their target is us? Xianxia secretly feels that the Xiaoyang race must have discovered that the Sun Soul is on him. He used the power of the Sun Soul not long ago, there must still be some remnant aura left on his body. The Xiaoyang race must have sensed a weak Sun Soul aura. Just as the numerous giant lizard dragons appeared in the sky, the huge heavenly crater in the distance suddenly shot out a huge golden light beam, pierced through the black clouds and shot 10,000 li into the sky. The moment the golden light beam appeared, it immediately illuminated the forest shrouded in black clouds. The dense evil black clouds in the sky were torn apart by the golden light beam and quickly dissipated. After the hundreds of giant lizard dragons surrounding Qin Yun and the others were illuminated by the golden light beam, they let out sharp and miserable roars and then flew away towards the black Xiaoyang high up in the sky. The black Xiaoyang is also moving away from the golden light beam that shot out from the heavenly crater at an extremely fast speed. Welcoming the Emperor, Qin Yun looked at the golden light beam that soared into the sky in the distance. He was intimidated by the powerful aura. The evil beings of the Xiaoyang race had no choice but to flee because the golden light released by the Emperor race made them feel incomparably uncomfortable. The sinkhole was incomparably huge, and a large amount of golden light and mist gushed out, instantly filling the space between heaven and earth. When Qin Yun sensed that terrifying aura, he felt fear in his heart. At the same time, he gained a certain understanding of the Emperor race's strength. The Emperor clans were definitely very strong. As for how strong, he did not know. In the same rank, the strength of an Emperor clan member would definitely be stronger than that of the Dragon clan. If it was an ordinary person, there was no way they could resist the powerful Emperor clan. The giant lizard dragons stopped attacking and flew towards the two fleeing Xiaoyangs. Although the two Xiaoyangs from the Immortal Desolate were here, they still couldn't suppress the monarch races. With the help of the Dragon clan, the Emperor clan finally managed to break through the seal and escape. The Imperial clan that had been sealed for several eras had finally returned to the Nine Wastelands. The Dragon warriors were all wild with joy. They didn't need to run anymore. The appearance of the Emperor clans was enough to intimidate the Dark Royalty. "Senior, let's go take a look," the captain said. "I won't go, I still have something important to do," Qin Yun said with smile. "If you see the Red Sun Dragon Mother, help me say hello." He also wants to see the Emperor race people, but he has 3 sun spirits and also Nether Sunday. If the Emperor clans wanted to snatch it, then it would be dangerous. Before figuring out what kind of people the Emperor clans were, Qin Yun did not want to get too close to them. Suddenly, a group of people rushed over. When Qin Yun saw those people, he couldn't help but be secretly alarmed because those people are not weak. "It's a friend from the Immortal King Ancient City." The captain smiled and said, "The Immortal King of the Immortal King Ancient City should also be going to welcome the D clan." As expected, after the powerful Immortal Kings of the Ancient City of Immortal Kings came over, they started chatting happily with the people of the Dragon tribe. "Goodbye, we will meet again someday." Qin Yun cupped his fists towards the Dragon race people, then left with Lan Suyao, Shui Tianzi, and Zi Qingqing. After they left, a middle-aged man from the Ancient City of Immortal Kings said in shock, "Who was that? He actually has 3 stunning beauties by his side. Those 3 women are from the Guanghan Palace." A woman from the Dragon race laughed and said, "That man. Very strong." A young man from the Ancient City of Celestial Kings said in disdain, "How strong? He's only a 1st Heaven Celestial King, and I'm a 3rd Heaven Celestial King. I can beat him up with just 1 hand." When the Dragon warriors heard this, they all laughed. Their laughter was filled with ridicule. The young man from the Immortal King Ancient City was very unhappy and said, "You guys are dragons after all, and are much stronger than humans. Why do you think that guy is very strong?" "He is Qin Yun," the captain said, "he saved us." Although Qin Yun did not reveal his name, the Dragon race warriors can guess it. Qin Yun had an extremely good relationship with the Guanghan Palace. Furthermore, he had a powerful sun soul in his hands. Especially the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron, many people were familiar with it. The people from the Ancient City of Immortal King didn't say anything, especially that young man. Everyone knew that Qin Yun had once caused the Immortal Emperor Ancient City to suffer a great loss and nearly destroyed it. The Immortal King Ancient City was much weaker than the Immortal Emperor Ancient City. If Qin Yun had attacked the Immortal King Ancient City last time, the Immortal King Ancient City would have definitely been turned into ruins. Not to mention that Qin Yun had once destroyed 2 altars and knocked down a Xiaoyang. This was an astonishing achievement that shook the entire Immortal Desolate. Qin Yun won't be able to be arrogant for long. This world belongs to the Imperial race. The young man snorted lightly, he has 2 sun souls in his hands. If the Imperial race finds out, they will definitely make him hand them over. In the end, he can only submit in front of the Imperial race. When the Dragon race warriors heard this, they suddenly understood why Qin Yun did not go to see the Imperial race. He was worried that they would be snatched away. The people from the immortal King Ancient City and the dragon race warriors sank into a short period of silence. The imperial race must be very powerful. If they knew that Qin Yun had two sun souls, they would most likely snatch them away. And with Qin Yun's personality, he would definitely not hand them over. In the end, he would definitely fight against the imperial race. Everyone knew that if Qin Yun fought against the imperial race, either he would die or the imperial race would suffer great losses. Let's go take a look at the imperial race. From now on, they will be the ones to rule the Nine Desolate, the middle-aged man from the immortal King Ancient City said. From now on, we will also be in the same camp. The dragon race warriors nodded their heads and then proceeded towards the huge heavenly crater that is spewing golden light. 2 days later, Qin Yun and the others have already rushed out of the forest. They are floating in the sky, looking at the depths of the forest from far away. They can see incomparably huge golden light soaring to the sky. It is coming out from the heavenly crater. Xiao Yun, Sister Rujing is still inside. Lan Suyao said, I will go meet up with the other disciples and elders of the Guanghan Palace and wait for her outside. What about you? Shui Tianzi, who is wearing white skirt, is standing beside Qin Yun. Her delicate and tender lily-white hands are holding Qin Yun's arm, her soft and warm body is leaning against Qin Yun. Her charming and moving face is smiling sweetly. She said with a sweet smile, I want to be together with Xiao Yun. Goodbye, master. Little demoness, I guided you for so long in vain, you actually abandoned me like this. Lan Suyao angrily scolded, then floated over and pinched Shui Tianzi's jade waist. Lan Suyao lightly groaned and said, it is still Qingqing who is better, not like a water demoness like you. Zi Qingqing is standing beside Lan Suyao. She is wearing a noble and elegant purple skirt, her appearance is exceptionally beautiful. Her luxurious purple skirt is fluttering in the wind, making her appear even more dignified and gorgeous. Her seemingly cold and arrogant beautiful eyes are filled with tenderness as she stared at Qin Yun, whose face is filled with mischievous smile. Sister Steamed Bun, are you coming with me? Qin Yun said with smile. Zi Qingqing nodded. Master, do you want to come with us? Being together with Xiao Yun is very fun. Shui Tianzi said with charming smile. She pulled Lan Suyao's jade-like hand, she wants to pull her into their group. Let's talk about it later, I still prefer to go around fighting and killing. Lan Suyao caressed Shui Tianzi's charming face and then pinched Zi Qingqing's face. If you come with me, you will have to fight. Qin Yun said with mischievous smile. He also hopes that Lan Suyao will come with him, after all she is a violent woman with very strong battle strength, moreover she is very beautiful. Lan Suyao laughed and said, you are making me a bit excited. Alright, let me think about it first. I will go meet up with the elders, you should quickly leave this place. She knows that Qin Yun has 2 sun spirits in his hands, it is best to leave the emperor race first. Qin Yun smiled and pulled Zi Qingqing over, then pulled the 2 beauties' jade-like hands and flew away. While flying, Qin Yun wanted to reach out his hand to pinch Zi Qingqing's beautiful face several times, but Zi Qingqing glared at him and forced him back. 2 big sisters, you have been away from me for so long, did you miss me? Qin Yun said with smile. I missed you to death. Shui Tianzi looked at Qin Yun with seductive eyes, her expression has a trace of misery, her eyes flickered, she pouted her mouth and said in charming voice, little brother Xiao Yun, I almost forgot about you. I feel very sad just thinking about it. It's alright, it's good that I remember now. Qin Yun said with smile. Little brat, did you use sun spirit in that forest before? Zi Qingqing asked. N. Qin Yun nodded and said, I even let Yang Yang wake up to deal with a very strong 3-headed dragon tiger. Zi Qingqing said with frown, no wonder. That's why those lizard dragons attacked you. It's fine, those guys can't do anything to me. Qin Yun looked around and said, let's return to the Divine Inscription Mountain first. Where's Yueme? Shui Tianzi asked, she said that she is now the big sister of the Inscription Gate. She should have gone back as well. Qin Yun said with smile, you guys enter the 9 Sun Divine Spirit first, this way I can teleport back faster. Alright, I haven't seen Momo for a long time, I miss her. Zi Qingqing smiled sweetly. She has collected a lot of delicious food, you guys are in luck. Qin Yan smiled and rubbed Zi Qingqing's beautiful and somewhat round face a few times. Finally being able to rub Sister Steamed Bun's beautiful face, Qin Yan is very happy in his heart, he chuckled non-stop. After Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi entered the Nine Sun Divine Spirit, they were very happy to see Momo and the little jade rabbit. Then, they began to play with the two cute little fellows. Yang is still roasting the three-headed dragon tiger in another Nine Sun Divine Spirit. Qin Yan thought that Yang would continue sleeping after waking up for a while. He never expected that he would actually spit fire to roast the three-headed dragon tiger in excitement. That little fellow Yang won't fall asleep until he eats all three dragon tigers. Qin Yan shook his head and smiled. Then, he activated the teleportation jade pendant and teleported to the vicinity of the Divine Inscription Mountain. Although Qin Yan had never seen an Emperor clan member before, he could feel the power of the Emperor clan from afar. He knew that the Immortal Desolate would definitely be the battlefield between the Emperor clan and the Dark Royal clan in the future, and the original camp of the Xiaoyang race would definitely join the Dark Royal clan. The original camp of the Immortal Desolate Temple was on the side of the Emperor clan. The Nine Desolate Land before the apocalypse was truly full of changes. The change in power structure was unimaginable. As for Qin Yan, he was in a rather awkward position. He wanted to join the Emperor clan's camp, but he was worried that the Emperor clan would demand his son's soul. He would never hand over the son's soul, so he could only temporarily avoid the Emperor clan and inquire about the situation of the Emperor clan. In the space at the top of the Divine Inscription Mountain, a fragrant roasted meat fragrance wafted in the air. The moment Qin Yan returned, he saw Xiao Yuemei and company surrounding a large piece of burning charcoal. On top of the charcoal, there was a few meters long roasted pig. The surface of the roasted pig flickered with a golden luster and emitted a mouth-watering fragrance of meat. Xiao Yuemei held a large knife in her hand and prepared to cut it. He Shu, Baizhe, Little Black Donkey, Lu Jiayan, Xiao Hua and Xiao Yingying had all prepared a large table and were about to start eating. Qin Yan saw Shiman Dazhuang holding the small Pippi pig in his arms and said with a smile, "If I didn't see Pippi pig, I would have thought that you guys roasted it." "Boss, you're thinking too much. Even if you beat us to death, we won't eat Pippi pig. His meat is too smelly." The mountain god suddenly came out from a rock and laughed. Pippi pig curled its lips and said, "If I didn't fart, you guys would have eaten me long ago." Xiao Yuemei giggled and said, "Brother, on the way back, we caught quite a few large dark inscription beasts. You guys have a conscience. You waited for me to come back before eating." "Thank you," Qin Yan said with a smile. End of chapter 1686. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.